Chapter 1 Jian Chen. Among the vast expanse of mountains, two sword-shaped peaks with a height of 1 foot are separated by 100 meters away from the sea of clouds. The two sword-shaped peaks are very steep, and it seems that two enlarged versions of the Excalibur are inserted between the heavens and the earth. There is no place for rock climbing. At the top of the two sword-shaped peaks, there is less than 100 meters away from the sea of clouds in the sky, and at the top of the mountain, there is a faint mist, covered by fog, making the mountain peak. The scenes of the hustle and bustle are all confused and unclear, but in the vagueness, you can still find the two sword-shaped peaks. There are two people standing there quietly, as if they are a stone sculpture, not moving. Only the wind in the sky blew the clothes of the two and the hair drifted in the wind. One of these two people seems to be only a young man who is only 20 years old. The young man is very handsome, and his handsome facial features are perfect. It is unparalleled in the world. It is the killer of all the young girls in the world. A pair of bland eyes have a unique appeal, very charming, as if it can be breathtaking. The young man has a long black hair, straight to the waist, long hair without any restraint, very casually draped behind him with the whistling wind blowing, and on the back of the young man, carrying a long sword. The sword of the long sword was wrapped in a thick white cloth, and only a subtle sword handle exposed outside was seen. The name of the light breeze was clearly engraved on the hilt, but it was strange. The whole sword of the long sword did not make any ropes, as if it was sucked on the backs of young people, and did not fall down. This scene seems to be difficult to understand. The young man named Jian Chen, now the first master of the famous reputation on the rivers and lakes, is also known as the title of the sword god, is a generation of swordsmen. The first-hand fast sword method has already reached the peak of the gods, the peak of the world. However, his age is only in his 20s. For Jian Chen, the people in the rivers and lakes know very little about the details. Besides knowing that he is an orphan, and there is no door to the other, he knows nothing about it. His origins are like a mystery. He is one. No one knows how to learn from the high-powered martial arts and the subtle swordsmanship. On the sword-shaped mountain 100 meters across from him, a tall man wearing a black robe stood there, facing the sword dust. This man is an old man and looks like he is 50 or 60 years old. Looks like a crane, a child's face, a pair of old eyes and a god. The eyes are so glamorous, the sharp eyes are like a sharp sword, people dare not look at it, and in his hands, holding a generous black giant sword, but what is weird is that his giant sword is actually not edged. This old man is a legendary figure who has disappeared in the rivers and lakes for hundreds of years. He is alone and seeks defeat. He is only one of his titles. No one knows his real name and identity, because as early as 100 years ago, he is a super powerful person who has been invincible in the world. Nowadays, people who know some information about the singularity of the singer are still few in the world. However, his brilliant glory in the past is still it has been passed down from generation to generation, and today, 100 years later, his strength is better than ever. Now, no one can know the strength of the solitary defeat. Solitary and defeated, a pair of eyes quietly watching the 100 meters away from the age of 20 years old, the sword dust. The eyes are extremely sharp, as if the sword is sharp, the eyes are flashing from time to time. Sword dust, at such a young age, is not weaker than the old man's strength, and your rumor on the kendo has reached a height that even the old man can't reach. Unfortunately, you kill my only love, this hatred. I have to report that today. In any case, I have to ask for justice for my only one. Solitary screams and says, the seemingly calm tone is full of people who are chilling and chilling. Meaning. Jian Chen's face was calm, his eyes were fatally watching the solitude and defeat, and the white robes on his body fluttered in the wind, and the long hair that was wasted was blown by the wind and looked so good. This is no stranger to me. It is your apprentice who took the initiative to offend me. As for the death of my sword, I can only blame him for not being good at learning. Jian Chen's lips gently opened and closed, and a faint voice spit out from his mouth. Duo seeks to defeat the anger and laughs. Good one is not refined, then I will meet you today, see how much you have the ability. Can you put the old man in your hands that light under the wind sword? said, the solitary defeated the hand of the black iron ape in the hand. Suddenly, a powerful sword of swords out of the sword, with a fierce sword gas to the lightning speed like 100 meters away from the sword dust. The calmness of Jian Shen's face, with the sound of a sword scabbard, the long sword behind the back appeared in the hands of Jian Shen, which is 4 feet long, wide slender sword whole sword. There was a layer of silver-white swordsman on the body, and then the sword in the hands of Jian Shen quickly stabbed them out. I saw a sword that was so strong that the sword was out of the sword, and the sword could not be captured by the naked eye. Air strikes. Boom! The two swords collided in the air, bursting into a loud bang, deafening, and the powerful natural gas after the explosion centered on the explosion point, quickly spread out in all directions, and scattered the faint mist around the clouds. Then, Jian Shen and Du Gu were defeated and flew up at the same time. They broke away from the mountain peaks standing under their feet and flew between the two peaks. They fought fiercely in midair. The speed of the two men's shots was extremely fast, and the sound of collision and friction of the weapons rang in the air. The strong swordsmanship shot from the two people's battles to the surrounding, and made a big hole on the surrounding peaks. Countless gravels fell toward the ground under 1,000 feet. In just a few breaths, Jian Shen and Du Gu and the two defeated each other quickly and fought hundreds of rounds. Later, when the two fell on two peaks, they only saw their bodies slightly embarrassed. On the clothes that were originally intact, there have been many cracks and they have become a bit ruined. Solitary and defeated a serious look at the sword dust. The look became very dignified. Shin Shang, fast sword, no wonder you can't break the sword in the river, but you can't help the old man. The solitary defeated the tone and paused. He continued, it is difficult for us to score the difference. It is better to use the strongest blow at the same time. One move will be a winner. Suddenly, the momentum of the solitary defeat suddenly the skyrocketing is like a giant sword, straight into the sky. The face of Jian Shen became dignified. Then, the body also exudes a huge momentum, no more than a single orphan. The momentum of the two people continued to climb, covering the sky and covering the entire sky. The combination of the two forces directly covered the entire mountain for a distance of 10,000 miles. Even the clouds in the sky were rushed by the momentum of the two. There was a big hole, and it quickly dissipated. The wind screamed in the sky, and the screaming ghosts screamed and screamed. In the mountains and forests, countless birds and beasts screamed in horror, and they fled their limbs to the distant place. The momentum of the two peaks is constantly increasing, and they are brewing the strongest blow. Hey! Hey! Not far from the mountains and forests, many small trees could not withstand the powerful momentum of the two people, and they broke off at the waist, and then they were rushed to the sky by the huge momentum of the two men, flying far away. As the dust of the sword and the loneliness of the two climbed up, there was a strong real airflow around the bodies of the two of them, surrounded by two people rotating rapidly, flowers and trees, both of them the powerful momentum bends against the pressure, and countless trees swayed and swayed. At the same time, the light wind sword in the hands of Jian Shen and the black iron ape that was solitary and defeated all exuded dazzling white light and black light. The true airflow between the two people is getting stronger and stronger. In the end, the whole body of the sword dust is wrapped in a thick white light, and the solitary defeat is also wrapped in a layer of black light. The two people have completely lost their shadows. In the midair, I saw the brilliance of the two groups of colors. Hey! The sword in the hands of Jian Shen is light and trembling. At this moment, the dazzling swordsmanship has been lit up on the sword. The powerful swordsman makes people feel scared. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and the white robes were drifting in the wind. The whole body was hanging up and standing. It seemed to be of war and might not be defeated. When the momentum of both of them climbed to the apex, suddenly, the two men simultaneously screamed and screamed at the same time, sounding like a thunder, suddenly thundering, deafening, then, seeing a beautiful white light and dark black man's the lightning-fast speed collided and disappeared in an instant. There is no imaginary collision sound. When everything calms down, I saw that Jian Shen and Du Gu and the two have changed their positions. They are separated by a distance of 100 meters and stand on the top of the two peaks. Both of them look like their faces. Very pale, and on the chest of Jianshan, the bright red blood quickly rushed out, quickly dyed his white robe red. Just after the lightning like staggered and obsolete, the solitary defeat has been pierced by a sword. His heart. However, he lost his entire right arm and lost his right arm. He was unable to take the sword. The black iron épée that was taken in his right hand had already fallen to the cliff under the mountain. After a sword pierced the heart of the sword dust, it also lost an arm. Jianshan stood quietly on the mountain peak, and a stream of blood slowly flowed out of his mouth, and his face became paler and paler. In a short period of time, he was already pale, the heart was pierced by a sword, and it was already in a desperate situation. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the solitary defeat on the top of the mountain peak suddenly burst into laughter and laughed loudly. Jianshan, with your talent, if you are giving you a few years, the old man is definitely not yours. Opponents, unfortunately, although your strength is not worse than that of the old man, it is still in the hands of the old man. Here, the solitary sighs and sighs, said, hey. Generation of Tianzhou is so ruined. In the hands of the old man, it is indeed regrettable, but in order to report the hatred of the killers, the old man has to do the same. Feeling his own vitality that is continually passing away, Jianshan slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he seems very calm. For him, life and death may not be valued. After all, these years are swaying in the rivers and lakes. After killing a lot of people, I have already been obsessed with life and death. The only regret in my heart is that I will never have the opportunity to explore the ultimate in Kendo. Just as Jianshan fell into a situation of no sadness and no joy, suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in the mind of Jianshan. At this critical moment, the soul of Jianshan seemed to be integrated with the long sword in his hand. Even if he sword even if he and the sword no longer separate each other, as if the sword in his hand has become part of his soul. At the same time, a pure and powerful world of heaven and earth descended from the heavens and the earth, and the mind of Jianshan flowed into his mind with a trace of his mind, perfectly combined with his soul, along with the world. Injecting the gas, Jianshan clearly felt that his god was growing rapidly at an incredible speed. At the same time, his soul seemed to be out of the body and flew to the endless mountains and fields. At this moment, the scenes within a radius of 10 miles are clearly in the mind of Jianshan, and even the mosquitoes on the ground can clearly feel their activities. At this extreme of death, he actually broke through. Chapter 2 Changyang Xiangtian. Suddenly, the sword in the hands of Jianshan was out of the control of Jianshan. At this moment, the long sword seemed to become a spiritual sword. It turned into a light and flashed at a speed of 100 meters. Solitary and desperate to shoot. The speed of the long sword is very fast, and it is incredible. When the singer has just reacted, the long sword has already arrived at the throat of the singer, and then with a strong sword, in the stunned eyes of the solitary directly passed through his throat. After the sword was surrounded by a layer of white swords, a large circle in the air, and automatically flew back to the hands of Jianshan. There is a fist-sized hole in the throat of the solitary defeat. Although the sword in the hands of Jianshan is very thin, the swordsman around the blade still expands the wound in the sore throat to the size of the fist. The solitary seeker defeated his eyes and stared at the sword that had returned to the hands of Jianshan. He couldn't believe it, as if he saw the most incredible thing in the world. He opened his mouth slightly. It seems I want to say something, but unfortunately his throat has been pierced, and he has been unable to speak. Finally, with a face full of unwillingness and horror, he slowly falls down. Jianshan held a long sword and silently looked at the one-of-a-kind defeat that was one step ahead of himself. The heart sighed secretly. I didn't expect that at this last moment, he actually broke through again and reached the realm of the sword. But at this time, he is not far from death. With a secret sigh, the look in Jianshan's eyes gradually dimmed. Although the strength broke through again, it was difficult to escape. After all, his heart had been pierced by a sword. Subsequently, Jianshan also stepped into the footsteps of the solitary defeat, and the body slowly fell down. At the moment when Zhenchen had just fallen, the two sword-shaped peaks that he and Du Guji had respectively stood up and suddenly made a loud noise. The whole mountain peak burst, and countless gravels were moving toward it. Surrounded by glare, the purple and blue light of the sky filled the sky and shone the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the whole sky was filled with purple and blue light. Unfortunately, Zhenchen and Du Gu were unable to know what happened next. In a large and luxurious mansion, in a beautifully decorated house, a large group of people gathered in front of a room, and the first person was a young man walking around the door, face there is an indescribable anxiety and a bit of worried look. The young man is about 30 years old and looks good. Although he is close to middle age, he still can't conceal his handsome face in the year. He only saw him wearing it. A white robe embroidered with gold silk, the body has a breath of the upper class, the face of fortitude, a pair of brows have been wrinkled tightly at this moment. Outside the distance of 3 meters from the door, a group of about 30 people stood there with anxiety. There were old and young, and the older one seemed to be 60 or 70 years old. It was full of white hair and wrinkles on his face. However, the eyes flashed with trepidation. From the light in their eyes, they even thought they were not like a single. An elderly man, but a middle-aged man with a strong body and a fierce dragon. Most of the rest are middle-aged men aged between 30 and 40. They are all arrogant and astounding. At first glance, they know that they are extraordinary people. In the room opposite them, there was a constant flow of a woman with a painful snoring. "Madam, hard, it's coming out soon, it's coming out soon." A little eager voice followed, and the voice looked a little old. When you heard it, you know that the master of the voice is not low. And still women. Outside the door, the middle-aged man who walked anxiously in front of the door suddenly stopped. He said eagerly, "Hey! This is all day and night, and Yuna hasn't been born yet. If you drag on like this, I am afraid that it will also cause adverse effects on Yuna." The voice of the young man is full of worries and he is worried. "Home, you can rest assured, Mrs. Yun will be fine. You must not forget that Mrs. Yun is a bright sage." A woman with white hair and wrinkles on his face persuaded the voice, although the tone was full confidence, but the look of the face is still not concealed. Wearing a white robe, the young man with a temperament on his body sighed again and again, and the look of anxiety on his face was still unresolved. Then a group of people waited for more than 2 hours outside the door. Finally, an excited voice came out from the room. Home, Mrs. Yun was born, Mrs. Yun was born, mother and son are safe, a boy." The voice is full of excitement. The sound of the voice, the worried look on the face of the young man waiting outside the door, was finally swept away, replaced by the excitement of the face, and then did not say anything, directly pushed open the door and disappeared. No, the speed is really incredible, definitely not the ability of an ordinary person. The young man came to a big bed in the room in an instant, sitting on the edge of the bed, watching the woman lying on the bed with concern. "Yi, how are you? You are fine." The voice is soft and full concerns. Lying in bed is a young woman of about 20 years old. She looks beautiful and beautiful. She is a national beauty. A glamorous face is already sweaty, her face is slightly white, and her face is tired. Color. The woman looked at the young man with a tired look, and a smile appeared on her face. I am fine, let me see our children." Good. Clouds are fine." The young man's face showed a happy smile, then turned to look at the midwife holding the child next to him. When he was about to speak, he saw the brow of the midwife tightly wrinkled together, staring strangely at the baby being held in his arms. His hands kept playing, his mouth kept whispering, Cry, your child. Why don't you cry? Strange, I have been born for so long, there are not thousands of children born in my hands, but there are also hundreds of them. I am the first time I saw a child who didn't cry when I was born." At this time, a group of people outside entered the room indefinitely, with a smile on each face, and they were facing the woman lying in bed. The middle-aged man had a happy smile on his face and said softly to the woman lying on the bed, "Yun, you lay down for a while, I will take the child over." Then the young man got up and came there. The name of the midwife said, "What is going on? Is there any problem with this child?" The young man's tone is so heavy that some children are born with a natural emergency, which is very common and happens. There are still many times, and he is really afraid of what is wrong with his children. Hearing, the midwife's face looked bitterly, looking at the young man, and the tone was respectful. "I don't know if there is any problem with the young master, but according to my experience of decades of delivery, every child will cry when they are born, but the situation of the young master is a bit different. You see, he just didn't make a cry when he was born. This is very strange." Hearing the words, the young man frowned and looked at the baby who was held in the hands of the pickup. He saw that the baby's big eyes with no bright impurities were turning around and staring at it. "I will stare at it for a while, very cute, and it looks like there is no problem." However, he did not see it, in the depths of the baby's bright and unobtrusive eyes, but with deep shock and cannot believe. Subsequently, the young man put one hand on the baby's body, and suddenly there was a layer of glare from the palm of his hand. Seeing the movements of the young man, the look on the face of the midwife has become a little uneasy. She is just a little midwife, who belongs to the bottom of the life. She is really afraid of the problems of the baby in her arms. Otherwise, the young man blames it, and the consequences are not what she can do. Although this matter has nothing to do with her, she has no ability to justify it. The young man quickly retracted his hand, and the heart in his heart was finally released. His face showed a happy smile and said, "The child is well behaved and there is no problem at all. I took the baby from the midwife." After listening to this, the midwife suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and the heart that was carried was finally put down, and a smile on his face was revealed. The owner said that maybe this represents the young master. Uncommon, in the future, the young master will become a peerless powerhouse. After listening to the words of the midwife, the young man, despite knowing that everything was very embarrassing, still couldn't help but laughed and said, "Good, good, good, I hope so. Come, hit 100 gold coins for the mother of the flood." Hearing the words, the midwife looked very happy, and suddenly said with excitement, "Thank you for the reward of the owner, thank you for your reward." The young man came to the woman lying in bed with her baby and looked happy. "Yun, look, this is our child, how long it is." The woman, known as Yuner, reached out and hugged the baby. The relatives kissed the baby's face and said with a happy face, "Feijuan, since the child is a boy, according to our previous agreement, the child was named Changyang Xian Tian." The young people laughed and said, "Yes, now I officially give the child a name and Changyang Shangtian. Come and invite all the guests in the city of Lore. I will have a feast in my Changyang house tomorrow, so I will celebrate it." In a twinkling of an eye, time has passed for a year. In front of a small lake in a large courtyard, a little boy who is less than a meter tall is standing there, his eyes staring at the center of the small lake. Rockery, the little boy is wearing a gorgeous dress. The look on his face is very complicated, so the look of a boy who is less than 3 years old at first glance looks quite different. This little boy is Changyang Shangtian. At this moment, in the mind of Changyang Shangtian, there is a scene of a thrilling scene that seems to be slowly moving like a movie. It is in an endless mountain range. In the two sword-shaped peaks, one is only in his 20s. The very handsome young man is holding a long sword, and he is fighting fiercely with the peerless masters who have been invincible 100 years ago. At the time of the death, the strength once again broke through and reached the realm of the sword of the gods, and the only ones were defeated and the sword was worn, so that both of them would eventually die together. Chapter 3 Smelting. The third chapter of the body. Changyang Shangtian looked at his short body, and his heart sighed secretly. The complexion was full of complexities. During this time, these pictures in the brain have not been known how many times they have appeared. Now think of it. These things seem to happen yesterday, the memory is so clear, as if deep imprinted in the depths of his soul. How can I forget? Now, he has long understood that his past life is Jian Shen, dead. After that, the inexplicable reincarnation of the soul and memory came over. Since Jinshen had retained the memory of previous life just after he was born, he learned the language here just after he was born. Later, based on the conversations among the people in the paradise, he has already roughly understood what the family he was born in is exactly what it is. The existence of the same, at the same time, also a general understanding of the world is not the world that you have lived, but another new world, a world that Jinshen has never heard of. The huge house name of Jinshen is called Chanyang House, which is one of the 4 families in Luor City. It has a pivotal position in the whole city of Luor, and his father is Chanyang. The owner of the house, named Changjiangba, and his mother, named Urchin, is the 4th priest of Chanyang House's chief Yangdiangba. It is not the main house. However, his mother's position in Chanyang is not low, because she is a bright sage. Although Jinshen is not clear about what Guangming Shengshur is, he also understands that his mother has a very high status in the entire Chanyang prefecture because of the identity of the Light Master, and is respected by many people. The sword dust itself is the 4 young masters of Chanyang prefecture, with a very lofty identity. On the sword dust, there are 2 older brothers, 1 sister, the big brother Changjiangho, the second sister Chanyang Mingyue, the third brother Changjiang. They and the sword dust are born to each other. In addition to the big brother Changjiangho, the second sister Chanyang Mingyue and the third brother Chanyang Kajin dust have seen several times, are children who are older than the sword dust. The oldest second sister, just 4 years old this year, then Jinshen was 3 years old, and the third brother Chanyangko was 2 years older than Jinshen. He was just 3 years old this year. In addition to them, there are many children belonging to the disciples in Chanyang. At this time, an old man dressed as a butler came to Jinshen and said with a soft voice, "For young masters, time is not early, my wife told you to go back." When I heard the sound, Jinshen came back to God. When I saw the sky, I suddenly realized that the sky was already playing. It was the sign that the night was coming, and I was unconscious. Jinshen had stood here for an afternoon. Jinshen nodded slightly and said, "I know, Changbo, I will go back soon." The man named Jianbo by Jinshen is the steward of Chanyang House. Almost everything in Chanyang House is taken care of by him. His identity in Chanyang is not low, even though Changbo is only a steward. However, in Chanyang Prefecture, no respectful look is revealed to anyone, and his identity is almost equal to that of Chanyang House, the head of the Chanyang House. Changbo's face showed a smile, and he looked at Jinshen's gaze with a look of hope. Jinshen's age of less than half a year can be done on the ground alone without relying on people's support. I can speak in 8 months, and my speech is clear. I have been able to communicate with people normally. With these 2 points, Jinshen has faintly hanged the title of genius in Chanyang Prefecture. It has become Changyang. The government expects the highest person. At night, Jinshen went to the dining hall for dinner with his mother by Yuntian. The dining hall they used was a special dining hall. Only the owner of Chanyang House and his own children and several diverticulums could use it. When Jinshen and Bai Yuntian came to the dining hall, they had already sat on the round table and had 3 beautiful women. They were in their 20s, and they were 2 years old. A child who was not much bigger than the sword dust, a man and a woman. The boy looks like a 3 or 4-year-old, long and chubby, at the moment, sitting quietly on the bench. He is the third owner of the Chanyang House. Also the 3 young masters of Chanyang House, Chanyang Ku. As soon as the sword dust came in, Chang Yanka's small eyes were full of hostility and full of provocative meaning. Obviously, his heart had a slight prejudice against Jinshen. Although the mothers including Jinshen, the 4 women saw the hostility of the sword dust in Chang Yanka's eyes, but none of them cared. In their opinion, this is just a child's play. It is harmless at all. The other little girl looks like she is 4 or 5 years old, with 2 small whip on her head, a pair of bright eyes filled with quirky elves, and a shallow smile with 2 small dimples hanging very cute. Just from the appearance of her young age, it is almost certain that when she grows up, she will definitely be a beautiful woman who will look down on the country. She is the second child of the owner of Chanyang House, and the second lady of Chanyang House, Chanyang Mingyue, is the only daughter of the 4 children of Chanyang House. For brothers, you are coming, come to the seat. Seeing the sword dust coming in, the shallow smile on Changyang Minghua's face became more splendid, and quickly greeted him. Jian Shen nodded slightly to Changyang Minghua, and he even said hello, and then sat down with his mother to the two empty positions on the round table. Jian Shen's mother, Bai Yuntian, looked at Jian Shen with a look of love and whispered, "Xiang Er, I've seen your aunts and two sisters." Jian Shen was helpless, looking at the few women who looked at the delicate, said, "I have seen aunts, 2 aunts, 3 aunts, 2 sisters, 3 brothers." Since knowing that Jian Shen has learned to speak, his mother Bai Yuntian is happy at the same time, but also hard to learn the most basic number of rituals, and Jian Shen holding the existing, then the idea of peace. There is no resistance to his mother's proposal, because he also knows that he will grow up in this new world in the future. When he first came here, Jian Shen also had a fierce struggle for his own identity. After all, he was a reincarnation of his previous life. Since he retains the memory of his previous life, he is still a sword dust, and for his present this identity, in the depths of Jian Shen, is still somewhat ruled out. However, as time goes by, he finally accepts his current identity. In any case, Bai Yunshen is a mother of his own after all. Although I have inexplicably retained the memory of past lives after my death, that memory has happened in another world, and there is no relationship with it. Now, Jian Shen has hidden his previous things in his mind. I am going to accept everything here with a heartfelt heart. The 3 women looked at Jian Shen with a smile. One of the women wearing yellow and luxurious costumes said with a smile, "Yun's sister, Shangtian is getting more and more sensible now, oh. It's hard to imagine he is a child who has just turned 1 year old. I really envy you. There is such a smart son." This woman wearing yellow and luxurious costumes is the second house lady of Changyang House's chief Yan Yangba, the mother of Changyang Minghua. "Yes, Yun'er's sister," the second sister said. "It is good. Now I find that I am more and more like Shangtian." The woman sitting next to Jian Shen also said with a smile, though, but her eyes on Jian Shen are calm. "She is the 3 ladies of Changyang House, Yu Fengyan. Shangtian is indeed the most talented child I have ever seen. When I was half-year-old, I walked alone. I can speak in 8 months. This is absolutely impossible for other children of the same age. I really look forward to the fullness of Shangtian." At the age of 3, he carried out the test of the power and potential in the body. I hope that he will give us a surprise at that time. The woman who spoke is a little older, and she has a noble temperament. She is the owner of Changyang House, the first lady, named Linglong. The exquisite voice just fell, and a slightly thick man's voice suddenly sounded, "Yeah, I am also looking forward to waiting for Xiang's 3-year-old to carry out the holy test, which will give us a surprise." With the voice I saw a young man of nearly 30 years old walked into the dining hall. The young man exuded the temperament of a superior, wearing a white robe with a gold silk edge and a long black hair, covered on the shoulders, giving a very floating feeling. French. Father. When I saw this young man, the 7 people sitting at the table mountain stood up at the same time and shouted, and Jian Shen was no exception, whispering, "This young man is the owner of Changyang Prefecture, Changjiangba." Changjiangba directly came to an empty position on the table and sat up with a soft smile on his face. He looked at the sword dust and said softly, "Xiang'er, is he still happy in the government?" Jian Shen nodded slightly and said, "All right." On the face of Changjiangba, there was a smile on his face. He continued, "Xiang'er, if you feel that the house is rather stuffy, go out and let go, and see the world outside." "Know it, hey?" Jian Shen said softly. Seeing Jian Shen is so sensible, it is not like a child who just turned a year old. There is an indescribable happiness in Changyang's heart. The family had a good dinner and had a meal soon. After the meal, Jian Shen returned to his room alone. According to his age, he was supposed to sleep with his mother, Bai Yuntian, but Jian Shen took the initiative to ask himself to live alone in a room. For this problem, Jian Shen's attitude was very determined. In the end, his mother Bai Yuntian really couldn't help him. Finally, he had no choice but to agree. At night, the sword dust sat on the bed, his hands were steady on his knees, his palms were up, and he was doing five-hearted posture, silently running the first layer of the purple sword. The Ziqing sword code is the biggest bargaining chip in the past 20 years. This is a cultivation sheet. It not only records a very deep mind, but also has some powerful power. Sword trick. This Ziqing sword code is when Jianchen was a child when he was playing in the mountains. He accidentally fell into a pool under the cliffs. He woke up and found it in a cave. Then he fished for fish every day. After 10 years of Jianchen's academic success, when he was able to leap over the cliff, he flew up from the bottom of the cliff and returned to the ground. Jianchen was an orphan. His parents died in the era of war. When he was a child, he was adopted by a good-hearted grandfather. When he came out of the cliff, he had been in the past 10 years and returned to the place. In the sleepy village, the grandfather who adopted it has passed away for many years. Finally, after the sword dust that has no dependents has been adopted to worship his grandfather, he left the small village and walked alone. Since the acceptance of the world and his current identity, Jianchen began to practice the Ziqing sword code, and now he has been practicing for half a year. Chapter 4 Practice Step. The Ziqing sword code is divided into 12 layers. One of them is a smelt. As the saying goes, in order to have a strong martial arts, you must first have a strong body. After all, any martial arts moves rely on the body to perform. The first layer of the Ziqing sword code is about the method of smelting. Most of the martial arts people in the rivers and lakes rely on exercise, and do some mandatory actions to strengthen their body, so that they are strong, and even some people's muscles are one big one. Large bumps make the muscles of the whole body fast and clear, the naked eye is clearly visible, and even some people's body is as hard as steel. In the view of Jianchen, this method of training the body is no different from destroying one's own body. It is simply trying to narrow down the function of one's own body. This will make your physical strength far more than ordinary people, but the same to yourself. The body also causes a lot of damage. This kind of person often has a very short lifespan, especially when entering the old age, and there are a series of problems in the body. Among the martial arts people in the rivers and lakes, although some people in martial art have their own methods of smelting, these methods of smelting are not influential in the view of Jianchen, and the fundamentals are not the right path. Even the Yijin temple of Shaolin Temple is no exception. Although Yujinjing is both internal and external, it can be used to train internal forces. In addition, it can be used to train the skin and bones. However, in the case of Yujinjing, there is no deep-seated bone marrow for the exercise of the skin and bones. In the view of Jianchen, Yijinjing is only able to exercise the skin and bones on the surface of the human body, and has not achieved the true effect of smelting. The method of smelting recorded in the Ziqing swordsmanship is a very deep and magical method. It pays attention to absorbing the air of the heavens and the earth, and then transforms the air of heaven and earth into the bone marrow of the flesh, making every body of the body. The parts, every cell, and even the internal organs of the internal organs and various organs have been strengthened, and they are depolarized in essence, which not only can achieve a good smelting effect, but also have endless benefits to the body. The life of the limit is extended, and when you cultivate to the later stage, your body will become stronger with your increasing internal force. It is more noted in the Ziqing sword code. If you can practice the method of cultivating to the highest level, it can even be the same as the world. However, the method of smelting is related to your own strength. Only the stronger the body in your body can make your body stronger. After all, the sculpt method recorded in the Ziqing sword code is the infuriating in the body. Into the whole body, once the strength of the body and the body of your body reach a balance point, you must break this balance as soon as possible, and strive to enhance the strength of the infuriating, so as to further enhance your physical body. The gas of the heavens and the earth is continuously absorbed by the sword dust, running in a specific cycle in the meridians of the body, and then under the control of the sword dust, it is integrated into every cell and the internal organs of the body. Since coming to this strange world, the only thing that excites Jianchen is the atmosphere of heaven and earth. The atmosphere here is very strong, and it is more than 100 times thicker than the world he used to live in. His previous survival of the world has undoubtedly become a poor village, a paradise, a hell. Between the two, simply cannot be compared. This is the only place where Jianchen is happy. However, what makes Jianchen puzzled is that the world's atmosphere in the world is comparable to the atmosphere of heaven and earth in his predecessor world. Although the two are roughly the same, Jianchen has carefully discovered the world's world. There is a special amount of energy in the gas, which is only a small part of the gas of heaven and earth, and is closely connected with the gas of the heavens and the earth, as if it is one and the same. The two do not separate each other. When this energy was inhaled into the body by him, it did not produce any unsuitable state. Therefore, Jianchen did not rule out this special energy that is different from the natural gas. But for this kind of energy, Jianchen is also very curious. There is always a thought in the brain to hover, that is, this energy is not so simple. As the converted heaven and earth gas is continuously integrated into the flesh, Jianchen also feels very clear that every cell in his body and the singular 8 veins and the internal organs of the body are constantly strengthening. The transformation of the heavens and the earth is like a big tonic for them. They seem to live alive, and they are desperately absorbing the air of these heavens and earth, as if they are a hungry tiger. At the same time, Jianchen also felt that the body was so refreshing and uncomfortable, and there was a sense of comfort that could not be said. In a twinkling of an eye, another year has passed. Now, it has been 2 years since Jianchen came to this strange world. In the past 2 years, Jianchen has not had a step in Shenyang, and he has been idle all day. It is the first layer of the heart of the Ziqing sword code, which is cultivated in his own room. Perhaps it is because the atmosphere of the heavens and the earth is 100 times stronger than the world where the sword dust was in the predecessor. This year has made great achievements in the refining, and now Jianchen has no doubt, if it is an ordinary weapon, in the hands of the people, they can't make any harm to themselves. Even the outer layer of his body is not punctured. Of course, this is just the feeling of Jianchen. He will not try to do this for stupidity. In the past year, Jianchen's body has developed rapidly at an incredible speed. At the age of 2, he is almost 1 meter tall and looks like a 2-year-old child. Is a child of 5 or 6 years old. This scene makes everyone in Shenyang House feel very amazed. Almost everyone has very high expectations for Jianchen. I hope he is really a talented genius, but all this must wait for him 3 years old. Only then can I confirm. For all of this, Jianchen felt very helpless. He didn't understand whether his body was so fast because he had cultivated the method of smelting the body in the Ziqing sword code. Because he had not touched the purple at this age in his previous life. Qing Jiandian. When Jianchen went to the dining hall with his mother by Yuntian to eat dinner, he still habitually locked himself in the room, locked the door, knees on the bed, hands on his knees, eyes closed, with 5 hearts in the sky. However, at this time, Jianchen did not practice, but was thinking. He has been in this world for 2 years. In the past 2 years, Jianchen did not step out of Shenyang, and most of the time was in the whole day. He has spent a lot of time in the room. So far, he knows too little about the world. It can be said that except for Shenyang, he simply doesn't know what kind of world it is, even what it's outside. He is also very clear in his heart. He is now only a 2-year-old child in his eyes. A 2-year-old child is usually happy in the arms of his parents. He can't touch this at all. Aspects of things. After thinking about it in bed, Jianchen finally decided to wait until tomorrow, and then asked his mother. He felt that it was necessary to know what kind of world the world is. After thinking about this, Jianchen slowly opened his eyes and got out of bed. Tonight, he did not practice sitting on the bed as usual, but stood straight in the center of the room, slightly closed. In the brain of Jianchen, a very mysterious pace gradually emerged. Then, a picture suddenly appeared in the brain of Jianchen. The picture was like a continuous flow of movies. I saw one wearing white. The robes and the young people who bear the long swords are walking fast on the ground. The speed of the young people is very fast. If they are ordinary people, I am afraid that the young people's body shape cannot be seen because of the speed of the young people. It was too fast, although it only moved in a small space, but behind him he faintly dragged a series of phantoms. This young man is the predecessor of Jian Shen, and this set of steps is also recorded in the Ziqing sword code, very mysterious. When the moonlight in the sky shone through the cracks in the window, suddenly, the sword dust standing in the center of the room suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he finally moved, only to see his legs at an incredible speed. Quickly sliding, almost a phantom has formed, and if you want to keep your legs at such a high speed, even some people who have used it can never do this. The legs of Jian Shen are stepping on the ground with a mysterious and regular trajectory. With the high-speed movement of the pace, the body with his body is also fast in the room at a very fast speed. The speed was already blowing a whirlwind in the room. However, this scene did not last long, and Jian Shen quickly stopped. At this moment, his face was already a little white, slightly gasping, and his feet could not help but tremble slightly. Jian Shen slowly walked to the window and sat down, bent down, holding his legs with both hands. Stepping on the mysterious pace lasted for a little while. Jian Shen's legs were extremely soft, and I felt that I could not afford the slightest strength. Jian Shen shook his head helplessly. No matter what martial arts he practiced, he must first practice a good bone. This sentence is true, and the higher the martial arts, the higher the requirements, the more he just stepped out. The set of steps, if there is not a strong body and strong instinct support, cannot last long. After all, an ordinary flesh can not only play so fast, and once the speed of movement exceeds the physical body, the limit will cause some damage to your body. It is not that easy to practice a high level of skill. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the legs will be raised. After the legs return to normal, the sword dust will sit on the bed with the knees and enter the state of absorbing the aura of the heavens and the earth. The night passed by, and in the twinkling of an eye, the sky was already bright, and at this time, a voice came in from the door of Jian Shen. For young masters, dawn, it's time to get up. Listening to the voice is obviously the voice of a girl. The sound of the sword sitting on the bed slowly opened his eyes and said in the childish voice, I know, Safflower sister, I am already up. Speaking, Jian Shen got up and got out of bed. At the same time, the door was opened. I saw two young girls, who were about 18 years old, coming in from outside the door. Both of them had a large tray in their hands, one of which had a basin on it. A brand new towel was placed neatly next to the basin, which was the furniture used for washing the face, while the tray on the other hand was placed with some utensils for brushing the teeth. Chapter 5 Tianyuan Continental. Saffron's sister, Dongmei's sister, it is really hard for you. Looking at two young girls who are only about 18 years old, Jian Shen said softly. These two girls are the rings in the Chanyang government. They are the ones who specialize in the daily affairs of Jian Shen. After the automatic sword dust alone lives in a room, his mother Bai Yuntian specially sent these two rings to serve Jian Shen. After listening to the words of Jian Shen, the two rings smiled sweetly, and one of them said, For young masters, you must not be so polite. As a ring, these are all we should do. Yeah, for young masters, you can't say this in the future. If the general manager hears you, we will be very severely punished. Another ring said. Jian Shen smiled slightly and said, Do not worry, I will not say this in front of outsiders. Jian Shen also understands very well that the concept of the ranks in Chanyang House is very strong, as the four young masters in the Chanyang House. If this sentence is by outsiders, I heard it, and said that these two rings will really be subject to some punishment. After washing, Jian Shen left his room and walked to his mother's room in Baiyunshan as usual. His mother's room was not far from his room, only a short distance of more than 20 meters. Just entering the door, Jian Shen saw the mother who was dressing up at the dressing table, and there were two rings waiting on the side. Xianger, how come so early today? As soon as I saw the sword dust, Baiyunshan's face showed a soft smile, and the eyes of Jian Shen were full of love. Looking at the love of Baiyunshan eyes, the heart of Jianchen is completely softened. In the past life, Jianchen lost his parents from childhood, and he did not know what is called maternal love. He never experienced it, but since he came here, however, he really felt the power of maternal love. At the same time, in the heart of Jianchen, some faintly cherished this hard-won maternal love. Jianchen came to Bian Tian and reached out and touched his stomach. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "The child is hungry." After the exercise last night, the stomach of Jianchen is really hungry. It is. Bian Tian reached out and touched the head of Jianchen. He smiled and said, "When I will go to the dining hall with my mother." Yeah. Jianchen nodded slightly, his face showed a satisfying look, but he was very happy to enjoy the mother's caring heart. After a pause, Jianchen shouted again, "Mother." Biyun Tianmu lightly looked at the sword dust, softly said, "Xianger, if you have anything, just say it." Jianchen hesitated, sorted out the ideas in the lower brain, and then looked at Baiyunshan and said, "Mother, can you tell the child what kind of world is outside?" After listening to this, Baiyunshan clearly squatted and immediately said, "Xianger, are you interested in the outside world?" "Baby is just curious," said Jianchen. Baiyunshan smiled slightly and said, "Xianger, the world outside is very vast, and it is very complicated. It is not clear in a few words. If you want to know what kind of world is outside, then it is better going to the library to read some books." Said here, Baiyunshan looked helpless, said, "But Xiang children do not know the words, even if you go to the library, you don't know the words written on the book. Mother, why don't you send someone to teach me literacy?" Jianchen's tone was a little dissatisfied. When Yan, Baiyuntian screamed and said, "Xiang you are only 2 years old now, the 2-year-old child will start to read, this thing has never been heard, and on our Tianyuan continent. There has never been such a thing. Generally speaking, even the children who started literacy at the earliest have to wait until they are 4 or 5 years old." The sword dust stunned, and then said, "Mother, the baby wants to literate now, then can you find someone to teach me?" After listening to this, Baiyunshan suddenly stayed for a moment, and even with a smile of joy, said, "Xianger, literacy is a very hard thing, and it is very boring. We must know that there are so many words on our mainland. It's not a short time to finish, are you sure you're going to start literacy now?" Jianchen nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes." I got a positive reply from Jianchen. The smile on Baiyunshan's face was even more splendid. "I was happy, since it's Xian's initiative, it's also very supportive for you." Baiyunshan turned slightly. Road, Small Willow. "You will go to the most famous teaching book in the city of Lore. Please come to the house, let him teach me to be literate." "Yes, ma'am." The respectful demeanor of the circle that helped Baiyunshan comb his hair. "Xianger, it's not too late, let's go to the dining hall, don't starve yourself." The day passed quickly. The next morning, the mother of the sword dust, Baiyun Tian, who came to him for the early days, came to the house and began to teach the knowledge of Jianchen. Since then, all the time of Jianchen during the day, almost all spent in serious literacy, because Jianchen retains the memory of past lives. The spirit of the space is strong, so the knowledge of this new world is not difficult for Jianchen. Especially, under the careful guidance of some people, it seems to be more relaxed, and he has a hard memory that is almost unforgettable, so the study text is progressing very fast, but it took only 3 months. I will fully understand the words that are common on the mainland. The speed of Jianchen's learning of the text made the teacher fascinated. Then when his mother Baiyuntian knew that Jianchen had completely acquired the text in just 3 months, he could not believe it. In the end, I accepted this fact after personal test. After all, if I want to learn all the common words on the mainland, at least at the normal speed, it will take at least 1 or 2 years or more, and Jianchen in just 3. In a month's time, the homework that others have completed in a year or 2 is completed. No genius-like mind is simply impossible to complete. This matter was quickly known by Jianchen's father, Chan Yangba, who visited him in the room of Jianchen. "Xianger, you have worked hard during this time. Let's relax now, and the father can give you a reward. As a hard earner of your hard work literacy these months, I don't know if you want to. What rewards are you? Changyangba looked at Jianchen with a smile and said softly. With such a genius son, his heart is also very proud, and naturally it is even more concerned about Jianchen. After listening to this, Jianchen's eyes lit up and he said without hesitation, "Hey, let's let the children go to the library to read some books. By the way, you can also increase some insights." Chang Jiangba's eyes lit up and looked at Jianchen's eyes with a hint of gratification. He laughed and said, "Of course, there is no problem. Xianger, you have such a motivated heart, and the father is happy for you. Now I approve you can enter freely after the bookstore." "Thank you." Jianchen's face also showed a happy smile. Can enter the library is also a happy thing for Jianchen. After all, he gradually understood this time. The bookstore is not accessible to anyone who is casual. It must be a disciple of 6 years old or older to be eligible to enter. Of course, if it is approved by the owner, it is not counted. Later, Chang Jiangba left the place with the warmth of the sword dust. When Changyangbai left, Jianchen could not sit still. He immediately left the room and walked toward the library. After all, he came to him for 3 months. Efforts to literate, everything is just to be able to enter the library to read the books on the details of this world. Although there is some information about this world, Jianchen can also ask his mother, but the books in the book are more detailed and more comprehensive, so Jianchen will value these books so much. The position of the bookstore, Jianchen, was already heard, just in a high tower in the backyard of the family. When Jianchen stepped into the backyard, he immediately felt that a large number of masters were hidden around him, and his eyes were falling on his own body like snakes. Jianchen stood upright and pretended to walk toward the tower in front of him. If people knew that he could feel the eyes of those who were hiding in the shadows, I would immediately introduce him a series of trouble. After all, his appearance today is only a 2-year-old child, and he does not understand the slightest martial arts. Although there are quite a few disciples in the Changyang government, there are very few people in this library, so in addition to seeing several guards responsible for standing guards, Jianchen never saw other people. Soon after, he came to the martial art of the tower. Jianchen stopped his footsteps and looked up slightly. He saw a very large plaque hanging on the gate of the tower. The dragon and the phoenix danced with 3 large characters, book collection. In front of the entrance door, there are 2 guards guarding, but Jianchen can see at a glance that these guards have weak strength. Jianchen went straight to the front door of the tower. When he opened the door, he walked straight in. The 2 guards who stood guard at the door did not have any blockage. They seemed to be a wood carving. They stood still and motionless. Even when I saw Jianchen, I didn't even say hello. When the sword dust entered the tower, it was a long corridor. At the moment, it was clear during the day and the sun was shining, but it was dark in the corridor, and on the walls on both sides of the corridor, every distance would linger. A fist-sized night pearl is used to provide the light here. This corridor is very long. It is estimated that the entire tower is divided into 2 areas. When the sword dust came to the end of the corridor, it met 2 ramps. For young masters, the owner has orders, you have the right to enter the left area. At this moment, an old voice sounded. With the voice, a tall figure gradually emerged in the darkness. I heard the sound, the meaning of the sword dust turned around, although the light here is very dim, but it is very clear to see the person in the darkness. I saw that it is a very old man, full of white hair and an old face is full of wrinkles, wearing a gray robes of old color, and a pair of eyes are also plain, giving people the feeling is a very ordinary old man. Although the old man looks very ordinary in any way, Jianchen does not dare to look down on the old man. He can clearly feel that this old man is a very powerful master, and he still came to this world. Since then, the strongest person he has ever seen, even his father, Chang Jiangba, is far from being comparable to the old man in front of him. Chapter 6 Holy Test. Although Jianchen found the strength of the old man, he did not show any expression on his face. He nodded silently and whispered, then passed by the old man and walked toward the corridor on the left. When it came to the end of the corridor, the light in front of Jian Chen's eyes suddenly turned bright. He had already arrived in a very wide room. The light here was very bright, and there was no difference compared with the white outside. In this room, there are a lot of bookshelves arranged neatly, and there are a lot of books on them. If the books in the whole room are added up, it is estimated that there are at least 1,000 books. Jian Chen looked up at the ceiling slightly, because he knew that the light here was so bright, it was the credit of the ceiling. The ceiling of the roof did not know what material was made, but it could emit a soft glare. Although the light is strong, it is not glaring. Although very curious about the ceiling, Jian Chen did not waste time on this, went straight to a bookshelf, carefully selected a few, and finally took out a book that he needs most now. This book clearly records the description of the whole continent. The books are not thick. The sword dust has been read in 2 or 3 hours. At the same time, the mind has finally got some general understanding of this strange world. This continent is called the land of the Tianyuan continent. The mainland is very vast. There are countless large and small countries. In the territory of these countries, there are various cities of different sizes. The largest of these cities is called the super city. The area of each super main city is very large, and the supreme ruler of these cities is a city owner, with millions or even tens of millions of city guards. However, on the entire Tianyuan continent, there are only 7 supermaster cities, which are occupied by the 3 most powerful empire. The Karal Empire and the Farista Empire respectively control 2 supermaster cities, and the last sacred empire it is also the master of 3 supermasters. Under the super main city, the second is Wangcheng, but the area of Wangcheng is much smaller than that of the super main city. The number is much higher than that of the super main city. There is at least 1 king city in almost every kingdom. There are millions of city guards, and under the king city is a first-class city. It has 800,000 city-level military, 2-tier cities, 400,000 city-level military, 3-tier cities, and 200,000 city-level military, and 3-tier cities. Below is the town. The town has 100,000 city guards. Under the town is a village of different sizes. The guards are all composed of the village name, but the total number is less than 50,000, with the strength and equipment are also a lot worse. Everyone on the Tianyuan continent is a force of cultivation called the power of the Holy Spirit. When the power of the Holy Spirit in their bodies reaches the 10th level, they will condense into a sacred soldier in the body according to the Master's thoughts. The shape of the sacred soldier is very strange, and the specific shape is completely formed according to the Master's thought. Since the sacred soldiers are completely condensed by the power of the Holy Spirit in the individual, the sacred soldiers are formed in spirit and are connected with the Master. Some talented people, when the sacred gang is just condensed, will bring some attributes. These are the forces of earth, wind, water, fire, light, and darkness, among which light, the dark 2 elements are very rare and very powerful. The light elements have a very powerful healing power, and those who have the light elements of the sacred soldiers have the title of undead on the Tianyuan continent, because once they are injured in battle, they will quickly recover by healing ability. In the same level of combat, if it is not a hit, it will be difficult to kill them. The dark elements are very corrosive, not only very troublesome, but also the most difficult one, especially in the dark. They are coming, no trace, there is a dark night on the mainland. The title of the king, the night, is their world. The other 4 attributes also have their corresponding abilities. The size of the ability is determined according to your own strength. Of course, on the Tianyuan continent, there are no ones in the sacred possession of attributes. More people are not sacred. Any attribute, and in the same level of battle, people with attributes are often much more powerful than people without attributes. The sacred soldier is the most powerful weapon for everyone. When fighting, the sacred soldier can be summoned from the body in an instant to assist the master to fight and let the master play the super strength. At the same time, the sacred soldier and the master are also related to life. If the soldier is traumatized, it will cause some damage to the owner. If the sacred soldier is broken, the owner will be dealt a fatal blow. The situation is serious and may even die. However, the sacred soldiers are very hard, unless the strength is stronger than the number of patriarchs, otherwise, it will not cause any harm to the sacred soldiers. After the formation of the sacred soldiers, the future cultivation methods also enhance the strength of the sage by absorbing the aura between the heavens and the earth to make the sages stronger. After the formation of the holy soldiers, it became a sage, and the strength of the saints on the Tianyuan continent was also divided into 9 levels, namely, the saint, the great saint, the holy teacher, the great saint, the earth holy division, sky master, holy king, holy emperor, holy emperor. Each level is divided into 3 small levels, which are pre-dash, mid-dash, and post-stage. On the Tianyuan continent, there is a huge mountain range that almost traverses the entire continent. This mountain is called the Warcraft Mountains. There are endless warcraft in it, but the deeper it is, the stronger the strength of warcraft. The level of warcraft is divided into 9 levels. The level of World of Warcraft is equivalent to the human saint. The strength of the second level of Warcraft is equivalent to the human saint, so that the 8 levels of Warcraft are equivalent to the human emperor. And the 9-level Warcraft is equivalent to the human emperor. At the same time, there is a very popular occupation on the Tianyuan continent, that is, mercenaries. According to the books, there are many mercenaries on the Tianyuan continent, almost all over the mainland. These mercenaries usually rely on various kinds of mercenaries. Different missions to get money, but more mercenaries are hunting Warcraft in the Warcraft Mountains, and gain magic money to make money. Although the danger is very large, the profit is very rich, because the magic core is very expensive on the Tianyuan continent, and the more advanced the magic core, the more expensive the price, some high-level magic core even at all not measured by money. The magic core is almost a very important item for everyone on the Tianyuan continent. The magic core contains very pure and powerful energy. This energy can be directly absorbed, thus rapidly enhancing its own strength, and it is better than absorbing the heaven and earth. It's going on several times, but using the magic core to cultivate, this is not something that ordinary people can afford. In addition to these, Jianshen also understands from the book, the world is very cruel. There are almost everywhere fighting here, more sinister than the rivers and lakes where he lived in the past. If there is no strong strength, in the outside world it's hard to survive. Moreover, this continent is also cultivated by everyone. However, many people are of a mediocre qualification. In the end of their lives, they cannot cultivate the sanctity of the body to the 10th floor, thus condensing the sacred soldiers in the body. There is no rely on mountains, and they are often at the lowest level of the Tianyuan continent. It is equivalent to the peasants in the poor township. After reading these materials, Jianshen has some understanding of this strange world, the sacred forces, the power of elements, world of Warcraft, magic, mercenary, all of which are so fresh for Jianshen. At the same time, Jianshen's heart began to smash, and that is the yearning for the outside world. He now wants to leave Changyang House immediately, go outside and feel some outside world style. However, Jianshen knows that at least in the past few years, he is unlikely to achieve this wish, let alone his parents will not let his children who are not even 3 years old go out. I am afraid that even if he really went out, there is no ability to protect yourself. In the next period of time, Jianshen practiced harder. In addition to eating and some daily activities, the rest of the time almost shut himself in the room to practice, and now his first stage of Ziqing swords has not completed the basic part, so the gas of heaven and earth that he inhaled into the body is all integrated into every cell in his body, the internal organs and the limbs, which essentially strengthens every part of the body. When his flesh reaches the strength of these worlds, he will not be able to form any strengthening effect. Jianshen will take the second step and formally cultivate the infuriating spirit. So far, Jianshen has a far stronger than ordinary people. Outside the body, Dan Tianzhong is empty, and there is no point in it. In the past life, Jianshen practiced Ziqing swordsman in the step of sculpt in only 1 year to complete, and in this world, the atmosphere of the world is much stronger than his previous life, so now he spent the time of the year has not yet been completed, but the strength of the body is definitely much stronger than that of his previous life. For Jin Chen to hide in his room all day, his parents did not reveal the strange look, because every child in the Chang'an government who just turned 2 years old, parents will pass on their basics law, then let them practice for 1 year, and when they are 3 years old, they will conduct a test of the Holy Spirit to assess their potential and qualifications. Similarly, when Jian Chen was just 2 years old, his mother Bai Yuntian also uttered a basic method of giving him a pass, but for this method of venting, Jian Chen glanced in the brain directly. He was left behind, because this thing for him, non-condensation, is a toy that an adult plays with a child. Therefore, Jian Chen kept shutting himself in the room all day, and the outsiders would think that Jian Chen was practicing the piece of the law, and he was not confused. Early the next morning, Jian Chen ended his cultivation for one night. Today is his special day, because today is his 3-year-old birthday. At the same time, today he will carry every child who is 3 years old on Tianyuan. A holy test must be conducted. After going to the dining hall to eat breakfast with her mother Bai Yuntian, Jian Chen walked toward the main hall of Changyang House under the leadership of her mother. The area of Changyang Prefecture is very large. The area where Jian Chen lives is only a small courtyard in Changyang Prefecture. Walking on the road, Jian Chen keeps looking at Changyang House. In the past 3 years, most of the time, Jian Chen worked hard in the room and rarely visited Changyang. In Changyang Prefecture, a team of armored escorts patrolled in every area, and a pair of sly eyes kept glanced back and forth in some hidden places. Although it was daytime, they still did not relax. When Jian Chen passed through a wide-scale performance field, he was attracted by a young and screaming voice. I saw that dozens of children under the age of 10 were taught by a middle-aged man. Woo! Jian Chen knows clearly that these children are some of the disciples in the Changyang government. There are more than 1,000 people in the Changyang government. In addition to half of the family's guards and servants, the other half are almost members of the Changyang government. After passing through the military field, Jian Chen, under the leadership of his mother's Bai Yuntian, finally came to the main hall of the central government of Changyang. Chapter 7: Forgotten Genius. The hall is very vast, and the area inside is extremely huge. At this moment, there are more than a dozen people sitting in the hall, all of them are middle-aged men dressed in different styles. Bai Yuntian walks straight to the front seat of a seat close to the main seat with a sword dust. If he wants to have a seat here, he must have a certain status. Although Jian Chen is the 4 sons of Changyang Prefecture, but now there is no place for him here, so Jian Chen and his mother Bai Yuntian are sitting in the same seat. Jian Chen was very well behaved sitting next to his mother, Bai Yuntian, waiting quietly and not talking. Soon, some people in the hall continued to walk in, and then found their position quietly. Even the 3 aunts of Jian Chen came in with their children. Hey, for brothers, today is the day when you carry out the test of the holy power. You must also strive to be angry. Don't let the second sister down. Changyang Mingyue, a lovely smile full of smiles, used against Jian Chen, said in a very light tone. Although the sound is very light, in this quiet hall, it is clear to everyone. Mingyue. The mother of Changyang Mingyue frowned at her, her voice sighing with a bit of blame. Changyang Mingyue smiled lightly, and spit out his tongue at the lovely dust of Jian Chen. He did not continue to talk. He sat quietly on his mother's side, and a pair of bright big eyes fluttered and flashed, constantly looking at the people in the hall. Soon, the people in the hall were full, and the eyes of everyone in the hall were swept over the sword dust from time to time. In the eyes, they all had a look of expectation. This time they gathered together, all because of today. It is the day when Jian Chen was 3 years old to carry out the test of the holy power. If you are an ordinary disciple, you will not be so high-spirited when you conduct the test of the holy power. However, Jian Chen's identity is different. It is the child of the owner of Changyang House, and coupled with the talents of others from childhood, almost Changyang everyone in the government has a very high expectation. Therefore, when Jian Chen conducts the test of the holy power, it is natural that these people who have some status in the Changyang government are very concerned. After all, how much achievements Jian Yun has in the future, today's holy test will be a very important start. When everyone came to Qi, Jian Shen's father, Changyang Pa, came to the main hall and stepped on the throne of the position of the homeowner. Changyang's gaze stayed on the sword dust for a while, with a faint smile on his face, and then looked around for a week. After talking about the scene, Jian Shen's holy test began very quickly. "Uncle, you have trouble rituals for the dog's test of the holy power," Changyang Tyrant said politely to an old man sitting next to him. The old man seems to be 60 or 70 years old. He is wearing a gray shirt and his white hair. His face is covered with wrinkles, but the eyes are stunned. The old man smiled slightly and said, "The homeowner is polite." He said. The old man got up and walked to the center of the main hall. He smiled and looked at Jian Shen. He said in a tone and awkwardness, "For young masters, please." Bian Tian looked lovingly at the sword dust sitting next to him, and the voice was soft. "Xianger, hey, go to uncle, let Dishu test the power in your body." "Yeah." Jian Shen gently whispered, very nicely left the seat, stepped on a small step to the old man called Dishu. Uncle Deer did not talk nonsense, slowly lifted his right hand. Then, a silver-white ring worn by Dishu on his right hand suddenly lit up with white light. Then, Uncle's right hand waved and only heard it. A slight vibration sounded from the ground, and then, on the ground that was originally empty, there was no sign of a white stone half a meter high. The white stone was obviously polished, rectangular, half a meter high. Both thickness and width are about 1 foot. Looking at this suddenly appeared white stone, Jian Shen rubbed his eyes. For this sudden appearance of white rock, it seems very strange. Then, Jian Shen's gaze moved to the uncle's right hand, staring straight at the one being Uncle Dai's silver-white ring on the middle finger. The brain quickly reveals a message that is seen in the book. The space ring is made of very special and rare materials. The ring has its own space. The space is large and small. The smallest one is only 1 meter cubic. The big one can even reach the cube of 100 meters. It can be stored freely. The object of life is a very expensive item on the Tianyuan continent, and ordinary people simply cannot own it. I noticed that Jian Shen looked at the space ring worn on his own hand. Uncle smiled slightly. Almost every person who saw him took out the holy stone of the test force from the space ring would steal. With such a look, for this kind of gaze, Uncle has no idea how many times he has seen it. For young masters, please put a hand on this holy stone, Uncle said with a smile. Shengshur is a special stone that can test the strength and attributes of the Holy Spirit in each individual body. It is widely spread on the Tianyuan continent. It is the only prop to test the strength of the individual. The result of the holy stone test is replaced by the color of the light. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. The red is the division of strength below the saints, the orange represents the saints, the yellow is the strength of the great saints, and the class is pushed, the blue is the earthly sage, the purple is the sky sage. As for the sky sage, the holy king, the holy emperor, the strongest of the holy emperor, their strength is not tested by the holy stone. When Jian Shen regained his gaze, extended a hand and placed it on this white stone called holy stone. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the hall are gathered on the white sacred stone. Everyone can't help but look forward to it. I don't know how much potential there is in the talented sword dust from an early age. When the hand of Jian Shen was placed on the holy stone, Uncle also gave birth to a holy stone on the holy stone, which was started by a special method. Suddenly, Jian Shen only felt a kind of quirky energy flowing from the holy stone and entered the body along his own arm. This strange energy is very gentle. After swimming around in his body, he will follow it again. Return your own arm to the holy stone. Uncle's old eyes are closely watching the changes of the holy stone, but after a while, the holy stone is still the same, and there has not been a slight change. How is this possible? Shengshur actually did not reflect it. Uncle could not help but whispered. The smile on his face gradually disappeared and became dignified, and in the eyes of Jian Shen, it was a very strange look, and it was a little faint. Noticing the expression on Uncle's face and the sacred stone that didn't move at all, the people in the hall seemed to realize what they were. and their faces couldn't help but change. "Look at me, I look at you," everyone's eyes, with a look of suspicion. Some people sighed a little and showed a trace of pity. The face of Chen Jiangba gradually became ugly, and by Urchin, his face was slowly pale, and his face was full of unbelievable looks. Uncle took a deep breath and he was unbelievable about this result. He immediately started the appreciation again, but the result was still the same. The holy stone did not react at all. For this result, Uncle dear is also unbelievable. The 4 young masters who were called geniuses from an early age are actually a waste person who cannot be cultivated. Uncle was very disappointed inside. His eyes looked at the very calm sword dust, and then turned and said to Chang Pa, "Home, after testing, has now concluded that the 4 young masters cannot cultivate the holy power." When I heard this announcement, Urchin's face had become pale and pale, without a trace of blood, staring at Jian Chen, and muttered in his mouth, "Impossible, impossible, how could Xianger be a waste person?" After muttering a few words, Urchin only felt dizzy, and at the end of the first glimpse, he fell to the chair and fainted. For a son who has always been called a genius, he was actually a waste person. This result is obviously unacceptable to her. No mother can accept such a thing, let alone live in a large family. Upon hearing this result, everyone in the hall sighed helplessly. The eyes of Jian Chen were filled with regret and disappointment. The 3 ants of Jian Chen's euphonian and the big ant were exquisite. I was relieved, and I was filled with gloating in the eyes of Jian Chen and Biyun Tianmuzi. "Ah, for sisters, what's wrong with you? For sisters, you wake up. For sisters, you wake up." At this time, sitting on the side of Urchin, the white jade cream found a coma in the past, Urchin, and shouting anxiously. Hearing the shout of Bai Yushuang, Chanyang suddenly found the blue sky in the past, and sighed slightly. Chen Jiangba waved his hand and said, "Fro sir, help Yuner to rest." Jian Chen also quickly came to Urchin. Under the condition that everyone did not pay attention, the right hand had been gently pressed on Urchin's wrist. After testing the pulsation of Urchin, Jian Chen had confirmed Bai Yuntian does not have much problem. Jian Chen looked at the people in the lobby and the disappointed father. He felt very helpless in his heart and secretly sighed. Then Jian Chen followed the white jade cream holding his mother and came out of the hall. Oh. But after Jian Chen left, Chanyang Pai sighed heavily. His face looked disappointing. He originally had very high expectations for his 4th son, but he didn't want to expect more. The disappointment was also greater. In the end, it was actually the result. His 4th son, Changyang Shangtian, was actually a waste man who could not cultivate. Homeowners, don't be too concerned about it. Although the 4 young masters can't practice, they may have very talented talents in other areas. A middle-aged man sitting in the room comforted. Chen Jiangba waved his hand and said with amazement, "You should not mention this matter again. Everyone is scattered." When the words were finished, Chanyang Pai got up and left here. Although he understands that his 4th son may have outstanding talents in other aspects, the most important thing in the world is force. After all, force is the foundation of everything. Changjiangfu Sigonzi Chanyang Shangtian is a practice of cultivating waste people. It was quickly spread to every corner of Chanyang House. For this matter, some people are happy and sad, but what is certain is that Chanyang Shangtian the status in Chanyang Prefecture will definitely drop rapidly. In a large room, Jian Chen quietly sat on the edge of the bed, combing his face, low head, and did not know what he was thinking, and his mother Bai Yuntian still did not wake up, his eyes were closed. Lying in bed. In addition to Jian Chen and his mother and several hoes in the room, his 3 aunts Bai Yushuang and the 2nd sister Chanyang Mingyue are also here. Chapter 8 Misfortune. Looking at the sword dust that looked down, Chanyang Mingyue's big eyes smashed, then went to the side of Jian Chen and said, "For brothers, you should not be too upset. If someone bullies you later, you will tell your sister, I will give you a meal for you." Chanyang Mingyue thought that Jian Chen was sad because he could not cultivate the holy power. After listening to this, Jian Shen's face could not help but reveal a smile. He looked up at Changyang Mingyue and said, "Do not worry, second sister, I am not so bullied." Only Jian Shen himself understands that he is not unable to cultivate the holy power here, but that he has absorbed all the absorbed forces of the Holy Spirit into the flesh for the sake of smelting, so that his body is still empty now, and there is no point in Dantian. Holy power, otherwise, today's test results will definitely not be the case. Unfortunately, in these cases, Jian Shen is really unable to say it. Once he said it, he could not explain these things. He would not say anything about the Ziqing sword code. Otherwise, I am afraid this work. The origin of the law will become a big problem. Although Jian Shen understands that this situation will definitely lower his position in Chanyang Prefecture, he does not care about this, and there is still some expectation in the heart. Once things really develop into this, then it's no doubt easier to leave Chanyang. If you are really put on a genius title, I am afraid that if you want to leave Chanyang House to go outside, it will not be so easy. At least, before their strength is not recognized by them, they will never let themselves go. Go out. Xian'er. Xian'er. The soft call was uploaded from the bed. At this time, the mother of Jian Shen finally woke up. As soon as I heard the sound, the spirit of Jian Shen rose and immediately turned to come to Baiyunshen. "Mother, baby is here, you are fine." Baiyun Tianmu looked at Jian Shen in a complicated way inside. "Yes, it's okay, Xian'er." Baiyunshen said with a sigh of relief. Looking at Jian Shen's eyes is very complicated. There are sorrows, sadness, and a trace of pain. For sisters, don't bother too much. Xiangtian is very smart from an early age. Although it is a great regret to be unable to cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit, in my opinion, Xiangtian is not so simple. His future achievements are still there is no limit. After all, he has a clever mind that no other child has. The white jade cream standing on the side came to the bed and said comfortably. Baiyunshen nodded slightly and said, "I also understand this truth." As you look at the sword dust, a white palm is gently stroking the head of Jian Shen, and softly said, "Xian'er, you don't need to use it." Sad, your second aunt is right. Although you can't cultivate the holy power, you have a clever mind. In other places, you may have very good achievements. After listening to this, Jian Shen's face showed a hint of hesitation. Looking at his mother, Jian Shen's heart was also very uncomfortable. At this moment, he really wanted to tell his mother the truth of the matter and say that it's not that you can't cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit, but in the end, Jian Shen still resisted and said, "Mother, don't worry, the baby won't let you down." For this hard-won maternal love, Jian Shen is very cherished. On this day, Jian Shen stayed with his mother all day in the room until the night. During the period, Chanyang Pa also came to visit Baiyunshen, but soon left, and for Jian Shen, Changyang the performance of the tyrant today is very different from that of the past. His attitude toward the sword dust has gradually cooled down. All this, Jian Shen is in his eyes. In a twinkling of an eye, it has been 4 years since the test of the Jian Shen Shengli. During this period, when Jian Shen was fine, all of them were locked up in the room to practice. The time of cultivation was longer than before, sometimes even I can't see Jian Shen out of the house. In the past 4 years, the position of Jian Shen in the Changyang government has dropped a lot. Even Changyang Pa has become cold to him. In the past 4 years, he has never taken the initiative to look at him once. His mother Baiyun Tian almost visited Jian Shen every day, and her love for Jian Shen did not change. In the early morning of the next day, the sword dust sitting on the bed and knees slowly opened his eyes and ended the cultivation of one night. Then he saw him slightly revealing his hands and palms, and gradually appeared a group of white light, and then the sword dust volley a beautiful turnover from the bed, steadily landed on the ground, and both hands were inserted into the ground at the same time. Just listening to a slight noise, Jian Shen's small hands are as hard as 2 small steel plates, easily on the very hard floor on the ground. Only the part above the palm is outside. Looking at his masterpiece, Jian Shen's face showed a smile of joy. As soon as he was half a year away from the test of Jian Shen's holy force, he completed the basic part of the first layer of practice of Ziqing Jiandian. Formally began to cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit. Because it is not necessary to use the absorbed power of the Holy Spirit to sculpt, the practice of Jianshen is very fast. It took only a few years to achieve very great results. Nowadays, with the power of the Holy Spirit in the body, the sword dust can be inserted into the ordinary stone slab with both hands, and it is very easy. In the early morning, Jianshen walked out of the door and walked alone in the Chanyang house. However, the patrol guards in the Fuzhong team looked at Jianshen's eyes full of weirdness, ridicule, disdain, and regret. Jianshen, the practice of cultivating the waste is no longer a secret thing in the Chanyang government. Now, even some patrolling guards in the Chanyang government have seen some changes in the eyes of Jianshen. Jianshen turned a blind eye to these. At this time, his stomach couldn't help but starve. He began to scream, and Jianshen reached out and wiped his stomach. He sighed secretly and walked toward the kitchen. He has not been dining with his mother for a long time. During this time, every morning breakfast, Jianshen went to the kitchen to eat. Only at noon and evening, he will go with his mother by Yuntian. The dining hall dined with several aunts. When Jianshen came to the kitchen, hundreds of folks were busy inside, and the kitchen was so smoky. Because of the stove, staying inside was like being in a steaming steamer. Hey! This is not the four young masters. How did the four young masters come to our kitchen again? Hey, this kitchen is the place where we are staying. The four young masters, your delicate body, how can you come to this place? Seeing Jianshen, a man in his 20s began to laugh, and the weird tone made everyone laugh at the ridiculous meaning of the speech. When the voice of this person fell, there was a buddy who immediately said, "If I guess that it is correct, the four young masters must come to the kitchen to get the hoe, but it is strange why the four young masters do not go to the dining hall and the owner. To dine together, but to grieve yourself, actually come to the kitchen to get the hoe. This gimmick is all the things we eat and the guards in the government." The speaker is about 30 years old. Young people, staring at the sword dust. After listening to the words of the two of them, the other folks in the kitchen looked at them with a look at the drama. The two men were behind the big guys, and the man in his 20s was the big aunt of Jianshen. That is, the First Lady of Changjiangba's exquisite introduction was introduced. I heard that Linglong also touched the side of relatives, but because she had nothing to bear, she only went to work in the kitchen. As for the 30-year-old youth who spoke later, his brother was the captain of the guard of Changyang Prefecture. Listening to the ridiculous words of the two men, Jianshen's brows were lightly wrinkled, and an anger flashed in his eyes, but he was finally held back by him and went straight to a huge steamer, just as he just reached out to uncover the steamer. When I opened the lid, I didn't want to take a big step and take the big steamer and move away. I have to hand over the hose in the steamer to the guards. The brothers who are guarding in the Chanyang government have not yet had breakfast. Then the guy walked outside with a steamer. In the end, I muttered to myself, it is a pity that the four ladies actually gave birth to such a useless waste son. After listening to this, Jianshen's body was slightly stiff. At this moment, the anger in his heart finally broke out. He didn't say a word, then he swayed slightly and his feet slammed on the ground at an extremely fast speed. After coming to the man who was holding the steamer, he punched directly behind the guy. Bump! Unprepared, the man with the steamer was directly thrown to the ground by the fist of Jianshen, and the steamer he was holding in his hand fell to the ground, suddenly, one by one. The rounded fell from the inside and rolled on the ground and rolled around. Sudden changes caused everyone in the kitchen to squat. Watching the sudden change of a position of the sword dust, everyone in the kitchen could not believe it. They did not see how the sword dust ran over, and more what makes them unbelievable is that only the 7-year-old four young masters actually fell into the ground with a fist of a 30-year-old adult, even though the latter held a big steamer in his hand, but this scene was in a group. In the eyes of the buddy, I still feel incredible. Haha, Choer brother, you were so surprised to me, so you are also a master of the Holy Spirit to reach the 3rd floor, actually fell to the ground by a child with a fist, you will not be in the woman last night. The stomach has consumed too much effort, and it is so weak. Looking at the man who fell on the ground, the young man in his 20s who had previously laughed at Jianchen could not help but laugh. After listening to this, the guy named Chiu climbed up from the ground, staring at Jianchen with anger in his eyes, and fell to the ground by a 7-year-old child with a fist. Especially this child is still a waste man who cannot cultivate the holy power. This is a shameful shame for him. After all, although he is not a saint who has already condensed the holy soldiers, he is also a 3-tiered person who achieves the power of the Holy Spirit. The flame of anger stunned his mind. Now Chiu seems to have forgotten that Jianchen is the identity of the 4 young masters of Chanyang Prefecture. He screamed and quickly came to the front of Jianchen, directly hitting the chest of Jianchen with a fist. Looking at the fists hit by Chiu, the face of Jianchen's face showed a disdainful look. This punch was a flaw in his view. Immediately, Jianchen's body tilted slightly and moved a little step to the side, just to escape. The fists hit by Chiu, then jumped, and the right leg quickly crossed a beautiful trajectory in the air, kicking on the nose of Chiu. What? Chiu made a pig-like scream, his hands immediately licked his nose, and there was faint blood flowing along his fingers. This leg's sword dust did not leave his hand and kicked the nose of Chiu directly. The severe pain has made Chiu's face a little white. Chapter 9 Strength Exposure. Chiu's eyes were full of anger and looked at Jianchen. The gaze was like a fierce beast, as if to swallow the dust of the sword. You little bastard, I must teach you a good lesson today. Chiu's angry roar, 2 steps out of the sword dust, kicked out quickly and kicked directly toward Jianchen's head. The kicking of the leg is very fast. If you are kicked in the middle of your head, it will definitely cause ordinary people to suffer no small damage. If you are kicking on an ordinary child, it will definitely cause fatal injury. Feeling the strength of Chiu's leg, the young man in his 20s who had previously laughed at Jianchen suddenly changed his face and became pale. He shouted loudly, Chiu, stop. Jianchen is good. It is also the 4 young masters of Chanyang Prefecture. The child of the owner of Chanyang House, although it is a waste person who cannot cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit, is not subject to the weight of the family. But after all, the identity is placed there. Ridiculing 1 or 2 sentences is nothing, but once they are right, the 4 young masters of Chanyang Prefecture started to work, and they would definitely be severely punished. Even if they were supported by the 2 men behind, they could not change anything. I found that the strength of Chiu's leg was slightly changed. The face of the sword dust changed slightly. The eyes flashed a trace of cold, and then the body was slightly sighed, easily avoiding the kick of Chiu, while the sword dust did not retreat. Quickly approaching the front of Chiu, with one arm stuck on the thigh that Chiu had not recovered, the other hand carried the thigh of the other leg of Chiu, and then sighed low, sinking force, mobilize all the power of the Holy Spirit in the body, and finally with the help of the weak body, the hard-boiled body of the Chiu 2 feet more than 100 kilograms. Holding the body of Chiu, Jianchen did not give Chiu 2 resistance time, and his feet stepped out again and again, running a few steps on the ground, and by the momentum of the forward, he threw out Chiu 2 directly. Chiu's body flew in the air for a distance of 5 meters, and finally fell to a large table dedicated to cutting vegetables. Coincidentally, the position where Chiu fell, there is a piece of steel underneath. The thorn is like a strange tool, like a hedgehog. Chiu's body was just pressed against the strange tool used in this kitchen. The steel thorn that was just 1 inch long was easily penetrated into his body. Suddenly, Chiu once again made a pig-like scream. His voice, severe pain, and his muscles are distorted. All the buddies in the kitchen have become dull, and their eyes are full of incredulity. A 7-year-old child can not only resist the weight of more than 100 pounds of Chiu, but also has the power of 3 layers of holy power. Chiu defeated. If this is said to go out, I am afraid that no one in Chanyang will believe it. Jianchen's eyes looked cold and screaming at Chiu and another young man who laughed at him. He said nothing and left the kitchen directly. Even though was not taken. When I came outside, Jianchen sighed secretly.
I didn't expect that the four young masters of the Chanyang house were actually bullying him.
After abandoning the depressed feelings in his heart, Jian Chen took a small step and walked freely in Chanyang house.
Chanyang house is very big.
At least in the past few years, Jian Chen has never visited Chanyang house. The scenery in Fuzhong is also very good.
There are pavilions and pavilions everywhere.
There are several small lakes, but in the garden, there are many exotic flowers and plants, and the scent is floating. As the four young masters of Chanyang Prefecture, Jian Chen can wander around the Chanyang house. On the way, Jian Chen finds that some important roads and buildings in the government are hidden in the inside. For these, the sword dust has long been eccentric. After all, he has also understood that Chanyang is one of the four major families of Lore City in the past few years. He has a very high status in the first-class city of Lore City. Walking and walking, unconsciously, Jian Chen has come to a beautiful garden, and in an empty position, Jian Chen actually found his third brother Chanyangka holding a wooden axe in his hand. Practice martial arts, but that Changjiang's appearance of wielding an axe, in the eyes of Jian Chen, the swordsman, seems to be in a messy way, without any move. Although Jian Chen is studying Kendo, but I have seen many masters with axe and various weapons in the past life. Therefore, for all kinds of weapons, Jian Chen is also slightly familiar with one or two, and Changjiang is a mess. The action of cutting, so that Jian Chen feels quite speechless, whereas the practice of martial arts. Just as the sword dust was about to turn away, Chanyangka suddenly found the sword dust, and the movements on his hands suddenly stopped, and his face showed a slight smile. For brothers, come over, the third brother will give you sugar to eat. Changjiang looked at Jian Chen and shouted at him. After listening to the words of Changjiang, Jian Chen almost carried a head to the ground, and secretly thought, this sentence is about to abduct a 3-year-old child. However, Jian Chen does not seem to realize that if it is tossed the experience of the past life, now I am not much bigger than the 3-year-old child. For Changjiang, Jian Chen did not pay attention to it, and the footsteps kept going, and the head did not go back to other places. Seeing that Jian Chen went farther and farther, Chanyangka showed a hint of anger on his face. He threw away the wooden axe in his hand and immediately chased it up and put the sword dust down. For brothers, I just told you that you didn't hear it? Chanyangka stopped in front of the sword dust, and the tambourine said, and looked angry. Is there something? Calmly looking at Changjiang, Jian Chen asked a faint tone. The tone was a bit cold. For his third brother, Jian Chen has no good feelings at all. In the past 2 years, Chanyangku always tried to bully the sword dust, and since the sword dust could not cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit, Chanyangka the practice is getting more and more excessive. If it is not that Jian Chen rarely goes out, I am afraid that the number of swords and dusts in Chanyang will only be more, but Changjiang has not succeeded once. In the dark, it is counterfeited by Jian Chen. Many times, this has made Changjiang's heart always worried, always looking for an opportunity to retaliate back. 3 brothers, accompany your third brother to practice martial arts together. Saying, Chanyangku did not wait for Jian Chen to agree, just grabbed the arm of Jian Chen and forcibly pull it away from where he practiced martial arts. In the heart, Changjiang is excited, but he can't fight Jian Chen in intelligence, but he does not believe that he is not an opponent of Jian Chen in force. After all, his 4 brothers are a martial arts waste, and it is impossible. The cultivation of the power of the Holy Spirit, so in his view this non-condensation is a good opportunity to bully the sword dust. Soon, Jian Chen was forcibly pulled by Chanyangku to the place where he practiced martial arts. Chanyangka picked up the wooden axe that he had thrown aside from the ground, and looked at Jian Chen with a smirk, saying, For brothers, are you ready? The third brother is going to start attacking. Looking at the feminine smile on Changjiang's face, Jian Chen's eyes showed a playful look, spread his hands and said, 3 brothers, you have weapons in your hands. Do you want me to play with you with empty hands? After listening to this, Chanyangka stunned and looked at the wooden axe that he was holding in his hand. He hesitated a little, then he threw his hand and threw the axe to Jian Chen. He said, The 4 brothers took you. With an axe, the third brother is empty-handed to play with you.
Although the axe is wooden, its weight is also 10 kilograms.
An ordinary child who is only 10 years old is really difficult to lift.
Changjiang, it was precisely this point that I took the axe to the sword dust and sincerely wanted to see him ugly.
Jian Chen reached out and took the wooden axe and looked at it.
The work of this axe was very rough, only the shape of an axe, and the axe blade did not open. Even if it was cut on the body, it would not cause damage. At most, it is a little pain.
Seeing Jian Chen easily took advantage of the axe that had a weight of 10 pounds.
Chang Yangke's eyes showed a hint of astonishment.
This situation was unexpected.
Jian Chen looked at Chang Yangke, and his face showed a faint smile.
3 brothers, this axe is still for you to use. Speaking, Jian Chen threw the axe to Changjiang.
One hand caught the axe thrown by Jian Chen, and Chang Yangke asked in confusion, "For brothers, do you want to fight me without weapons?"
Jian Chen chuckled and shook his head. Then he came to a small tree and broke a branch about 1 meter long. All the branches and leaves were removed, leaving only a bare branch back to its original position.
"This is my weapon."
Yang Yang raised the branches in his hand, Jian Chen said with a chuckle. Chang Yangke glanced at the tiny branch of the chopsticks in the hands of Jian Chen. Not only was he not angry, but he showed a happy smile. In his opinion, it is more and more relaxed to defeat Jian Chen today. The bullying of these 4 brothers who have eaten a lot of dark losses, Chang Yangke is a burst of excitement. Changjiang both slowly grasped the axe and said, "For brothers, then you are careful." The 3rd brother attacked. He said. Changjiang immediately rushed forward and ran to the front of Jian Chen, holding his hands tightly. The axe, squatting to the body of Jian Chen. This wooden axe is not ruined at all, so Changjiang did not keep it at all, and the hand was very heavy. The sword dust stepped in a staggered way, easily escaped the Changjiang's axe, and then quickly stabbed the branches in his hand. At the moment when the branches were pierced, the momentum of Jian Chen suddenly changed, just like a sharp sword. The branches that are pierced in the hand are carrying a momentum of nowhere. At this moment, this ordinary branch is in the hands of Jian Chen, as if it has become a real sword.
The branches of Jian Chen's hands pierced very fast.
As soon as Changjiang came, he did not notice it. The branches had stopped in front of Changjiang's throat. 3 brothers, you lost. A look of sly look at the future of Chang Yang to recover the axe, Jian Chen said softly.
Changjiang stayed staring at the branch in front of his throat, and he couldn't believe it. He didn't even see how the branch was stabbed. He only felt a flower in front of him. The root branches have already appeared in front of their throats. After staying there, Changjiang suddenly returned to the gods, reaching out and folding the branch in front of his throat into 2 paragraphs. He said with a dissatisfied voice, "No, this is not, the 4th brother, you play tricks." Jian Chen looked funny and looked at Chang Yangke, whose face was slightly reddened. He said in a weird tone, "3 brothers, I don't know where I am going. This. After listening to this, Changjiang scratched his head and scratched his head. He couldn't speak, and finally sighed with dissatisfaction. He said, "There was no such thing as that, we will come back again." Jian Chen sorted out the branch that had been broken by Chang Yangke, and smiled lightly, "Okay, we will come again." Speaking, Jian Chen slowly retreated to 5 meters away. Chapter 10 Wait.
Chang Yangke held his axe tightly in his hands and looked at Jian Chen with a vigilant look. Because of the lesson, he never dared to look down on Jian Chen again, so this time he was particularly cautious. There was always a faint smile on the face of Jian Chen, and seeing Chang Yangke's gaze with a kind of banter that Changjiang still couldn't understand, said, "3 brothers, can you start the attack?"
Chang Yangke tightened the axe in his hand.
This time, he mobilized the power of the Holy Spirit in his body, and then rushed toward Jian Chen again. The speed was obviously much faster than before. Jian Chen waved his hand in a branch that was only half a meter long. The heart suddenly gave birth to a wonderful feeling, as if his had a very hidden connection with the tree branch, and at the same time in my mind, I couldn't help but emerge from my predecessor's life. When I was about to die, I realized the magical spirit of the gods and swords. In the end, under the control of his god, the sword in the hands of the gods leaped 100 meters away from the scene of piercing the solitary throat. Thinking of this, Jian Shan's thoughts moved, and the meaning of the branches controlled the branches in the hands of Chanyang. Hey! As soon as the thoughts started, the branches that were held in the hands of Jian Shan seemed to be alive. They flew out from the hands of Jian Shan and spurred them at a very fast speed, and the entire branches were faintly wrapped in a faint white light. The sword skin, which is strong and full of sharpness, radiates from it. The speed of the branches is very fast. It is like lightning. As soon as the light flashes, it has already reached the chest of Changjiang. Feeling the speed of the branches flying and the swords on the branches, the sword dust was so horrified that immediately controlled the branches to stop, the speed of the branches and the sudden appearance of swords on the branches. He has no doubt that this tree branch can easily pierce the body of Changjiang. Even if it is not dead, it will be seriously injured. Once this happens, the sword dust will also be a great disaster. When the branch arrived at Changjiang's chest, it finally stopped. However, the front end of the branch pierced into the chest of Changjiang, but it was good that the piercing was not deep, but it was pierced into the skin. If the sword dust reaction is slower, then the body of Changjiang will be pierced by this branch, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The sword dust wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. His and the branches had a very hidden connection. Through the induction of the branches, Jian Shan knew that the branches only pierced the skin of Changjiang, and there was no serious problem. So that Jian Shan has relaxed a lot. The severe pain from the chest made Changyang's white fat face white and white. When he looked down at the blood on his chest, his face suddenly changed, and then wow, burst into tears. The tears in my eyes flowed like a fountain. Blood, blood, bleed, wow, for brothers, you beat me, oh, mother, madam, I want to tell my mother to go, mother, for brothers beat me. This moment, Changjiang seems to have become a naughty child who loves to cry. He throws away the wooden axe in his hand and screams out toward the garden. After all, Changjiang is now a child who is less than 10 years old and is still growing up in the greenhouse. Looking at Changjiang, who gradually disappeared into the line of sight, Jian Shan shook his head helplessly and walked toward his residence. He understood in his heart that, next, I am afraid I will be severely criticized. What, Shang Bo, you won't be kidding me? In a study, Changyang House's owner, Yang Yangba, suddenly stood up from the chair, staring tightly at an old man standing opposite. Said in amazement. The old man is the steward of Changyang House, Chang Bo. Chang Bo nodded affirmatively and said with a serious face, my homeowner, I didn't believe this thing, but there are dozens of people in the kitchen who see it clearly. The 4 young masters really work in a kitchen. The buddy was injured, and in the end, the weight of the man was more than 100 kilograms. He threw a distance of 5 meters and, most importantly, the man himself was a possessor. The strength of the 3-tiered power of the Holy Spirit. After listening to this, the surprised look in Changyang's eyes was even stronger, and the faintness was still unbelievable. Chang Bo looked at Changyang Pa, hesitated a little, and said again, Home, I just received the news, the 4 young masters in the garden and the 3 young masters in the competition, only use a branch to play the 3 young masters. I was injured. What, Xianger and Kier competed, Xianger actually injured Kier. Changjiangba's tone was full of surprises again. Yes, the owner and the 4 young masters are still only a branch, and the 3 young masters use a wooden axe. Chang Bo added. How is this possible? Changyang Pa once again stood up from the chair and said, Xianger can't cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit at all, but in contrast, Kier is not only 3 years older than Xianger, but also the power of the Holy Spirit. I reached the 3rd level, plus I was practicing martial arts every day. How could I be defeated by Xiang, who would not have martial arts? At this time, Chang Bo's hand suddenly appeared a half-meter-long branch, saying, Homeowner, the 4 young masters used this branch to defeat the 3 young masters. Changyang Pa borrowed the branch that Chang Bo had handed over even a little more than the little finger, and at the other end of the branch, there was a little bit of blood. When Changyang Ba's gaze fell on the dried blood at the point where the branches were broken, his face suddenly became dignified.
Tong Bo, Ku is okay. 3 young masters are fine, just broke the skin. Chang Bo replied.
Chan Yang Pa nodded slightly, and his face was so good that he looked at it. Then he took the branch in his hand and looked it carefully several times. The look in his eyes became more and more doubtful. Finally, he couldn't help but say, Chang Bo, this is just an ordinary branch that can no longer be ordinary, and the tip is also extremely flat. With the strength of Xiang, it is impossible to use this branch because it is impossible to hurt Ku. After listening to this, Chang Bo nodded slightly, but his eyes gradually revealed a trace of fineness, said, Homeowners, I have a bold guess, the 4 young masters may not be a waste person who cannot cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit, and see the 4 young masters today the performance, perhaps the 4 young masters have already cultivated the power of the Holy Spirit, and at least the 4th layer of strength of the holy power, otherwise, the 4 young masters cannot defeat the Xiao Tu with the 3-tiered power.
Wen Yan, Chang Yangba's face is slightly fascinating, and there is a fascinating look in the eyes.
For this 4 sons who have been talented since childhood, but they are unable to cultivate, this has always been the biggest regret in Changyang. Chang Bo, you mean that Xiang Air can not only cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit, but also a cultivation genius?
Chang Yangba's tone is slightly trembling, full of excitement.
At the age of 7, I reached the 4th floor of the holy power. This is indeed a rare genius on the Tianyuan continent. After all, under normal circumstances, it is generally necessary to reach the 4th level of the holy power. Chang Bo nodded slightly, said, For young masters, I was watching him grow up, his extraordinary talent, I am clearly clear, for the 4 young masters, my heart has always had great expectations, faint I feel that in the near future, the achievements of the 4 young masters will definitely surpass me. Hearing the words behind Chang Bo, Chang Yang's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and his eyes showed a look of disbelief and ecstasy. Chang Bo continued, When I learned that the 4 young masters were a waste person who could not cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit, I felt very strange. I always felt that this seemed a bit wrong, but I never understood where it was. The problem, until today, from the 2 things that the 4 young masters have made, I have confirmed that my previous guess is correct.
The 4 young masters are not the ones who cannot cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit.
Instead, they are still a cultivation genius.
Chang Jiangba took a deep breath and slowly calmed down his excitement.
When he was about to say something, suddenly a family member ran in and said respectfully to Changyang's tyrant, Homeowner, the 3 young masters were injured. The 3 ladies asked the owner to go over the past.
Know it, you can retire. Chang Jiangba waved his hand and said in a plain tone.
Yes. Jia Ding respectfully responded and slowly retired. Changyang's gaze looked at the housekeeper Chang Bo and smiled lightly. Chang Bo, it's better to look at it together, and to take care of Xiang's by the way, this time is really cold. Said here, Changyang Pa Wei suddenly, the tone is serious, Chang Bo, the 2 kitchen buddies who are bullying Xiang, are still bothering you to drive them out of my Changyang house, hey, 2 people, actually bullying me to the son of Chang Jiangba.
Of.
Chang Bo smiled and said, Homeowners, those 2 people I have already driven them out of the government, even though one of them is introduced by the big lady Linglong, the other is the younger brother of the Fuzhong Guard Captain Hill, but since they dare to bully on the head of the 4 young masters, there is no need for them to stay in the government.
Otherwise, what is the face of my Changyang government?
In a large, luxuriously decorated room, Chang Jiang, who was injured by Jian Chen, was lying on the bed, his face slightly pale, and the wound on his chest had been carefully wrapped. On the bedside, Chang Jiang's mother, Yu Fengyan, looked at her son with a heartache. Not far away, Jian Chen and her mother by Yun Tian, and the aunt's exquisite, 2 aunts, white jade cream, second sister, Changyang Mingyue, they are standing in the room. Yu Fengyan turned back and looked at the blue sky with a sullen look. The tone was a bit gloomy. For sisters, your baby son is getting more and more bold. Actually, he used a weapon to injure Ko, but fortunately,
Ko Erfu was a big fate, and the injury is not serious. Otherwise, I really don't know what the consequences will be.
After listening to this, Jian Chen frowned and said with dissatisfaction, This is no stranger to me. It is the third brother who asked me to compare with him, and it is inevitable that the two sides will be slightly injured. I am not using a weapon, just a branch. If you want to blame, then you can only blame the three brothers for not learning. Yu Fengyan was greeted by the words of Jian Chen, but the sentence of Jian Chen was quite reasonable, so that Yu Fengyan could not find anything. When I thought that I was being stumped by a child of a few years old, Yu Fengyan's heart raised in aimless anger, especially the last sentence of Jian Chen's sentence. If you blame, you can only blame the three brothers for not learning well. This sentence, let Yu Fengyan face a burst of white. This is not to clarify that his son is not as good as a man who cannot cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit. Seeing that Yu Fengyan was actually suffocated by a child of a few years old, Bian Tian and Jian Chen's two aunts felt a bit of laughter in their hearts, only the aunt's exquisite faceless expression. Chapter 11 Carcass College. Bian Tian reached out and touched the head of Jian Chen gently, and looked at Jian Chen's eyes full of love, then slowly walked forward, said, "Three sisters, this is just a fight between children. Noisy, we are less worried, not guilty of such things. After all, Xiangra and Kier are just children who are not sensible. Now let me help you to treat the chest injury." After listening to Bai Yunshen's words, even though Yu Feng's heart still feels very angry, it's not good to say anything. If it's for this matter to go to a younger child, I'm afraid the other three sisters in the room will look at her differently. Bai Yunshen came to Chang Jiang's body and slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, I saw the hands of Bai Yunshen, slowly radiating a faint white brilliance. At the same time, Jian Chen's eyes flashed a trace of fineness. He clearly felt that there was a special kind of energy between the heavens and the earth that slowly gathered toward his mother's hands, and then formed a faint white light. Moreover, this special kind of energy is exactly the kind of special energy that Jian Chen feels contained in the heavens and the earth. Jian Chen concentrated on watching the movements of his mother by Yun Tian. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he might understand the use of this special energy from his mother. After all, he had already discovered this kind of heaven and earth. The special energy that is linked together is not that simple. The white brilliance in the hands of Bai Yunshen is getting stronger and stronger. The light is soft, not glaring. After brewing a few breaths, Bai Yunshen's hands waved gently, only the milky white brilliance broke away from her palm, toward Chang Jiang. The chest floated away, and finally slowly merged into the injured part of Chang Jiang's chest. Because Chang Jiang's chest injury was covered by a layer of white cloth, Jian Chen could not see what kind of changes occurred in the wound when the milky white brilliance merged into Chang Jiang's wound. After doing all this, Bai Yunshen spit out a breath and said, "Well, three sisters, Kier is all right, his wounds should have been restored as they are now." Yu Fengyan's face finally showed a happy smile. After a thankful speech, he quickly came to Chang Jiang. His tone was full of concern and asked, "Kier, how do you feel now, is the wound still hurting?" Chang Yang reached out and touched the injured part of his chest. He smiled, "Mother, the baby is not hurting, very comfortable." Then he reached out and pulled the hemp wrapped around his chest. After removing the hemp yarn, I saw that Chang Jiang's chest had become smooth and clean. Except for some dry remains on it, no wounds were visible. Seeing this scene, Jian Chen suddenly came over. This mysterious power is because it is called the magical energy of the light of the holy power. This kind of energy has a very magical effect on healing, no matter how serious injury, in the light. The treatment of Xingli can be quickly recovered, and his mother is a bright sage, so he can skillfully use this energy to heal. Legend has it that some powerful Guanxi sects can also make people break their arms and reborn, and even have the effect of returning to life. In the heart of Jian Chen, I can't help but secretly think that I can feel the existence of the light and the Holy Spirit and absorb it smoothly. I don't know if I can control the light and Holy Spirit as a mother to heal. When I first came up with this idea, Jian Chen couldn't wait to try it out, but he was finally held back by him. The occasion here is really not suitable for him to experiment. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and only Jian Chen's father, Chang Yangba, and Chang Yang's butler, Chang Bo, came in at the same time. "What happened to Kier? The injury is not heavy."
Just as soon as he entered the house, Chen Jiangba asked and said, the tone was quite concerned. Don't thank you for your care. After the treatment of the four sisters, Kerr is now fine. Yu Fingyan's face showed a faint smile. Chen Jiangba cares so much about his son. She is also very happy in her heart. Nothing is fine. Chang Yangpa nodded slightly, then looked at Jianchen softly, said, Xiang, are these days still good? The tone is full of concern. Thank you for your concern, the baby is very good. Jianchen's tone is very dull. Since the test of the holy power, today, Chang Yangpa has taken the initiative to speak with Jianchen for the first time. Listening to the dust in the dust, but with a bit of indifferent tone, Chang Yang sighed in a deep sigh, said, Xiang, you come to the study room. Then, Chen Jiangba turned and left. Here. Soon, Jianchen followed Chang Yangpa and Chang Bo to the study room. Chang Yangba sat in the chair and stared at Jianchen with a gaze. Then he asked, Xiang, I heard that you took this morning. The mound in the kitchen was hurt. Yes. Jianchen has already understood that his strength has been leaked, and he is no longer concealed. In the eyes of Chen Jiangba, there was a hint of joy, and a smile appeared on his face. The voice said softly, Xianger, you tell me, have you cultivated the power of the Holy Spirit? Jianchen nodded slightly, and his tone was still faint. Yes. This thing, Jianchen also knows that he can't hold it, so he is very refreshed. Although the heart has already guessed that Jianchen has cultivated the power of the Holy Spirit, but at the moment it has been confirmed from Jianshinko, and Changyang's hegemony still can't help but feel a little excited. Chang Bo, trouble you to help Xiang children test the strength of the power of the Holy. Chang Yangba happy face, said to the side of Chang Bo, the tone is very polite, not at all like a family owner treats of the attitude of the housekeeper. And Chang Bo smiled, then took a fist-sized sacred stone from the space ring worn in his hand and came to the front of Jianchen. The gentleman said, "Four young masters, put your hands up." When Jianchen put his hand on the holy stone, Chang Bo also started the holy stone. Suddenly, Jianchen once again felt a mysterious energy emanating from the holy stone, following his own arm and moving inside the body. After a lap, I returned to the holy stone again. At the same time, I saw that the entire holy stone suddenly gave off a faint red glow. Looking at the red light from the holy stone, the face of Chen Jiangba immediately showed an excited look. Even Shanbu's face showed a faint smile, and the eyes of Jianchen were full of gratification. Homeowners, according to the intensity of the light, the power of the Holy Spirit in the four young masters has reached the fourth level. Shang Bo said with a smile. The fourth layer. The fourth layer. Chen Jiangba slowly stood up from the chair, and his excited hands were already tightly held together, even though he had already guessed the result before, but that's just guessing. Now that I know the truth, then his heart is another taste. Jianchen reached the fourth level of the holy power at the age of 7, so the results may not appear to be outstanding in the entire Tianyuan continent, but in the kingdom of Gessen, it is enough to be a first-class genius. And his third brother, Changyang Ko, is 3 years older than Jianchen, and the power of the Holy Spirit in the body has just reached the fourth floor. Chang Bo put the holy stone into the space ring again, and looked at Jianchen with a look of relief. He smiled and said, "For young masters, you really didn't let me down." Chen Jiangba soon calmed down. At this moment, his eyes on Jianchen have completely changed. His eyes are full of surprises, excitement and gratification. When Jianchen left the study, the time was approaching noon. After Jianchen left, Changyang's gaze looked at Chang Bo, and the tone was a bit of doubt. Chang Bo, since Xiang's body has a holy force, then why did you not test it when you last tested it? I thought that Xianger was a waste person who could not cultivate. Chang Bo brows slightly wrinkled, thinking a little, and slowly said, I don't know this, maybe it was the problem when the last holy test was done, but it is not important. Chang Yangpa nodded slightly, said, now Xiang's age is only about 7 years old, the body's power of the Holy Spirit has reached the fourth floor. According to this, I guess Xianger will break through the holy age at the age of 18 at the latest.
10 layers of force, condensed out of the holy soldiers, and Xiang children from childhood, talent, so I want to send Xiang children to Kaga's college to learn as soon as possible, do not know how to be bored. When Yin, Changbo thought about the meeting slightly, said, Kaga's college is the most famous college in the Urchin kingdom, but the threshold for admission is not low, it must reach the strength of the 8th layer of the holy power, and the age no more than 18 years old. The family mainly wants to send the 4 young masters to Kaga's college as soon as possible. It may not be possible in a short time. Although the Holy Spirit in the 4 young masters has reached the 4th floor, but from the 8th floor, it is estimated that there will be a short period of time. After all, the improvement of the power of the Holy Spirit is becoming more and more difficult. I hope that Xianger in the past few years, the body of the holy power can be cultivated to the 8th floor as soon as possible. Chang Yang Pa said softly. Chang Bo smiled and said, the homeowner is relieved. I believe that the 4 young masters will be able to reach the 8th level of the holy power sooner or later. This is only a matter of time, because I discovered the power of the Holy Spirit in the 4 young masters when I tested the 4 young masters. It's not far from the 5th floor. After listening to this, Chanyang Paxi is not self-satisfied, muttering, I hope that Xiang's future achievements can really surpass Changhua and become the pillar of the family. Chang Bo stood by and smiled, but his eyes did not hide his hopes. After leaving the study, Jian Chen immediately returned to his room at the fastest speed, shut the door tightly, and remembered the scene of the horror that occurred when fighting with Changyang Ku. Although Jian Chen knew that he had a battle with Duo in his previous life, he was able to break through at the last moment and reach the realm of the sword. But he could not imagine that his magical power of the sword would still be used after the reincarnation. Freely. When I thought that I could use such a supernatural power, the heart of Jianchen could not help but be excited and excited. However, when Jianchen recalled the swordsmanship that was inexplicably produced on the branches, he felt very confused in his heart. Now he does not have the powerful strength in the previous life to win the world, the root that he controlled. How can such a sharp sword appear on ordinary branches? Frowning and musing slightly, Jianchen finally decided to try again. His eyes looked around in the room, and finally broke a 2-foot-long wooden strip on a wooden hanger to serve as a sword. Holding this 2-foot-long wooden strip, the heart of Jianchen slowly fell into a calm. Gradually, the sword dust seemed to find that the stick in his hand was not a wooden strip, but a sword. A sword, an invincible sword, as if it has been integrated with oneself. Although Jianchen did not look at the wood in his hand, but the texture on the wooden strip clearly appeared in his mind, even the internal structure of Jianchen can be known. Jianchen took a deep breath and slowly calmed down the excitement in his heart. Then he moved his mind and tried to control the stick in his hand to fly alone. Just when the idea was born in Jianchen's brain, he suddenly found that his god had established a very hidden connection with the wooden strips in his hand. At the same time, the wooden strips slowly separated from the Jianchen. The palm of the hand, floating alone in the air, according to the thoughts of Jianchen, slowly flew toward the front, and on the wooden strip, there suddenly appeared a faint white light, silky and sharp. The air of the sword is emitted from it. At this moment, Jianchen feels that his god seems to have completely integrated with this wooden strip. This wooden strip is like his own arm. He can control it to make any movement at will, and he also feels the sudden appearance of the sword on this wooden strip seems to be related to his god. Then Jianchen thought of a move, only to see that the wooden strip floating in the air suddenly turned into a white light, and quickly turned around the body of Jianchen at a very fast speed. Its speed is fast, so that Jianchen both can't see clearly. The heart of Jianchen's heart beats uncontrollably, and his face is also ecstatic. He did not expect the Xinyu Jian, which he had learned at the last moment in his last life, and he can still use it after the reincarnation. Nowadays, this magical power of the Xinyu sword is not only the most powerful attack method of Jianchen, but also a life-saving method of Jianchen. Unconsciously, a few years have passed, and now Jianchen has reached the age of 15 years old. In these few years, Jianchen has rarely gone out, and he has been practicing Ziqing swords in the room all day. The strength of Jianchen has been exposed, and it has been recognized as a cultivation genius. Therefore, his position in Changyang Prefecture is rising, and no one in the government dares to swear at him.
Changyang Pa is also very concerned about Jianchen, almost to the point.
In a meticulous manner, and the most exciting of them is Urchin. The son of the waste that was originally identified as uncultivable has now become a cultivating genius, and he has cultivated the power of the Holy Spirit at the age of 7. The fourth layer, so good for his son, the joy of the heart of Biyun can be imagined. However, Jianchen found that after his own strength violently leaked out, his aunts Exquisite and 3 aunts in Yufengyan always looked a little unfriendly to their own eyes. For this situation, Jianchen, who has memories of past life, is aware.
Belly.
In the past few years, the power of the Holy Spirit in Jianchen has reached the 8th floor. Moreover, this is the reason why Jianchen intends to slow down the cultivation speed. Because in the past few years, Jianchen has almost half of the time used in familiar with the swordsmanships learned in previous life. Otherwise, I am afraid that the power of the Holy Spirit in his body has already broken through the 8th layer. However, Jianchen is not far from the power of the 9th layer of the Holy Spirit.
Now, in Changyang Prefecture, the strength of Jianchen has been firmly pressed by the second sister Changyang Mingyue and the third brother Changyangka. Although Changyang Mingyue is 3 years older than Jianchen, the power of Shang is still on the 7th floor. As for Changyang Ko, maybe he doesn't have any cultivation talents.
He is already 17 years old, but the power of the Holy Spirit is barely reaching the 5th floor. In the early morning, a large group of people gathered outside a hall, including the parents of Jianchen and 3 aunts, even the third brother Changyangka and the second sister Changyang Mingyue. In addition to them, there are some veterans in Changyang Prefecture. And not far from the crowd, a 3-meter-sized bird of Warcraft quietly squatted on the ground. Today, it is the day that Jianchen went to study at Kaga's college. The minimum standard for admission to the Kagame's college is that the body of the Holy Spirit must reach the 8th level, and the age cannot exceed 18 years.
This standard, Jianchen is currently already reached.
And today is exactly the annual admissions conference of Kaga's college. Biyun Tian looked at the sword dust with tears in his face, his eyes filled with love, said, "Xianger, you must study hard in the college, try to get less trouble, no."
Urchin's tone is full of concerns.
Jianchen nodded cleverly and said, "Do not worry, mother, I know what to do." Changjiangba came to the front of the sword dust and said, "Xianger, this space belt is specially prepared for you, although it is not very expensive, and the space inside is not big, but it can still be loaded with small things. If you can break through the 10th layer of the holy power before the age of 18 and condense into a holy soldier to become a saint, you will send you a space ring plus a 4th order magic core. There is already a very delicate waistband in the hand. The size of this belt is obviously tailored for the sword dust." Seeing that Changjiangba is so concerned about Jianchen, there is a deep sorrow and dissatisfied look in the Exquisite and Yufengyan eyes standing on one side, but at this time everyone's eyes are gathered on Jianchen. No one pays attention.
They are gone.
Jianchen took the belt and said, "Hey, I will be able to reach the Holy One for a long time."
Jianchen's tone is full of strong self-confidence. Changjiangba's face showed a faint smile, and he was filled with gratification in the eyes of Jianchen. "For young masters, time is not early, we should be on the road."
At this time, the butler standing on one side, Chang Bo, spoke. Jianchen finally looked at his mother, and then came back to Chang Bo without saying his head.
"Chang Bo, let's go."
Chang Bo reached out and took the sword dust on the back of the flying world of Warcraft. Then he jumped up and sat down next to Jianchen. He smiled at the sword dust and said, "For young masters, sit steady." Then, I saw the back of Changba's shot of Warcraft. Suddenly, this flying world of Warcraft seemed to have been commanded to stretch out the pair of wings that were 10 meters long and flew up, rising straight into the sky and moving towards the distance.
Fly away. Chapter 12 Big Brother Changyanghu.
Sitting on the back of the flying world of Warcraft, although it is flying at a high speed of several kilometers from the ground, the sword dust is still not changed. Flying world of Warcraft is flying very fast, and the whistling wind in the sky has formed an endless roar in the sword dust. Looking at the plain face of Jian Chen, Chang Bo, who sat on one side, couldn't help but nodded slightly, and his eyes showed a hint of appreciation. When most children took the first flight of World of Warcraft, they were all scared and pale in the air of several kilometers, and even people were scared out of the urine. Few people could do it like a sword. The dust is so plain as usual. In Changbo's mind, I couldn't help but recall that when she sent Changyang's grandfather Changyang Tiger to Kagas College a few years ago, she sat on the flying World of Warcraft. The Changyang Tiger was scared to move and dared to move. Tightly squatting on the back of the flying World of Warcraft, holding the feathers tightly with both hands. The four young masters are really extraordinary. They just don't know how high they can achieve in the future. Chang Bo thought silently. Jian Chen looked at the Warcraft under the seat and asked, Chang Bo, this is what Warcraft, the speed of flying is really fast. That is nature. Chang Bo's tone reveals a proud look, said, for young masters, you should not underestimate this Warcraft. This World of Warcraft name is the Flying Eagle Beast, is the 4th Order Warcraft. The strength is equivalent to us the Great Master, flying very fast, although it is only a 4th Order, but if it is flying in the air, even the earthly priests have no way to take it. The Flying Eagle must be very expensive. Jian Chen asked. Chang Bo nodded and said, that is natural, the price of flying World of Warcraft is absolutely high price, not only because it is difficult to capture, the most important thing is to tame, although flying World of Warcraft is the fastest means of transportation, but flying Warcraft is also the most dangerous. If Warcraft is out of control, it will fall from the height of several kilometers. Even if you have the strength of the earthly division, it will be difficult to survive. Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. So even 1 or 2 orders of flying World of Warcraft, its price is also a high price, and most of the Warcraft hearts have violent internal factors, but also refuse to bend, so it is very difficult to domesticate a flying World of Warcraft. Jian Chen nodded slightly, and gradually silenced. Chang Bo looked at the silent sword dust and said, for young masters, your eldest brother Chang Yang who also studied in Kagarth College. After years of cultivation, it is not far from the saints. If you are in trouble in the college, you may wish to find your brother to help you solve it. Well, I know. Jian Chen whispered back to the road. The heart is a bit complicated. For his mysterious big brother, Jian Chen has never seen it, and for the character of the big brother Chang Yanghu, Jian Chen is not clear. In his heart, he is really worried that his cultivation talent will make him big brother Changyang Tiger is in the heart, so like the third brother Changjiang, trying to find all kinds of difficulties. After all, living in a big family, such things are not uncommon. When walking in the past, the sword dust has met many times because of fighting for family power. And the things that make the brothers kill each other. In the heart of Jian Chen, he really didn't want such a thing to happen to him. In the past life, he was an orphan. He never felt any affection. Now that God has given him a family, he has also very cherished this home. The flying eagle flies very fast. After half a day of flight, it finally reaches the Carcass College. At this time, under the control of Chang Bo, the flying eagle has been lowered to a height of 100 meters. Carcass College is built on a plain, surrounded by a majestic city wall of up to 10 meters. The college is very large and covers a very large area. Even in the sky, the sword dust can't see the whole school. Carcass College is the most famous college in the Urchin Empire, and today is the annual opening ceremony of the college, so the entrance to the college is very lively, the number is very large, not far away is a lot of decorative luxury the carriage, but the horse was completely replaced by the name of Warcraft, which was not named by the sword dust. Almost every carriage was guarded by several guards. In the sky, from time to time, there is only one flying World of Warcraft flying over. The wall across the college runs straight to the college. On the flying World of Warcraft, there is no such thing as a young child. Chang Bo controlled the flight of Warcraft directly into the college, and finally stopped at the center of the college, a tower with a diameter of 100 meters, and then directly entered the tower with the sword dust. Outside the tower, there are still a lot of flying World of Warcraft to stay there. Then, Jian Shen followed Chang Bo directly to the top of the tower, and met the president of the Kargas College. The principal of the Kargas College was an old man who was almost the same as Chang Bo, and what surprised Jian Shen was that the president of Kargas College and Chang Bo are still at the turn of the year. Because of this relationship with Chang Bo, the problem of Jian Shen's enrollment was easily solved. Then, under the command of the president of the Kargas school, Jian Shen's brother Chang Yanghu was also called to the tower, so that Jian Shen finally saw I came to this mysterious big brother who I have never seen before. Chanyang Tiger is 18 years old this year, and is the same age as Jian Shen's second sister, Chanyang Mingyue, but it is 3 months older than Chanyang Mingyue.
Changyang Tiger is a very strong young man. His height is higher than that of Jian Shen.
He wears uniform clothes from the college. He has been in the college for more than 2 years. The power of the Holy Spirit has reached the peak of the 10th. But it is not yet condensed out of the holy soldiers. The 10th layer of the Holy Spirit is only 1 step away from the Holy One, but it is a huge hurdle in the middle. It is very difficult to condense the sacred soldiers.
On the Tianyuan continent, some people cannot condense into sacred soldiers in their lifetime.
Without good qualifications and extraordinary talents, it will be difficult to successfully condense the sacred soldiers, and according to the principle, the Chanyang Tiger has reached the peak of the 10th power of the Holy Spirit a year ago, and it has tried 3 times.
Condensed sacred soldiers, but ultimately ended in failure.
However, on the Tianyuan continent, people who can successfully condense into sacred soldiers at the age of 18 are rare.
They usually condense into sacred soldiers in their 20s.
Of course, there are also some people with poor qualifications. It is in the 20s that it can successfully condense the sacred soldiers, but such people usually do not go far in the martial arts. Because of the aura of Tianyuan, the life expectancy of people is usually around 200 years old. Those who can successfully condense the sacred soldiers at the age of 20 are also considered good.
Chang Bo pointed to the Chanyang Tiger and said to Jian Shen, "For young masters, this is your big brother Changyanghu."
Then Chang Bo looked at the Chanyang Tiger and said, "The young master, this is your 4th brother Chanyang."
Xiang Tian.
Big brother. Jian Shen looked at the Chanyang Tiger and smiled softly. He screamed softly, but he also said hello. However, in his eyes, he also found that Changyanghu's whole person feels a little bit of a tiger's head, and he's in his mind.
"I don't want to be at all."
Listening to the shout of Jian Shen, Changyang Tiger grabbed his head and smiled and said, "For brothers, this big brother, I can't let you white, and later someone in the college bullies you, you come directly to the big brother to help you beat him." After listening to this, Jian Shen's face showed a smile, saying, "I will trouble my older brother after that."
The first time I met, Jian Shen's impression of her big brother Chanyang Tiger was not bad. Now, it's left in the heart of Jian Shen.
That kind of worry also disappeared with the words of Chanyang Tiger. Chanyang Tiger put his head on his head and smiled and said, no trouble, how can I say that you are also your big brother? It is necessary to protect the 4 brothers. Here, the words of Chanyang Tiger paused, and the eyes glanced around. Then, a hint of doubt in his eyes, asked Chang Bo, 2 sisters and 3 younger brothers. The young master, the second lady and the 3 young masters have not yet reached the standard of admission, so this time only 4 young masters come alone.
Chang Bo said calmly.
"Oh." Wen Yin, a look of disappointment in the eyes of Chanyang Tiger, muttered, "How have they not reached the standard of admission? This is too stupid. Or the 4 brothers are so powerful, so fast to reach the power of the Holy Eight, it's even better than my big brother. The young master, you should take the 4 young masters first. In the future, you should take good care of your 4th brother."
"I still have something to talk to the principal," Chang Bo said.
Changyang Tigers nodded and patted his chest to ensure, "Chang Bo, you can rest assured, I will not let the 4 brothers be bullied by others in the college." After the sword dust received a school card, he left the big brother Changyang Tiger. After walking out of the tower, Jian Shen looked at the school card in his hand.
In addition to the proof of the student, The school card also has the address of the dormitory. Although Jian Chen is unfamiliar with the terrain in the Kagarth Academy, he has come to the address of the dormitory recorded on the school card because of the big brother Changyang Tiger. The dorms in the college are all made up of a very firm stone. They are divided into two areas, one of which is where some civilian students rest, and the other is a family background with a family background like Jian Chen. In the region, the environment is much better than the area where civilians rest. Since Kargas is the most famous college in the kingdom of Urchin, it has its own unique side. The rules of the Kargas College are very strict. The minimum standard for admission is to have 8 layers of holy power before the age of 18. As long as you have reached the entire standard, then you have the opportunity to enter the Kagarth Academy for further study. If you do not meet the entire requirements, even if you are a noble family with a strong background, you cannot enter the Kagame's college for further studies. Because of the very low entry fees at Kargas College, most civilians are acceptable, and for those who meet the entry requirements and who are particularly poor at home, Kargas College will also waive all his tuition fees. So in Kagas, among the students, civilian students account for a large part, but the civilian students who come here have a weak talent in cultivation. In Kagarth College, there is also an iron rule, that is, noble disciples are not allowed to bully the poor students. Otherwise, no matter how big your family background, you will be severely punished. If the situation is serious, you will even be expelled from the college. Although this will offend some big families, the background of the Kagarth Academy is the king of Gessen, and its principal is one of the 6 strongest people in the Gessen kingdom. So for this, one of the big families in the kingdom of Gessen do not dare to say anything. Jian Chen's dormitory is a small house of about 10 square meters. The furnishings in the house are very simple. There is no other thing except a bed and a chair. However, the whole room is cleaned up is almost spotless. For brothers, this is your room, remember, a good place, but don't go wrong. Changyang Tiger said with a smile. Jian Chen nodded slightly, and after throwing some of the washed clothes with him, he was dragged to the campus by the eldest brother Changyang Hu. The reason was to make Jian Chen familiar with some of the environment. Next, for a whole afternoon, Jian Chen was pulled by the Changyang Tiger on the campus. At this time, Changyang Tiger suddenly said, "The 4th brother, tomorrow is the college's annual freshman contest. The reward is very rich. The first newcomer Wang has a 3rd order magic core as a reward, and second the name has a 2nd order magic core as a reward, and the 3rd one is a 1st order magic core reward. You must work hard and try to get the 1st place." Chapter 13 Newborn Contest. When Yen, Jian Chen's heart moved slightly, asked, "Big brother, is the 3rd order magic core very precious?" Although Jian Chen knows the magic core, but the price of the magic core is very confused. Of course, the 3rd order magic core can sell the price of 100 amethyst coins. I have been in the college for 4 years, and I have never used the 3rd order magic core. At most, I have used the 2nd order. The magic core, and it was spent on my 50 purple crystal coins. As soon as I said this, the face of Changyang Tiger showed a heartache. Jian Chen slightly calculated in the heart, and soon decided to tomorrow's new contest, must try to get the 3rd order magic core. Although Jian Chen did not use the 3rd order magic core, but he also knows that it can pass absorbing the energy in the magic nucleus for cultivation. Its speed is faster than absorbing the heavens and the earth. I don't know how many times. Once I have this 3rd order magic core, he believes that he will soon reach the 10th layer of the holy power. After the day's color gradually dimmed, Jian Chen went to the school cafeteria to lead the 2 talents after the longevity of the Changyang Tiger. They went to their dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Jian Chen closed the door and sat down on the bed just about to start practicing. Suddenly a knock on the door came. Hearing the sound of knocking on the door, Jian Chen looked puzzled at the direction of the door, then went out of bed and walked to the door to open the door. Outside the door is a woman about 30 years old, wearing a long green dress. Although she is not a beautiful woman, she looks quite beautiful. A dark green hair is draped on her shoulders. Give people a feeling of floating. Is there something? asked the woman in confusion, asked Jianchen. You are only entering the new life of the Kagas College. Tomorrow, the college will hold a new contest. All the freshmen must attend, remember not to be absent. The woman looked at the sword dust indifferently and said coldly. Well, I know, is there anything else? Jianchen said. Nothing. Dropped the sentence, the woman turned and left, and walked to the next room. It seems that she wants to inform other students one by one. Closing the door, the sword dust came back to the bed and sat down on the bed, and soon entered the state of cultivation. Early the next morning, Jianchen ended the night of cultivation, went out of the room alone, came to the cafeteria according to yesterday's memory, and found an empty table to eat after receiving the breakfast. Now, because the time is still early, there are not many people in the cafeteria, and there are empty positions everywhere. After eating breakfast, Jianchen walked directly to the playground in the center of the school. The freshman contest held today is held there. Along the way, Jianchen found that many students around him walked toward the playground at the center of the school. Because the old students were wearing school uniforms, Jianchen could recognize most of them as freshmen at a glance. There are not many old people, maybe some old students are not interested in the new competition. When the sword dust approached the playground, it was seen that 5 scales with a diameter of 30 meters were built on the playground, and there were already many people around the stage. Jianchen came to a big tree 100 meters away from the battlefield. When he was 5 meters away from the big tree, his body suddenly rushed forward, and then his feet were on the trunk of the big tree. I jumped on a tree that was 5 meters high and sat down on the trunk leisurely. It is still early, and I have not yet reached the time of the contest, so Jianchen is not in a hurry to run so early, no condensation is in the white sun. Time passed by, and soon arrived at the time of the contest. At this time, there were about 1,000 students gathered around the contest, except for a small number of old students wearing uniforms. They are all new students. However, from the clothes worn by the group of newborns, Jianchen can see that 9 or more of them are civilians born, and they are wearing rough cloth made of simple fabrics. Some people have clothes on them. There are several patches, not only because the number of civilians in the Urchin kingdom is more than the number of nobles, but more importantly, most of the children living in poverty can eat hard work, and the power of cultivation is better than some living in the big family. The disciples in the school have to work hard, so the majority of students who can enter the Kagas College are civilians. In addition to these, Jianchen found that among the new students, the youngest is almost 16 or 17 years old, and even the 10-year-old, after all, like Jianchen, at the age of 15, he reached the power of 8 saints. People are rare, so among the freshmen enrolled this year, I am afraid that only the age of Jianchen is the smallest. Despite this, Jianchen's physical development is far more than ordinary people, although only 15 years old, but it looks more like a 16-year-old boy. Jianchen jumped down from the 5-meter-high trunk and fell lightly on the ground. He walked toward the direction of Wutai. When he came to the periphery of the crowd, Jianchen did not continue to squeeze into it, but instead standing quietly outside, for a contest between a group of children cannot make Jianchen interested. It does not matter if you cannot see, the reason why he participated in the new contest is only for the third-order magic core. Everyone is quiet. Suddenly, an unusually loud voice suddenly came, and the voice was very loud. It was spread throughout the playground. I heard the voice. The students around me suddenly quieted down. In an instant, the whole playground became silent. It's up. Then, I saw a middle-aged man in white attire on a contest in the middle of the field. The middle-aged man looks ordinary and doesn't look good, but the eyes are stunned, as if it were the weapon of the gods is like a land, and people are afraid to look directly at it. The middle-aged man looked around for a week and showed a smug smile on his face. He said in a harmonious tone, "My classmates, I am Bai-en, the vice president of the Kagame's college. I am personally presenting the new student contest today. As for the contest, the rules, I think everyone saw it from the bulletin board at the school gate. I won't say much. The prize of this new contest is the same as usual. The first newcomer is still a third-order magic core. Reward: the second is a second-order magic core as a reward, the third is a third-order magic core reward. In addition to these, all students who can enter the top 50 can get a purple crystal coin reward. When the last reward was heard, all the freshmen dressed in civilian costumes cheered loudly. The civilian families like them did not spend much on a daily basis. They ate coarse tea and a gold coin. A family of 3 maintains a monthly living expenses, and a purple crystal coin is equivalent to 100 gold coins, which is almost enough for the living expenses of their family of 3 for nearly 10 years. Although the magic core is more precious, they simply do not dare to expect it. After all, the magic core has only 3 places, while the purple crystal coin has a full quota of 50. At this moment, almost all the students whose families were relatively sleepy could not help but feel the blood boiling, and my heart was secretly vowed that for this purple crystal coin, we must work hard to enter the top 50. Looking at the expressions on the faces of these civilian students, some noble disciples have a disdainful look in their eyes. Although a purple crystal coin is a small number in the eyes of some civilians, it is fundamental among these children living in aristocratic families. It's nothing, and Jianchen has about 50 purple crystal coins. The new student contest began soon. The students selected the lottery. The label was placed in a large tube and was covered by a piece of paper. The number inside was not visible. There are 2 large jars for the labeling, one of which is selected by the students who reach the 8th floor by street, and the other is selected by the students who reach the 9th floor by the Holy Spirit. Avoiding some of the 8 layers of the power of the Holy Spirit to meet the 9 layers of the power of the students, if this is the case, then there is almost no suspense. Although the minimum admission standard for Carcass College is the 8th level of the Holy Power, among the freshmen enrolled each year, there is no shortage of talented new students in cultivation, or some noble families are cultivated with some heavenly treasures. So almost every year there will be the power of the Holy Spirit to reach the 9th floor of the new students. The ceremony of drawing lots was carried out quickly. Soon, it was the turn of the sword dust. Looking at the few cans in the big jar, the sword dust was randomly selected, and then the seal was removed from the distance. I saw the words number 3 and number 64 written on the above. Looking at this number, Ling Tian knew that his opponent would be the one with the number 3 ring number 136, because the opponent of this match is added according to the above figures of the 2 labels. 200 figures to calculate. After getting the label, all the students were silently going to the front of the ring that they were about to compete, and Jianchen also came to the ring of number 3. The schedule was very fast. The first round of the game took only half a day to complete. Because the opponent was just a child who couldn't have any martial arts, Jianchen entered the second round very easily. After lunch, the new contest was continued, but the number of participants was less than half, and there were about 500 people in total. The second round is still exactly the same as the first round. It is judged according to the lottery. Since the number of participants is less than half, the second round of competition only ends in 4 hours. When the second round is over, the competition will be completed. The number of people has already been only 256. According to this figure, the following lottery can be carried out smoothly, and there will be no more embarrassing incidents. Then, the third round of the lottery ceremony was immediately carried out. After the lottery was completed, the contest was immediately carried out. Finally, it ended in the evening, and at the same time, 128 people were successfully promoted, including the sword dust. After leaving the contest, the sky was already dark, and Jianchen touched the belly that had been protesting. He shook his head helplessly. In his previous life, even if he didn't eat for a few days and nights, he would not feel hungry. If you don't eat 3 meals a day, you will feel hungry, which makes Jianchen feel quite helpless. Soon, Jianchen came to the canteen of the college. After receiving his own things, he found an empty position in the lobby and sat down to eat it. Although the food was simple, he couldn't think of it with Changyang House,
but Jian Chen, I still eat it with relish. Since the new student contest has just ended, the people in the cafeteria are not much smaller than usual at the moment.
It is still very much.
It is not long before the sword dust sits. The seats in the cafeteria are all occupied, and there are still many people.
I couldn't find an empty position.
Although Jian Chen was sitting alone at a table, no one dared to sit with Jian Chen, because all of them were children of some civilian families, or dare in sword dust wearing a luxurious costume. At first glance, the aristocratic children who were born were sitting together.
Chapter 14 Tower.
Bump! Just as the sword dust was eaten with gusto, suddenly a palm fell heavily on the table of the sword dust, causing the entire table to vibrate slightly. Jian Chen wrinkled his head and slowly raised his head. He saw that the owner of the palm was a 20-year-old aristocratic child, wearing a uniform of school, because it was the old man of the college, and behind the teenager.
There are two people who look like they are about 17 or 8 years old.
One man and one woman, their faces are full of arrogance, and they are dressed in luxurious costumes made of silk satin, which makes people know that they were born in rich families. Looking down at the three people wearing aristocratic costumes on the opposite side, Jian Chen, lips fretting, slowly spit out a few words. Is there something?
The tone is extremely dull.
The old-fashioned child, who seems to be about 20 years old, was exposed to fierce light. He looked at Jian Chen with a bad look.
He said in a very arrogant tone, "Hey, boy, now this table is ours, you go elsewhere. Eat it."
Although it can be seen from the clothing worn by Jian Chen that he is not a civilian, the other party still does not put the sword dust in his eyes. When Jian Chen looked at the boy with a disdainful look.
The tone was faint. To eat and sit down and eat together, this table is owned by the school, and you have not written your name on it.
When did you become yours?
It is.
After listening to this, the nobleman's face showed a hint of anger, and he had lost his patience. He said loudly, "You still let it go." Now, the thing that happened at the table of Jian Chen has attracted the students who were dining around, and suddenly cast a lot of attention, but no one dared to stand up and talk.
There was a slight smile on the face of Jian Chen.
Such a thing happened in the past life when he walked through the rivers and lakes, but every time he gave the other party a lesson.
Let nature let it. Wait for me to finish eating things and say it.
This time, Jian Chen didn't look at each other's eyes, buried his head and ate the food, because the mouth was wrapped in food, so the tone of the sword dust a bit ambiguous. Despite this, it was also clearly heard by the other three. "Brother, it seems that your deterrence in the college is not big.
Even a table is not flat.
You can't let us both stand outside to eat." One standing behind the boy, the girl, smiled softly. After listening to this, the young man who was about 20 years old was suddenly a sly face, but even if he was furious, he was staring at Jian Chen with a fierce anger.
He said, "Boy, what is your name, which family? I will report it to me."
The sword dust brows slightly wrinkled, but before he talked, a voice passed from afar. "Kadi Yun, you are also an old student of Kagurth College. Actually, I am bullying this year. A freshman who was admitted to school." With the voice, I saw a uniform dressed in school, and the young boy who was almost like the aristocratic child called Kadian slowly came in. Seeing this boy, the boy who was called Kadian changed his face slightly, and his eyes showed a hint of jealousy. He said coldly, "My moron, my business is not up to you." At this time, Jian Chen also knew the names of the two of them. The former person who called himself to be a person was called Kadi Yun, and the person who appeared behind him called by Moran. The boy named by Moran smiled and said, "Kadi Yun, you really can't take care of me, but since I am a senior, I have to manage this schoolmate." After listening to this, Kadi Yun and the two teenagers standing behind him were slightly changed. At this time, the girl standing behind Kadi Yun hesitated for a moment, then pulled the clothes of Kadi Yun and whispered, "Brother, there is already an empty position over there, let's go there." When the eyes of Kadi Yun subconsciously looked around the canteen, and found that a position has been vacated not far away, and once again looked at the sword dust, Kadi Cloud snorted and waved, "Second brother, three sisters, let's eat in the past." Saying,
Cuddy Yun walked toward the empty table first. If he continued to entangle himself, he would not only be unable to conceive the benefits of the slightest. The gray of the nose, because Byamo Ran is not only weaker than the Cuddy family at home, but its own strength is stronger than him. Of course, these are not the most important ones. The most important thing is that he is a schoolmaster who is actually bullying a freshman. If he is spread in the college, I am afraid that he will be ridiculed by many people. If passed into the head of the principal, he will even be severely criticized. The reason why Kadian did not let the civilian students give up is because all the old students in the Kagas College are very clear. The president of the Kagas school, one of the 6 masters of the Gessen kingdom, is very partial to these poor students. At this time, Cuddy Yun's sister looked at Jian Chen's gaze suddenly, as if he had thought of something like it. He said, "Oh, I remember, you are the first to be promoted to the 128th in this year's freshman. The students inside, I just saw you in the ring." The voice just fell. The girl looked at Jian Chen's eyes suddenly a little uncomfortable. After listening to this, the young man who had been talking to the woman suddenly turned his head and stared straight at Jian Chen. He said with a smile, "I hope that tomorrow's freshman contest will let me meet you." Well, the boy followed the Cuddy cloud and walked toward the empty table. For the boy, Jian Chen simply dismissed it and didn't even care. At this time, Bai silently walked to the front of Jian Chen, reached out and patted the shoulder of Jian Chen, and smiled. This school brother is really courageous, actually dare not give Cuddy Yun face. After later Cuddy, if they bully you, you can come directly to me. When Jian Chen stood up from the stool and smiled. In the next Changyang Shangtian, I just thanked the seniors for asking me to solve the problem. Otherwise, I am afraid I will get some trouble. I silently smiled and said, "School brothers don't have to be so polite. Kadian is a very arrogant person in the college. I have long seen that he is not pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, he has not been able to find a chance to teach him. Yes, my name is Byamo Ran. You can call me directly to the schoolmaster. The younger brother of tomorrow's contest will be careful. The 2 people behind Cuddy Yun are his sister Cuddy Chioli, and the other is his brother Cuddy Liang. It is said that they are holy in the body. The force has reached the 9th floor." Jian Chen faint smile, said, "My silent master, you can rest assured, once they meet them, I will be careful." Bai Moran nodded slightly, said, "It is not too late now, I should have a dormitory, brother, let's see you later." After being separated from Bai Moran, Jian Chen went back to his dormitory after eating the rest of the food. Today, Jian Chen didn't see his big brother Changyang Tiger all day, and he didn't know where he went to go. Sloppily, the dust in the dormitory was rounded up, and the sword dust sat on the bed with his knees, doing the necessary homework every night, and practicing. The next round of trials was completed very quickly. Since the number of participants was less than once, the second day directly decided to come out of the top 8, and since the top 50 was dropped, the college cancelled 8. The power of the layer of sacredness must not be in line with the rule of the 9 layers of the holy power, so that the new students are completely free to play. So in addition to the sword dust and another darker boy in the top 8 is the 8 layers of the holy power. In addition, the other 6 new students have reached the 9th floor of the Holy Spirit. They can advance to the top 8, whether it is Jian Chan or the dark-skinned boy, who have defeated several new 9-layered forces. In addition to these, what surprised Jian Chen was that the 6 sacred forces reached the 9th level freshmen, and they also included the 2 brothers and sisters Cuddy Chioli and Cuddy Liang who had a conflict with him in the cafeteria yesterday. Although they did not meet their 2 brothers and sisters in the ring, but Jian Chen more than once found that their 2 brothers and sisters looked at their own eyes are full of provocative meaning. For the provocative eyes of their 2 brothers and sisters, Jian Chen simply dismissed him, but in his mind, he couldn't help thinking of the one who advanced to the top 8 with his own strength of only 8 layers of holy power. The boy with darker skin, the boy's fighting style, Jian Chen also saw clearly. He found that the boy seems a bit unusual, as if it is a natural power. The power is surprisingly great. The reason why it can successfully advance to the top 8, the strength of his far-reaching peers is naturally indispensable. Almost half of the freshmen who played against him were directly thrown out by him. The final battles of the finals were scheduled to be held tomorrow, and at the same time, the newcomer Wang of the new contest will also be produced tomorrow. After leaving the playground, Jianchen went straight to the cafeteria. After receiving his own food, Yu Guang's eyes inadvertently found that the boy who entered the top 8 at the freshman contest was sitting in a corner alone. Eating, the boy is wearing a simple cloth, and several patches have been sewed on the clothes. At first glance, he knows that the child was born in a civilian family. Although the boy's age does not look like the age of 16 or 7, the sword the dust saw a resolute look from his tender face, and his body was also extremely dissatisfied with his age. His height was already at a height of 1 meter 8, and his head was more than a sword. Big brother Changyang Tiger will have to go up a circle. Jianchen slightly hesitated, then took his own food and went straight to the table where the boy was sitting. He sat down and put down the food. Jianchen turned to look at the boy around him and smiled. I called Changyang Shengtian, I don't know what the classmate called. Hearing the words, the boy looked up and saw the sword dust. His eyes were slightly swept away on the clothing of Jianchen, and he said, "My name is the Tower." Jianchen smiled lightly and said, "I have just seen the competition of the Tower students in the ring. The Tower students can beat the new life of the 9-story power with 83 powers. It is amazing." After listening to Jianchen's words of admiration, the Tower smiled embarrassedly and said, "I just have a little more strength than them. They are also very powerful. I am very hurting." Chapter 15 Kadikyu. After listening to this, Jianchen's heart moved and asked again, "The Tower, now how strong your strength is, for example, you can lift multiple objects." "When I was at home, I was able to lift up to 400 kilograms of big stones," the Tower said quite proudly. When he talked about this, his face was full of pride. Hearing this answer, Jianchen's face couldn't help but stay, watching the Tower's eyes full of weirdness. It's impossible to lift a 4-pound stone even if it's an ordinary adult, and the Tower actually at such a young age, it is possible to raise more than 400 kilograms of boulder, which makes Jianchen feel unbelievable. "Iron, then you are a few years old." Now the eyes of Jianchen looking at the Tower have become different. "It's 16 years old." The Iron Tower chewed the food in his mouth, and the tone was vague. Jianchen's gaze to the Tower changed again. "Is the strength of your tower so small?" "Yeah, my strength has been bigger than others since I was young, but I have to eat more meals. I used to eat too much when I was at home, so I often go hunting alone in the mountains and then roast and eat myself." The tone of the Tower very dull. Jianchen took a deep breath, and now he has already affirmed that the Iron Tower is a natural power. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to raise more than 400 kilograms of boulders with such a young age, and it is even more shocking to Jianchen. Yes, the Tower used to go hunting in the mountains alone. A child who was only 16 years old could do this. This made it impossible for Jianchen to look at the Tower. After all, there are not only beasts in the forest, but occasionally 1 or 2 World of Warcraft. The strength of Warcraft is not comparable to those of the beasts. At this time, the Tower looked satisfied with the touch of the stomach, stood up from the stool, smiled at the sword dust. "Changyang Shengtian, I am full, first go back to the dormitory to rest, there will be competition tomorrow." Jianchen nodded with a smile and said, "I hope you can enter the top 3 in the finals tomorrow." The Tower slammed his nod, and his eyes showed a firm gaze. "I will work hard to get into the top 3, a first-order magic core, and generally sell 10 purple gold coins." Not long after the Tower was gone, Jianchen also ate a meal in a hurry. Back in the dormitory, just when he just closed the door of the dormitory, suddenly a knock on the door came. "For brothers, you are not there." There was a slightly thick voice from the Changyang Tiger outside the door. "Smell the sound," the sword dust slightly stunned. "I did not expect that it was a big brother who had no trace of 2 days." Immediately, Jianchen immediately opened the door and called the Changyang Tiger to the house. "For brothers, I don't know if you have successfully promoted the new contest." Just entering the house, Changyang Tiger looked at the opening of the sword and couldn't wait. Jianchen nodded slightly and said,
I have successfully promoted to the top 8, and tomorrow is the final duel. After listening to this, Chanyang Tiger's face suddenly showed a happy look, excitedly said, "For brothers, you are really amazing, no wonder then the second sister and the third brother to come to Kaga's college." Said, Chanyang Tiger from the body pull out a thumb-sized crystal directly into the hands of Jian Shen, saying, "The 4 brothers, this is a first-order magic core." It was my 2 days and several friends who went to the forest behind the college to kill one. The first-order Warcraft got, the big brother prepared for you, you use it, well, the time is not early, the big brother does not bother you to rest, tomorrow will be the final game, the 4th brother you can to work hard, try to get the first place. After the words were finished, Chanyang Tiger turned and walked out of the room and gently closed the door. At the moment when Chanyang Tiger closed the door, Jian Shen's gaze inadvertently caught an extra 3-inch wound on the right arm of Chanyang Tiger. Silently watching the first-order magic core lying quietly in his palm, feeling the remaining temperature that has not completely retreated, for a time, the heart of Jian Shen is difficult to calm down. Although it is only a first-order magic core, from this magic core, Jian Shen clearly feels that the big brother Chang Yanghu cares about himself. When he leaves the big brother Chang Jianghu, he has a wound on the arm. I don't know if it must be left when hunting for Warcraft. When I think of it, it can't help but make Jian Shen's heart warm, and suddenly there is a feeling in the heart that has never appeared in the past. After standing in the house for a while, Jian Shen finally took a long breath and gradually calmed himself down, then sat down on the bed and sat down to continue practicing. As for the first-order magic core, Jian Shen did not use it, but he was put into the space belt. For tomorrow's battle, Jian Shen has this strong confidence to get the first. After all, he is a former life. The peerless master who stood at the top of the peak, although he lost the powerful cultivation after the reincarnation, but the various swordsmanship he mastered and the accomplishments in the kendo have been deeply reflected in the depths of his soul, and no loss, these will be the strong capital of Jianshen in the future. Early the next morning, after Jianshen had eaten breakfast, he immediately went to the place where the contest was held. Perhaps it was because the final winner will be separated today, so the crowds will be much more than the previous 2 days. Those people are almost all old college students. The match field on the playground was adjusted last night and has changed from the original 5 to 4. Not only is the area larger than the previous one, but even the hard level is not comparable to yesterday's match. At this moment, Jianshen seemed to feel something. He looked back slightly and saw that the eldest brother Chang Yanghu was trying to open the crowd and walked in his direction. Noticing the eyes of Jianshen, Chanyang Tiger smiled and quickly slammed the person in front of him to the side of Jianshen. He reached out and took a shot of Jianshen's shoulder. He smiled and said, "For brothers, today you must work hard, big brother does not ask you to get the first place, as long as you can enter the top 3. For Chanyang Tiger, the magic of the game reward is only a small matter, the most important thing is a ranking, although the order of the magic core is expensive, but it is not seen by the young masters of Chanyang." Jianshen smiled and said, "Big brother, you can rest assured that I will not let you down." Soon after the game time, this game is selected from the top 4 out of the top 4. After the lottery to select the opponent, Jianshen immediately fell on the platform, and not long after, as the opponent of the sword dust, this game is also slowly came up to the downfall, but what surprised Jianshen was that this time the opponent was actually a girl, exactly the girl who had previously had conflicts with him, Cuddy Chioli. Cuddy Chioli was wearing a dark red dress. Although she was only 16 or 7 years old, her body was very well developed. The convex and convex, the thin and thin, the tight-fitting body put her in her possession. The woman's slim figure is perfectly sketched out, with a natural face and white and tender skin. Now she has the capital to make the normal man feel the heart, no doubt, Kadikiyu in the future, it will definitely be a beautiful woman who has fallen into the country, but maybe it was born in a big family. In the eyebrows of Cuddy Chioli, there is always a arrogance. Jianshen stood in the ring with bare hands and fists. The reason why there is a new contest is because the Kargas Academy wants to distinguish the potential of each new student through this form. Therefore, the contest is not allowed to use the blade, and before the strength of the saints is reached, it is impossible to condense the sacred soldiers in the body, so all the new students are fighting through their fists.
Cuddy Chioli looked at Jian Chen's gaze with an arrogant look and said, "You really didn't let us down. You were not very arrogant in the cafeteria that day. Let me give you a good lesson today."
The sound of Cuddy Chioli is very crisp and sweet. After listening to this, there was a disdainful sneer on the face of Jian Chen. These people who were born in aristocratic families always had many people who were ignorant.
Boom!
With a loud bell, it officially foreshadowed the beginning of the contest. Due to the establishment of 4 platforms, this time the competition was carried out simultaneously by 8 people on 4 platforms. With the bells, all the students who participated in the battle on the 4 platforms moved at the same time. Cuddy Chioli opened his legs and quickly ran toward Jian Chen, but when he was only 3 meters away from Jian Chen, the whole person suddenly jumped from the ground and kicked his face toward the face of Jian Chen. The age of Kadiki was only 16 or 7 years old, but his skills are not weak, and the power of the body has reached the 9th floor. Jian Chen stood still and did not move, his face was calm. Just as this leg of Cuddy Chioli was close to his face, the neck of Jian Chen was slightly twisted, his head was off, just escaped from Cuddy.
A leg kicked by Autumn Chestnut.
Cuddy Chioli also reflected very fast, seeing that he did not kick the target in one leg, holding a fist into his fist, and directly hitting the nose of Jian Chen with a fist. Thanks to the support of the 9 layers of the Holy Spirit in the body, so Cuddy Chochio this punchably is not only very fast, but the powerful power contained in the fist can be injured even if it is hit by an ordinary adult. For Jian Chen, Cuddy Chioli did not keep a hand, whether it was to defeat Jian Chen to successfully advance to the top 4, or because of the lessons learned from Jian Chen, she was not allowed to keep her hand. Jian Chen easily and comfortably deal with the attack of Cuddy Chioli, although the force of the Holy Spirit is lower than the other side, but Jian Chen is not an ordinary child after all. How rich he is brought from his previous life. As long as he is willing, even if he does not fight back, he can also let Cuddy Chioli's attack not even touch his own clothes, and defeat each other within 5 rounds. After Kadiki's attack for dozens of times, she still didn't even feel the clothes of Jian Chen's clothes. This not only made her feel very annoyed, but stopped the fists that continued to attack.
After a few breaths, Cuddy Chioli hands on his hips, staring angry at Jian Chen, angered, "Hey, you can't fight in the end. If you don't hit, then I will roll to the bottom of the ring. Don't jump here and jump."
Jian Chen looked at his face with a funny look and screamed at Cuddy Chioli.
The tone was faint. "The people who are in the next stage are you, not me. You can't touch me even if you touch. How can you beat me? You."
Cuddy Chioli's natural face was suffocated, and the finger dust was suddenly unable to speak, but then the eyes turned and sneered, "Even if I can't touch you, you are not the same who dare not fight with me, can only hide and hide there, a coward."
"Oh, is it?"
There was a strange smile on the face of Jian Chen, and the look of Cuddy Chioli was full of weirdness. Cuddy Chioli looked at the sword dust proudly and said with confidence, "Of course, otherwise, you will play with me." Jian Chen looked at the other 3 platforms. After such a time of confrontation, the other 3 platforms were also quickly divided. Then they looked back and looked at Kadikyu, and smiled, "Since you want to let me play with you, well, I am as you wish."
Chapter 16 Top 2 in the promotion.
Upon hearing the words of Jian Chen, Cuddy Chioli's eyes brightened and said, "This is what you said, and you should never hide."
Cuddy Chioli obviously didn't want to prepare for Jian Chen's time.
When the words have not been finished, she has already rushed toward Jian Chen. When she was near Jian Chen, as before, she also jumped up and volleyed to the face of Jian Chen, but this time the speed at which this kick is kicked out is much faster than it was just before. The face of Jian Chen's face showed a strange smile. Facing the leg of Cuddy Chioli, the sword dust did not hide, and when the legs of Cuddy Chioli were about to kick his face, the hands of Jian Chen quickly explored
out, firmly grasp the calf of Cuddy Chioli, then use both hands to force, twist the waist, change the pace of the foot, quickly step out of a circle. This series of action Jian Chen completely in one go. Then, see Jian Chen actually, he grabbed a leg of Cuddy Chioli, and in the panic of Cuddy Chioli, her body swung in midair. This action of Jian Chen has made many students in the downfall look stunned.
This is not only because Jinshen has no slight pity, but also a long, so cute girl who has no image in the air. Most of them are surprised by the fact that Jinshen is so easy to defeat the power of the Holy Spirit to reach the 6-story opponent. Under the embarrassment, watching her sister was so abused by Jinshen, Cuddy-yun's forehead was already violent, his face became gloomy, and the eyes of Jinshen were full of murderousness. If not the college's deputy dean Bai Yin presided over the game, I am afraid he has already rushed to the ring to teach the sword dust. The sword dust hands are like a tight and powerful big pliers. Try to buckle the calf of the calorie chestnut in the air for 2 turns before releasing his hands. Suddenly, I saw the petite body of Cuddy Chioli. The air crossed a perfect trajectory, flew straight down the ring, and finally broke into a crowd. This trick, Jinshen learned from the Iron Tower. He watched the Iron Tower several matches, found that almost half of the tower's opponents were directly used by the tower to use the method he just used to still fall down. But Jinshen has to say that this is indeed a good way to win easily, especially at some time for some people. A little disdainful look at the disco stage under the support of the crowd, Kadikiuli, who had already stood up again, Jinshen sneered, and after the referee announced his victory, he did not rush to the downfall. Looking at the sword dust that has already stepped down the platform, the eyes of Cuddy Chioli are a bit sluggish. From small to large, she has grown up and the darling of the people. She has been so insulted and actually caught. After a few turns in the air, the foot was ruthlessly still down. Although the body did not suffer much damage, the lost face made her feel very wronged, thinking about living, and the eyes of Cuddy Chioli gradually there was a trace of fog, and the last 2 lines of clear tears burst out and actually burst into silence. Just as Jinshen had just stepped down the platform, Cuddy Chioli's brother, Cuddy Yun, was in front of Jinshen's body, staring at Jinshen with a sharp gaze. Shinshin said, "Boy, you are really fucking kind, dare to treat my sister like this." Jinshen's eyes looked flat and angry, and he sneered, and said nothing, just left. In Jinshen's opinion, talking to him was just a waste of words, because he couldn't understand the card. Di Yun is so arrogant that the family's forces are bullying people. Looking at the back of Jinshen, the face of Cuddy Yun is getting more and more gloomy. Not long after the end of the sword dust game, soon the list of the top 4 came out, namely Changyang Shangtian, Iron Tower, Cuddy Liang and Tianmu Xiong. For the tower to enter the top 10 sword dust does not feel the slightest surprise, but for the card can also successfully advance to the top 4, this is to make Jinshen feel a trace of accident. The 4th man who successfully advanced to the top 4 is a boy who is about the same age as Cuddy Chocho. He is medium-sized and has a white face. Although he is only 6 or 7 years old this year, he can't demonstrate the handsome look and the standard 5 senses. Bai Yin, the deputy dean of the Kagas College sitting on the podium, slowly swept over the 4 people of Jinshen. He nodded with a smile and muttered, "It seems that the new students who entered the school this year are more than a few years ago. I have to be a lot stronger. I really hope that I can get out of a strong man in Kargas College." After the first 4 strong points were separated, the rest time was about 1 hour, and the next game continued. However, very coincidentally, the opponent who drew the sword dust this time was actually Cuddy Liang, and the opponent of the tower was the Sky Bear. Under the stage, Cuddy and 3 brothers and sisters gathered together, and now Cuddy Chioli's eyes are slightly red and swollen. "Second brother, you must give him a good lesson." Cuddy Chioli was filled with anger, saying to Cuddy. Looking at the red and swollen eyes that Cuddy Chioli had been crying and the 2 tears that had dried up on the face, Cuddy couldn't help but feel a trace of extreme anger. The tone was firm and said, "Sister Chioli, you don't worry, even if you are punished by the college, your second brother will definitely help you to teach him well." "Hey, this crazy boy, actually dare to treat my sister like this, really don't want to live." "Sister, you can rest assured, I promise you that the kid will be very painful in the college afterwards, although the principal is very partial to civilians." "Student, but that kid is not a civilian, even if I call him a disabled principal, I won't say anything. At most, I criticize us." Cuddy's eyes flashed a bit of a sinister look. For this younger sister, Cuddy Yun and Cuddy Liang are very concerned about each other. Jian Chen is so bullying their sister that they have already hated Jian Chen. Soon, Jian Chen and Ka Di Liang appeared on the ring. Just when the bell that started the game officially started, the figure of Ka Di Liang suddenly rushed forward, and the sword dust quickly rushing, punched directly to Jian Chen. The sword dust method dexterously escaped the attack of Ka Di Liang, and appeared in the blink of an eye behind Ka Di Liang, and also punched a punch to Ka Di Liang. The speed is very fast. Bump! When Ka Di Liang had not responded, Jian Chen's fist had been hit on the back of Ka Di Liang, and the powerful impact from the fist made Ka Di shine a step forward and beat forward. After a few steps, I almost stood up and landed on the ground. As soon as he got out of the boxing, the sword dust did not stop at all. His feet stepped forward and quickly came to the front of Ka Di Liang. When he got up in the future, he kicked his ankle directly. Suddenly, Ka Di Liang could not control the body that had not yet stood still. He jumped forward and jumped to the ground nearly 2 meters away. But when he stopped, Ka Di Liang came to the ring. The edge is gone, and the small half is already outside the ring. Seeing this scene, the students who pay attention to the downfall of Jian Chen have screamed and screamed. They didn't even think that they would have to win the game only once in a round, and they made the students feel incredible. Yes, Ka Di Liang, who has 9 layers of holy power, will be defeated so easily by a sword dust with only 8 layers of power. Looking at the small half of the body has already fallen out of the platform of the Ka Di Liang, the hearts of both Ka Di Li and Ka Di Yun under the ring mentioned the scorpion. Hey, how is the second brother so careless? This is really true. He must not lose to the kid. Ka Di Li's angrily screamed, frowning and anxious. In the language, looking at the eyes of Ka Di Liang is full of worry. Ka Di Yun sighed a little annoyed and said, the second brother is doing this, actually so careless, made by a person with only 8 layers of holy power. On the rostrum, the vice president Bayan, who was sitting on the top, gradually showed a happy smile on his face. He muttered, this time, the freshmen are sure to find a treasure. One is a natural power, the other is let me both. Although it is not easy to understand, the attack is simple, but it implies the mystery. It can always make the most accurate reflection at the most critical moment. If they are good students, I believe that in the near future, they will become famous masters on Tianyuan Road. This matter seems to be well discussed with the dean. On the platform, Ka Di Liang climbed up from the ring. Now his forehead is covered with cold sweat. If his body slips a little further in front, he can't control the unbalanced body. Drop it directly. If he is really defeated by an opponent with only 8 layers of power, and it is so ugly, it is definitely a huge shame for him. Just when Ka Di Liang got up from the ground, when he turned around, he suddenly noticed a flower in front of him, but he didn't understand what was going on. Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. After that, he felt his body fluttering. And the downfall continued to get smaller in his eyes, and finally hit a slamming fall on the ground, and in his white clothes, the chest has relieved a footprint. A little bit of standing up from the ground, Ka Di Liang looked around, then immediately reflected, suddenly filled with angry fire, eyes looking at the dust is full of grievances. Those who think of him as a 9-layered holy force will be defeated by an opponent with only 8 layers of power, and they will be so wasted. When they think of it, Ka Di's heart is full of endless anger. This is definitely a huge shame for him. Ka Di Yun came to Ka Di to shine in front of the atmosphere, said, second brother, I am too disappointed with you, you really shame for our Ka Di family. Leave this sentence, Ka Di Cloud does not look at the card like Di Liang, he left here. After listening to the words of Ka Di Yun, Ka Di's face became ugly for a time. Second brother, you are too big, you said that he will help me to teach him. As a result, you have been taught by him. Ka Di Li saw in front of Ka Di Yun, a little hate iron, said in tone quite angry. After listening to this, Ka Di Yun's face changed again. Shin Shang said, this is just his luck, and he won the advantage of the downfall. If you change a place, he must not be my opponent. Sister, you can rest assured that I will learn from him in the future. Wen Yen, Ka Di Li looked down and thought, but also felt that Cuddy Liang said this is very reasonable, and then nodded slightly, said, "Second brother, next time you must be good to kick me to teach him." Cuddy patted his chest and said loudly, "You can rest assured that the three sisters, this thing is on me." Not long after the end of the sword dust game, the tower and the Tianmu bear also scored the victory, although the tower is weaker than the sky bear in the power of the Holy Spirit, but the power of his birth has made up for this. The defect, and finally with the metamorphosis of strength and the experience of fighting with the beast, finally defeated the Tianmu Xiong, became the winner of this game, and like Jian Chen, successfully advanced to the top 2, the last newcomer, will be produced between the two of them. Chapter 17 New Face King. After 2 hours of rest, the finals finally began. Jian Chen and the Iron Tower went to the ring at the same time, standing quietly 10 meters apart. Around the ring road, more than 1,000 students have been encircled, and the entire platform is surrounded by water. Jian Chen looked at the tower with a faint gaze, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "The tower, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, actually entered the finals." After listening to Jian Chen's words of admiration, the tower's face was slightly red, and it was a bit embarrassed. However, the excited look between the eyes was clearly seen by Jian Chen. With a thick smile, the tower snorted and said, "Changyang Shangtian, you are also very powerful." Jian Chen took a chance to play with his hands and feet. He smiled and said, "The Iron Tower, this is the last battle. This time, the newcomer of the new contest will be produced between us. This time, you will also use your full strength to defeat me. You are the newcomer king." At that time, the third order magic core can be worth at least a few hundred purple gold coins, enough for your parents to live for a lifetime. After listening to this, a hot look in the eyes of the tower, nodded awkwardly, said, "Changyang Shangtian, I will use all the power, you must be careful." Jian Chen nodded slightly, with a smile, "I am not so easy to defeat." Boom! At this moment, the bell that indicated the beginning of the game suddenly sounded, and at the moment the bell rang, the tower also took a step and rushed toward Jian Chen, but when it came to Jian Chen, the tower quickly stretched out. With both hands on the sword dust, I intend to use the power of his life to lift the body of the sword dust, and then drop the platform. Jian Chen smiled slightly. He was familiar with this move of the tower. In the previous few games, the Iron Tower was used up. Once it was really caught by him, it would be difficult to break free. Jian Chen stepped back slightly, easily avoiding the hands that the tower had explored, and then the right hand into a fist, with a force of 80% directly punched toward the chest of the tower. Jian Chen's punching speed is very fast, and the timing is very good, so that the tower is too late to dodge. Bump! With a dull sound, Jian Chen's fist was slammed on the chest of the tower, but the next moment, Jian Chen's face changed slightly. Looking at the tower's gaze with a hint of astonishment, he found this fist seems to be not on one person, but on a very hard wall. The body of the tower is very strong, and the strong one is not in line with common sense. The strong force on the sword dust fist made the tower step back a little bit, but quickly stood still, then roared again, rushed toward the sword dust again, raised his fist and hit the chest of Jian Chen. Jian Chen, that contains a punch of 80% strength, actually did not bring him a little bit of injury. The face of Jian Chen gradually showed a look of excitement. Looking at the fist hit by the tower, he did not evade, and the same punch was struck with 10 layers of strength. The two fists slammed together in the air, and a dull squeak broke out. Even the many students under the ring ade heard it clearly. The fists of the two men were at the touch of a finger. The footsteps of Jian Chen could not be self-made and quickly receded backwards. After a full distance of 10 meters, they stopped. At this moment, his right hand has already trembled a bit. Obviously, the Iron Tower is hard, and the sword dust has suffered a lot of losses. Even if he is tempered by the power of the Holy Spirit, it is far more than the body of his peers. In contrast, the tower is just a two-step retreat. It looks as usual and does not seem to suffer the slightest damage. Jian Chen smashed the right hand that had been a little red and swollen. After these two confrontations, he already understood that it was a very unwise choice to make a hard collision with the tower. The tower is not only scary, but the strength of the body is also incredible. If it is hard, perhaps even if the strength is stronger than the Iron Tower, the character of a class is not his opponent, and the only thing that can win is the speed. Iron, your strength has already exceeded my expectations, then I have to go all out.
Jian Chen stepped forward and smiled. The tower smiled and said, "Come on, Changyang Shangtian, you can't beat me." The tone of the tower is full of strong self-confidence. Jian Chen is not in nonsense.
When he is only 5 or 6 meters away from the Iron Tower, his footsteps suddenly change. His feet are on the platform, and he is walking on the platform. The speed of his body is so fast that he jumps to the right and suddenly sees it. Behind the tower, when the tower had not been reflected, the double fists had been slamming behind the tower. Hey! 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 The dull sounds are constantly being uploaded from the ring, and the intensiveness is like a line. Under the strong impact, the tower's body could not be self-made and rushed forward. Now the tower has no time to turn around. Drink! The tower screamed, trying to stabilize the body, and then quickly turned and waved his fists to the sword dust behind him. Just when the fist of the tower was just hit, the body of Jian Chen jumped gently and jumped to the height of 2 meters, just escaped the fist of the tower.
Then, in the air, the legs of Jian Chen were chained toward the tower.
Kicking every leg, with a strong force, a powerful impact makes the tower even retreat. Hey! 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 The sword dust kicked out a dozen legs and fell to the ground. At this time, the face of the tower had been kicked by the sword dust, purple, and the face was black. Falling to the ground, the sword dust keeps moving, the body rotates in the same place, while the legs are bent downwards, and the right leg is rotated 180 degrees to the ground, sweeping toward the legs of the tower at a very fast speed. Bump! The tower was directly carried to the platform, but immediately climbed up and rushed toward Jian Chen. The sword dust and the Iron Tower once again fought fiercely together. Because the Iron Tower was born with great power and the strength of the body was also strong and scary, after 2 hard fights with the Iron Tower, Jian Chen's heart had already understood the battle with the Iron Tower. Hard to use measures, it is very unwise to be non-condensing, so the next battle Jian Chen completely squats with the advantage of his body agility in the tower fight, although the strength of the tower is very strong, but the sword dust many times the attack overlapped and hit the same position on the body part of the tower, which also made the tower extremely uncomfortable, and his painful teeth were cracked. The next situation is one-sided. Jian Chen relies on his own speed and the combat experience in his previous life. He has only the head of the tower that has prevailed before, but the tower will take time to fight back, but his attack will not hit. To the sword dust, even the corner of the sword dust cannot touch. Such a scene made the students who watched the battle in the downstairs very surprised. Whether it was the practice of Jian Chen or the speed of his shot, it was far more than ordinary people, so that the thousands of students below could see it with relish.
Eye-opener. On the rostrum, I.N. looked at Jian Chen with a look of admiration. He murmured, "This kid is not simple. The fighting experience is so rich, and the speed is not slow. He seems to be called Changyang Shangtian, from the name. From the above point of view, he seems to be a person in the Changyang house of Luor City. It seems that he will have to sue to the dean." The battle on the ring continued for a while, and the tower finally couldn't stand it, and spoke loudly, "Stop, stop, don't fight, I don't fight, I admit defeat." Jian Chen stopped the chasing of the tower and looked at the tower with a smile. He said, "Why don't you fight?" The tower smashed a few places in the body that had been swollen by the sword dust. He looked at him with a pitiful look. He said depressedly, "You are moving too fast. I can't see it clearly. I just hit it. Without you, all of you are hitting me." Jian Chen smiled slightly and said, "Do you give up the first place like this?" Although Jian Chen did not keep the hand on the tower, but the Iron Tower was thick and thick, and his body was very strong,
and he did not suffer much damage. The tower nodded and said with a sigh of relief, "I can't beat you. The first one I don't want, the second one is not bad. A second-order magic core can also sell a lot of money." Subsequently, Jian Chen and the two fell down. As for the third place, it was created by Zhong Kadiliang and Tian Muxiong. After the two of them competed, the last Tian Yuxiong won the third place. The number of places. After the top 3 places came out, Jian Chen was called on the rostrum. Vice President Bian came to the front of Jian Chen, and with the appreciation of Jian Chen, he even looked away and looked at the podium. The next 1,000 students, Lang said, "Everyone, this year's new student contest officially ended. Now I declare that the newcomer of this new student contest will be composed of Chanyang Shangtian, who has 8 layers of holy power." Obtain. Vice President Bian's voice just fell, and there was a loud applause from the back of the ring. However, when I heard that the newcomer Wang was actually a force with only 8 layers of power, many new students who reached the 9-story power. They felt uncomfortable for a while, but that's all. After all, they have seen the strength of Jian Chen, and they are hard to avoid in the face of the dazzling speed that makes them feel a dazzling moment. The new students this year are really useless. In front of so many people with 9 layers of holy power, it was really shameful to be defeated by a kid who has only 8 layers of power. Yeah, those new students today are really useless. Not only is the newcomer Wang an 8-layered force, but the dark-skinned boy who got the second place is also an 8-story holy man. The people of the power, I really don't know what the freshmen who have reached the power of the 9 layers of sanity are doing. 2 old students wearing uniforms from the college stood in the crowd and talked about the sarcasm of the new strength of those who reached the 6-story power. After listening to the words of both of them, an old man standing not far from them said, "You can't say that. It's not the new weak who reached the power of the 9 layers of sanctification, but the 2 only the new strength of the 8-story power of the Holy Spirit is too strong." The second-ranked, dark-skinned boy is strenuous. Do you not see that there are several new 9-story powers that are new to him? If you change it to us, I am afraid that we can't do this. As for the freshman who got the first place, his strength is even more terrible. Didn't you find him to dodge? The speed of the move is still very fast. I am afraid that even if we go up, it is difficult to dodge. In addition to a few of them, there are still many old people who are talking about each other. They have been in the college for several years, and they are very surprised by the final result of this new student contest. This time among the newcomers, there are many people who have reached the 9th floor with the power of the Holy Spirit. I did not expect that 2 of the top 3 were freshmen with only 8 layers of power. Subsequently, on the rostrum, Jian Chen also received a 3rd-order magic core reward. This 3rd-order magic core is dark red, bigger than the 1st-order magic core that his older brother Chang Yanghu gave him. Take it in your hand. Jian Chen clearly feels that this magic core hides this powerful energy. This powerful energy is insignificant compared with the infuriating gas in his previous life, but for today's Jian Chen this energy is very large. In addition to this magic core, Jian Chen also received a medal. The medal is completely cast from gold, with a strange pattern on it. In Jian Chen's hearing, there is no news of this medal in the award, so I don't know the specific use of this medal, but when he was puzzled, Bian, the vice president standing next to him, explained to him, this medal can only be obtained in the first place of each competition. As long as you hold this medal, you can get 1 more 1st-order magic core every month in the college. In addition to these, you can also enter the college freely. The first 5 floors of the library. Chapter 18 Speed with Magical Cultivation. Every month can get a 1st-order magic core? Free access to the top 5 floors of the library? Listening to the words of Vice President Bian, Jian Chen could not help but feel strange in his heart. Is it in the college? Can students receive magic core every month? And what restrictions are there in the library of the college? After accepting this medal, Jian Chen has already planned to wait for the big brother Chan Yanghu after he went back. Although he came to the college for 3 or 4 days, 3 of them were in the competition, and the first day was also there is only a small half day. so there is not much to know about the situation in the college. After the fall of the sword, the tower and the sky bear were also on the podium for the award. After the end, the more than 1,000 students gathered under the ring gradually dispersed. For brothers, you are so powerful, you actually got the first place in the freshman competition. If you know it, you will be very happy. On the way back to the dormitory, Changyang Tiger looked excited. Said by Jian Shen, the tone is very excited. After listening to this, Jian Shen smiled slightly, but the brain could not help but think of the mother Bayanshan who was very loved by her since childhood. If this thing is known to the mother, I don't know what the mother will be happy with. Jian Shen thought secretly in his heart. Soon Changyang Tiger returned to the dormitory with Jian Shen. Just closed the dormitory door, Changyang Tiger could not wait to ask, "For brothers, I will take a look at the third order magic core." Looking at the excited color of the big brother Changyang Tiger's face, the sword dust slightly smiled, took the third order magic core in the space belt and handed it directly to the Changyang Tiger. Changyang Tiger reached out and borrowed this third order magic core to look at it in his hands. It seems as if he saw a fresh baby. He sighed, "For brothers, you are really amazing. Just came to the college and there are third steps. Magic core, I think I have been in the college for 2 years, only used a second order magic core, and I still bought it." When Jian Shen laughed and said, "Big brother, I heard that your holy power is already at the peak of 10%, and you will soon break through to the Holy One. You will use it for this third order magic core." This third order magic core, Jian Shen does not value, although this third order magic core can increase its own cultivation speed, but Jian Shen confidence does not need magic core, his cultivation speed will not be slow. After listening to the words of Jian Shen, Changyang Tiger smashed, and then reflected it, immediately put this third order magic core into the hands of Jian Shen, and said, "This cannot work, this third order magic core is the fourth brother. You can get it if you work hard. How can big brother want it?" Looking at the third order magic core that returned to his hands, Jian Shen's face showed a hint of faint smile. He also felt quite admired for the behavior of the big brother Chang Jianghu. At least, he didn't have to worry that the big brother Chang Jianghu would be like the third brother Changyang. It's so hard to blame yourself. Jian Shen once again put the third order magic core into the hands of Changyang Tiger. He said, "Big brother, this third order magic core is still used by you." This time, Jian Shen is really trying to give this third order magic core. Changyang Tiger. No. Changyang Tiger refused very simply, did not hesitate, forced the third order magic core in the hands of Jian Shen, said, "For brothers, this magic core you keep to use it, this is your new king. The reward is extraordinary, and I can't do it for the big brother." Seeing the big brother Changyang who repeatedly insisted that Jian Shen had no choice but to recover the third order magic core. Subsequently, Jian Shen, like the big brother Changyang, asked about some specific things in the college. It took 3 hours to complete the time. Changyang Tiger gave him some details of the rules and the places where Jian Shen didn't understand. Next, make Jian Shen finally familiar with Kagame's college. The first is the dean of the Kargas College. The dean is a well-known and highly biased civilian student in the college. As long as he encounters a child born in a noble family to bully a civilian student, he will never escape the punishment of the dean. The battle between the noble disciples, the dean is a blind eye, as long as it does not make too much, he does not ask. In Kagirth College, you can graduate as long as you reach the strength of the great saints. You can continue to stay in Kagirth College after graduation. You can also go to the kingdom to join the Loyalty Kingdom through the recommendation of the Kagas College. Students with potential will be highly recommended by the college and will receive generous treatment in the kingdom. In the college, the following students of the saints can receive a first-order magic nucleus for cultivation every month, and the sacred students who condense the sacred soldiers can receive a second-order magic nucleus every month. To practice, in addition to the magical nucleus that is fixed every month, the students can also go to the woods 20 miles away from the Kagame's college to kill Warcraft to get the magic core.
Although the woods are not large, they also occupy dozens of kilometers of local circles. The warcraft inside are all released by Kagame's college. They are some low-level warcraft, and the attack is the lowest among all warcraft, and it is not easy to be fatal. The purpose of the college to lay down these low-level warcraft is to train the students' practical ability and the ability to survive in the wild. Those who are the strongest in warcraft are only second order, and a large part of them are only beasts, even the first order warcraft. The strength has not been reached. However, once there is more than second order or extremely powerful World of Warcraft, the college will send experts to kill them, so as not to cause harm to the students. The forest is divided into 3 areas. The first area is the beast that has not yet reached the strength of World of Warcraft. The second area is the survival place of the First Order Warcraft, and the third area, inside. All are Second Order Warcraft. Each area has been blocked by powerful enchantments arranged by the deans of the past, and there is no need to worry that Warcraft will run outside. In the college, there is also a library. The library is divided into 7 layers. There are a large number of books in it. The content is very rich. In addition to the introduction to the mainland, there are many cheats of cultivation. The strength of the students can only enter the first 2 layers of the library. Once they reach the strength of the saints, they will be qualified to enter the 3rd and 4th floors, and the 4th and 4th layers, only the strength reaches the great saints. Or some teachers are eligible to enter. However, after Changyang Tiger told some of the things in the college to Jian Chen, the time had passed until late at night, after which Changyang Tiger hurriedly left the Jianchen dormitory and ran towards his dormitory. At the same time, at the top of a tower in the center of the Kargas College, Vice President Bianjin stood respectfully at a desk, and opposite him, relieved that Jianchen had seen one side. Dean of the Kargas College. The Dean of the Kargas College reached out and touched the usual beard of his chin. He looked at the Vice Principal Bian with a faint gaze. He said, "Bian, you said that the first prize in the new contest was the first. The newcomer Wang is a kid named Changyang Shangtian?" The dean's tone was filled with a surprised look. Bian nodded and said, "Yes, Dean, this Changyang Shangtian, I found that he is not simple. With the 8 layers of the power of the Holy Spirit, he can easily defeat the new life of the 9-story power, and his attack is also very fierce, the speed of the move is very fast. It seems that there is a very rich combat experience, completely inconsistent with the strength he should have. Even the tower with natural power is lost in his hand, and it's very bleak, and there's almost no way to fight back." Wen Yan, the dean, frowned and said, "Bian, these words you said can be true. Changyang Shangtian, this kid really so powerful?" President Bian said that the sentence is true. Bian said firmly. The dean slowly stood up from the chair and muttered, "It seems that Changyang Shangtian is a genius more than the old man said. Without any Tian body and magic core, he can be in 15. It's amazing enough that the age of the age reaches the 8th level of the holy power. Now he has a lot of combat experience, which is a bit of an incredible thing." Dean's tone surprised with the silk. After listening to the dean, he muttered to himself, and Bian's face also showed a hint of astonishment. Without using any heavenly treasures and magic cores, he could reach the strength of 8 sacred power at the age of 15, so talent. Looking at the entire Gessen Empire, it is also a genius. President, it seems that the future of Changyang Shangtian cannot be limited. Bian said with a deep sigh. The dean nodded and said, "If he can grow up smoothly, with his talents now showing, he will definitely become a strong man in the future. It seems that we can finally get out of a station on Tianyuan. The strong man, I hope he can grow up smoothly, don't die halfway. If he really becomes a strong man standing on the Tianyuan continent, then let's not say our college, even our Gessen kingdom, the status of the Tianyuan mainland will improve, and now the countries around it are also the more unsettled it is. In these decades, if we don't have some strong players in the kingdom of Urchin, I am afraid that some countries will be attacked sooner or later." After listening to this, Bian's face gradually became dignified. Although the kingdom of Gessen is only a small kingdom, it possesses this rich land that envied the neighboring countries. If it is not in the kingdom,
6 strong players. I am afraid that some countries around have long been invading. Bai-in thought about the meeting slightly, and then cautiously asked, President, then we should not provide a second-order magic core for Changyang Shangtian cultivation, and now I have a good relationship with him. Wen Yin said that the dean had a slight contemplation, and even shook his head, saying, this is not possible. Absorbing the energy in the magic core can increase your strength rapidly, but the drawbacks are not without.
Now Changyang Shangtian is young.
Now, he can't let him fall in love with the magic core to cultivate. Otherwise, when he advances to the high stage in the future, he will definitely hinder his final achievement because of his unstable foundation. Now he should hone more with his age, to lay the foundation for persistence in the future to advance to a higher level.
Yes, Dean, Bai-in knows how to do it.
For the dean's words, Bai-in did not dare to violate the slightest, and the dean's words were also very reasonable.
President, what is the plan for the tower? Bai-in asked. You will bring the tower to me tomorrow morning. If he wants, I will accept him as a disciple. The dean thought about it and said, Yes, Dean. After the Changyang tiger left, Jianchen sat down on the bed and meditated, in order to digest the news that he got, and then he sat on the bed again and again, holding the third-order magic core in his hand and began to try. Absorb the energy in the magic nucleus and cultivate it. The energy in the magic core is the essence of every warcraft. It is not only very pure, but also very powerful. When Jianchen began to absorb the energy in the magic core according to the way that Changyang Tiger said, he suddenly felt very pure. The powerful energy emanates from the magic core and flows slowly into your body along your own arm. Jianchen controls this energy that emerges from the magic core to continue to run in the body in a week, constantly refining it into its own energy, when the energy is completely converted into the holy force that you need. In the end, it was controlled that this energy was slowly entangled in Dantian. Using the magic core to cultivate, the speed is indeed several times of the usual cultivation, because the cultivation according to the usual cultivation methods, the first step is to absorb the air of the heavens and the earth, and then slowly refine, and finally become their own energy, but this absorbs the speed of the heavens and the earth, of course, cannot match the energy directly in the magic core, and in terms of fine purity is far from the energy in the magic core. After all, the energy in the magic core is the essence of a warcraft. Therefore, directly absorb the energy in the magic core to cultivate, the speed is several times or even 10 times the usual practice, so on the Tianyuan continent, the magic core is very precious, even if it is a first-order magic core. The colorful ray of light slowly emerged from the horizon of the heavens and the earth, and the fiery red sun finally struggling to climb into the sky, emitting this warm and soft sunshine. The golden sunshine exudes a radiant glow, and the light shines on the earth, as if the whole ground is dyed a layer of golden carpet. At the same time, the sword dust sitting on the bed with his knees slowly opened his eyes were lacking in a happy look, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After yesterday's practice, the harvest of Jianchen very large, it is enough to compare the training time of several days. By absorbing the energy in the magic core, the practice speed of Jianchen is 10 times that of normal. Now he has clearly felt that the power of the body has been a lot of growth, according to his estimation, now that he is not far from the 9th level power of the Holy Spirit. According to this speed, at most 1 week, he will be able to successfully reach the 9th-story power. Of course, this is only an estimate of Jianchen. How specific, but also after testing. If Jianchen absorbs the energy in the magic nucleus and is known to others as 10 times as much as usual, he will be amazed. Although the magic core can greatly increase the cultivation speed, it is far from 10 times the horror. Speed, under normal circumstances, the average person using the magic core to practice is only 2 or 3 times faster than usual. Even if some strong people, the speed of cultivation is only 6 or 7 times, and the strength of Jianchen is even the holy it has not yet been reached, and the speed of absorbing magical nucleus is 10 times that of horror. This is definitely a very horrible speed. Looked at the magic core in his hand, although the color of the magic core has not changed in the slightest,
but the sword dust clearly feels that this magic core that has been held in his hand has been a small circle. After leaving the dormitory, Jianchen came directly to the cafeteria. The breakfast in the cafeteria this morning was more abundant than usual. In addition to a glass of Warcraft milk, there were some Warcraft meats. The Warcraft meat Jianchen had a lot of food in Changyang House, and the taste was very delicious. In the previous life, Jianchen has never eaten such delicious meat. Chapter 19 Trouble. In a blink of an eye, the time has passed 3 days. Although the 3 days are not long, they have made Jianchen familiar with the living environment in the college. During the 3 days, Jianchen went to the school on the first day. In addition, I didn't go to the school again in the next 2 days. I didn't practice in the room all day, or I was in the library of the college. Because the lessons taught by the teachers in the school are nothing more than teaching everyone how to behave, what to do if they encounter some dangerous things, and some experiences about the ability to survive in the wild and some techniques about fighting. These things are for Jianchen. There is no use at all. In the past life, he was an old river and lake. With his experience, he can go to class for those teachers. As for the experience of combat and the ability to survive in the wild, in the view of Jianchen, he has been able to teach the teachers in the college completely, because the knowledge about the battles that the teachers have said is very shallow, far less than their own. Early the next morning, Jianchen put on the school uniform and went to the library after eating breakfast in the cafeteria. The college is not strict with the students. The daily course is all you wanna go, don't wanna go. Not going, after all, some of the children born in the aristocratic family and the giants in the college have been educated in the family since childhood. The knowledge they know is not necessarily worse than that of some college teachers. It is just lack of experience, so the college classroom is almost they are all prepared for students born out of civilians. Few aristocratic students go to the school to attend classes, and even if they do, they are almost all small aristocrats. On the first floor of the library, after taking a few books, Jianchen walked to a table in the reading area and sat down with a relish. The library of Kargas College is very large, and the collections inside are very rich. It involves almost all aspects of things, far more abundant than the library of Changyang House. Here, Jianchen has found a lot in Changyang Prefecture. Some books not in the library have made him more aware of the form of the world. Now the hands of Jianchen are basically the books about the various world of Warcraft introduced on Tianyuan. There are many kinds of Warcraft on Tianyuan. Whether it is running on the ground or flying in the sky, the variety has reached thousands, and the book it is also mentioned that there are still many types of Warcraft on the Tianyuan continent that are not in the book. Those who are not living in the depths of the Warcraft mountains are far from the endless sea. These places are hard to get involved with some powerful people. Just when Jianchen was reading a book, at the entrance of the library, a girl of about 16 or 17 years old suddenly came. The girl was very beautiful, wearing a school uniform and a long hair. Dozens of tiny ponytails fell on the back, adding a bit of glamour to her pretty beautiful face, but there was always a smug look in the girl's look. In aristocratic families. This girl is the Kadikyu of the Cuddy family. Cuddy Chioli entered the library and walked straight to the bookshelf inside, while her eyes squinted at the students who were sitting in the reading area, but her eyes just passed and sat on a table to read. When the sword dust on the school uniform was on the back, the forward step suddenly stopped. Caddy's autumn chestnut eyes stared at the back of Jianchen's eyes, and the light in his eyes flickered. When she remembered again a few days ago, Jianchen grabbed one of her legs and directly took her from the ring without any image. In her eyes, she suddenly showed an angry look. This was an unforgettable shame for her, and her white face was flushed with excessive anger, and then she snorted softly. I have no mood to read the book anymore. I left the library and whispered in a low voice, Changyang Shangtian, hey, this time you must make you look good. Now the mind of Jianchen has been completely attracted by the contents of the book. I have not seen the arrival of Cuddy Chioli at all. I don't even dare to make trouble in the library of this college, so Jian Chen nothing to guard against the surrounding environment. After Cuddy Chioli left the library, he found the second brother Chang Yanka.
At this moment, Chang Jiang was practicing martial arts alone in the woods behind the dormitory.
Seeing the arrival of Kadikiuli, Kadi Liang stopped the movement in his hand and smiled. "Three sisters, you are not saying that you want to go to the library, how come to me?" In the heart of Kadi Liang, still I really love this three sisters who are not much younger than themselves.
Cuddy Chioli came to Chang Yang Ko, calmed his face and snorted, "Second brother, have you said that you want to help me teach the man named Chang Yang Shangtian?" Upon hearing the name of Chang Yang Shangtian, the smile on Cuddy's face gradually disappeared, and his face slowly became gloomy.
In his heart, he was still worried about the newborn contest of a few days ago. The strength of sanctification was actually lost to the hands of a sunny 8-year-old Chang Yang Shangtian, and it was so ugly, especially Chang Yang Shangtian kicked on his buttocks, making Cuddy bright. I can't forget how it was. It was definitely a shame for him. Cuddy Chioli looked angry and angrily said, "Second brother, that Chang Yang Shangtian is now in the library, we should not teach him." "Yes, of course, this time I want to beat him upright. Three sisters, let's go." Say, Cuddy Liang first headed for the library. In his mind, one refused to admit that Jian Chen could defeat him. In his opinion, the last time he was in the ring was completely a negligence. He added the restrictions on the top of the platform to the sword dust, which made the whole heart the arrogant Cuddy is very unconvinced. Kadikia's face showed a happy look on his face. This time, the second brother must have a good lesson to teach the kid named Chang Yang Shangtian.
Say, Kadikiuli is also behind Cuddy Liang.
Walk towards the library. Although the strength of both of them is at the 9th level of the power of the Holy Spirit, but Cuddy Chioli Heart knows very well that he is definitely not the opponent of the second brother Cuddy Liang. If the second brother cannot beat Chang Yang Shangtian, then himself it must not be the opponent of Chang Yang Shangtian. In the library, Jian Chen is still looking at the books in his hand.
"Hello, may I sit here?"
At this moment, a crisp voice came from Jian Chen's ear. Although Jian Chen read the book and was very invested, his God was very powerful and heard. The moment of the sound came to awaken from the book.
Speaking of the sound, Jian Chen looked up and looked down.
I saw a girl who was about 17 or 8 years old standing face to face with her face. The girl was wearing a student uniform and a long black hair was casually draped. On the shoulders, there is a black light, a pair of bright big eyes are curiously looking at the sword dust, the delicate face is hung with a slight smile, the girl is very beautiful, the skin on the face is white and tender, like the Buddha like a newborn baby, with the light red cherry mouth, it has the urge to make a kiss, even though it is only 17 or 18 years old, but the exquisite figure is still slightly smaller student clothes. The perfect sketch was drawn, and in the girl's arms, she was holding a thick book. Jian Chen randomly looked at the young girl, then turned around and looked around for the next 4 weeks. It was only then that in this reading area, there were only a handful of tables on the table that were already full of people, and there was no empty table.
It is.
The eyes looked flat and looked at the very beautiful girl who looked very long. Jian Chen said with a faint tone, "Sit casually." Then, Jian Chen's gaze fell on the book in his hand again, no longer seeing it. The girl in front of her eyes glanced, even though the girl in front of her eyes was long and pretty. The girl looked curiously at the sword dust that only looked at the book, and flashed a strange brilliance in her eyes. Then she sat down slowly and whispered, "Thank you." The girl's tone is soft, full of agility, and the sound is very sweet. It makes people feel that they have a comfortable feeling in their hearts. Jian Chen did not seem to hear this voice, still buried his head and looked at the books in his hand, as if he had only this book in his eyes. The girl once again looked at the sword dust, and a pair of bright eyes showed a curious look, but did not say anything, then slowly placed the book in her arms on the table and slowly read it. Although the girl is turning the book, the movement is very elegant, full of noble, as if it is born. The library is very quiet. Although there are many people, no one is making a noise. Everyone is very focused on the books in their hands. At this moment, a man and a woman suddenly appeared at the door of the library, which is the brother and sister of Cuddy Liang and Cuddy Chioli. "Second brother, you see, he is there," Cuddy Chioli said softly in the direction of Jianchen. Cuddy looked brightly in the direction of Kadikio's fingers, and saw a slightly familiar back. Then he showed a disdainful look at his mouth. He stood tall and proud, and walked toward the position of Jianchen with arrogance. Cuddy Chioli also followed closely behind Cuddy Liang. Touch. When Cuddy Liang came to the table where Jianchen was sitting, he shot directly on the table and suddenly made a loud noise. It spread far and wide in this quiet library. Go with. The sudden noise attracted all the students who read the books. Each of them looked away from the books and fell on the table of Jianchen. Except for a few people who frowned, the rest of them almost watched the show. Mentality. Jianchen wrinkled his brows and slowly raised his head. His eyes looked straight at Cuddy, and his tone was slight. He said, "What are you doing?" Jianchen's tone was a bit angry. At this time, even the girl sitting opposite the sword dust frowned, looking at Cuddy Liang with a dissatisfied face, with a bit of anger on her face, a loud noise that suddenly sounded in her ear, but she was shocked by the fact that she had been reading quietly and had put all her mind into the books. Cuddy Liang looked at Jianchen with a contemptuous look. He said in a tone of arrogance, "Changyang Shangtian, I am now officially acting like a challenge, you dare to accept?" Cuddy shines the loud voice. The entire first-floor library is afraid that someone will not hear it. Challenge. Sword Dust face a trace of disdain, scorned, "No interest, please leave here immediately, do not bother me to read, I don't have much time wasted on you." Seeing Jianchen so in his eyes, Cuddy showed his angry look in his eyes, staring at Jianchen with a sharp gaze, gnashing his teeth and saying, "You dare not dare." Chapter 20 Challenge. The other side is so aggressive, Jianchen can't help but anger, his eyes staring at Cuddy Liang, and the tone of Jianchen can't help but be a bit high. "The man is defeated, what qualifications do you like me to challenge?" The tone of Jianchen is faint with a bit of arrogance. This is naturally cultivated in his previous life, and it was revealed inadvertently at the moment. But when he heard that Jianchen's men's words were defeated by 4 words, Cuddy's handsome face was suffocated, and his eyes flashed with anger. If he didn't dare to violate the rules of prohibiting all fighting in the library, I am afraid he has already shot. Standing in front of Cuddy Liang, Kadikio was also angry with his face. His eyes stared at Jianchen with anger. He said, "Hey, even the challenge of my second brother is not acceptable. You are still not a man." After listening to the words of Cuddy Chioli, Cuddy brightened his eyes and resisted the anger of his heart. He said in disdain, "I don't dare to accept the challenge of others. This is a coward's behavior, Chang Yang Xian. God, I am waiting for you in the contest. If you admit that you are a coward, then you will not use it. 3 sisters, let's go to the competition." After the words are finished, Cuddy Liang once again hated it. Eyes of the sword dust turned and walked outside the library. "Hey, Changyang Shangtian, have you heard it? The coward is not afraid to come." After leaving this sentence, Cuddy Chioli also turned and left here. "Changyang Shangtian, isn't this the newcomer one who won the championship in this new contest? Yeah, I heard that Changyang Shangtian, with the strength of the 8 sacred power, has defeated several new students who have the power of 9%. It is very powerful." After the death of Kadikio, the entire library suddenly sounded a squeaky argument, without exception, everyone talking about Changyang Shangtian who won the championship of this new student contest. The girl sitting opposite the sword dust looked at the sword dust a little surprised, and a pair of beautiful eyes gently licked, and the expression on the face clearly could easily see the unexpected look. Jianchen slowly closed the book in his hand. At this moment, his face was very ugly. He was disturbed by the 2 brothers and sisters of Cuddy Liang. He did not continue to read the book, and the 2 brothers and sisters of Cuddy Liang already said this. They are not allowed to accept their challenges. Otherwise, I am afraid that the teachers and students of the whole school will look down on themselves. Although Jian Chen is not very concerned about his reputation, he is represented by Changyang House and his older brother.
The Changyang tiger is still here. If you should not fight, the non-condensation is to smear the Changyang House. Even the big brother Changyang tiger is inevitably ridiculed by others.
Jian Chen slowly stood up from the chair, took the books in his hand and walked toward the bookshelf in front. After putting the book back in place, he walked straight outside the library. At this moment, all the books in the library. The eyes of the people are gathered on the body of Jian Chen.
Hey! Changyang Shangtian.
Just as Jian Chen had just walked to the door of the library, the former girl sitting opposite him suddenly spoke. Speaking of the sound, Jian Chen's subconscious mind stopped, and looked calmly at the long-haired girl of Tianzi's national color.
The tone was faint. Is there something?
Listening to the dust of the sword dust, the girl was a little dissatisfied with a grin, but did not say anything, then went to the front of the sword dust, softly said, Changyang Shangtian, you are going to go? Does the platform accept his challenge?
Yes.
Jian Chen nodded slightly and whispered. In fact, you can't accept this challenge.
The library is forbidden to scream loudly.
Just that person has violated the rules set by the college.
You can go to the principal to sue him.
He will definitely be punished in Kajia. In the college, no one has ever dared to violate the principal's orders, the girl said. After listening to this, Jian Chen's impression of the girl was a lot better, and then she chuckled and said, since he has already said this, I will go to this challenge.
After the words were finished, Jian Chen no longer talked and went straight out of the library.
The girl looked at the back of Jian Chen, who had disappeared. The eyes flashed a few times, hesitated, and immediately ran to the table where she had just sat, putting the thick book she had just read on the shelf, then walked out of the library and walked in the direction of the battlefield. After the girl left, the library was quiet, and then a loud voice was suddenly heard, there is another good show to see, the 8 new people who are fighting for the 9 sacred force, not watching fools. With the voice, I saw a boy who was about 10 years old in the school uniform ran out of the library. After the 2 of them left, some of the colleges that read books in the library also put their books back in their place, and left here and ran to the contest. The college's competition field is built in a corner of the playground. There are 5 circular platforms with a diameter of about 20 meters. However, the area inside the battlefield is not large and can only accommodate hundreds of people. Otherwise, a few days ago, the freshman contest will not be held on the playground. When Jian Chen came to the contest, he saw Cuddy Liang standing on a platform with his hands on his chest, his face full of arrogance, and in addition to Cuddy Choli, there were dozens of uniforms in the uniform. The students stood in the ring and talked a lot. Looking at the far-reaching sword dust, Cuddy's face standing on the platform showed a sneer, screaming, I thought you were really a coward who didn't dare to come. Hey! Jian Chen's face was cold and snorted, and jumped directly to the platform. Standing on the platform with his hands on his chest, he said indifferently, do it, I will let you 10 strokes, within 10 strokes.
I will never fight back. After listening to the arrogant words of Jian Chen, dozens of students watching under the ringade screamed and whispered one by one.
Most of them were old students of some colleges. Among them, many of the minds of the people are not optimistic about the sword dust. They all think that the last time the new students competed in the competition, the reason why the sword dust was able to win the card in the ring was completely caused by the fact that the card was bright. In the eyes of Cuddy, there was an angry look. Anyone who heard this in Jian Chen's words clearly despised his own meaning.
Changyang Shangtian, you are more crazy than I thought. Cuddy sighed. Jian Chen looked at Cuddy Liang with a dull look.
The tone was faint, hurry up, I don't have much time to spend with you.
Hey! Cuddy snorted and sneered, what are you anxious, and when you are ready, I will defeat you in the public.
Last time I lost to Jian Chen at the newborn contest, this made in the heart of Cuddy, one of his arms, especially the one that Jian Chen kicked on his buttocks, was a shame that he could not forget. In Cuddy's heart, one thinks that the newborn contest will be lost to Jin Chen, so I want to take this opportunity to save the last lost face, and then humiliate the sword dust. Gradually, there are more and more people around the battlefield, and the number is still increasing. There are still many students in the distance who are coming in the direction of the battlefield. This time, the challenges vary. The obvious news was announced by Cuddy. In just a short while, there have been no fewer than 200 people around the competition field. Almost everyone is holding a lively attitude. In the crowd, Cuddy's big brother Kadian also stands in the crowd. Among them, there are a few men and women who are about the same age as he is. For brothers, come on, big brother, I am optimistic about you. Suddenly, a slightly thick, but familiar voice was clearly passed from the ring. Hearing the sound, Jian Chen turned his head and saw that the big brother Qian Yang, who was standing under the ring, looking at himself with encouragement. There was a smile on the face of Jian Chen. He nodded to the Changyang tiger and said nothing. At this moment, I don't know who moved to a table and shouted, "Bet! Bet! Whoever buys who wins, buys it quickly." I bought Cuddy to win, 10 gold coins. I bought Chanyang Xiangshinshinshing, 20 gold coins. I bought Cuddy to win, 50 gold coins. Gradually, the competition between Jin Chen and Cuddy Liang has been gambled by the surrounding students. The people who can come here during class time are almost all those born in aristocratic families. There is no shortage of money. The bet ranges from 10 gold coins to 10 purple gold coins, and almost 80% of the people who participate in the bet are buying Cuddy, and only 20% of the swords are won. About 10 purple gold coins, I bought Changyang Xiangshinshinshing. Chanyang Tiger pulled out 10 purple gold coins from his body and placed them on the table. I also buy Changyang Xiangshinshinshing, 10 purple gold coins. Along with the Changyang Tiger, a soft and agile voice suddenly sounded. It was actually in the library, sitting on the long side opposite the sword dust. The girl of Tianzi nationality. The birth of the girl is obviously in the big family, and the words and demeanor are full of noble, as if they are born. Seeing the girl actually put 10 purple gold coins on Changyang Shangtian, many people have a surprised look. Changyang Tiger is the big brother of Changyang Shangtian, by Changyang Xiangshinshinshing can understand, but the girl's move makes many people. I was puzzled, but no one said anything. On the stage, Jian Chen looked at Cuddy Liang with a strange look. "You can start now." Cuddy's bright face is full of confidence. Sneer, "Changyang Shangtian, just now you said that I want to make me 10 strokes, and now regret it is still too late." The gentleman said a word. "It is difficult to chase after the horse, you are coming over." Jian Chen said. "Hurricane." Although Cuddy Liang is very vague about the meaning of the words, the gentleman said a word. The horse is difficult to chase, but as long as you guess at random, you can understand the general meaning. Then, Cuddy Liang is no longer nonsense. Directly rushing toward Jian Chen, since Jian Chen said that he had made 10 moves, he did not care about it at all, just let go of the attack. Cuddy rushed to the front of Jian Chen and slammed it directly toward Jian Chen. The attack speed of this boxing was very fast, with the sound of broken air. In the face of Cuddy Liang's fist, Jian Chen only stepped back a small step. When Cuddy's fist arrived on his face, he stopped because of the length limit of his arm. Calling. "It's dangerous, it's been hit a little bit. This Changyang Shangtian will not be this strength. The contest has just begun, and it has almost been hit. If it is hit by this punch, I am afraid that it will be harmless, and the outcome can be separated. This luck in Changyang Shangtian is really good, so he can hide behind him." Most people around Fujian and Taiwan believe that Jian Chen is a dangerous limit. It happens to escape this fist. Only a few people have seen the mystery, and the eyes cast on Jian Chen have undergone some changes. Chapter 21 Saints, Cuddy Cloud. Seeing myself, I can hit the other side with a little bit. Cuddy feels a little regretful in the heart, but the movement is not slow, and he kicks quickly toward Jian Chen. Soon, the limit of 10 strokes has passed. Within 10 strokes, Jian Chen did not fight back.
All the attacks against Cuddy Liang were easily dodged. In the eyes of others, Jin Chen almost evaded once every time from Cuddy Liang.
The attacks were all passed by, and many people in the ring were sweating, including the Changyang tiger. Although the attack of Cuddy Liang is very fast, but the clothes of Jin Chen are not touched within the 10 strokes, this is not to make Cuddy feel very angry. Raising his hand to block Cuddy's fist, Jin Chen said in a faint tone, 10 moves have passed, then I will fight back. Speaking, Jin Chen kicked toward Cuddy. The speed of this foot is very fast, the dodge is too late, just in the Cuddy Liang reach out to block, when the hand just reached half, the sword dust leg has been kicked in the Cuddy bright chest. Hey! 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 The powerful impact from the legs made Cuddy's footsteps recede a few steps before standing still. When the body stabilized, Cuddy looked at the sword dust with a faint look. The other party clearly only the strength of the 8 sanctified forces, but the strength of this leg is beyond his imagination, almost made him unable to stand up. At the last freshman contest, Cuddy Liang did not have any confrontation with Jin Chen at all, so he did not understand the exact strength of Jin Chen. At this moment, after some fighting, he realized that the strength of Jin Chen was better than he imagined. It is much more powerful, and from the powerful power that has just been uploaded from the leg, he even suspects that the strength of Jin Chen is more than just 8 holy forces. Jin Chen may also want to end the battle quickly, and did not give Cuddy Cloud a breathing time. The body quickly rushed forward, a boxing out, hit the head of Cuddy's bright, very fast. The look of Cuddy's face gradually became dignified, and the body was a little embarrassed to avoid the fist of Jin Chen, and then raised his fist toward the head of Jin Chen. There was a sneer at the corner of Jin Chen's mouth, and a hand was stretched out to block Cuddy's fist. At the same time, the other hand clasped the arm of Cuddy's leg tightly, and then the feet stood firm and the waist sank. Arms suddenly slammed, grabbed an arm of Cuddy, and smashed him far away. This is the wrestling technique that Jin Chen learned in the Mongolians in the past. Although he only mastered the swordsmanship in his life, he walked a long way and his knowledge was very broad. With his almost unforgettable skills, he learned there are naturally many things to come. In addition to swordsmanship, there are a lot of things like sword dust, but all of them know some fur. The body of Cuddy Liang was light as a feather, and he was smashed out by the dust of the sword. The volley flew for a distance of 4 or 5 meters, and finally he slammed into the ring with a hate. Suck. Looking at Jin Chen, it is not strong. On the contrary, there is still a weak body that can make such a move. Many students in the downstairs have taken a breath of cold. For a time, everyone looks at Jin Chen's eyes. There has been a change. After 2 people fighting this time, no one dared to look down on the sword dust. The faces of Cuddy Yun and Cuddy Chiu Li have gradually become ugly, and this situation has exceeded the expectations of the two. Hey! Changyang Xingtian, you really have something to do. Cuddy Yun said with a gnashing of his teeth, the tone is a bit low. Cuddy was so embarrassed that he climbed up from the ring, his face was gloomy, and his eyes on Jin Chen were full of grievances. Ah! Cuddy screamed, and the power of the 9th level power had been completely concentrated on the palms, and then quickly came to the front of the sword dust, both palms pressed at the same time, facing the chest of the sword dust. Hey, hit it! Jin Chen sneered, and the power of the Holy Spirit in the body quickly condensed on the palms, then slammed out and collided with the palms of Cuddy. Bump! With a dull sound, Jin Chen and Cuddy Liang collided with each other's palms, and the 2 palms touched each other. The powerful anti-shock force made the 2 bodies retreat at the same time. The sword dust body is constantly twisted, and the feet are constantly interlaced. With the skillful skill, the force of the anti-seismic force is quickly unloaded, and the opposite side is still retreating, and the sharp light is from the sword. The dusty eyes flashed away, and then the body quickly rushed forward, then leaped high, and kicked all the way to Cuddy, who was still retreating. In the absence of control of the body, Cuddy Liang did not have the strength to resist, directly kicked by the sword dust on the chest, and suddenly the whole person was kicked off and fell down. Fell on the ground, and Cuddy's face had become pale, and then a blood spit out from the mouth,
apparently suffering from a minor injury. Second brother. Second brother. Cuddy Liang and Cuddy Chiu Li rushed to the side of Cuddy Liang, and looked at the face that had become pale, and there was some Cuddy Liang in the corner of his mouth. Both of them had full of worry on their faces. Second brother, are you okay? Cuddy Yin asked. His face had become very ugly. This time, unlike last time, at the last freshman contest, Cuddy Liang could be said to be a temporary negligence. After the Jian Chen, this time it was different. This time, Cuddy Liang lost to the other side under the upright fight with Jian Chen in the ring. This is not to say that the power of the Holy Spirit has reached the 9th floor of the Cuddy Cloud. Not as good as a freshman who is only 80% of a holy force. Second brother, how are you doing? Is it a very serious injury? Cuddy Chiu Li asked with concern. The tone was full of worries. Cuddy Liang stood up in a difficult position with the support of the two men. He shook his head gently and said, Big brother, 3 sisters, I am fine, but I have suffered some minor injuries. Cuddy Liang's tone is weak and weak. Looking at the pale face of Cuddy Liang, Cuddy Cloud braved the raging anger, looked up and stared at the sword dust standing on the platform, and said in a low voice, 3 sisters, you take care of your second brother, I go and teach the arrogant boy. Say, Cuddy Cloud jumped directly to the ring. Big brother can't. Big brother don't. Cuddy Yin and Cuddy Chiu Li are about to stop, but unfortunately it's too late to watch Cuddy Yin, who has already gone to the ring, and Cuddy Liang and Cuddy Chiu Li both side at the same time. Victory is negative, and since then, the prestige of their Cuddy family in Kargas College has been greatly reduced. Originally it was a fair duel. Even if it was lost, it would be nothing. It would be a big deal to lose some face. But now it is mixed up by Cuddy Yin. The result is changed. A student who has been enrolled for several years has actually been bullied. A freshman, after the matter was passed out, their 3 brothers and sisters were inevitably ridiculed by the college. Jian Chen's eyes looked flat on Cuddy Cloud, and his face showed a hint of sneer, saying, Do you want to avenge your second brother? Cuddy Yin stared sharply at Jian Chen, and snorted. Shen Sheng said, Changyang Shengtian, your strength is indeed very strong, but since you hurt my second brother, then I will never let you be intact. Leave the ring. After listening to this, many people watching the battles of the stage have zozome, and the eyes of Cuddy Yin suddenly changed. Cuddy Cloud, what do you mean? Is it not bullying me? No one in Changyang Prefecture. Cuddy Yin's voice just fell, and a slightly thick voice came from the ring, and then I saw a figure leaping from the ring. Up, relieved as the big brother Changyang Hu of Jian Chen. Changyang Tiger stared at Cuddy Cloud with astounding anger. Cuddy Cloud, I want to hit me and play with you. Looking at the Changyang Tiger who was willing to be his own, Jian Chen feels warm in his heart and whispers, Big brother, go on, I can solve this problem. Changyang Tiger shook his head and said, No, for brothers, you still go down. The strength of Cuddy Yin has already reached the peak of the 10th layer of the holy power. You are not his opponent. Big brother will help you get him. After listening to this, Jian Chen hesitated a little, then nodded slightly, said, Big brother, then you are careful. Said Jian Chen directly down the platform. Cuddy Yin looked at the Changyang Tiger a little disdainful, and sneered, Changyang Tiger, you asked for it, you can't blame me. Hey, this is what you said too early. Who wins or loses is not necessarily the case. Changyang Tiger is cold, and both he and Cuddy Yin are in the top 10 of the power of the Holy Spirit, if the Cuddy Yin did not condense the sacred soldiers to become saints, and the strength of both of them is between the two. Cuddy's face showed a taunting look on his face. He looked at the eyes of Changyang Tiger and was full of disdain. Then his right hand slowly lifted up, and only a golden energy wave was uploaded from the right hand, gradually condensing into a golden color. The giant sword, the golden giant sword is very large, 5 feet long, and the palm is wide. From the long hilt, this is a giant sword. Looking at the sudden two-handed sword in the hands of Cuddy Yin, the sword dust brows a little zo. In the Changyang Tiger he read a lot of books about the sacred soldiers,
He naturally can see that this sword is relieved to be Cuddy, the sacred sergeant of the cloud. This is the first sacred soldier that Jianshan has seen since he came to this world. Although he has long understood that the sacred soldier is a weapon formed by the sacred power of the body, but at the moment I saw that Jianshan still couldn't help but be amazed. Although he could clearly feel that this sacred soldier was completely condensed by energy, it looked like a physical weapon. There was no energy at all. The illusion of illusion, so the sword dust is amazed. Just as the golden two-handed sword appeared, the embarrassing sound suddenly sounded. The sacred soldier, he actually condensed into a holy soldier. The Holy One, he has become a saint. Cuddy Cloud has succeeded in condensing the sacred soldiers. Now the Changyang Tiger is in trouble. From the peak of the 10th layer of the holy power to the Holy One, although there is only one step away, this step is difficult to step out. In the Kagas College, the vast majority of the old students have reached the power of the Holy Spirit. The peak of the layer can be stuck in the step of condensing the sacred soldier without exception. If there is no talent far beyond ordinary people, it is difficult to condense the sacred soldiers, and many people on the Tianyuan continent can only live for the rest of their lives. Staying at the top of the 10th layer of the holy power, you can never break through to become a saint. This shows how difficult it is to successfully advance to the Holy One. Once it succeeds in becoming a saint, the strength will be greatly enhanced. The sacred soldiers are not only their only weapons, but also communicate with the director, and they can also launch powerful attacks far beyond their own strength. Looking at the golden two-handed sword in the hands of Cuddy Yun, the face of Changyang Tiger became very ugly. With the Cuddy Cloud of the sacred soldier, his strength has also changed dramatically. It is definitely not the only one. The 10th level people of the holy power can fight. Big Brother actually succeeded in condensing the sacred soldiers. Under the stage, Cuddy Chioli looked at the sacred soldier in the hands of Cuddy Yun with a look of surprise, the excitement between the look. Looking at the golden sword in the hands of Cuddy Yun, the face of Cuddy Liang is full of surprises. For the success of Cuddy Yun as a saint, Cuddy Liang and Cuddy Chioli are also brothers and sisters. I have only known it until now. Holding the sacred soldier, the confidence of Cuddy Yun suddenly expanded to an unprecedented height, and the look was full of pride. Looking at the face of Changyang Tiger, which became very ugly, there was an unspeakable pleasure in the heart. Ha 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 ha, Changyang Hu, is it scared? Give me 3 screams, then call a grandfather. I will let you go today, otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. The cloud laughed wildly, and the tone was very rampant. After listening to this, Changyang Tiger's face became a bit green, and roared, "You dream, Cuddy Yun, even if you become a saint, my Changyang Tiger is still not afraid of you." Cuddy Yun looked at the Changyang Tiger arrogantly, disdainful. "Changyang Tiger, what do you fight with me?" Changyang Tiger stared at Cuddy Yun indignantly, with anger in his eyes. "Changyang Tiger, pick up the sword." At this moment, an iron sword came up from the ring and flew directly in the direction of the Changyang Tiger. Changyang Tiger reached out and took the iron sword, but the body could not help but sink. The weight of the iron sword is obviously not light. The iron sword is very big, the silver sword is cold, except for the color, the shape, and the huge swords held by Cuddy Yun are not very different. Chapter 22 Battle against Katie. There is a sword in hand. Changyang Tiger's courage cannot help but three-pointed, although the heart knows that it is still not the opponent of Cuddy Yun who has been promoted to the holy, but at least there is a fight. "Changyang Tiger, do you want to fight with me with an ordinary iron sword?" It is really delusional. Now, I will let you see the strength of the saints. After the words are finished, Cuddy Yun quickly goes to Changyang. The tiger rushed, and the 2-meter-long giant sword in his hand seemed to have no gravity in his hand. The sound of the piercing sound was swept away directly toward the Changyang Tiger, and the speed was very fast. The face of Changyang Tiger became very dignified, and the body quickly retreated. When the giant sword came, it was dangerous and safe to hide. Cuddy Yun's two-handed sword swept the Changyang Tiger's clothes and rolled up. A few rags floated slowly in the air. After being promoted to become a saint, the strength of Kadian has undergone tremendous changes. It is far from being the only one that has only 10 layers of the power of the sun. It is the first attack. The Changyang tiger is very dangerous. Drink! Didn't hit a single shot. Kadian's movement did not stop at all, stepping forward, and the powerful momentum that came out of his body was tightly pressed on the Changyang tiger, and then he waved the golden giant again. The sword was cut towards the Changyang tiger. Looking at the powerful sword, the Changyang tiger did not choose to hardwire. According to the iron sword built by ordinary iron in his hand, he could not touch the sacred soldier with strong attack power in the hands of Kadian. The attack speed of the great sword is very fast. It is impossible to think of the Changyang tiger. I feel the giant sword that is close to my head at the top of the head. The Changyang tiger does not have the slightest reason to directly sneak into the past. At this moment, he also does not care what image. Boom! Just as Changyang Hugon left, the great sword of Kadian had already been hit in the position where the Changyang tiger had just stood. The powerful energy contained in the sacred soldiers was directly in the platform built entirely of hard stones. There was a deep crack on the crack. Around the crack, the fine cracks spread like a spider web to the surrounding area, spreading a full square. At this time, Changyang tiger had no time to take back the sacred soldiers through Kadian, waving the iron sword in his hand and slashing it to Kadian. Hey! Kadian snorted with a cold voice, his hands waved, the golden hands of the giant sword with a beautiful golden man's, with a very fast speed after the first arrival, the sly and the sword in the hands of the Changyang tiger collide together. With the crisp and squeaking sound of a collision of irons, the iron sword in the hands of Changyang tiger was flying far away by the sacred soldiers of Kadian, and the strong anti-shock force uploaded from the hilt put the hands of Changyang tiger. The tiger's mouth was ruptured and the blood flowed out. Immediately afterwards, Kadian kicked out and kicked directly on the chest of the Changyang tiger. The powerful force directly kicked the body of the Changyang tiger's back, and eventually flew down the platform, and the body was still in the air. A piece of blood was sprayed from the mouth of the Changyang tiger, and his face had become pale. Big brother! Jianshen's face suddenly changed, then his feet jumped directly from the ground, in the air, Jianshen feet sitting in a running position, in the eyes of everyone surprised and unbelievable flying toward the Changyang tiger. When the body of the Changyang tiger was about to fall on the ground, the Jianshen, who was finally rushed in time, caught it steadily. Cough, fell to the ground, the Changyang tiger coughed twice, and a little bit of blood blew from the mouth along the cough. The strength of the saint is much stronger than the one who has not become a saint. Even though it is a 10-story, the peak of the force is still the same, only this 1 foot. Changyang tiger suffered from a light internal injury. Big brother, the weight of the injury is not heavy. Jianshen strongly endured the anger in his heart, looked at the Changyang tiger with concern. Changyang tiger shook his head, his eyes filled with anger and stared at the smug cutty cloud on the platform. I am fine. I didn't expect Kadian to succeed in condensing the sacred soldier into a saint. Now big brother. It is not his opponent. Changyang tiger's tone is low, implying a strong anger. I'm sorry, big brother, I am tired of you. Looking at the Changyang tiger whose face became pale because of the injury, there was a hint of guilt in the heart of Jianshen. After listening to this, Changyang tiger brows and wrinkles, suddenly turned his head, looked at Jianshen with a bit of anger, and said, For brothers, what are you talking about? You should not be wrong, I am your big brother. Having said that, the look of Changyang tiger has dimmed, and sighed helplessly. It's a pity that your older brother is useless. Until now, it has not broken into a saint. Otherwise, Kadian definitely not my opponent. The words of Changyang tiger made Jianshen feel warm in the heart, and looked up slightly at the cutty cloud on the platform. The shadow of Jianshen's eyes flashed away, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Then he said plainly, Big brother, you are here for a break, I will help you revenge. Speaking, Jianshen wanted to go to the ring. After listening to the sword dust, Changyang tiger's face changed slightly and immediately took the sword dust. No, for brothers, you are not an opponent of Kadian, don't go.
There was a faint smile on the face of Jianchen.
Big brother, believe me. Jianchen's look showed strong self-confidence, and then he broke away from the Changyang tiger's grasp of his hand and jumped directly to the ring.
God, what is he going to do? It looks like he is going to challenge KD Cloud. God, is he crazy?
He only has the strength of 8 layers of power, and he dares to challenge the KD Cloud that has become a saint.
Isn't he asking for it?
Just as Jianchen had just fallen on the stage, there was a loud exclamation in the downfall. No one thought that only the sword of the 8 sacred power was the opponent of Kadian, who had already condensed the holy soldiers and had become a saint. How can he be so reckless? Kadian is a saint, the strength is much stronger than the 10-story power, how could he be the opponent of Kadian? The girl sitting opposite the sword dust in the library was also staring at the incredible sword dust on the platform, whispering with a touch of faint worry. Looking at the sword dust jumping on the ring, KD Cloud looked stunned, but he reflected it at random, sneer, why, Changyang Shangtian, do you still want to fight with me? Kadian simply I didn't put the sword dust in my eyes. After all, now he is already a saint.
In the eyes of Jianchen, there was a hint of disdain, and the tone was faint, is it not okay?
When Yen, KD Cloud looked a look on his face, and then a hint of smirk on his face, said, yes, of course. Now, KD Yen is already thinking about how to be humiliated in the heart of the sword dust fan. After all, at the last time in the freshman contest, Jianchen put a beautiful girl of KD Chioli's beauty without any image, which made the 2 brothers of KD Young KD brightly hate the heart because they both of them have a deep love for this sister. Jianchen did not hurry to go to the ring to pick up the 2-handed sword that the Changyang tiger fell, and felt the weight of the 2-handed giant sword in his hand. The sword dust brow could not help but slightly, so, the weight of the 2-handed giant sword despite less than 100 pounds, but it is not far behind. If the power of the Holy Spirit in the sword dust has reached the 8th level, I am afraid that it is very difficult to pick up this giant sword. In the past life, the weapon used by Jianchen was a slender sword with wide. With the one-handed fast sword method in the sacred martial art on the kendo, it was changed into a 2-handed sword at the moment. The sword dust not only gave birth to the heart. The feeling of a bunch of hands and feet, this 2-handed sword is very heavy. With this sword, the sword dust can't be unfolded. After all, it takes a lot of effort to dance this giant sword. Unfortunately, here is this. With the giant sword, there are no other weapons. Suddenly hesitated, Jianchen gave up the idea of using this giant sword, and planned to play against KD Cloud empty-handed, so that at least he has a great advantage in speed and dexterity. When I came to the center of Fujian in Taiwan, Jianchen's eyes calmed down and commented on this KD Cloud.
He slammed his fists and said, you make a move, I am empty-handed to play with you.
KD's face changed slightly. In his opinion, it is clear that Jianchen can't look down on himself. A person with a holy force still staying on the 8th floor actually said that he had to fight with a holy man who had already condensed the holy soldiers.
This non-condensation is insulting the saint. The eyes of Kadian gradually became cold and said, Changyang Shangtian, you are too arrogant. After that, the golden 2-handed sword in Kadian's hand slowly disappeared. Sneer, let others say that I bully you, come on, I am empty-handed to play with you. After listening to this, Jianchen's face suddenly showed a strange smile, and then no longer nonsense, the body quickly rushed forward, when coming to the front of Kadian, directly punched out and tried to hit it quickly. With the sound of broken air, he hit the head of Kadian. There was always a disdainful look on the face of Kadian. The same boxing came out, and the fists hit by Jianchen collided hard. On the fist, there was a faint golden light flowing, which is the strength of the saints. The phenomenon that will appear. Just when the fists of the 2 men were about to collide, between the electric and the flint, the fist of Jianchen suddenly swelled into a palm. When it was in contact with the fist of Kadian, the dust of the sword was just as strong. The palm suddenly became soft and became a sponge-like softness. Then the whole arm slowly moved with the trajectory of Taijiquan, and the fist of Kadian was dragged around the air and squinted around the circle.
In the meantime, the powerful force on the Cutty Cloud fist was unloaded, and then the other hand was lightning fastened, the palm of the hand was formed into a knife, and the joint in the middle of the Cutty Cloud arm was slammed. Hey! A soft sound from the cross of the bones came, and the sword of the sword dust directly dislocated the bones of the joints of the Cutty Cloud. At the same time, Cutty Cloud made a painful snoring sound, and the painful pain from his arm made his face pale and pale. After a hand knife dislocated the bones of the joints of the Cutty Cloud arm, the sword dust did not stop at all, and the palms of both hands clasped the arms of Kadian tightly, and then twisted hard. What? Suddenly, Cutty Yun could no longer maintain the previous grace, and made a scream of pig-like pain. The pain in the arm was as if the whole arm was broken. The pain in his heart was from childhood. I have never experienced it before, and in a short moment, the face of Cutty Yun has become pale, and the forehead is covered with fine sweat. Listening to the screaming screams of Kadian, the original downfall of the downfall became silent, and everyone looked at the sword dust on the platform with a look of surprise. The eyes were full of incredible looks. The situation is clearly the opposite of what they think in their minds. When did the four brothers become so powerful? Look at it, Cutty Yun, the kid must have suffered a lot in the hands of the four brothers, but he is a saint, although he did not use the holy soldiers, but the strength is also it's definitely better than me. Chang Jiangho looked at the two people on the platform and muttered in a low voice. The tone was full of surprise. Chapter 23. The film was shocked by the famous Kagas. When Kadian suffered from pain, he directly picked up the other hand and smashed his arms toward the sword dust. At the same time, Kadian's right leg quickly kicked toward the sword dust. Despite the arm's restraint, Cutty Cloud can still make a good counterattack judgment. From this point, it is not difficult to see that Cutty Cloud has some experience in combating the enemy. In the face of the double attack of Kadian, Jian Chen can't harden it. In desperation, he loosened the hands that grabbed the right arm of Kadian. At the same time, his feet stepped on the pace of Mysterious, bypassing the Cutty Cloud like a ghost. The predecessor came to his back, and the power of the Holy Spirit in his body condensed on his palms, and he flashed toward the back of the Cutty Cloud. Feeling the strong winds coming from behind, Cutty Yun did not hesitate, and immediately sneaked to the side, but then Kadian was surprised that no matter how he dodged, the strong wind behind him always followed. He is on the move. Bump! In the case that Kadian could not escape, the dust of the sword was hit on the back of Kadian. With a dull sound, the body of Kadian was strongly impacted and the steps were unstoppable. After moving forward 2 steps, but he is a strong saint who was stronger than the sword dust, and soon stabilized his body. At this moment, his face is even more white, and the 2 palms of Jianshen directly hit him. In the same position, the superposition of the attack has almost reached the full force of the 10th layer of the holy power. Although his strength is much stronger than the sword dust, he is also slightly injured. At this moment, he only feels the blood in his body. There are huge pains in the internal organs. Just as Kadian had just stabilized his body, Jianshen had once again come to him, and his right palm was again hitting the body of Kadian. The palm of this dust seemed to be fluttering, as if there was no force. Even so, no one thinks that the sword dust is just as simple as it is for those who have already seen the strength of the sword. Cutty Cloud suddenly turned around. At this moment, his eyes are full of extreme anger. He has suffered such a big loss in an opponent whose strength is much weaker than himself. This is not a simple shame for him. Drink! Kadian suddenly screamed, his eyes flashing with a mad look, the faint golden light on his fists glimmering, the powerful force of the Holy Spirit constantly condensing on his fist, and then facing the chest of Jianshen hit, and for the seemingly light palm of Jianshen, Cutty Cloud is not ready to dodge, intends to hit the sword dust in the case of oneself to bear the other side. The incident occurred only between the electric and the flint, and the attack of the 2 men hit the other side at the same time. The dust that seemed to be fluttering in Jianshen seemed to have no slight power, and it was silently printed on the chest of Kadian. Then when Kadian's fist hit the body of Jianshen, he made a dull sound. The powerful force of the Holy Spirit made a fist-sized hole in the school uniform of Jianshen's chest, revealing the white and tenderness that made the woman. It reveals the skin of the heart, but in the blink of an eye, the part that is hit becomes a group of black. Hey! 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 With the punch of Kadian almost full force, the face of Jianchen has changed slightly. The skin color on the face that looks slightly moist has become pale, and the impact of the powerful force on the fist makes him step. It is unstoppable and quickly retreating. It has been retreating to the edge of the ring to stop. At this moment, the condition of the sword dust seems to be a little bit more than the face before, like a person with nothing. Cuddy Yuna has the full force of the strength of the saints, but did not bring much damage to the sword dust. Although the strength of Jianchen is only 8 layers of holy power, but since I was a child, I used the method described in the Ziqing sword code to sculpt, and the body, the meridians, and the internal organs of the body are very strong, so on the surface although the body of Jianchen is somewhat thin, but the physical defense and anti-strike ability of the body is dazzling. Although Kadian is a saint, the strength is much stronger than the sword dust, but if he does not use weapons, it is really difficult to seriously hurt the sword dust by the fists alone. At most, it is to bring some minor injuries to the sword dust. In contrast, Kadian, although he is still in the original position, but now his face has become very ugly, the muscles of the face shook slightly, as if very painful. Before, when Jianchen's seemingly light palm was printed on his chest, a strange power was directly introduced into him with the palm of Jianchen's palm. When this power just entered his body, suddenly it became very violent, and the crazy in the body of Kadian destroyed his internal organs. Kadian's face is gloomy and full of strength. He runs the power of the body to clear the power of chaos in the body. With the support of the powerful holy power, the force that sends the sword dust into his body is quickly removed. However, despite this, Kadian has been hurt by some of the internal forces, although the injury is not heavy, but will inevitably have some impact on the next battle. Looking at the face of the sword dust with a cold face, the horror in the heart of Cuddy Yun is simply unparalleled. He never imagined that with the strength of his own saints, he would be 8 layers of the Holy Spirit. People are so embarrassed, even though they do not use the sacred soldiers, but it is still easy to win over the 10th floor of the holy power, let alone the sword dust with only 8 layers of power. At this moment, after knowing that Jianshen is not good to deal with, Cuddy Yun can't help but feel the difficulty of riding a tiger. After just a few encounters, he understands that if he does not use the sacred soldiers, he will be difficult to defeat. Jianshen, even, will be defeated by the other side. Even if you use the sacred sergeant to defeat the sword dust, it will definitely not be a glorious thing. Moreover, before you clearly said that you don't use the sacred soldiers, if it is violated at the moment, then he will win the final victory. I am afraid that it will be well known. After all, there are quite a few viewers in the audience. There is no shortage of old people, and he is not able to lose the face of the Cuddy Cloud, the eldest son of the Gadi Empire. When talking long, Kadian's thinking is between the minds. At this moment, Jianshen once again rushed toward Kadian, hands in the palm, and constantly attacked the Cuddy Cloud. The speed of the palm is very fast, the palm seems to be messy, but always maintains a mysterious the trajectory is running, and the lightning-fast tactics are practiced in a string, which actually creates a phantom in the sight of Kadian. Kadian struggled to resist the attack of the sword dust. His right hand was dislocated, and there was no time to pick it up. At this moment, only one left hand and 2 legs were used to resist the attack of Jianshen. However, with that absolutely stronger than the sanctuary of Jianshen, Cuddy Yun also fell into an invincible position. At this moment, Kadian has begun to face up to the sword dust, and there is no such thing as a small heart. In his mind, the sword dust has been treated with opponents of the same level. The two quickly fought in the ring, and the battle gradually became stiff. Every attack of Jianshen was full of shots, and he did not dare to keep it. After all, the strength of Kadian was absolutely stronger than him. Only in this way, in order to stay in a short period with the Cuddy Cloud. The attack of Jianshen is getting faster and faster, and the palm of the hand gradually becomes a piece in front of Cuddy Yun, and the Cuddy Cloud is getting harder and harder to resist. Gradually, in front of Kadian, I see the sky. Actually, all of them are the shadows of Jianchen.
It is difficult to distinguish between true and false with their eyes. Only by the force of the ear can they capture the subtle sound of the broken air brought by each palm.
Finally, in the case of Kadian's negligence, Jianchen's palms hit the left shoulder of Kadian and were attacked.
The next movement of Kadian could not help but slow down.
The attack that has come down has already poured down, like a stormy slap in the body of Kadian. Touch! 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 The dull sound of Jianchen's palm hitting Cuddy's body was almost smashed into a piece, and it was so violently attacked that the strength of the Cuddy cloud was as strong as the saint's strength, and the feet retreated. At the corner of the mouth, there is a trace of blood flowing down. Seeing that Kadian has retreated to the edge of the ring, the sharp eyes of Jianchen's eyes flashed away, and then he snorted and once again hit the chest of Kadian.
The power of this palm is better than before.
A lot stronger. Attacked by this palm, Cuddy Cloud fell directly under the ring. Jianchen breathed a little in the ring, and he continued to exert his full strength. The consumption of his holy power was very great. At this moment, the power of the Holy Spirit in his body is running low.
If the Cuddy Cloud is unbeaten, the sword dust is also. It won't last long.
Under the stage, there was silence.
Everyone was staring at the sword dust standing alone on the platform.
At this moment, everyone's eyes were full of incredible looks, and his face was not full of shocked look.
This result has already exceeded everyone's expectations.
No one would think that the sword dust of the 8 layers of the holy power can defeat a saint. The most important thing is that the saint is in good condition. The front defeated it, even though the Holy One did not use the sacred soldiers, but the result still shook the people at the place. At this moment, the whole ring was surrounded by a strange silence. Silently, even a needle dropped on the ground could clearly hear the sound. Although there were more than 200 people around, no one made any sound.
Big brother. After a while, the silent scene was finally broken by a voice, only to see the 2 brothers and sisters Cuddy Liang and Cuddy Chiu Li quickly ran towards the position where Cuddy Yin fell.
With the sound of the easygoing voice, the rest of the people suddenly woke up. Suddenly, the quiet place around the ring suddenly opened the pot, and the noisy and excited arguments rose. God, I am not dreaming. A person with an 8-layered power can actually defeat a saint, which is unprecedented in our college. That Changyang Xiang is really a new life with only 80% of the power of the Holy Spirit. I am afraid that even a person who has reached the top 10 peaks of the holy power will not be able to defeat the saints who do not use the holy soldiers. The strength of Changyang Xiangtian is definitely not the strength of the 8th layer of the holy power. Maybe he is already a saint who condenses the holy soldiers. Otherwise, how can he defeat the Cuddy Yin Xuechang who has become a saint? Changyang Xiangtian will not use any despicable way to defeat Kadian. Jin Chen did not pay attention to the opinions of the people. After jumping down the platform, he went straight to the front of the big brother Chang Yanghu. He looked at his Changyang tiger with a shocked look. Jin Chen smiled slightly and said, "Big brother, I didn't let you disappointed, I won." Changyang tiger's face showed an excited look, his hands clenched the shoulders of Jian Chen, and his voice excited, "For brothers, you are really amazing, you actually defeated the Cuddy Cloud that has become a saint. Big brother, I really admire you," said. Changyang tiger directly gave a dust hug to Jian Chen. There was also a happy smile on the face of Jian Chen. He slowly broke away from the bear of the Changyang tiger. He said, "Big brother, there are too many people here. Let's leave here first." Chapter 24 Skill. When Yin, Changyang tiger looked down and looked around, then nodded and said, "Well, for brothers, let's go to your dormitory first. You must talk about how you defeated Kadian, and then wait today. I will celebrate with a few friends in the evening." There was a faint smile on the face of Jian Chen. "Big brother, I can teach you how to defeat Kadian, but as for congratulations, I can still forget it." "Well, it depends on you. Go, for brothers, we will go back to the dormitory first, it is too noisy here."
said, Chanyang Tiger pulled the sword dust and walked quickly toward the dormitory. Chanyang Shangtian.
Just a few steps away from Jian Chen, suddenly a delicate and soft voice rang from behind. Hearing this slightly familiar voice, the sword dust glimpsed a little, then turned his head and looked behind him. The person who spoke was actually the very beautiful girl she had encountered in the library.
Is there something?
The calm look of the girl's appearance of the country, the sword dust asked. The girl's face showed a slight smile, and it seemed very happy. She raised Yang's hand in a very delicate little purse, and she said with joy, Chanyang Shangtian, you won 100 for me.
Thank you for your purple gold coins.
The voice of the girl is always very soft, but it is very pleasant, like the sound of the lark's tweet, so sweet and pleasant. After listening to this, Chanyang Tiger seems to think of something like it.
He took a forehead and said, Oh, you don't say that I still have forgotten. I have also taken 100 purple gold coins. That's all I have.
The property has not been taken back yet, the fourth brother, you are waiting for a while, the big brother to get the money back. The words did not finish, the Chanyang Tiger ran like a wind. Looking at the rush of Chanyang Tiger, Jian Chen's face could not help but reveal a look of laughter. At this time, the girl slowly walked to the front of Jian Chen, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the handsome face of Jian Chen, smiling, Hello.
Chanyang Shangtian, my name is Yaya, I don't know. Can I ask you a question?
Jian Chen smiled slightly and said, You, if you have any questions, please ask, but I can't guarantee that you can answer the questions you asked.
It doesn't matter.
Yu smiled lightly and continued,
Chanyang Shangtian, may you ask if your strength is only the 8th layer of the holy power?
When Jian Chen slightly hesitated, then nodded and said, Yes, my strength is still in the 8th layer, but I feel that it is not far from the 9th floor.
After listening to this, a strange look appeared in the eyes of Yu Yue, and he was surprised. Chanyang Shangtian, is your strength really not at the stage of the saints? There is some doubt in the tone of Yu Yue. Obviously, I don't quite believe this sentence of Chanyang Shangtian.
Listening to the words of the moon, with a bit of doubt, Jian Chen frowned slightly, a bit unpleasant. Yu, I seem to have answered you. Although the other is a beautiful woman, but in the eyes of Jian Chen, it is no different from an ordinary woman. After listening to this, Yu suddenly reflected, apologetic smile, said, Sorry, Chanyang Shangtian classmates, but I am too surprised, please do not be surprised. The voice of the secluded moon just fell, I saw the Chanyang Tiger ran out of the crowd with a purse in his hand. When he came to the front of Jian Chen, the Chanyang Tiger raised the bulging money in his hand. The bag proudly said, For brothers, your brother, I am wise, in just a short time, I won 100 purple gold coins. 100 purple gold coins are already a big one for ordinary people. The number, and for those civilians who are eating rough tea all day long, this 100 purple gold coins are enough for their family to live a life of 3 for a lifetime. Looking at the bulging money bag in the hands of Chanyang Tiger, the face of Jian Chen also showed a happy look, and then said to this secluded moon, Yu, if there is nothing, then I will leave. Yu smiled slightly and said, Well, I will not bother you, just because my book has not been read yet, I have to go back to the library. Chanyang Shangtian, goodbye. Subsequently, Jian Chen returned to his dormitory with his big brother Chanyang Hu. Just closed the door of the dormitory, Chanyang Tiger could not wait to open the door. For brothers, now you should always talk about how you used to defeat Kadian. And, as far as your strength is reached, it's not as true as they said, you have become a saint. Behind it, the look of the Chanyang Tiger could not help but show a shocked look. Jian Chen shook his head gently and said, No, big brother, my current strength is not far from the 9th level power of the Holy Spirit. As for the Holy One, I still have a certain time from that estimate. After listening to this, Chanyang Tiger's face showed a trace of doubts, saying, For brothers, since your strength has not yet reached the Holy One, then how to defeat Kadian? Jian Chen mysteriously smiled and said, Oh, how can I defeat Kadian, big brother, are you not clear in the downswing? When Chanyang Tiger's face is red, a little supportive, that. For brothers. Actually. In fact,
Big Brother did not see clearly in the downfall, can you tell me? Look.
Although the swords of Jian Shan and Cuddy Yun are from the beginning to the end, there are some things that cannot be seen by their eyesight. For example, Jian Shan's seemingly light palm, the power of the Holy Spirit, is transformed into a strange power that is sent into the body of Katy Cloud, which is not what they can see. Jian Shan walked down to the bed and sat down on his knees. He looked at the Changyang tiger calmly. He said, "Big Brother, the reason why I can defeat the Cuddy Cloud that has become a saint by virtue of the 8 holy forces is completely dependent on the skill."
Can do it.
Tips? Wen Yan, a look of doubt in the eyes of Changyang Tiger. He is no stranger to the skills, because the teachers in the college will talk about skills, because if 2 opponents with the same strength are fighting, then rely on strong martial arts and skills to win. But combat skills cannot be learned so easily. Even if you learn, without going through many battles, you can't integrate the skills perfectly into the moves.
The rational use of it.
What makes Changyang Tiger feel very puzzled is that this 4-year-old who was younger than himself and who came to the college for a few days actually has very difficult skills, which makes him feel surprised. For brothers, how do you learn where you are?
Changyang Tiger is full of curiosity.
Jian Shan shook his head and said, "Big Brother, I can't tell you about this."
After listening to this, the face of Changyang Tiger showed a regretful look.
However, the next sentence of Jian Shan makes the Changyang Tiger excited. "Big Brother, if you want to learn skills in combat, I can teach you."
Really? That's good. For brothers, when do you teach the skills of big brothers? Can you do it now?
When I heard this, Changyang Tiger couldn't wait to see it.
I really can't wait to learn it immediately.
Then, relying on the strength of his 10-tiered power of the Holy Spirit, he will challenge the holy people in the college who have already condensed the sacred soldiers.
Jian Shan smiled slightly and said, "Big Brother, I will teach you tomorrow. I will be in the woods on the east side of the college tomorrow morning."
Yes, the 4 brothers, one word is set, will be gathered in the woods on the east side of the college tomorrow morning. Changyang Tiger agreed with the joyful, although the teachers in the college can also teach the skills, but the Changyang Tiger, it is very clear in my heart that the fighting skills taught by the teachers are not as rich as the teachings of the elders in the family, and they cannot be used to defeat the opponents whose strength is stronger than their own.
Subsequently, the 2 brothers, Jian Shan and Changyang Hu, chatted again, and Changyang Tiger left something, and Jian Shan also consumed too much for the holy power in the body because of the battle with Cuddy Yun, and suffered some minor injuries. So stay in the dormitory and recover by absorbing the energy in the 3rd order magic core. As everyone knows, at this moment, the college has already fallen out of the sky. Jian Shan's defeat of Cadian, who has become a saint, with 8 layers of holy power, has spread throughout the college in a very short period of time. The teachers and students at Kargas College were shocked. When they heard the news, everyone felt unbelievable. This is definitely an unprecedented news in the Kagame's college, because even a saint is not using the sacred soldiers. It is also very easy to defeat the 2 peaks of the Holy Spirit, not to mention the latter is a new 8-layered force of the Holy Spirit. Jian Shan defeated the saints who did not use the holy soldiers only by the strength of these 8 layers of power. This matter quickly spread to the dean's ears. At the top of a tower in the middle of the Kagame's college, the dean stood in front of the window with a musing look, frowning and thinking for a moment, then asked, "Bayan, what you said is true. Changyang Xiang Tianjing defeated the Cuddy Cloud that has become a saint with only the strength of the 8-layered holy power?" The dean's tone was obviously with a few unbelievable looks, and the pair of deep eyes flashed. This savvy look. Behind the dean, Bayanjin, the deputy director wearing a white robe, stood there respectfully. After listening to the dean, Bayan immediately replied, "The dean, I am also listening to the students. I don't know exactly what the specific situation is. But now this thing has been rumored in the college. Almost all the teachers and students of the school know that Changyang Shangtian, who has only 8 layers of power, has defeated and has been promoted for the Saints Cuddy Cloud, but rumors that Cuddy Cloud did not use the sacred soldiers, but empty hands in Changyang Shangtian battle." The dean reached out and touched the long beard of his chin, bowed his head and thought about it. Since the rumors are so fierce, it seems that this thing is mostly true. Oh, it seems that the old man brought this time. This kid is quite simple. It is incredible to beat a saint with only the strength of the 8 layers of holy power. It is incredible, even if the saint did not use the holy soldiers, and it was just advanced, but the strength is definitely stronger than that of the 10-story power. This is probably the biggest challenge and victory that I have ever seen since the establishment of the Kagas College. President, this thing, what do you think we should do? I guess the Changyang Shangtian will be able to defeat a saint by the strength of the 8-layered holy power and will pass on to those old people who have been practicing. In the year, when Yang Shangtian is long, I am afraid that there will be less trouble. Bayan asked, his tone was very respectful, and from his gaze to the dean, there was a faint expression of respect and worship. Hearing the words, the dean thought about it for a moment, then waved his hand and said in a whispered tone, "Forget it, this thing will be for them to make trouble. Just don't make too big a thing, let's not intervene." Okay, and this is not a test for him. How can it grow up without going through the storm? Chapter 25 Teach the Big Brother. In a twinkling of an eye, it has been 3 days since the battle between Jinshen and Cudi Yun. Now, the name Changyang Shangtian is rarely known in the Kagas College. In the past 3 days, in addition to teaching the brothers Yang Yanghu some fighting skills in the grove on the east side of the college every morning, Jinshen spent all the rest of his time in cultivation. Now there is a third-order magic core. The practice rate of Jinshen is several times that of the past. Through this time, he also wants to reach the 10th layer of the holy power as soon as possible, and then impact the realm of the Holy One. After all, I am very curious about the sacred sword dust that the saints have condensed in the body. According to the book, the sacred soldiers are completely condensed by the power of the Holy Spirit in the body. Once the sacred soldiers are condensed, the sacred soldiers will replace them. The position of the holy force, from then on, the holy soldier is the source of a person's energy. When the holy soldier is in the body, he can play the role of the holy power, and when you summon the holy soldier, it will become the most powerful. The weapon, with the sacred soldiers, can exert a powerful attack power beyond its own strength. The sacred soldier is the source of energy for everyone. Once the sacred sergeant is destroyed, not only will it lose all its cultivation, but it will also be seriously injured. In serious cases, it will even die on the spot. However, the sacred soldiers are very hard, unless the power gap between the two is too great, otherwise the sacred soldiers are generally not easily destroyed. In the morning, the sword dust sitting cross-legged on the bed slowly opened his eyes and ended the cultivation of one night. After these 3 days of cultivation, the power of the Holy Spirit in the sword dust has also increased a lot. According to his estimation, now his strength should have reached the 9th level of the holy power. After all, before the Holy One, the holy power, the strength of the test depends on the test. When I got out of bed, Jinshen left the dormitory directly. Now the sky is still gray and not completely bright. At this time, most of the students are still practicing or sleeping, so the huge playground is very clean, even a figure cannot see, only in some remote corners, can occasionally find a few early classmates in the martial arts. Through the playground, Jinshen walked directly toward the grove on the east side of the college. In the past few days, Jinshen spent a little time every morning to teach his brother about fighting. After all, Jinshen's previous life was one. The many veterans who have been walking in the rivers and lakes have encountered countless challenges. The rich experience of combat is far from what the teachers in the Kagas College can compare. If you really want to count it, Jinshen is already qualified to teach Kagas. The teachers in the college are gone. When Jinshen came to the grove, he found that the big brother Changyang Tiger had been waiting there for a long time. He was sitting on a stump at the moment, his eyes were a little scattered and boring in the woods, when the Changyang Tiger discovered the sword dust. When he came to the spirit immediately, he called out from the stump and said happily, "For brothers, you can finally come." Jinshen smiled slightly and said, "Big brother, how come you come so early?" "Hey, get used to it, the fourth brother, let's start now." What kind of energy you used to say yesterday morning? I thought I didn't think of a clue for a day. Can you give it to your older brother? Ah. Changyang Tiger said, a little embarrassed. Of course. There was a faint smile on the face of Jianchen. Big brother, I told you about the use of energy yesterday morning. I will give you a demonstration today. The dust picked up a small branch of the foot and held it in his hand. Big brother, I am optimistic. Speaking, Jianchen took the branches and gently waved at the small tree with a small wrist around him. When the branches were close to the small trees, they were silent, which was directly with the small branches. From the small tree with the thickness of the wrist, I did not encounter any obstacles, as if the small tree was originally blurred. Looking at this weird scene, just as Changyang Tiger's heart was full of doubts, with the sound of shashasha, I saw that the small tree with the thickness of the bowl began to cut off from the position where the Jianchen branch was swept, and the upper body was directly it fell. Changyang Tigers widened their eyes, then quickly came to the fallen tree, and saw that the broken edge of the small tree was very flat. It looked like it was cut off by a very sharp weapon. It was impossible. Imagine that a cut of this flat-like method was actually caused by a small, lightly broken branch. Immediately, Changyang Tiger's gaze turned to the twig in the hands of Jianchen, quickly grabbed it and took it to his left and right, but no matter how he looked, it was a very ordinary branches. The twigs are swaying up and down as you gently swing. Seeing this, the sorrowful light in the eyes of Changyang Tiger is getting more and more fascinating. He really can't understand how this can cut off a small tree with a very thin wrist with a very common branch. Then, Changyang Tiger's finger is slightly hard, only to hear the sounded crisp, and the twigs that were in his hands were suddenly folded into 2 paragraphs. For brothers, how did you just do it? How is such a fragile twig cut off this small tree? Changyang Tiger looked at Jianchen with a look of confusion, curiously asked. Jianchen smiled and said, Big brother, this is actually a use of the power of the Holy Spirit, let alone this with the twigs, even with a thin thread like an embroidery needle, can easily penetrate. This is related to the branches, of course, with my current strength, not enough to do this. Hey, a thin thread like an embroidery needle can penetrate this branch. The fourth brother, you have no fever in your head, this is simply impossible. Changyang Tiger cried in surprise, for the sword this statement of dust, he did not believe at all, because he grew up, has never heard of such a thing, which in his view, is simply impossible. There is always a faint smile on the face of Jianchen. The reflection of Changyang Tiger is obviously in his expectation. However, at this time, Jianchen does not make too much explanation. After the strength of Changyang Tiger is improved, it will naturally understand this truth. Jianchen retrieved a relatively curved twig from the ground and said, Big brother, you are not very curious. How do I use this twig to penetrate this small tree? I am optimistic, I will show you once again. Hearing this, Changyang who came to the spirit and concentrated on the twig of Jianchen's hand. He dared not have any distraction, for fear of missing a little bit of detail. Jianchen waved his small paper in his hand, and then his eyes flashed, and he did not see any movements. He saw that the twigs that he was holding in his hands were automatically twisted. The originally curved branches actually slowly straightening. This moment, this with the twigs suddenly seems to have life, seems to become a flexible snake. The other side of the sword dust is the snake head. The part of the snake head is slowly cocked, and then slowly turned a few laps in the air. The scene, it looks so strange. Seeing this extremely strange scene, Changyang Tiger's eyes have already been widened, and his face is full of unbelievable looks. It looks like it's a ghost. He is really hard to imagine. It is a twig, and it will automatically twist and twist there. The eyes of Jianchen gradually radiated a fierce light, and gave a low voice, Big brother, look carefully. The voice just fell, and the sword dust pinched the twig that had become straight and slowly stabbed forward. Not far from the front is just a small tree with the same wrist thickness. The speed of the sword dust is not fast, but it is very slow, slowly approaching the small tree. When the twig that he held in his hand just touched the trunk of the small tree, it was silently integrated in the trunk, and then constantly, deep down at a very slow speed,
and finally pierced the small tree directly. The tiny branches were drilled from the other side of the trunk. This scene stunned the Chang tiger, staring at the branch that had penetrated the small tree, and the mouth was wide enough to hold an egg, and the eyes were full of incredulity. "For brothers, how do you do this in the end?" Chang tiger's tone asked, a little trembling. The heart was pounding vigorously, and his eyes were fixed on the roots still stuck in the trunk. "Twigs." Jian Shen smiled slightly and said, "Big brother, in fact, it is not difficult to do this. As long as you integrate the power of the Holy Spirit into the branches, even if it is just an ordinary tree that cannot be in the ordinary branches, it can become a hand. The weapon of the gods, if it is strong, can even make the branches reach the point of cutting iron. Incorporate the power of the Holy Spirit into the branches." After listening to this, Chang Yang's brows wrinkled slightly, muttering in a low voice, then immediately picked a branch from the ground. According to what Jian Shen said, controlling the power of the Holy Spirit in the body slowly injects into the branches. Bump! Just as the sunshine of the Chang tiger had just touched the branches held in his hands suddenly burst open, and the flight of the sky was scattered in the air. "Big brother, your holy power is too fierce. It is not something that can withstand the fragile branches, and you are not proficient in the control of the power of the Holy Spirit. Remember to integrate the power of the Holy Spirit into the branches. When you must transform the power of the Holy Spirit into a soft power, remember not to be too fierce," Jian Shen carefully taught. After listening to this, Chang tiger looked confused and said, "For brothers, how can we convert the power of the Holy Spirit into a soft power?" Converting the power of the Holy Spirit into a soft power is just a use of the power of the Holy Spirit. The mysteriousness of this one is useless. It is only by yourself that you have to comprehend, big brother, from today. From now on, when you have time, you will try to integrate the power of the Holy Spirit into the branches. This will be a good exercise for your use of the power of the Holy Spirit. If you can do this, then you will be trained for your future martial arts. There is no small benefit." Jian Shen said in a plain tone that the Buddha is a teacher who teaches students. However, Jian Shen's heart is very clear. If the Chang tiger wants to achieve the level he has just demonstrated, it is absolutely impossible to penetrate the small tree of the wrist with a fragile branch in a short time. Yes, because this application of the power of the Holy Spirit is very high. Before the mastery of the power of the Holy Spirit, the Chang tiger simply cannot integrate the power of the Holy Spirit into the branches, because it is necessary to integrate the power of the Holy Spirit. Among the branches, the difficulty is quite large. It is not as simple as integrating the power of the Holy Spirit into the weapons made of stainless steel. The weapons made of stainless steel are very hard enough to withstand the strength of the Holy Spirit of any strength, but the branches are not. Chang tiger nodded and thought about it. He tried again by taking a branch from the ground, but the result was no exception. All ended in failure. Without success, he could not take the forces integrated into the branches, and each time it is the power of the Holy Spirit in the body to approach the branches burst because they cannot withstand the power of the Holy Spirit. Jian Shen looked at the Chang tiger while trying to explain to him. Until the sun rose to the sky, Jian Shen left the grove, leaving only the Chang tiger, who was still trying to be there, and on the ground. It has been destroyed by him a lot of branches. Chapter 26 Protection Fee. At this moment, the sky is already bright. When the sword dust passes through the playground again, there are already many students in the playground. Jian Shen's eyes looked at the students who were active in the playground, but the footsteps went straight to the library. In the past 3 days, Jian Shen has been practicing the power of the Holy Spirit. He has not been to the library yet. For him, the only thing in the college that can attract sword dust is the books in the library. As for the courses taught by the teachers, Jian Shen is too lazy to listen. For him, it is a waste of time. However, most of the things that the teachers said have no effect on Jian Shen. Even if there are some things that are of interest to Jian Shen, he believes that the books in the library can also be found. After all, The college books, the rich collection of books in the museum almost records all the things on the entire Tianyuan continent.
Hey, look, isn't that Chang Yang Shangtian classmate? I heard that he defeated Cuddy Yani, who has become a saint by virtue of this 8-layered holy power.
Yeah, I also watched the fight of Chang Yang Shangtian at the newborn contest, but it is a pity that he did not go to the battle with Cuddy.
It is a pity.
On the playground, 2 male students who saw Jianchen stood in the distance and pointed at Jianchen with a low voice, while looking at Jianchen's eyes with a trace of admiration.
Wow, Chang Yang Shangtian's classmate is so handsome, and the strength is so strong.
Actually, he can beat the saint by the power of 8 layers of holy.
He is really an idol in my mind.
One aged sword dust, almost an aristocratic girl with a very ordinary look, staring at the sword dust, whispering in a low voice, but with excitement in her voice.
The people on the playground came a lot.
The sword dust was so swaying on the playground that it was quickly discovered by more and more people. Suddenly, everyone was standing in the distance and watching the sword dust, whispering.
Disgust.
Since the sword dust defeated the Cuddy Cloud that has become a saint 3 days ago, his reputation has spread throughout the campus in just a few hours. Now, even the teachers in the Kagas College know the sword.
The name of the dust.
Soon the sword dust passed through the playground and came to a tree-lined path.
This is one of the paths to the library. Because there are not many people going to the library in the college, this leads to the shade of the library.
The path was very clean, and there was almost no figure.
The sides of the path were full of fallen leaves.
As the breeze slowly blew away, it brought a sand sound, and countless leaves fluttered at low altitude. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Jianchen.
Some of them laughed and walked toward Jianchen. There were 4 people coming here.
They were about 10 years old and they wore colleges.
The school uniforms can be seen from this point.
The 4 people are all students in the college. Jianchen did not care about the 4 students in front, still walking their own way, but just as Jianchen just approached the 4 people, when he planned to pass by, suddenly, the 4 people seemed to have discussed it as soon as possible. The body shape was flush and surrounded by sword dust in 4 directions. Jianchen stopped his footsteps and looked calmly at the 4 students who were surrounded by the middle of the university and were even older than themselves. There was a hint of sneer in the corner of his mouth.
Some seniors, I don't know if you are what for.
Although the 4 men wore uniforms distributed by the college, they still could not cover the arrogant look from their faces.
Kids, very raw, it is estimated to be new.
The man who faced the sword dust sneered, staring at Jianchen. The dust of the sword dust is calm, and the eyes of the pair are plain and indifferent to the person who was talking. They smile lightly. Yes, the next one is indeed new. I don't know what advice the several seniors have. Hearing the words, the young man laughed and said, if you want to stay in the college, well, it is impossible to have our shelter, but if you want to get our shelter, you must pay a certain fee. Okay, look at your newcomer, you will receive 10 purple gold coins. How cost effective. Young people have a confident smile on their face. In his heart, it seems that they have already eaten a sword dust because from his point of view, from the relatively thin body of Jianchen, it can be judged that the strength of Jianchen is not strong, because he has done many times in the college for the protection fee. It can be said that he is experienced. If he meets a strong student, he may consider it. But like a thin body like Jianchen, he does not need to consider it. When he used to collect protection fees, he almost collected it to a thin student like Jianchen.
The protection fee is 100% successful and will not encounter resistance at all.
If Jianchen is a civilian, 4 of them would never dare to collect protection fees from Jianchen unless they don't want to stay in the college. After all the old people in Kagas know that the dean is very biased.
Civilian students.
The 4 of them have been in the college for a short time. The civilian students in the college can recognize them at a glance, so since they saw the first sight of Jianchen, they knew that Jianchen was definitely a civilian student from time to time.
So dare to charge him a protection fee.
After listening to the young people's words, Jian Shen sneered at the bottom of his heart, but did not expect to actually receive protection fees. "Several seniors, I am very sorry, I refuse your asylum." Jian Shen's tone was very dull. After the words were finished, he did not wait for a few people's reply. He directly slammed the young man in front of him with his shoulder. "Continue to the library." The action of Jian Shen made the four young people stunned. Obviously, this situation has already exceeded their expectations. They did not think that the sword dust that they had already decided to do so would simply reject them. Asylum. The four quickly reflected and stared at the sword dust that had already stepped out of the circle surrounded by four of them. The four young people flashed a stern color at the same time, and the young man who was struck by the sword dust with his shoulder was even more. It became very ugly. "Fuck, boy, you stand for me." The young man who was smashed by Jian Shen screamed, and ran to the sword dust first, and then ran across him in front of him. Then the three young people also quickly came to the perimeter of Jian Shen and re-enclosed the sword dust. "You just hit me, it is really impatient." The young man who lost his face was angry and screamed, and then directly slammed toward the face of Jian Shen. Looking at the palms of the young people who fanned to their faces, Jian Shen's plain eyes suddenly became fierce, and the cold eyes disappeared, and then the right hand quickly lifted up, so that the name would be quickly. The speed at which the young people could not reflect at all was lightning fast, and the young man's palm was firmly used in the middle of the journey. Then, Jian Shen kicked out quickly and hit the other's chest directly, with a dull sound. The young man was directly kicked by the strong kick of Jian Shen, and then fell to the ground without any image. Sudden changes. Let the three young people around Jian Shen stay for a while. No one would think that a freshman who was already a good bully in their eyes would suddenly become so powerful. In them all, if it is not reflected, it will fly directly to a companion. However, he soon returned to the gods. Almost at the same time, the faces of the three men were full of suffocation, and there was no such thing as it was, as if they had been discussed in the morning. The three actually shot at the same time. Although they know that the strength of Jian Shen is good, but the four of them are swaying in the Kagas College, they are not afraid of the sword dust, even if the strength of the sword dust is really strong enough that even the four of them cannot fight. The point, but they still have no fear, not only because each of them has a huge family support behind them, and most importantly, they have a solid backing in this Kagas College. I felt the power of the Holy Spirit that was stronger than myself in the hands of the three men. The face of Jian Shen's face showed a disdainful look. From the moment when the three hands started, he judged from the power of the Holy Spirit out of their strength, probably around the 10th floor of the holy power. The three men's fists were very fast, and they were close to the front of Jian Shen in the blink of an eye, but at this critical moment, Jian Shen's body swayed slightly, and instantly separated from their attack range at a faster speed than their fists. The attack of the three men fell through at the same time, but before they could recover the fist of Jian Shen had already come to the head of one of them. The speed of the punch was so fast that the three of them could not reflect it. Touch! With a muffled sound, the young man who was hit by the sword dust fist in his head was directly stunned by a punch and fainted to the ground. At the same time, Jian Shen's right foot kicked out quickly, and when the other two did not reflect it, he kicked on one of the chests. With the boring noise, the young man had been prepared for it, so he took a few steps from the dust of the sword, and quickly stabilized his body. However, his face was whitish. Because the two forces brought up by the foot of Jian Shen have caused some shocks in his attachment, and a faint sacred force has also invaded his body along the foot of Jian Shen, destroying the internal organs of his body. 6. Just as the young man had just stood firm, the second leg of Jian Shen had already kicked out again, brought a phantom in the air, kicked the young man's chest again, and the two footprints perfectly overlapped. The sword dust actually kicked without a deviation in the position just kicked. The same position was hit twice in a row, and the injury suffered by the young man was not as simple as 1 + 1 and 2. When the second foot of Jian Shen was on his chest, although he had the strength of 10 layers of power, however, he was still seriously injured. The internal organs of the internal organs all came with severe pain. For a time, the young people's face became pale and the internal air was blocked, making him feel very difficult to breathe, and his footsteps were on the ground. After a few steps back, I finally stood up unsteadily and fell to the ground, and could no longer climb up. Seeing Jianshan's eyes, he was placed in a companion whose strength is comparable to his own. The remaining youth's face could not help but change. The footsteps that were about to rush to Jianshan stopped, and the foot seemed to be rooted deep. Deeply tied to the ground, why not dare to take a step forward, and a pair of eyes full of vigilance staring at the sword dust. There is no longer calm before the face of dignity. Jianshan glanced at him indifferently, and a sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth. He said nothing and turned away and walked toward the library. After Jianshan's departure, the two young Wolverines who were hit by Jianshan on the ground climbed up from the ground, and their eyes were full of grievances staring at the back of Jianshan. One of them said, "Who is he? Actually, it's amazing, even we are not his opponents. Is this really a freshman who was enrolled this year? How powerful is it? Whoever is who he is, actually offended us, it must not spare him." Another person said in a tone of indignation. The tone was a little weak, and he was out of breath. He was the one who was kicked by Jianshan. A young man, at the moment his internal government has been severely shocked. If the strength is originally stronger than the sword dust, I am afraid that he will not be able to stand up at this moment. Chapter 27 Trouble is Coming, 1. At this time, the young man who escaped from the fortunes came to the two and looked at the young man who was pale and kicked by Jianshan. He asked a little bit of concern, "Luo Yun, you are fine?" It was said that the young man named Luo Yun shook his head slightly, and his tone was a little weak. "The problem is not big, just a few days of cultivation." Then he turned his voice and looked at the young man who was not hurt. Shin said, "Carl, you have a good news in the college. Find out the identity of the person as soon as possible, and then ask the son to pick him up." After listening to this, the young man who was Carl was thinking about it and said, "I don't have to check it, I may already know his identity." The other two had a happy face. Luo Yun said, "That's great, Carl, who is that person?" In this year's freshman, one person's strength is particularly strong. With only the strength of the 8-layered holy power, he defeated the Cuddy cloud that has condensed the holy soldiers and became a saint. He may be that person. Carl's tone is a bit dignified. Carl's words made the two faces change slightly and looked at each other. Then Luo Yun whispered, "Is he Changyang Shangtian?" Carl nodded slightly and said, "It is very likely that among the freshmen enrolled this year, I am afraid that only Changyang Shangtian can defeat us. If that person is really Changyang Shangtian, we are not his opponent. After all, he can defeat the Cuddy cloud that has become a saint. Although Cuddian does not use the sacred soldiers, it is enough to prove the strength of Changyang Shangtian. Hey, even if he is Changyang Shangtian, what if he offended us? Then I will never let him go through so easily in the college." The young man who was attacked by Jianshan for the first time. Luo Yun's pale face showed a sneer and a low tone. "Exactly, the young masters of our Luo family are asking about the news of Changyang Shangtian in the past few days. It is estimated that they are interested in Changyang Shangtian, but unfortunately this a few days, Changyang Shangtian did not know where to hide. After looking for a few days, he did not find anyone. I didn't expect to meet here today. Luo Yun, you go to the big master of your Luo family." I and Chen Feng went to call the young master. "I don't believe that Changyang Shangtian is the opponent of the young master." Carl's low voice. "Well, we acted separately, but I think it is better to leave one person to monitor Changyang Shangtian. The college is so big. If Changyang Shangtian is hiding somewhere, we will find him," Luo Yun proposed. Carl nodded, then turned his eyes and looked at the young man next to him. "Chen Feng, or you stayed behind to secretly track Changyang Shangtian, I am going to be a young master." "No problem." The young man named Chen Feng agreed without any hesitation. The 3 divisions were completed. Except for Chen Feng, who followed the direction of Jianshan's departure, the remaining 2 people lifted up and fell to the ground and the unconscious youth quickly left. In the library, Jianshan picked up 2 books on the shelf and went to a table to sit down and read it with great interest. Now, maybe because of the time too early, the library is very quiet. Apart from the sword dust, only one middle-aged woman who cleans and cleans is busy in it. Middle-aged women are about 40 years old. They are ordinary people and belong to the masses. Because there is no talent in cultivation, middle-aged women are now 40 years old, but the holy force in the body is only 6th. At the same level, even the freshmen who entered Kagame were stronger than her. The middle-aged woman looked up and saw the sword dust buried in the book. Although she did not know the name of Jian Shen, her impression of Jian Shen was very profound, because except for these 3 days, Jian Shen was the first in the morning. I came to the students in the library, and reading books often took a whole day. Sometimes I didn't even eat lunch. She spent a few years cleaning the library in the college. Jian Shen was the first to meet her hard work. Student. It's a hard-working child. The middle-aged woman gave a low-pitched sigh, then ignored the sword dust and continued to do the work in her hands. In a wide stone house, a young man of about 20 years old stood in the middle of the stone house with his eyes closed. His body was in a very weird posture, as if it were a piece of wood standing there. Hey! At this moment, the dull knocking of the door came in from the outside. At the same time, the young man's slightly closed eyes slowly opened, turning his head slightly, still holding the weird posture and looking at the eye door. In the direction, whispered, "Who?" "The young master, it is me, Luo Yun." A subtle voice came from outside the door. "Come in." The young man's tone was plain. When the door opened, I saw a young man in a school uniform who was about 20 years old. He came in from outside the door. This person was one of the 4 people who had previously had conflicts with Jian Shen, named Luo Yun. Luo Yun looked at the young man sitting in strange movements. He didn't feel a little surprised in his heart. It seemed to be commonplace, because the weird movements of young people are the way they practiced. There are many kinds of cheats and methods in the cultivation of Tianyuan. There are not only meditation practices, but also many people who rely on making some sports or a special posture to cultivate. The way of cultivation is obviously the latter, and the body is made to make some special postures to cultivate. Luo Yun came to the young person and bent down slightly. He said with respect, "De Master, during this time, you are not always looking for the whereabouts of Changyang Shangtian. Just by chance, I have found Changyang Shangtian." Luo Yun's family is also a person with status in Luojia, but in front of this young man, he dares not to show the slightest arrogance, because this young man is the only son of Luo's contemporary family, Luo Jian, who is deeply loved by his family. It is already the future successor in the family. For Luo Jianda, the young master Luo Jian, Luo Yun only has a heart. Find Changyang Shangtian. When Yan, Luo Jian eyes brightened, looked at Luo Yun's pale face, casual eyes slightly moved down, fell to the faint footprints left in front of Luo Yun's chest, tone arrogance said, "Look at you, this is awkward. It is estimated that it is not a small loss in the hands of Changyang Shangtian." After listening to this, Luo Yun's eyes were extremely angry. He said, "The young master said it was good. Before I met Changyang Shangtian, I had a good time to invite him to meet the young master, but Changyang Shangtian was 2 words, not only the people in the eyes, but also arrogant, and he does not put the young master in your eyes," said the young master. You said behind, Luo Yun's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Luo Jian frowned and said, "Don't be vomiting at that." Changyang Shangtian said, "What I am." Luo Yun's eyes blinked, hesitated, and then seemed to be brave enough to sigh. Changyang Shangtian said, "The young master is a fart, and even giving him shoes is not qualified." What? When Yan, Luo Jian's face suddenly changed, and his heart suddenly became furious. Although Luo family is not the top family standing on the Tianyuan continent for thousands of years, it is also one of the largest families in the Gessen kingdom. With more than 200 years of history, even if you look at the entire Gessen kingdom, there are only a handful of forces that can overcome the Luo family. As the future successor of the Luo family, Luo Jian's identity can be described as very noble, even the princess of the kingdom. And His Royal Highness Prince and he are also on an equal footing, But I did not expect that in the Kagas college, a famous freshman dared to say such a maddening words, which made the self-satisfied Luo Jianqin from a young age swallow this breath. Luo Jian stared at Luo Yun with a sharp gaze. Xin Shang said, "He really said so." Luo Jian's tone is full of the unspeakable anger. Seeing Luo Jian's reflection, Luo Yun's eyes flashed a trace of sneak peek, but he was quickly demonstrated by him. He quickly said, "Yes, the young master." Luo Yun's sentence, "I dare not have the slightest expiration. The heart, this Changyang Xiang is really too much, and I will not put the young master on your eyes, but also utterly swear by the young master. If you don't teach him well, what will your future face be?" There are a lot of laughs left in the college. After listening to Luo Yun's words, Luo Jian's face gradually became gloomy, and then slowly stood up straight. "Xin Shang, where is Changyang Shangtian, leading the way? Since this does not put me in the eye, I want to see how much he has the ability." "Yes. Yes. Please come with me," said Luo Yun, who walked out of the stone house and walked straight toward the library with a gloomy Luo Jian trail. At the same time, in the other direction of the Kagarth Academy, Carl, who had just left, was also respectfully present with a few young people who were about 20 years old, and the arrogant youth walked in the direction of the library. When several people passed the playground, some old people recognized that their identity was discolored, and then the whispered voices came from all over. "Hey, the man in the middle of the walk is not a young master. He hasn't walked in the college for a year. What wind is blowing him out today? A man is about 20 years old." The old people staring at the young people not far away whispered in a low voice, full of surprise in their tone. "I heard that the young master has reached the strength of the intermediate saints a year ago. I don't know what the strength of the young master has reached. The young master, but the recognized genius in our Kargas college, has been condensed at the age of 19, and has become a saint. At the age of 20, it has reached the strength of the intermediate saint. Now 1 year. The time has passed, and it is estimated that the young masters have reached the advanced saints. Yes, it is the youngest master, but we are the fastest practicing person in Calgary. It is said that the principal once said that before the age of 23, the young master will be able to reach the strength of the great saint. 23 years old can reach the great saints. It is really amazing to be a young master. There are many old people in the college who still stay at the top 10 peaks of the Holy Spirit at this age." As Carl and his party slowly passed through the playground, the old people they met along the way were whispering, and the young master was a very famous person in Kargas College, not because of his character, but because of his cultivation speed is very amazing. Even if he is placed on the Tianyuan continent, he can be called a talented genius. Among the students of the Kagarth Academy, the strength of the young master is already a master in the top position. At this moment, Jian Shan is still concentrating on the books in his hands in the library, and he does not know that trouble is coming. Chapter 28 Trouble is Coming, 2. Soon, Luo Yun took Luo Jian to the entrance of the library, and not far from the library gate, Chen Feng, who was tracking Jian Shan, was leaning on a small tree, and his eyes were sweeping from time to time. The reading in the library is very interesting, and it seems that the sword dust has completely reached the realm of forgetting. When Chen Feng discovered Luo Yun and the Luo Jian who was next to Luo Yun, he ran away from afar. He owed a slight smile to Luo Jian, and smiled. "I didn't want to meet here. Luo Shiye, I really feel very honored to be here." Chen Feng's attitude is quite respectful, although his family is still aristocratic, but in the kingdom of Gessen is only a small aristocrat who does not enter the stream in the college, or I was afraid to collect the protection fee when I was mixed with the children of several big families. At this moment, if I had a relationship with the young master of Luo's family through the things of Changyang Shangtian, it would be very big for him in the future. The benefits, even his family will climb a big tree. After all, Luo Jian is the future successor of Luo family. Luo Jian looked arrogantly and looked at Chen Feng, who respected himself. He waved his hand and said, "Don't say so much nonsense. Is Changyang Shangtian now in the library?" Listening to Luo Jian's unwelcome words, Chen Feng's face did not show his slightest look.
His face was still full of smiles and said, Changyang Shangtian has been in the library. After listening to this, Luo Jian's face gradually showed a sneer, saying, well, you are going to call me Changyang Shangtian. The rules prohibiting all fighting in the library are set by the presidents of the college. Even there are not weak family forces behind Luo Jian, but they dare not arbitrarily destroy the rules of the Kagarth Academy. Yes, Luo Shaya, I am going to pull out Changyang Shangtian. Chen Feng immediately ran to the library. In the library, the whole attention of Jian Chen has been put into the books, and the vigilance around him has been put to a minimum. After all, in the Kagarth Academy, there is no need to worry about security issues at all. Alert! Just as Jian Chen read the book, he suddenly felt that someone had patted him on the shoulder. When he looked away from the book and looked around, he saw a young man standing by his side and sneer. With himself, with the almost unforgettable memory of Jian Chen, at first glance, he recognized the young man who was one of the 4 people who had stopped collecting protection fees on the road. Chen Feng stood beside Jian Chen and looked at Jian Chen's eyes full of gloating glory. He said in a very weird tone, Changyang Shangtian, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. It's you! Jian Chen frowned slightly, his tone was slight, and he said nothing to him. If you come to collect the protection fee, you can get out of here directly. Wing Yin, Chen Feng flashed a trace of anger in his eyes, but he did not dare to start with Jian Chen, not to mention that the library is an important place in the college to prohibit fighting, and he also understands that he is not an opponent of Jian Chen. Chen Feng's chest violently undulating, his eyes staring at Jian Chen with a stern look, cold channel, Changyang Shangtian, although I am not your opponent, but Kargas College is not a place where you can be arrogant. If you have the guts, just come out with me. Otherwise, you will be ready to stay in the library for a lifetime. Dropping this sentence, Chen Feng went out of the library directly, but his arrival and the words he said had caused the attention of everyone in the library. Suddenly, many people cast curious and envious, jealous, and other complex eyes on Jian Chen. Jian Chen slowly closed the book, his brow furrowed slightly. From the words of Chen Feng, he already understood that they might have found a helper to deal with himself. In the eyes of Jian Chen, his eyes flickered. He looked down at the meeting and then slowly closed the book. Then he took the book and walked to the bookshelf. After returning the book to its original position, he went out. Now that somebody is already waiting for himself outside, if he does not go, it will be afraid of them, and, for him, he can quietly read books in the future, in order to be able to calm down in Kagarth College. On the day, he must show the strength to make others jealous. Otherwise, if any cat and dog are coming to find him, then he will not use it in the library. Although knowing that the strength of the outsiders is not weak, it is likely to be the same level as Kadayun, but Jian Chen has no fear, he is confident, facing the saints with his current strength. Even if he cannot win, however, it will never be easily defeated. After all, his experience or skills in fighting are far from being comparable to those who have grown up in college. Moreover, he is also a person who has experienced many tests of life and death. As soon as Jian Chen walked out of the library, he saw that there were 3 young people standing outside the library gate. The 3 of them were almost the same age. They were all dressed in uniforms of the college. 2 of them were charged to Jian Chen, the person who protects the fee. As for the other person, Jian Chen has already determined from his arrogant look on his face that he is estimated to be the helper they have found. Seeing that Jian Chen really came out of the library, Luo Yun's face showed a hint of smirk, and then whispered to Luo Jian standing next to him, the young master, he is Changyang Shangtian. Luo Jian looked proudly at the sword dust, with a deep disdain in his eyes, and said coldly, you are the Changyang Shangtian. Jian Chen looked at Luo Jian with a dull look. Luo Jian's age seemed to be around 22 or 3 years old. He was very handsome, but his face was full of undisguised pride. Who are you? Jian Chen looked at Luo Jian with a dull look, and asked coldly. When the voice of Jian Chen fell, Luo Yun standing next to Luo Jian shouted, bold, Changyang Shangtian, what is your identity? Actually dare to use this tone to talk to my grandfather, do you not want to be in college? Stayed. Changyang Shangtian,
I still don't want to apologize to Luo Xia yet. Otherwise, you don't want to stay in Kargas College. Chen Feng is not willing to miss such a good opportunity to please Luo Jian, opened to this sword dust angry and shouted. After listening to these two words, Luo Jia de Xiao Luo Jian's look is more proud, his face full of pride. The dusty face of Jian Chen gradually showed a sneer, looking at the eyes of the opposite three people full of disdain, said, "Listen to the meaning of your words. Is the dean of the Kargas College will listen the three of you are not able to tell, or that this Kagarth Academy is opened by your family? If you want to let anyone go, you have to go. The three of you are really daring, and dare not put the dean in the eye." After listening to the words of Jian Chen, the faces of Luo Yun and Chen Feng suddenly changed a bit, and they were a little pale. Not only were they both, but even Luo Jian, who had a great background behind him, was also because of the words of Jian Chen. Makes the face very ugly, and looks at the dust of the sword dust. Although the three of them have certain power behind them, and Luo Jian is the future successor of the big family of the Gesan Empire, but for the dean of the Kagas College, they dare not be disrespectful. At this point, if Jian Chen's words are introduced into the dean's ears, they will be very seriously departed, the plot will be serious, and they will even be expelled from the college directly, even if Luo Jian has a great background, even if his father is a Luo family, even though he is a successor to Luo's future, but that does not help, they will not be offended for the dean of the Kargas College for him. Luo Jian's face was gloomy, his eyes staring at Jian Chen. Shen Shang said, "Changyang Shangtian, you really are very arrogant, just do not know if you have arrogant capital." Jian Chen smiled disdainfully, and sighed coldly, "Let's talk nonsense, or explain your intentions." Luo Jian's face showed a cold smile, and his tone was full of murderousness. "My intention is very simple, that is, I will be able to meet you for a while, and see if I have defeated Changyang Xiang, who has just been promoted to be a saint and has not used the sacred Cutty Cloud. How terrible is it in the end?" Saying, Luo Jian slammed his fists forward slowly. As he clenched his fists, a clear and audible bone was heard in the dust of the sword. At the same time, it was not weak. In fact, it came out from Luo Jian's body and directly oppressed Jian Chen's body. At the moment, in the library behind me, some of the students who were reading books have put down their books in their hands. All of them gathered at the gate of the library. They looked at Jian Chen's whisper and talked violently. Watch the drama mentality to watch this happening. For the Jian's momentum, the sword dust is unmoved, standing in the same place as a mountain rising from the ground, it's very incomparable. The strength of Luo Jian's strength is very clear, it's definitely better than Kadian. A lot of it, but Jian Chen did not have the slightest fear, but the war was high. At the sight of the two sides, they will fight, and some of the people in the library immediately retreat far away, for fear that they will be affected. How can we watch such a wonderful fight? When the two men are about to start the battle, a sudden sound comes from behind. The voice just falls, and only a few young people in school uniforms walk from the back. Come over. There are 5 people in the group. Among them, one of them is one of the 4 people who have previously collected protection fees from themselves. The other 4 people don't know one, but the 4 people know that the big family was born. There is always a high-pitched look between the eyebrows. However, the young man who stood in the middle of the 5 caused the attention of Jian Chen. With his eyes, he saw that the young man seemed to be arched by the other 4 people with the stars. This young man is not very old. From the perspective of appearance, it is about 20 years old. Yeah. You see, isn't the middle-aged one who hasn't appeared in a year? I didn't expect him to come. Yeah, that is the young master. He is the genius of our Kargas College. It is said that his strength has reached the level of the intermediate saint a year ago. With his cultivation talent, I still have the time of the year. I thought that the young master had already broken through the saints and became a great saint. I didn't expect him to stay in the college. I just don't know what the strength of the young master is now, and whether it has reached the point of the great saints. The 3 people standing next to the young master seem to be the strongmen who have already condensed the sacred soldiers. I didn't expect the college strongmen who usually see it rarely come here. As soon as he saw the young man in the middle, a group of students standing in the library suddenly gave a low-pitched exclamation and talked about it.
Ing Mingxiang, it's really time for you to come. You can miss a good show after you are late.
As soon as he saw the young man in the middle, Luo Jian suddenly took up the momentum of the foreign side and smiled and said hello. Then he nodded friendly to the other three young people.
Chapter 29 Re-Experience the Tower.
The young man standing in the middle, named Ming Qingxiang, showed a smile on his face. He said, I can't miss this good show. Said, Ming Mingxiang's eyes were slightly stunned in Jianchen.
Eyes, a slight disdainful look between the eyebrows, the tone of contempt, you guess is Changyang Shangtian?
Yes, it is a young master. He is the Changyang Shangtian who injured our four people.
Chang Mingxiang's voice just fell, and Carl, who stood by, quickly answered. Chang Mingxiang nodded slightly, the tone of arrogance said, Changyang Shangtian, you are very good, even those who cover me dare to fight. Behind the scene, the tone of Mingxiang is getting lower and lower.
In the heart of Jianchen, it is clear that the other party is a group of unreasonable deaf children. It is useless to deal with these people. The only way is to use strength to speak, and to read here, simply do not talk nonsense with them. Coldly screamed, Cold Channel, if you are not convinced, why do you say so many useless nonsense? After listening to Jian Chen's words, Ming Xiang's face has gradually become a green, angry, good, then let me see how much you can bear. Said Ming Mingxiang when the body swayed, it came over a distance of nearly 10 meters in the blink of an eye and came to the front of Jianchen. He directly hit the nose of Jianchen with a fist, and dealt with a new life that was not even available to the saints. There is no plan to use the holy soldiers.
Jianchen also knows that the strength of Mingxiang is much stronger than that of Kadian. The power of Shengli is too far from his own.
Therefore, in the face of Mingxiang's attack, Jianchen did not choose hard to connect. When the fist is about to hit the head of the sword dust head is slightly offset, hiding at a distance of a few millimeters. At the same time, the sword dust arms instantly lifted up and grabbed the arm that was sent by Mingxiang. Then he sat down on the horse, with his chest pulled back, and his hands pulled the arm of Mingxiang and dragged it back. When Mingxiang originally punched, the body's center of gravity tilted forward, and now the force of the sword dust is pulled, and the body suddenly tilts forward uncontrollably. However, Mingxiang quickly responded and immediately stepped out, while the body leaned back and tried to control the body, but at this time, Jianchen suddenly loosened and seized the Mingxiang arm. Hands in the palm of your hand, with the speed of overlapping, lightning-fast speed bombardment on the chest.
Chang Mingxiang's own weight is biased to the back.
At this moment, Jianchen is almost at the level of full strength. The footsteps suddenly start to squat quickly, watching the momentum of the retreat, as if he will stand up at any time and fall to the ground. After a full retreat of more than 10 miles, Chang Mingxiang finally managed to stabilize the body, but at this moment his face has turned into a pig liver color, a dark black, and a pair of eyes looking at the sword dust. It is full of complaints. In his demeanor, he is the top powerhouse in the college. At this time, he is actually much weaker than him. Even people who have not reached the saint have suffered such a big loss, which makes him how can you not feel angry? If this matter is passed on in Carcass College, then he will not only face the face, but also become a big laughingstock. Thinking of this, in the heart of Mingxiang, I couldn't help but give birth to a killing of sword dust. Because this is definitely an unacceptable shame for him. At this moment, the surrounding has become silent, including Luo Jian. Everyone is dull, looking at the sword dust eyes full of surprise, shock and unbelievable look. This result has clearly exceeded all of them unexpectedly, no one can think of it. It has been famous for a long time in the Kagas College. The people who have the genius of cultivation and the genius of the Ming dynasty have not experienced a person who has not reached a sacred person. There is no small loss, but it also looks very embarrassing. Chang Mingxiang's gloomy face stared at the sword dust, and then a silver-white two-handed sword appeared gradually in his hand, and he yelled, Xiangyang Shangtian, I must abolish you today, said Ming Xiang with the silver white hands. The giant sword rushed toward the sword dust. Stop! Just as Ming Xiang was just moving, a loud voice suddenly came from the side of the field. Immediately, I saw a young man with a very strong body and dark skin slowly coming in. When Jianchen saw this pretty young man, his eyes showed a look of astonishment, because this person was the man who had the natural power of knowing at the new contest. When Luo Jianhe and Ming Xiang's eyes fell on the iron tower, his face changed slightly, and his eyes faintly revealed a hint of jealousy.
Luo Yun didn't know the iron tower. He yelled at the tower and said, "Who are you? We should not care about the young master and the young master, otherwise, don't blame. Stop." After Luo Yun finished speaking, Luo Jian suddenly slammed and interrupted Luo Yun's next words. He ignored Luo Yun's face, and Luo Jian's face hanged a smile, facing the tower's micro-arch. He arched his hand and smiled. It turned out to be the Iron Tower brothers. I don't know what the Iron Tower brothers are here. The tower looked strangely at Luo Jian's eyes and said with a sigh of relief, "Who are you? I don't know you." Then the tower no longer cares about the ugly Luo Jian, who walked straight to Jian Chen and raised his hand. I took a shot of Jian Chen's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Xiangyang Shangtian, I didn't expect to meet here. I haven't seen you for several days." Jian Chen smiled slightly and said, "The Iron Tower, let's talk later, let me solve these troubles." Hearing this, the eyes of the tower slowly swept over the lines of Ming Xiang and Luo Jian, and then they said with a snoring voice, "Xiangyang Shangtian, are they not bullying you?" "Well, can say so." Jian Chen hand slowly hugged his chest, said a faint tone. Upon hearing this, the tower immediately rolled up its sleeves and looked fiercely at a group of people across the street. The loud voice, "Xiangyang Shangtian is the brother of my tower. You bully him is to bully me, who wants to be with me. I will stand up for you. Although you are stronger than me, my tower is not afraid of you." After listening to the Iron Tower, the sword dust slightly stunned, looked at the tower with doubts, and did not understand when he actually became his brother. Chang Mingxiang and Luo Jian's faces changed slightly and looked at each other. They all saw a dignified look from the other's eyes. Obviously, they had a deep jealousy for the tower. Even though the strength of the tower was not strong, they can easily defeat it, but behind the tower there is a strong backing that even they are afraid of, which makes them do not dare to move the tower at Kargas College. A few people didn't talk anymore, and Carl and Luo Yun had 3 people who had already seen the identity of the tower from the attitude of Luo Jian, so at the moment they were very smart and did not open any words, for a time, for weeks. The anger has become a bit strange. Silently silence the meeting, or Luo Jian opened the silence. "The Tower brothers, this is something between us and Xiangyang Shangtian, I hope you don't intervene." Luo Jian's tone is extremely polite, his heart is clear. Although the Iron Tower was born by civilians, at the moment his position is not weaker than himself. He even has a higher level than himself. Even if he becomes the owner of the Luo family, he and the Iron Tower can only maintain an equal status. Luo Jian's words made the students in the library feel very surprised. Many of them recognized Luo Jian and Chang Mingxiang. They all know that they are not only powerful but also behind them. There is a huge family support, and at the moment they both are so polite to the sudden rise of the tower, which makes the students in the library guess the identity of the tower, do not know what the background behind the tower actually lets always fly in the college, and both Luo Jian and Chang Mingxiang are so taboo. Unfortunately, the tower did not appreciate it at all, and did not give a face to say, "I have just said that Xiangyang Shangtian is the brother of my tower. His business is my business. What is it? You all come to me." After listening to this, Luo Jian's face changed slightly, and his eyes showed a dignified look. For the tower, he really didn't dare to offend. At this moment, a gloomy face of Mingxiang snorted, staring at the tower with a stern look. "Xinshang, Iron, you really have to intervene in this matter?" In the hands of Jian Chen, he suffered a big loss. In the heart of Mingxiang, there has been a hatred of Jian Chen, which has been so embarrassed by a new student who has not reached the strength of the saints. This is definitely a shame for Ming Xiang.
If it is not possible after the scrub, he will not have to mix in the college after that. Yes, I just want to take care of it. The tower looked like a cross and shouted loudly. Although he knew that the strength of Mingxiang was very strong, the tower did not have the slightest fear. Genshin pulled the latrine and said, "The tower, this is the thing between me and them, you should not come, otherwise it will bring you trouble." There was a faint anger in the eyes of the tower, and suddenly turned to look at the sword dust, frowning and unhappy. "Changyang Shangtian, what are you talking about? Do you think that my tower is a fearful person? You should not be me as a friend?" After listening to this, Genshin couldn't help but feel a puzzle. I don't know when I had such a close relationship with the Iron Tower. It seems that I don't even have a lot of meetings with him. The only place where I am socializing is still in the new competition. At the conference. "Hey, the Iron Tower, since you asked for it, don't blame me. Don't think that you are the principal's apprentice. I won't dare to move you. Let me see how much the principal's apprentice is capable." Chang Mingxiang rushed straight toward the tower. After listening to the words of Chang Mingxiang, Jian Shen's heart was a little surprised. I didn't expect the tower to become the apprentice of the principal. If this news is passed on in the college, I am afraid that it will set off a wave of frenzy. At this time, Chang Mingxiang had already come to the front of the tower and punched directly to the chest of the tower. Because of the special status of the tower at the moment, Mingxiang did not dare to really hurt him. This punch was only used his 5-layer strength, in his view, even if he has 5 layers of strength, but it is not a strength that even the towers that the saints have not yet advanced can withstand. In the face of the attack of Mingxiang, the tower did not dare to care, his face became very dignified, and then a big drink, the whole right arm instantly became like a piece of steel, like hard, pinching his fists and not afraid to show it to Mingxiang. The fists are beaten to hard hit. Chapter 30 Vice President Bai Yan. Bump! The tower collided with the fist of Mingxiang, and made a dull sound. The fist was touched, and the strong anti-shock force made the two figures quickly recede. Feeling the power of the fist of the tower, Mingxiang's face changed slightly, and the look of the tower was full of surprises. Although the strength of the tower is not less than the saint, the power of this boxing is probably even the saint. Can't play it out. If it is not the strength of Mingxiang, then the tower is too strong. I am afraid that this is the confrontation. It will let him eat a dark loss, but even so, now the entire right arm of Mingxiang, it hurts in faintness. Chang Mingxiang's subtle activity on the right arm, now his eyes on the tower have changed a little, and the heart secretly said, "The principal's apprentice is really not simple." The strength of this boxing is so terrible, completely overwhelmed. If I change to a normal saint, I would like to have a big loss in the face of the Iron Tower. The tower is innately powerful, and the power is incredible. No one in the same age will dare to compare it. In addition to these, the strength of the tower is also very terrifying. Even the sword dust is amazing, and it is a hard touch with Mingxiang. The tower is suffering from the slightest damage to the United States and Europe. The tower excitedly laughed twice, and shouted, "Come back, play with me for a painful fight." Then, the tower raised his fist and rushed toward Chang Mingxiang again. Looking at the Iron Tower again, Mingxiang slightly frowned, and immediately made a color for this change, whispered, "I dragged the tower, you go to teach Changyang Shangtian." Mingxiang rushed to the tower and fought fiercely with the tower. Due to the special identity of the tower, Mingxiang did not dare to use the sacred soldiers. The double fists and the iron towers were used in the battle. However, after playing a few rounds with the tower, the heart of Mingxiang secretly complained, and the strength of the tower was actually it's too abnormal, and the strength of the flesh is as hard as steel. When you fight against the tower without using sacred soldiers, it's just fighting with a moving steel fortress. The flesh is strong and the horrible the power has completely compensated for the deficiencies of the tower in the power of the Holy Spirit. Although the power of the Mingxiang is stronger than that of the tower, but without the use of the sacred soldiers, the tower cannot be used at all, and he has gradually become behind. I used all my strength, even so, but I just barely pressed the tower, and he didn't dare to touch the tower's fist for a long time. Looking at the extremely fierce iron tower that was played by Mingxiang, among the students who watched the lively in the library, some people who knew that they were Mingxiang's identity were incredulously wide-eyed, although many of them had not seen the tower. However, the names of the towers have been heard by many of them. After all, the tower is the second place in the freshman contest. Although it is not very famous in the college, there are no fewer people who know his name. They are really hard to imagine. A freshman who has not yet been promoted to a saint has such a strong strength. He has already been promoted to be a saint. It is difficult to understand the genius of cultivation at the Kagas College. The newcomer Wang Qingyang Shangtian, who won the first place in the freshman contest, can defeat the Cuddy Cloud who just advanced to the saints with only 80% of the power of the Holy Spirit. This news is shocking enough. At this moment, the tower that has not yet been promoted to be a saint is actually tied to the top of the Kagame school, and this news is absolutely unacceptable to them. Just when the Mingxiang and the Iron Tower were fiercely fierce, Luo Jian did not idle, rushing toward Jianchen. Luo Jian did not use the sacred soldiers. With the strength of his intermediate saints, he did not bother to use the sacred soldiers to deal with it. A person who has not yet been promoted to a saint. Luo Jian quickly rushed to the front of the sword dust, not ready for the time of Jianshan. The right leg kicked out quickly, with a sly wind blowing directly to the belly of Jianshan. This leg Luo Jian kicked fast and again. There is no trace of it at all. For Jianshan, Luo Jianka has no regard for it. Although Luo Jian kicked this leg very fast, he still looked down on the reflection ability of the sword dust and the dodge speed. Just when Luo Jian's body was about to kick the sword dust body slightly moved sideways. Luo's the clothes with the legs rubbed against the sword dust slid over, although the sword dust seemed to be dangerous and limited to escape the attack of Luo Jian, but from his face, he did not see the panic look, showing his face calmly. Seeing his own attack fell through, Luo Jian's eyes showed a hint of astonishment, but in the next moment, the blue force of the Holy Spirit emerged immediately from the body. Just as the blue force of the Holy Spirit appeared, around the body of Luo Jian, some inexplicable breeze appeared. Feeling the breeze that suddenly appeared around the body of Luo Jian, a slight surprise appeared in the eyes of Jianshen. According to what he saw in the books, this phenomenon is clearly the expression of the power of the wind attribute. The power of the Holy Spirit with attributes is usually much stronger than the power of the Holy Spirit without attributes, and it also adds some of the capabilities of this attribute according to their attributes. And those who have the power of the wind attribute absolutely must be a lot faster in speed. Facing the same strength, it is difficult for someone to surpass the people who have the power of the wind attribute. Just as the blue force of the Holy Spirit appeared, Luo Jian's right fist was swept toward the face of Jianshen at a very fast speed under the wrapping of the Holy Spirit. This punch was very fast and the fist passed. It is like a phantom, which is hard to capture by the naked eye. The face of Jianshan's face showed a serious expression, his head slightly deflected, and he escaped the attack of Luo Jian's fist. Then his right foot kicked out, and he did not kick toward his body at a speed slower than that of Luo Jian's fist. Luo Jian's eyes flashed, and the speed of Jianshan's reflection was much stronger than he imagined. At this moment, he did not have enough time to recover his right hand. In the face of Jianshan, the speed is not slower than himself. It was too late to escape, but in desperation, the power of the Holy Spirit of the Wind quickly gathered in the left hand, and then with the power of the sacred power to fight to the sword kicked by the sword. Luo Jian's fist with a powerful force collided with the kick kicked by Jianshan. The strong force on the fist directly shook the force of the Holy Spirit to a lot of Jianshan. The body of Jianshan quickly slipped back and rubbed his feet on the ground, leaving two unusually clear traces. After a full distance of nearly 10 meters, Jianshan only resolved the strong impact. Looking at the look of the face, Jianshan did not suffer much damage. Luo Jian casually licked his left hand, and looked at Jianshan's gaze, which was rare and brought a serious look. After a brief briefing, he already understood it. He must not look at the ordinary people's eyes to see Jianshan. Although the strength of Jianshan has not yet been promoted to the Holy One, its combat power has definitely reached the level of the Holy One.
In the eyes of Luo Jian, the light flickered, hesitated, and hesitated. Finally, he made up his mind. According to the current situation, if he wants to defeat Jian Chen at the fastest speed, he only uses the holy soldiers, although this will inevitably let others see some jokes, but he understands that if he does not use the sacred soldiers, it is estimated that it will be difficult for him to defeat the sword dust in a short period of time. If it takes a long time to deal with a new student who does not even have the strength, this will take a long time. It will have a greater impact on his reputation. Thinking of the strength of his intermediate level saints to deal with a person who is not even a saint, but also to use the sacred soldiers, which makes Luo Jianheart cannot help but feel a shackle, thus making his hatred of Jian Chen even deeper a bit. In today's World War I, regardless of the outcome, he will lose face, but in contrast, Jian Chen, I am afraid that because of today's World War, the reputation has doubled, and once again spread throughout the Kagas College. In the eyes of Luo Jian, there was a shuddering cold mang, and the fierce gaze made people dare not look at it. As the powerful blue sacred force on the palm of the hand rushed out, it gradually condensed into a cyan sword. The giant sword is 5 feet long and 3 inches wide. The entire sword face is wrapped in a layer of blue light. The sharp blade reflects the glare of the cold under the sun. It is shocking. Feel the powerful force of the blue sword on the hands of Luo Jian. The face of Jian Chen gradually became dignified. With the sacred soldier in hand, Luo Jian's strength has been increased several times than before. If Luo Jian did not use the sacred soldiers, Jian Chen can barely cope. But once the use of the sacred soldiers, the sword dust must be careful and cautious to fight. With his past life experience, many battles of death, and that is very rich the combat experience. Perhaps he can remain unbeaten under the attack of Luo Jian, but to win, it is very difficult. With the sage in hand, Luo Jian's whole man's momentum suddenly rose. He stared sharply at the serious sword dust. Xin Shang said, "Changyang Shangtian, I must abolish you today." Luo Jian held up the cyan sword, and the cyan ray of the whole giant sword rose up. The powerful force of the Holy Spirit made the college hiding in the library tremble. Ah! Luo Jian burst into a burst of fire, and the cyan sword held high above the head left a bright blue trajectory in the air, slamming down at a very fast speed, only to see a powerful blue sword out of the sword, to the lightning fast speed shot toward the sword. Feel the power of this sword. The face of Jian Chen suddenly became very dignified. It is definitely not what he can resist today. The speed of the blue sword is very fast, the incredible is fast. The sword dust is too late to do the extra thinking. The whole body strength is condensed on the legs. Just when he is about to do his best to dodge, suddenly, a white shadow is shot from the field faster than the blue sword. And the sword is blocked before the dust. When the blue sword shot on this white shadow, it disappeared silently, disappeared without a trace, and even a little spark did not bloom. I saw that the white shadow that followed was a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old. The middle-aged man was wearing a white robe. The weak face was full of seriousness at the moment, and the pair was unremarkable. All eyes are full of anger. When Luo Jian saw this middle-aged man wearing a white robe, his face suddenly changed, and the faintness was a little pale. Then the cyan sword in his hand disappeared, and immediately bent down and saluted. "The Vice-Chancellor." Just 3 words, but revealed the faint a few fears in Luo Jian's tone. After listening to Luo Jian's name for this middle-aged man, Jian Chen's glimpse of his eyes stayed on the back of the middle-aged man's back, and he already knew the identity of the middle-aged man, and he was relieved of the identity of the middle school. The only vice president who is second only to the principal, Bai-en. Chapter 31 Breakthrough, 10 Layers of Peaks. Bai-en's eyes stayed on Luo Jian's body, and then he snorted and turned his eyes to the hot tower and the Mingxiang, who were playing, and shouted, "Don't stop me." Bai-en, the sound of the sound was like a thunderous explosion in the ears of 2 people, and the hearing of the 2 shocked people fell into a short period of blindness. The tower and Chang Mingxiang stopped at the same time. When the 2 of them saw the vice president Bai-en who suddenly appeared in the field, the iron tower suddenly opened his eyes and smiled, and the excitement of a child, and the face of Mingxiang changed slightly, suddenly became it's a bit ugly. The tower came to the top of the Jian Chen,
and looked up and down the sword dust from head to toe.
He snorted and asked, "Changyang Shangtian, you are not hurt?"
Jianshan shook his head gently, and made a look at the tower, telling him not to talk. The tower smiled, although he looked like a tiger, but at this time he could read the meaning of Jianshan. He simply did not talk nonsense. He stood next to Jianshan and said nothing, but he kept facing the opposite side. An ugly face is stunned and bright, and the look is full of provocations. Obviously, the battle has not yet made the tower happy. Vice President Bai Yan stared fiercely at Luo Jianhe and Ming Xiangxiang. Xin Shang said, "Luo Jian, you have violated the regulations of the college, you can sin." Luo Jian raised his head indignantly and said, "The vice principal, it is a very common thing for the students to learn from each other. I just talked with Changyang Shangtian, and this is another crime. As for the violation of the college, to stipulate this article, I also asked the vice president to clearly tell me where I violated the rules of the college." "Hey, you dare to argue?" Vice president's face sank. Xin Shang said, "Luo Jian, in our Kargas college, what is the provisions of Article 66? When Yan said that, Luo Jian bowed his head and thought about it for a while. After a while, he said, "The 66th provision is that it is forbidden to fight in the library and destroy everything in the library." Vice President Bai Yan sneered and said, "Isn't that sword that has been blocked by me? I am afraid that the door of the college library has been destroyed by you, Luo Jian, you still don't know sin." After listening to this, Luo Jian's face suddenly changed. Vice President Bai Yan said it was good. The sword that he just shot was successfully escaped by Jianchen, and the library's door will definitely be destroyed. It will even hurt those who watch the lively. As for Jianchen's inability to escape this sword, Luo Jian simply did not dare to say it. If he went out, he would probably have a bigger crime because there are clear rules in the college. It's okay to learn, but if you intentionally hurt, you will be punished, and he will use a sacred soldier to deal with a freshman who is not even capable of the sacred, and he will almost always use a powerful sword. This is no longer a simple and intentional injury. Although he had already known the consequences of doing so, he had enough reason to confuse him after the incident, but at this moment he was caught by the vice president of the college. The development of the incident was completely unexpected. Luo Jianxin only prayed for the vice president to not give him a greater crime. Luo Jian knows guilty. Faced with the vice principal, Luo Jian did not dare to have an arrogance. Vice President Bai Yan snorted and continued, "Luo Jian, now that you have violated the regulations of the college, I will punish you to go to Jingxi Hall for a month. You can have objections." Jingsitang is the place where Kargas College punishes some students who have made mistakes. Although it is a tang, it is actually a small stone house built entirely of stone. Unlike the dormitory, this small stone house, very small, can only accommodate the next person, and once the door is closed, it will fall into the darkness of the fingers, no matter how strong the outside light, cannot penetrate the fully enclosed stone house. Once closed the thick stone door, which will fall into a dead silence, even if the sky is thunderstorms, there is no feeling in it. Luo Jianxin took it orally, there is no objection. Luo Jian said with a low head, and said that no one has found that Luo's eyes are full of grievances at the moment, and his grievances against Jianchen are getting bigger and bigger. It is. Vice President Bai Yan nodded slightly, and his face looked good. He said, "After leaving, you should go to Jingxi Hall to think about it." Then, Vice President Bai Yan looked at the face of the unsettled Chang Mingxian. Xin Shang, showing Mingxian, with your strength, actually to bully a new student, our face of Kargas College has been thrown away by you. Chang Mingxian, no expression, whispered, "The vice president's lesson is that Ming Xiang knows the mistake. There will never be another time. Ing Mingxian, I hope you remember, here is Kargas College, not Ju Huayanzong. As long as you are at Kagame's college, then you must abide by the rules of Kargas College, otherwise, even if you it is the lord of Huayanzong, and he will be severely punished. I hope that you will not have the next time, let's go." For Chang Mingxian, the vice president is obviously taboo and afraid to do too much. Chang Mingxian said nothing, with several students who followed him silently left here. Seeing the general trend has gone, Luo Yun and Chen Feng and the three of Carl did not continue to stay here, leaving Gray.
When the crowd left, Vice Chancellor Bai Yan's eyes fell on Jian Chen's body. With a smile, "You are Changyang Xiangtian."
Jian Chen nodded and said in a tone of no humbleness, "It is down." The vice president looked at Changyang Xiangtian well, and the serious expression on his face had disappeared. He smiled and said, "Without the strength of the saints, Luo Jian has used the sacred soldiers. Changyang Xiangtian, you are very good." "The deputy dean, you praised it, I just fortunately for a moment." Jian Chen's tone faded back, his face did not show the slightest pride. Looking at the dusty face of Jian Chen, Vice President Bai Yan nodded with amazement and said, "Changyang Xiangtian, cultivate well, and strive to become a holy person as soon as possible."
"Thank you for the deputy dean's concern, I will definitely work hard to cultivate."
Jian Chen's face showed a smile. Later, Bai Yan turned to the Iron Tower and said, "The Iron Tower, now that you have become the apprentice of the dean, the identity is different from the past, but you must remember that only if your own strength is improved, will you really be accepted by others. Respect can stand firm on the Tianyuan continent, do you understand?" The tower nodded cleverly and said with a sigh of relief, "The tower understands."
"Yeah."
Vice President nodded and continued, "Although your talents are top-notch, future achievements are limitless, but you can never be proud of it. You must face everything with a normal and calm heart. Remember not to learn the shackles of the disciples of the world. Now that you have become the apprentice of the dean, your future cultivation should be more painstaking, spend more time on the face, and never let the dean suffer from you." After listening to this, the tower patted the chest and thought that Bai Yan assured, "The deputy dean, you can rest assured that the tower will definitely work hard to cultivate, and will never lose face to the master."
The vice president nodded with a smile and then left.
When the vice president left, Jian Chen chatted with the tower again, then bid farewell to each other and went back to the library to read his book. When Jian Chen returned to the library, the students who had read in the library all went without a trace. Soon after, two sensational news spread throughout Kagame's at an incredible speed.
Campus.
The tower that won the second place in the freshman contest has become the apprentice of Dean of Kargas, and there has been a fierce battle with Cheng Mingxiang, who is known as a genius in cultivation. Newcomer Wang Changyang Xiangtianli fights the strength of the middle-aged saints Luojian. The empty hand forced Luojian to use the sacred soldiers to engage in war, and finally the vice president Bai Yan was alarmed, and received the face of Jingsatang 1 month's punishment. In just a few hours, these two messages have been passed to every corner of the University of Kalgas, which has amazed the teachers and students of the school. At the same time, the tower has become a famous celebrity in the Kagas College.
Originally, he was born only by civilians. Now his identity has changed dramatically.
Some of the noble children who looked down on his life have had to change their expressions since then, and now the tower has become a college. The objects that the children of the various parties are trying to win. Although the reputation of Jian Chen has spread throughout the campus, it has been completely covered by the extremely shining brilliance of the tower. For this, Jian Chen does not care. Despite this, there are still many female students who have cast their bright and obsessive eyes on Jian Chen. The appearance of Jian Chen is very handsome, absolutely no worse than any boy in Kagas College, and he is matched with him. That unique momentum and strong strength, it is definitely a girl killer. Therefore, in the Kagas College, Jian Chen has become the Prince Charming of many girls.
Since the beginning of the library war, the days of Jian Chen have not been calm.
When he first appeared in the college, there were always many male students who challenged him for various reasons. Even if Jian Chen went to the library to read a book, there would be many people to harass him, so that he couldn't even have time to read the book. So, Jian Chen also made several hands and taught a few self-righteous, uninhabited dudes. However, perhaps it is because the sword dust is too forgiving, and the deterrent effect is very small, almost negligible. At the end of the sword dust forced to helpless, after the approval of the vice president, only the book was taken to the dormitory to see, in addition to reading the time, all the spare time of Jian Chen almost into the cultivation.
Time has passed by, and it has been 3 months since the blink of an eye. In the early morning, when the sun slowly rises to the sky, the sword dust sitting on the bed and knees slowly opens his eyes, just at the moment when the eyes open. 2 fine mans passed away from his eyes. The sword dust slightly bowed, slowly spread the palm of his hand, only to see the hollow of the palm of the hand. The third order magic core originally held in the hand has disappeared completely. Feel the powerful force of the body like the Yangtze River, Yellow River. The face of Jianshan finally revealed a smile, the 10th layer of the power of the Holy Spirit. After these 3 months of cultivation, he has risen from the 9th layer of the holy power to the 10th peak. From the condensed sacred soldiers to become holy people, only one step away, you can always step out. The third order magic core obtained at the newborn contest has been completely consumed by Jianshan. Although the energy contained in the third order magic core is very large, the energy required for Jianshan cultivation is far more than that of ordinary people. There must be a lot more. After all, the energy required for his smelting is very horrible. Therefore, a third-order magic nucleus that can make an 8th sanctified force at least promoted to an intermediate sage can only achieve the sword dust. The height of the 10th layer of the holy power. Chapter 32 Hunting Magic. Jianshan looked at the sky outside the window, and now the sun is already hanging high in the air. It is not too late. Today is a special day for Karkas College, because today Kargas Academy will hold a large-scale event. All the teachers and students must participate. The content of the event is called the Battle of Wild Survival. All students must go in the small forest 20 miles away from Kargas College, and staying for 3 days, less than the strength of the saints. Each person must obtain at least 2 first-order magic nucleus in these 3 days to pass. The trainees who have reached the strength of the saints must obtain at least 2 second-order magic nucleus to pass the customs. There will be no limit on the number of magic nucleus, but the one who receives the most magical nucleus will get very rich rewards, a 4th-order magic core with a soil attribute and a space ring. Such a generous reward is enough to make them move even in the eyes of the wealthy children born in the big family. At the same time, all the students who pass the exam have books on the 4th floor of the library to read various warfare skills and practice exercises. This award is more attractive to those born to ordinary civilians. Combat skills are a kind of combat skill that can exert a powerful attack. Through the unique use of the power of the Holy Spirit, you can exert your own strength to 120% or even exert a powerful trick that completely surpasses your own strength. However, the cultivation practice can only be used if the strength reaches the Holy One. In some civilian families, even the lowest practice methods are not available. The children born in the civilian families are basically relying on the shallowest method of breathing. To cultivate the power of the Holy Spirit, this method of confession is spread throughout every corner of the Tianyuan continent, and the content is extremely simple. Almost every civilian family knows its content. The only flaw is that this method of vomiting it is only 10 layers of cultivation to the power of the Holy Spirit. There will be no use for those who have advanced to the Holy One. Therefore, a warfare technique and practice method are already rare treasures in the eyes of those born to civilian families. On the Tianyuan continent, all the combat techniques and cultivation exercises are divided into 4 levels, namely the Holy Order, the Heavenly Order, the Ground Level, and the Human Rank. Each order is divided into primary, intermediate and advanced levels. After leaving the dormitory, Jianshan walked straight to the playground. The event was announced 3 days ago. After 3 days, almost all the students had prepared everything and adjusted their strength to the peak. When Jianshan came to the playground, it was already crowded, but it was clearly divided into 2 camps. One of the camps gathered without exception for the rich children, and the other camp was all civilians. Born, students with no background and identity. All the students who did not qualify for the Holy One had a cold weapon in their hands. Because this time they were killed with Warcraft, the college also asked them to choose a self-defense weapon. Jianshan went straight to the front of the weapon rack, but when he saw the remaining weapons on the weapon rack, the brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. The good weapons were almost completely selected by the former students.
Now the rest are the weapon is not inferior or the heavy weapon that needs brute force to wave, and it is not suitable for him at all. His eyes slowly swept over the weapon rack. When the sword dust found a broken iron bar with a finger on the weapon frame, the eyes suddenly became bright, and then immediately reached out and pulled it out. I saw this with the iron bar is about 3 feet long, and the fingers are thick and covered with brownish rust, one of which has a very sharp tip. Jian Chen took the rusty iron rod in his hand and measured it. Then he tried the hardness. Then he nodded with satisfaction. It was inconvenient with the iron stick, but its weight and length were positive. Suitable for the use of sword dust, in the current weapons left here, no doubt only this with the iron rod can make the sword dust to play as much as possible. At this time, the tower came out of the crowd, and now he has a giant axe on his back that is a little bigger than his body. It seems that today's tower is even more powerful. When the tower came to the front of Jian Chen, when his eyes fell on the rusty iron rod held by Jian Chen in his hand, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt. He said, "Hey, Changyang Shangtian, what are you doing with this iron rod?" Jian Chen smiled and said, "What else can you do, of course, as a weapon?" "No, Changyang Shangtian, you actually use this with a broken iron stick as a weapon, Your head is no problem." The tower was surprised. Jian Chen chuckled and did not explain much. Although it was very puzzled for the sword to use a broken iron rod as a weapon, he did not continue to do more entanglement on this issue. He continued to say, "Changyang Shangtian, it is better to play together. If we join hands, there will be no First-Order Warcraft to threaten us, and even kill the Second-Order world of Warcraft, and I have been killed in the forest and beasts since childhood, and gradually learned some wilderness experience, and me. Together, you promise to suffer a lot less." When Jian Chen thought about the meeting slightly. Even if he nodded and agreed to the proposal of the tower, the college did not prohibit the students from gathering 3 or 5 to hunt Warcraft. Therefore, most of the students can gather together in 3 or 5. And okay. At this moment, a handsome man with a handsome appearance, and a rich and arrogant son in the eyebrows came to the front of the tower and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Xiaomi Si, the 10th layer of the power of the Holy Spirit. It's not as good as how we go together. I believe we can unite together and it's easier to hunt Warcraft." The tower looked at Symes, then shook his head and said, "No, I will be enough with Changyang Shangtian, and no one needs to join." After being refused by the Iron Tower, Xiaomi Si did not feel a little discouraged and turned to look at Jian Chen. The look suddenly became a bit arrogant. He said, "This must be Changyang Shangtian, the 4 young masters of Changyang House in Luor City." "Oh, it really is a talent, Changyang Shangtian. I am a member of the Shumi family in the Forbidden City. My father is the owner of the Xiaomi family. I don't know if Changyang Shangtian's younger brother welcomes me to join your team." The speech of Simius is quite polite, but the tone is faint with a threat. The Forbidden City is a royal city. For the Kingdom of Urchin, the Forbidden City is an imperial city, because the royal palace is located in the Forbidden City. Listening to Mashuza's 3-point threatening tone, Jian Chen frowned and his eyes faintly swept away from the handsome face of Xiaomi Si, saying indifferently, "Sorry, we are no longer people need to join. After all, we are facing First-Order Warcraft. There is no extra time to take care of others." After listening to this, the face of Skumas suddenly became a pig liver color, and the darkness of the darkness. The meaning of the sword dust has clearly indicated that he has defied his own strength. Xiaomis looked gloomy and stared at the dusty face of Jian Chen. Then he snorted and left. After Massis left, there were a lot of people who were not simple. They didn't say hello to the tower or they wanted to join the tower, but they were all rejected by the tower. People, the tower can have no good feelings, and they are not willing to say more to them. When everyone walked, a strong young man who was not much smaller than the tower, with 3 middle-aged students, the 20-year-old student came from afar and went straight to the front of Jian Chen and reached out. He took a shot of Jian Chen's shoulder and laughed loudly, "For brothers, you are now a celebrity in the college. In our Kagas college, I am afraid no one does not know your name." "Yes, good. You did not give us Changyang House shame, so that the big brother has followed you with a lot of light. The strong young man is the brother of the sword dust Changyang Tiger. At this moment Changyang Tiger faced with a happy smile. The stock is excited, it is from the heart. There was a smile on the face of Jianchen. Big brother, don't make me joke, right? You just come, this event is not as good as ours. Changyang Tiger shook his head and seemed to think of something. His face showed a happy smile and said, for brothers, if you said to me 7 days ago, maybe the older brother would be happy to go with you. But now it is no longer, because 7 days ago, your eldest brother finally succeeded in condensing the sacred soldier and became a saint. This activity is to enter the third layer of the forest to hunt the second-order warcraft, so cannot with you. Saying, the powerful force of the Holy Spirit emerged from the Changyang Tiger. With a ray of yellow light flashing in the palm of your hand, I saw a double-edged axe appearing in the hands of the Changyang Tiger. The huge axe is very large. The axe face is much larger than the wash basin, and the whole axe has a khaki-like glow. For brothers, yes, when I condensed the sacred soldiers, I was surprised to find that my holy power is actually a soil property. Changyang Tiger's face is proud. A sacred sergeant with attributes and a sacred warrior with no attributes usually have a very big advantage. If two people with the same strength are in a duel, no accident, the people who have the attributes of the holy power are almost the ultimate winner. Bye. Everyone can only discover the attributes of the power of the Holy Spirit after condensing the sacred soldiers, so before they become a saint, the attributes of the power of the Holy Spirit are hardly detectable, but the probability of possessing the power of the Holy Spirit is very low. On average, 1 of the 1,000 people will have a saint who has the attributes of the sage. Almost all of the students who are gathered in the Cass Academy are the most promising students in the entire Gessen Kingdom, so it is normal for the students who have the attributes of the holy power to be among the more than 1,000 students. Looking at the double-edged axe that Changyang Tiger took in his hand, Jianchen's face could not help but reveal a happy smile. Big brother, congratulations on your successful condensing out of the sages to be promoted to the Holy One, and, still a property of the Holy Soldier. The expression on the face of Changyang Tiger was very happy. Then he pointed his finger at the young people who followed him. Yes, my 4 brothers, I will introduce you to them. They are all outstanding people in my family. They are Changyang Aojin, Changyang Wind, and Changyang Xiaotian. I have seen 4 young masters. The 3 young people are very respectful to this sword dust bending baggage. The upper and lower ranks of Changyang House are very strict, so even though they are all children of Changyang House, they are compared with each other. The sword dust has to be lower, although many of them are older than the sword dust, but the attitude toward the sword dust is still respectful. Moreover, for the sword dust that is younger than them, the 3 of them not only did not feel the slightest injustice, but they were full of pride, because the sword dust was defeated by the 8 holy forces without using the holy soldiers. The Saint Cuddy Cloud, and a few months ago, the empty hand tied with Luo Jian, and finally forced Luo Jian to use the sacred soldiers. These achievements by Jian Chen have amazed the teachers and students of the entire Kagas College. As the children of the Changyang government, they feel extremely proud in their hearts, because Jian Chen is the person of their Changyang government and the 4 young masters of their Changyang government. Chapter 33 Viper. After the introduction of the tower to the eldest brother Chan Yanghu, Jian Chen chatted with the eldest brother Chan Yanghu, and only separated when Vice President Bai En arrived. Later, Vice President Bai En gave some speeches and cleaned up all the trainees. He temporarily took away the space belt and space ring of the people, preventing some people from using the magic core in the space items to charge. Subsequently, each of the trainees was given a minimum level of space belt. This kind of belt is not very valuable on the Tianyuan continent. It is a very common item, so the college can get more than 1,000 items at a time. The space of the belt is very small, only 1 meter square, but it is enough to store the magic core, and in each space belt, there are some healing drugs. When everything was ready, more than 1,000 students began to leave the Kagarth Academy in a mighty way, walking towards a forest 20 miles away, along with dozens of college teachers. Their mission:
It is scattered around the forest, ready to rescue the students who are at risk, and the leader is relieved to be vice president by N. After the college, the speed of the people gradually accelerated. After all, the weakest of them reached the power of the Holy Spirit. Although it was not a full speed, the speed was very fast. After 2 hours of rushing, the people finally came to the periphery of the forest. When they came here, everyone could clearly see that the entire forest was shrouded in a faint white light. Jian Chen's eyes are full of novelty and look at the forest shrouded in a faint white light. He read a lot of books in the library, and his heart is also very clear about the origin of the forest. 300 years ago, it was still a wasteland with wild grasses. There was no such forest at all. Later, the dean of the Kagas College used the power of thousands of people. It took a whole year to put it here. It was developed and eventually built into a small forest. However, the forest covers an area of nearly 50 kilometers. After more than 100 years of development, the forest gradually formed a virgin forest. Appearance. When the forest was completely formed, the dean of the Carcass College, Wena, took the shot and spent 3 days and 3 nights laying a huge enchantment to cover the entire forest and divided it into 3 areas. Each area has a strong enchantment shrouded, and finally put some low attack power, and the breathing ability of Warcraft enters it for the students in the college to use. Dean Benayan spent a lot of effort to train more talents in the kingdom of Gessen, but the Dean of Brian was another person at the time, not the current Dean of the Kargas College. At this time, the voice of the Vice President Nahihich was passed from the front. Everyone, from now on, you must stay in the forest for 3 days and hand in at least 2 magic cores. Only after passing through the forest or failing to turn in 2 magic cores, it is a failure and will not receive any reward. The voice of the Vice President was clearly introduced into the ears of every student present. Now, everyone is separated, and the students who have not yet been promoted to the Holy Spirit can join each other to hunt World of Warcraft in the second area. The strength of the students who are promoted to the Holy One, please go to the third area. Later, the people gradually dispersed, and Changyang Shangtian and the Iron Tower walked together very naturally. Because the enchantment here was only for Warcraft, everyone entered the enchantment and was not blocked by the slightest. Entering the enchantment, Jian Chen and the Iron Tower have already arrived in the first area. The Warcraft strength in this area is not grabbed, and has not reached the first order level. For this kind of Warcraft, it is usually called on the Tianyuan continent. For the beast, because only the first order strength can be called Warcraft. More than 1,000 students walked together, even if some particularly fierce beasts did not dare to come to the chaos, so the road was very calm, and soon everyone passed through an enchantment again. Today in the second area, this area all of the survival is first order World of Warcraft. For those who are not even able to reach the Saints, even the first order World of Warcraft, which is low in attack, is enough to threaten them. After entering the second area, Jian Chen and the Iron Tower took the initiative and separated from the team. They walked toward the depths of the dense forest. All around were all weeds with a height of 1 person. The line of sight was greatly affected. Unclear roads, there are still many traces left by the large World of Warcraft. Changyang Shangtian, now I will meet Warcraft at any time, we must be careful, do not care. The tone of the tower is a bit serious. He has been smothered with beasts in the forest since he was a child. His experience is very rich. He knows how great the danger in the forest is. If he is not careful, he will die. There was a confident look on the face of Jian Chen. He said, "You can rest assured that even if you are in danger, I will not necessarily be in danger." Jian Chen, who has memories of past life, must not look at his usual eyes. In the past life, he did not live in the virgin forest. It can be said that the experience of Jian Chen in the forest is much richer than that of the tower. And plus he read a lot of books in the library, many of which are experiences in the survival of the World of Warcraft. The tower tightened the giant axe in his hand, and his eyes looked at the weedy jungle surrounded by vigilance. He said, "I used to kill a lot of beasts, but I have never killed a first order Warcraft,
but it is strength. The powerful warcraft that reaches the saint stage, even if the saints with the holy soldiers are not necessarily able to kill, I don't know if we encounter a first-order warcraft can kill it. After all, those warcraft will run away, in this place. We definitely can't catch it. Jian Chun chuckled and said, "Is the tower, do you have no confidence in your own strength?" The face of the tower was slightly red, and he grabbed his head and grabbed his head. He said, "No, I have confidence in my strength. My teacher said that my current strength is enough to defeat the ordinary saints, but the first-order warcraft I have never killed, even I have not seen it." The Iron Tower just said that the sword dust face was slightly positive, and immediately reached out to stop the next words of the tower. The eyes flashed, and the eyes looked at the surroundings. I noticed that Jian Chen suddenly had a serious face. The tower immediately knew that the danger was coming. It was as cautious as the enemy, and a pair of tigers swiftly swept through the dense weeds around. Jian Chen looked sharply for the next 4 weeks, but because the weeds around the year have become so strong that they have completely blocked his sight, so Jian Chen can't see anything. Jian Chen's right hand gently held the iron bar, slowly closed his eyes, his ears were shaking slightly, listening carefully to the movement around. After a few breaths, Jian Chen's closed eyes suddenly opened. Suddenly, 2 fierce eyes flashed away. Immediately, Jian Chen stepped out, and the rusty iron rod of his right hand brought a piece of air in the air. The brownish light shone suddenly at a lightning-fast speed. At the same time, a green branch slammed from the weeds and shot at the sword dust at a very fast speed. In midair, the iron bar of Jian Chen collided with the body of the green branches. The branches were suddenly blocked and paused in the air, and the tip of the iron bar had penetrated into the body of the branches. At this time, it was suddenly discovered that this and the branches were actually a green poisonous snake, which had the thickness of an adult's arm. At this moment, the light that was left outside was 2 meters long. At this time, a gale screamed through the dust of the sword, and saw the tower waving a giant axe with a piercing sound of a broken air to the cyan snake. The giant axe was cut on the body of the snake, and the powerful force directly flew it far away. It flew nearly 10 meters away and fell to the ground with a slight noise. But now because the weeds here are too lush, let alone 10 meters, even if it is 5 meters away from the sword dust they are difficult to see clearly. Fast chase, don't let it hide. Jian Chen knows his situation very well. When he just exports, he quickly flies past the place where the snake flies. In this environment, if you let that the snakes are carefully hidden, which will cause a lot of trouble for them. After all, they will wipe out countless weeds every time they go further, and the things under their feet are hard to see. The prepared snake is really troublesome. The Iron Tower did not hesitate, and quickly chased the past in the direction of Jian Chen's departure. When the tower caught up with the sword dust, it saw that Jian Chen had stopped, and 3 meters away, the snake was high in the head. A pair of cold eyes stared at them ruthlessly, and the snake apricot in the mouth kept spit out. This venomous snake is an upright body. It is already 1 meter high. There are 2 wounds on the body of an adult with a thick arm. One of them is a blood hole with a deep visible bone left by Jian Chen. The other is a long wound left by the tower axe, swaying from the thick arm of his arm, the flesh fluttering at the wound, and the bright red blood continually flows down from the wound. Sword Dust stared at the snake with caution, even though the snake was a relatively weak type of attack, but after all, it was a first-order warcraft, and its strength was not weaker than a holy person who condensed the sacred soldier. The tower also looked at the poisonous snake with a serious look. His hands were blue and violent, and he held the axe in his hand tightly, and he could exert his full blow at any time. After the two sides stalemate for a while, Jian Chen finally moved. The distance of just 3 meters can almost be neglected in his eyes. I saw that the body of Jian Chen shook slightly, and had already crossed the distance of 2 meters, and immediately came to the viper. The iron bar in his hand was pierced with a piercing sound, and he quickly stabbed it at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, pointing to the 7 inches of the viper. The viper makes a hoarse snoring, the body is very flexible and slightly offset, and escapes a fatal blow. However, this is still deeply penetrated into the body with the rusty iron rod. The hole is worn and the tip breaks out from the other side of the body. The intense pain caused the cyan viper to make a hoarse snoring, and the mouth was wide.
Yeah.
The speed of the tower is not slow, and both hands are doing their best to swing the giant axe and hit the head of the poison snake with all his strength. The tower's axe swept directly from the poisonous snake's head, and a fist-sized snake's head flew high, splashing the blood of the sky, and the cyan body's broken part. The blood rushed like a fountain. In an instant, the weeds around it were stained with blood.
Chapter 34 Easy to kill First Order Warcraft.
Looking at the head that was flying high and the body that was still spraying blood, the face of the tower was stunned, so it was so easy to kill a First Order Warcraft, which made him feel unbelievable because this only the cyan snakes did not let them spend much effort. The sword dust slowly pulled out the iron stick still inserted in the body of the snake, and wiped the red blood left on the tip of the iron stick casually on the weeds around. In fact, the biggest credit for hunting this First Order World of Warcraft is Jin Chen. If there is no lightning-like sword that penetrates into the body of the snake, and the hole is worn to the spear's huge wound, the tower's axe is impossible.
Easily cut the head of the poisoned snake.
The tower retracted the axe, looked at the poisonous snake body that had lost its head and was constantly distorted, and muttered, "Shangyang Shangtian, this is really a First Order Warcraft, how so weak?" Hearing, Jin Chen laughed and said, "In fact, this Warcraft is not too weak, but the strength of our two people is too strong, and this First Order Warcraft is enough to give some people who have just advanced to the Saints.
People bring a lot of trouble." The tower smiled and wiped the blood on the axe.
He directly put the axe on his shoulder and smiled and said, "So, we can't easily kill the First Order Warcraft here." After listening to this, Jin Chen seems to associate something, and his face is a hint of a happy smile. "Yes, with the strength of both of us, even if we encounter a First Order Warcraft alone, it is enough to kill them. In other words, we can join hands." It can be said that there is almost no Warcraft in this second region that poses a threat to us. After all, the World of Warcraft here is a college stocking. The purpose is to train the practical ability of the students.
It is impossible to exist too
excessively powerful Warcraft, unless. Said here, Jin Chen paused, his face showed a slight thought.
These words of Jin Chen's listening to the tower are full of excitement, saying, "Unless what? Unless we encounter Warcraft in droves, I just don't know if there will be there."
With the words, Jin Chen's face gradually became serious. With their strength, the First Order World of Warcraft will not encounter any difficulties, but if they encounter hordes, they may not say it.
The tower frowned, not sure.
This should not be possible. I have been killed in the forest for a long time with the beasts, and I have never encountered hordes of beasts.
This is not necessarily the case.
I have read a lot of books about Warcraft in the library. I found that some kinds of Warcraft are basically all living in groups. The sense of unity is very strong, and there are very few separate actions. At the same time, Jin Chen also came to the body of the poisonous snake that lost his head. At this time, he discovered that the snake was actually 6 or 7 meters long. Then Jin Chen directly pierced the 7 inches of the snake with iron rods, and took out a piece of crystal covered with blood from the inside. On the Tianyuan continent, there are many kinds of Warcraft, and their magic cores are also different, some in the head, some on the chest, some in the belly, and the snake core Warcraft's magic core is 7 inches in the body. Where, these sword dusts have long been known from books. Touch. The tower slashed the huge axe on his shoulder and slashed it on a big tree beside him. He cut off the big tree with the size of the bucket, and screamed with exultation, "If you really encounter a group of Warcraft, my tower lord must let them come back." Jin Chen picked up the magic core taken from the body of the blue poisonous snake, wiped the blood on the weeds, and then directly threw it to the tower. He said, "Oh, don't scream again, although there are many on the mainland. The World of Warcraft, but we cannot meet," it is not necessarily said, after all, this is not a World of Warcraft. The tower then took over the magic core thrown by the sword dust, and wondered, "Why do you give it to me?"
Jian Chen smiled. "This snake is killed by you. This magic core should also be yours."
Seeing the meaning of the tower is to be shirked, Jian Chen continued, "You can't evade this magic core.
Let's accept it. After all, we still have at least 3 days.
In the meantime, our harvest is definitely very rich, and we don't care about a magic core in this area."
"Oh, well, I will accept this magic core first. The next Warcraft, no matter who we killed, the magic core is yours.
The hand holds this magic that still has some blood.
Nuclear, the tower is full of happiness. After all, this is the first time he hunted the magic core of Warcraft." Subsequently, the two continued on the road.
Because they knew that Jian Chen's predicting danger was very high, the tower simply gave the task of alerting to Jian Chen, and he slashed with a huge axe. Keeping the road ahead, although constantly waving such a heavy axe is very huge, but for the tower with natural power, it seems to be eating more often, and it is fundamental to him. Not to be consumed at all, after all, his strength is not only scary, but also almost endless, exhausting this situation, as if it is impossible to appear on him. Just before the two of them just walked, the sword dust ears moved slightly, and the steps of the advancement stopped very suddenly. Then they immediately stretched out the iron tower that was slashing the weeds in front of them and made a gesture of forbidding the sound. The tower hearted the gods and stopped the action of cutting the weeds. The hands held the axe tightly to the side of Jian Chen, standing side by side with the sword dust.
A pair of tiger eyes were shining and full of vigilance.
The two breathed very finely, and the look was full of vigilance. The difference was that the tower was a pair of eyes that kept sweeping around, while the sword dust closed his eyes slightly and felt with effort.
Everything around.
Now there are weeds everywhere, it's hard to see anything with your eyes. Even if there is an unknown danger hidden in it, I'm afraid you can't see it with your eyes, so the tower's tiger eyes are swept around for a long time.
No.
Jian Chen slightly closed his eyes, a pair of sensitive ears shaking from time to time, capturing all the sounds around, while the spirit of Jian Chen was also highly hit, using his powerful god to perceive everything around him. At this moment, Jian Chen's brain could not help but feel a little bit nostalgic. In the past life, he and the solitary were defeated. In the end, he was able to break through the strength when he died, and reached the realm of the sword. At that time his god became the power is so powerful that it can easily spread out and cover everything around him. Nothing in his god envelope will have anything to escape his perception. However, what makes Jian Chen regret is that after his reincarnation, his is very powerful, but he has not been able to spread it out. Otherwise, this jungle will not cause any trouble to Jian Chen. It is a breeze to find the Warcraft hidden inside. The of Jian Chen is highly concentrated, trying hard to perceive everything around him.
Slowly, his spirit gradually enters a special state.
Although his does not spread out, at this moment, his it seems as if it has a subtle connection with the various plants around it, and it seems to be a fusion.
This feeling is very mysterious.
However, when Jian Chen entered this state, his perception suddenly reached a new height.
Finally, a slight breath of subtle breathing was introduced into the perception of Jian Chen.
This breath is too subtle. Even if you are standing next to it, it is estimated that it is difficult to sense the sound of breathing. Jian Chen's tight eyes opened momentarily, and then he disappeared in the same place, and quickly rushed toward the side. On the way, Jian Chen's body was constantly twisted and constantly adjusted to avoid blocking him.
Weed branches of the road.
In a short moment, the sword dust has already crossed a distance of 10 meters, and then the iron bar in the hand quickly punctures, silently piercing a few leaves along the way, piercing a few weeds, at a lightning-fast speed. A black shadow hidden in the weedy jungle.
Hey!
A scream of pain accompanied by a sudden sound suddenly sounded, followed by a black shadow leaping from the grass, opened the mouth and rushed toward the sword dust. This is a black panther, 2 meters long. At the moment, the black panther has a finger-sized hole in his forehead. The blood rushes out of the wound and flows slowly along the black-haired face.
Down, it seems to make it even more addictive.
The sword dust looked like a sword, and the faint face showed a sneer, and then the arm trembled, and once again pierced the iron rod in the hand at a fast and incredible speed, aiming at the throat of the Black Panther. Finally, when the Black Panther did not reflect it at all, the tip of the iron rod has penetrated deeply into the throat of the Black Panther, and the body of the Black Panther is now in the middle of the air. The body was continually falling down, and eventually the iron rod that pierced its throat continued to penetrate deeply. Finally, it penetrated directly into its throat, and the iron rod broke through its backbone. This time, the panthers had not even sent out their screams, and they had already screamed, and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. It was not until this time that the tower came over from behind. When he saw the Black Panther lying on the ground and pierced the throat directly by the rusty iron rod, his eyes suddenly widened and he was surprised to be surprised. "Shangyang Shangtian, is this what you killed?" asked the tower, and he asked, although he saw the weapon of the sword dust piercing the throat of the Black Panther at the moment, but he was in front of him. "I can't believe it, because the time is too short." When Jianchen just rushed to the side, the tower has already come at the fastest speed, but when he arrives here, he sees one. The First Order Warcraft has died in the hands of Jianchen. The time spent during this period is definitely less than one breath, and the body can't even breathe half a breath. Hunting a First Order Warcraft in a short period of half a breath, for some strong, naturally it is easy, but the tower is very aware of the strength of the sword dust. It has not been promoted to the holy, and the weapons used are still just a rusty iron rod. Jianchen stepped on the head of the Black Panther and slowly pulled out the iron rod. He smiled sullenly and said, "Yes, I killed it, but it happened to happen. It was impossible to die. It's fast, but it's going to drill on my weapon." As a result, even the screams are too late to be sent out. After listening to this, the tower grabbed the head and looked at the plain face of Jianchen with suspicion. "I didn't believe it. Really, you didn't lie to me?" Jianchen laughed. "Of course it is true, I lied to you." Looking at the face of Jianchen is obviously not a lie to his own expression. The tower is full of doubts, muttering, "Is there such a stupid Warcraft?" Actually sent it to the weapon. Chapter 35 Liang Xiaola. After taking out the magical nucleus of the panther, Jianchen and the Iron Tower continued to embark on the journey of hunting World of Warcraft. It is absolutely an arduous task for the General College to hunt down the First Order Warcraft without the strength of the Saints. At any time, it will be life-threatening, but in the eyes of Jianchen and the Iron Tower, it is completely regarded as it at the moment. The second area has become a golden treasure for both of them to capture the magic core. The day passed quickly, and as night fell, Jianchen and the Iron Tower sat on a cleared open space, and a torch was set up between the two. The bright flames continually beat in the dark night. The backs of the reflections of the two people are constantly twisted, and it seems that the Buddha is a devil like a claw. The surrounding area is black and lacquered, and the range of the fire is just a matter of reaching out. The night is not so calm. In the woods that don't know how far, there is always a scream of Warcraft. It makes people feel guilty. If the timid generation stays in this environment for a long time, I am afraid that they will be scared. The tower turned over a large piece of unknown Warcraft meat on the fire frame. By the illumination of the fire, you can clearly see that the clothes on the tower and the sword dust are all ragged and covered with bloodstains. These bloodstains are all on the body of Warcraft, and the clothes are all scratched by some thorns. "Changyang Shangtian, you are really amazing. I didn't expect your rusty iron rod to be so powerful. The World of Warcraft we killed today is almost all killed by you alone, only the one you first met." "The little snake was killed by me," said the tower with amazement. There was a faint smile on the face of Jianchen. "I just caught the opportunity. If you didn't hurt the Warcraft, it would be quite hard for me to kill them." The tower laughed, and finally found some comfort in his heart. He continued, "Changyang Shangtian, can you tell me why you can always find that Warcraft is close in advance?" The face of the tower is full of curiosity. This doubt is already in he had a whole day in his heart, and now he finally found the right opportunity to say it. Jianchen did not hide anything,
pointing to the ears and head, saying, "Use this and this." In accordance with the action of Jian Shen, the tower also pointed to his ears and head. He curiously asked, "Do you mean to stop by your ears and think about your head?" "That's right." Jian Shen took the tip of the iron rod and grind it on a large stone that he purposely moved to his feet. He casually replied, "In addition to listening to the ear, it is necessary to feel the spirit and feel the movements around, but the latter method is still too difficult for you." "Oh." The tower seemed to understand and nodded, and then his face looked thoughtful. Jian Shen put the iron rods that had already been more around, and solved the space belt around the waist. He said, "The tower, let's take a look at today's harvest." Saying, Jian Shen kept shaking the space. The belt, the magic core placed inside, is poured out. As the magic cores one after another rolled out from the space belt, they gradually pile up in the front of Jian Shen into a 1-foot-high hill. The iron tower also has a kind of learning, solved the space belt of his own space, poured out all the magic cores inside, and finally piled up a 1-foot-high hill. "I have a total of 48 here." Jian Shen's face is filled with a satisfying smile. "The harvest of today is undoubtedly very huge. I have a total of 49 here, one more than you." The tone of the tower is full of excitement. The number of such magic cores is definitely the first time he saw him. Before, he never thought about himself. One day there will be so many magic cores, although all are first order, but for the Iron Tower born in the civilian family, this is already a great fortune. The first day has such a rich harvest, it is also a good one. I don't know if we can become the person who pays the most number of magic cores with our current number of magic cores. After all, the reward is very rich, won the 4th order magic core and a space ring. Jian Shen is also motivated by such a rich reward. The most important thing is the 4th order magic core. The energy of the 4th order magic core can be purer than the 1st order magic core. Too much. At this time, Jian Shen's eyes suddenly condensed, and he whispered, "Quickly put the magic core away, someone is coming." Speaking, Jian Shen immediately put the magic core on the ground into the space belt and rehang it on the waist. On. The action of the tower was not slow. When he heard the reminder of the sword dust, he began to pick up the magic core on the ground. When the sword dust was just finished, the tower also put the magic core into the belt. When the two men all took the magic core into the space belt, and waited for a few breaths of time, the distant weeds began to shake slightly. With the sound of shashasha, I saw a figure more the thin man came out of the weeds. When he saw the sword dust and the iron tower standing in front of the fire, he apparently groaned and immediately made a call full of surprises, as if a weak girl caught lived in a life-saving straw. The pace ran over. "I finally found someone. I finally found someone. I beg you to save me. Don't leave me alone. I am so scared. I am really scared. Those warcraft have to eat me." The tone of the man very flustered, full of horror, but the sound is very delicate. The sound of the sound, Jian Shen two talents understand that this person is actually a woman. Through the sparkling fire can be blurred to see the women wearing the school uniforms of the Kagas College, but the school uniform has been drawn from the thorns of the forest. The cracks in the road have been a bit undressed, and even the white underwear inside has leaked out, and the clothes are covered with dirt. "I want to fall a lot." The woman's face is full of mud, and she's completely invisible. But the long cheeks are now hanging 2 rows of clear tears. A pair of watery eyes are full of eagerness to look at the sword dust. It looks very pitiful. In the eyes, it is so helpless. "Sit down first." Jian Shen tried to make his own tone a bit more harmonious. For the girl's situation, he had already guessed 10. In this environment, even some men who have not experienced the storm will feel creepy, let alone a girl. Seeing the other person is actually a delicate girl, the tower also relaxed the vigilance, gently put down the axe in his hand, staring curiously at the girl. Jian Shen looked at the girl with a dull look and asked, "Can you tell me what your name is?" My name is Liang Xiala." The girl replied a little embarrassedly,
looking at the eyes of Jian Chen, who were full of fear and some faint concerns and fears. "Why don't you be a girl's family with others? Courage is so small, and you have to walk alone in the forest. Just some of the voices that are screaming and screaming scare you like that." The tower snorted road. Liang Xiaola's look at the iron tower, whispered, "I was originally with a few friends, but unfortunately I met a warcraft. The warcraft is very powerful, and we can't beat it with several people." Soon after, several people were injured. "Finally, when I fled, I accidentally walked away with everyone." After listening to this, the tower disdainfully grinned and underestimated. Several people can't even deal with a first-order World of Warcraft. It's useless. I and Changyang Shangtian both killed a full 100 today. Only Warcraft. At the thought of this, a sense of pride in the heart of the tower came to life. "Hey!" At this moment, a weird voice suddenly sounded. Suddenly, the eyes of Jian Chen and the iron tower gathered at the source of the sound. It was actually Liang Xiaola's stomach. At this moment, her stomach is constantly making call. "Hungry." A smile appeared on the face of Jian Chen. "Yeah." Liang Xiaola nodded a little shyly and said with a voice-like voice, "I have already had 2 meals without eating." Said, Liang Xiaola's eyes linger on the fire. Baked into golden yellow, the warcraft meat that is constantly dripping with grease on the fire, the nose is a bit greedy to smell the faint fragrance, but the more she is, the more the stomach is called. The last time I listened to the sword dust in the Tower of the Two Towers has already become a thunderous thunder. Jian Chen smiled slightly, picked up the wooden stick wearing World of Warcraft meat, and was not afraid of hot. He directly tore a large piece of land down to Liang Xiaola, saying, "Get it, eat it carefully." Liang Xiaola smashed his hand and then passed the broken hand corner. He carefully took over the Warcraft meat, and refused to eat hot meat. He ate it directly without a big mouth. Liang Xiaola is estimated to be starved, and soon he is finished eating such a large piece of World of Warcraft meat, and still wants to look at the remaining piece of World of Warcraft meat. Jian Chen smiled slightly, once again tearing a large piece of Warcraft meat down to the front of Liang Xiaola, said, "Get it." Looking at the piece of Warcraft meat in front of his eyes, Liang Xiaola hesitated for a moment, but finally did not reach out to pick it up, but looked at the sword dust in the iron tower, and said with a soft voice, "I finished eating, then what do you eat?" Hearing the words, the tower smiled and said, "Do not worry, we still have a big one, you look under the tree." Said, the tower stretched his finger in the direction. Liang Xiaola looked in the direction of the fingers of the tower, and found that an unknown Wa was still under the big tree not far away. One of the legs had disappeared, and there was still undead blood on the ground. Ice commented on the body of Warcraft. Liang Xiaola swallowed a hard throat, said, "You are really amazing, 2 people can kill the First Order Warcraft." Cut, this is nothing. The tower didn't care. Time passed quietly. Soon, Jian Chen and the Iron Tower also ate, and the 2 were preparing to rest. "Hey, where am I going to sleep?" Liang Xiaola said with a look of embarrassment. Sword Dust pointed to the big tree not far away, said, "You go to the tree to rest, so even if you encounter a Warcraft attack at night, it will not hurt you." Ah, there is Warcraft to attack at night. Upon hearing this, Liang Xiaola's face became pale, his eyes filled with fear, and his body shivered. "Then, where are you going? You cannot leave me alone, or I will be eaten by those fierce Warcraft." Liang Xiaola then asked, staring nervously at Jian Chen. "People, for fear that they will leave themselves alone." Jian Chen secretly sighed. For this timid Liang Xiaola, he really had no choice. This kind of daughter, who was born in a noble family, basically did not go through any storms. She grew up in the greenhouse and was in danger. The chaos is square. "You don't worry, we won't go far, just rest under the tree." Jian Chandao. After listening to this, Liang Xiaola finally got a little comfort in his heart, but the fear left in his heart still has not been removed. This college, Dean, why do you want everyone to participate in this kind of activity? This is not a matter of wanting to kill people.
When I think of the cause of my fall to this point, Liang Xiaola can't help it. Opening the curse, when it comes to the back, the tone is faint with a bit of crying. Chapter 36 Wolves. In the middle of the night, Jianshan and the Iron Tower were sitting cross-legged under a tree and quietly practicing. The pile of torches they had ordered had already been extinguished, and Liang Xiaola sat on the ground from the big tree behind them. On a tree with a height of 5 or 6 meters, I looked nervously around. Whenever the sound of a beast screamed in the night sky, she would be nervous for a long time. In such an environment, where did she dare to sleep? Sleeping. Liang Xiaola's bright eyes are always sweeping over the sword dust and the iron tower that are sitting on the knees under the tree. It looks like they are watching them, in this way for her. It is a crucial time when life and death are at stake. She does not want to see the two people who have just met and ran away under her eyelids and lost the only umbrella. At this time, a breeze blew gently, blowing the weeds and trees around, and at the same time, the sword dust sitting under the tree squinting suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, two sharp eyes from the eyes shooting, looking straight into the depths of the weed jungle, followed by Tang, stood up from the ground, holding the rusty iron rod tightly in his hand. Liang Xiaola inexplicably looked at the Jianshan who suddenly stood up. Somehow, her heart suddenly felt a deep uneasiness. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Liang Xiaola lowered his voice and cautiously asked. In this environment, she did not dare to speak loudly, for fear of attracting Warcraft. Jianshan did not answer Liang Xiaola's words, turned to look at the iron tower still in the cultivation, and shouted, "The tower, wake up, there is a Warcraft attack." "Ah, what do you say, there is a Warcraft attack?" Liang Xiaola was shocked, his face became pale and invisible, without a trace of blood. Because of excessive fear, the whole body was shaking slightly. Although the Iron Tower is practicing, in this environment, even if it is cultivation, it still maintains a little vigilance to the outside world. So after hearing the words of Jianshan, the tower immediately stopped its cultivation and stood up from the ground and picked up the one. The giant axe was on his shoulder. Changyang Shangtian, where there is Warcraft. The tower looked around. He not only did not find the trace of Warcraft, even a little movement did not hear. Jianshan slowly turned his head and stared at him with a dignified face. Xinsheng said, "The tower, this time you have to be careful, there is more than one Warcraft, but a group." A group. After listening to this, the original look of the tower did not care, and suddenly disappeared, replaced by the dignity of the face. "Ah. What? A bunch? No. Hey, beg you, don't scare me." Liang Xiaola, hiding in the tree, was crying and sullen, and said with a look, she would rather treat this as a sword dust pair. "Your own intimidation." Jianshan frowned, and then Liang Xiaola yelled at the tree and shouted, "You give me a quiet point. Do you want to bring all the world of Warcraft to play here?" This sentence of Jianshan is undoubtedly very useful for Liang Xiaola. Liang Xiaola immediately grabbed his mouth with his hand and forced himself to make a little noise. "Changyang Shangtian, this time there are estimated how many Warcraft?" The tower asked quietly. "A lot, at least there are more than a dozen. They have made preparations, and now they have surrounded us," Jianshan said with a serious face. Wen Yan, the face of the tower is getting more and more dignified. If it is a Warcraft, he can personally deal with it. If you have 2 or 3 words, depending on the strength of the two of them, naturally, there is no longer a problem, but now 10 times, even if the tower is conceded, it can't help but feel big. However, when Liang Xiaola heard the words of Jianshan, the pale face had become paler, and his mind was completely covered with fear. Only one thought was hovering, played, "This time I'm dead, I'm sure I can't live." As the weeds in the distance shook gently, the bright spots of blue appeared in the eyes of the two people, all in all directions. There are many bright spots, nearly 50 full. With the close proximity of the bright spots, Jianshan and the Iron Tower, the two also finally looked confused. These highlights are all the eyes of Warcraft, the number of more than 20. This is the first order Warcraft Green Wolf, the Iron Tower. If you can't hold it, then go to the tree. The face stared at the more than 20 green wolves, and Jianshan said quietly. The tower stared fiercely around, and waved the huge axe in his hand.
The arrogant screaming, "Do not worry, Changyang Shangtian, is not more than 20 first-order warcraft, I tower guarantees to let them there is no return." When I heard that there were more than 20 World of Warcraft in this attack, Liang Xiala, who was hiding in the tree, had been scared and frustrated. At this moment, even if she had confidence in Jin Chen and the Iron Tower, she was absolutely those who don't want to wake up to two strengths who are not yet holy can survive over the attack of more than 20 World of Warcraft, unless there is a college teacher to rescue. "Teacher, where are you? Come and save us." Liang Xiala looked at the pair of green eyes with fear and whispered, now she only hopes that the teacher of the college will rescue, but now there are many World of Warcraft. Timid, she dare not scream, for fear of attracting the eyes of Warcraft to her. 20 green wolves slowly approached Jin Chen and the Iron Tower. A pair of green eyes stared at them coldly and ruthlessly. When they were only 5 meters away from Jin Chen, they stopped. Both Jin Chen and the Iron Tower hold the weapons in their hands tightly. Although they have been surrounded by more than 20 First-Order World of Warcraft wolves, they can't see the slightest fear from their faces. "Hey!" Suddenly, the blue wolf had been screaming in the sky, and then the 20 green wolves screamed in the air. Suddenly, the sound was loud, the momentum was huge, and the roar of more than 20 blue wolves perfectly overlapping, forming a powerful sound wave that spreads far and wide in all directions. I heard this very powerful wolf howling. Liang Xiala, who was hiding in the tree, was so frightened that he almost fell from the tree and shivered even more. The face of a small flower had no trace of blood. That kind of pale. 5 kilometers away from Jin Chen, a middle-aged man fell on a big tree and closed his eyes, but when he heard the wolf of the wolves, his face changed slightly, and the eyes slammed open and looked at the direction of the wolf's snoring. It's not good. It's actually a group of blue wolves. There are at least a dozen heads listening to the sound. It seems that some people are in danger. The middle-aged man's face suddenly became very dignified, and then his hands touched the trunk, and the body immediately floated down the tree. Then there was no moment to stop, running at the fastest speed he could reach in the direction of the wolves screaming. I hope it's still too late. The middle-aged man was anxious and his speed has risen to the fastest. The strength of the students who stayed in the second area has not yet reached the Holy One. In the face of a dozen or so strengths of the First Order World of Warcraft, there is absolutely no chance of winning. At the same time, in the other 3 directions, when 3 people heard the screams of the blue wolves, they immediately put down their hands and ran to the range where the wolves were at the fastest speed. The wolf howling seemed to be an offensive signal for the blue wolf group. Then, more than 20 blue wolves rushed toward both Jin Chen and the Iron Tower. "Go to hell!" The tower screamed, waving a huge axe in his hand, and swept a few blue wolves directly to the attack. The sharp axe rubbed against the air and made a harsh sound of breaking. Bump! The blue wolf that rushed to the front was directly swept away by the tower, and suddenly left a huge hole in the body, and was shocked by the huge force on the axe. The bulky body of the blue wolf was directly hit by far. Going out, although the blue wolf is a first-order warcraft, it still can't bear the power of the tower to be horrible to metamorphosis. The tower madly waved the giant axe in his hand. The huge axe with a weight of more than 100 kilograms was held in his hand. It seemed that there was no weight. Any blue wolf near him was given a huge axe. The cockroaches slashing flew out. No one could only get close to his body. Almost every blue wolf that flew out of him had a terrible wound on his body, but because the skin of the blue wolf was very flesh, despite the tower the strength is amazing, but it is impossible to kill the blue wolf so easily. Looking at the few green wolves that flew at the same time, the sword Dust Eye suddenly became fierce, and then stepped out in one step, while the iron rod in his hand spurred at the speed of the blue wolf closest to him at a very fast speed. Out! Puff! After receiving some resistance, the iron rod eventually pierced the skin of the blue wolf and entered the throat of the blue wolf. Subsequently, Jin Chen immediately pulled out the iron bar, while the footsteps moved slightly, avoiding the few green wolves that were thrown. The blue wolf, which was pierced by the sword Dust, fell on the ground and fell down on the ground. The limbs continued to sway the ground, and the dead struggled, but how could it not stand up? But in its throat at the office, the bright red blood constantly flows out. The throat is a fatal weakness for every creature. Even World of Warcraft is no exception. Now the throat of the green wolf is pierced, and its life is rapidly dying. At this moment, it is just a dying struggle, and it can't be sustained. How long? Jin Chen walked up among the green wolves by his flexible body. He continued to leave a wound on the green wolf at the tip of the iron rod in his hand, even though he was surrounded by more than a dozen blue wolves. However, with his strange and unpredictable body, Jin Chen still has a lot of stocks, and the fangs and claws of the green wolves can't hit the sword dust. Whenever it is dangerous, Jin Chen can always be dangerous. Restricted to avoid the past. The battle only lasted for a few breaths. There were already 3 blue wolves pierced by the sword dust and lost the battlefield. At this moment, they were lying on the ground and dying, waiting for them only the result is death. The rest of the blue wolves that besieged the sword dust suffered a lot of injuries, but the wounds were not fatal or joint parts of the limbs. Jin Chen is constantly moving through the wolves, and the iron bars in his hands are continually and quickly stabbed out. The movements are fast and incomparably, but they are gorgeous and infinite, as if they are singing songs and dances, instead of experiencing a battle of death. On the other hand, the tower continued to scream, and the huge axe with a weight of more than 100 pounds was splashed by the water he waved, and gradually had a phantom. The dozen or so young wolves that surrounded him were constantly being cut off by him. Almost every green wolf had several unusually horrible wounds, but these wounds were left behind by the towers. It is not fatal. Although the tower looks pretentious and invincible at the moment, it is nothing compared to the record of Jin Chen. After all, until now, the tower has not killed a green wolf. Chapter 37 Shocked by the Teachers. After a few breaths, another blue wolf died in the hands of Jin Chen, and the number of injuries was countless. Liang Shila, who was hiding in the tree, did not hear the screams of Jin Chen and the Iron Tower. In the year, there was a constant mourning of the blue wolves. Under curiosity, she endured her heart. The fear opened her eyes and looked down, but in the next moment, her eyes were wide open, and I couldn't believe the 2 towers in sword dust that were struggling with the wolves. Can't say it. Every time the tower is waving, the axe can fly a blue wolf far away. As his axe continues to wave, there is no green wolf around him, and the green wolves are covered with horrible wounds and bloody. The Jin Chen moved quickly in the wolves, constantly changing the range to avoid attacks from all sides. With the piercing of his iron bars, he constantly added a blood hole to the surrounding green wolves. The fast-moving figure made Liang Xiola's eyes unable to catch clearly. Many times she could only see a vague shadow disappearing. The scene that happened below made the shock of Liang Xiola, who had never experienced any scenes. After understanding the form below, Liang Xiola's fear of gradual fading gradually faded away. However, the whole body was still shaking slightly. After all, such a scene is her first experience. Anyone who saw it for the first time has a feeling of being unable to adapt. At this time, a blue wolf glared at the iron tower and did not pay attention to the bite on the shoulder of the right arm of the tower. The sharp teeth penetrated deeply into the muscles of the tower. Suddenly, the bright red blood flowed from the arm of the tower and out. The intense pain caused the muscles of the tower's face to be slightly drawn. Looking at the green wolf who still biting his shoulders, the eyes of the tower flashed a little madness, and the expression on his face instantly became awkward, and then he left himself. In the hands of the giant axe, the right hand grabbed the head of the blue wolf and pulled it from his right arm. Suddenly, the sharp teeth of the blue wolf directly marked a deep tooth print on the right arm of the tower. And the huge mouth, and finally left the arm of the tower. The tower clasped the upper and lower halves of the blue wolf with both hands tightly, and the arms were violently jumped. The whole arm quickly expanded a circle, suddenly screaming, and the arms were simultaneously forced, and finally in the scream of the blue wolf directly from the blue wolf to tear from the mouth part into 2 halves. Suddenly, the bright red blood splashed from the body of the green wolf, sprayed on the body of the tower, dyed him into a blood man. The iron tower used to deter the surrounding green wolves. It looked like it had become two halves. It was half of the companion's body with the hands of the tower. The surrounding green wolves suddenly stopped one by one, and there was a hint of fear in the eyes. However, the tower did not intend to let go of this group of green wolves, throwing away the body in his hand, and the tower grabbed the giant axe that was inserted in the ground and cut it directly toward the head of a blue wolf. The head of the green wolf was slightly biased, and escaped the axe of the tower. Then, a short wolf screamed out in the sky, and the giant mouth of the blood basin flew toward the tower. Hearing the wolf howling, the rest of the dozens of green wolves in the eyes of the test spheres suddenly disappeared, and each of the fangs fluttered toward the tower again. The tower was directly lifted on the belly of the blue wolf that flew, and it flew out far away, and then swept it. The sharp axe blade of the giant axe directly cut the neck of a green wolf next to it. Suddenly, a wolf's head flew high, and the blood like a fountain rushed out from the neck of the blue wolf. An axe cut off the head of a blue wolf. The iron tower did not stop, and immediately waved a giant axe to block the blue wolf around. Touch! A green wolf could not dodge, and was directly looked at the head of the tower by the giant axe of the tower. The wolf head was directly smashed by the tower's axe, and the life was screamed. After being injured, the tower was obviously more brave. In a blink of an eye, 2 green wolves were killed. On the other hand, Jinshen is also fighting fiercely with more than a dozen green wolves. At this time, the green wolf has been leaping high from the air and rushing toward the sword dust against his sword dust. At this moment, Jinshen suddenly turned back, staring fiercely at the blue wolf that came from the air. The iron bar in his hand pierced with lightning, directly pierced the belly of the blue wolf, and pierced the heart of the blue wolf. After a blow, Jinshen immediately retracted the iron rod and left the position as the body swayed slightly. Just as Jinshen had just left, a few green wolves rushed past the position he had just stood. The blue wolf, which was pierced by the sword with an iron bar, made a scream of sorrow, and fell to the ground. Then the whole body was sobbing slightly, and soon the breath was cut off. The battle continued. As time went on, more and more green wolves died in the hands of Jinshen and the tower. Gradually, the pressure faced by the two was also rapidly decreasing. When the iron rod in his hand pierced the throat of the last blue wolf, Jinshen had killed more than a dozen blue wolves who attacked him, but Jinshen's clothes did not have too much blood on it. Jinshen looked at the direction of the tower, and saw that there were 7 or 8 blue wolves on the side of the tower, but the green wolves were covered with wounds, and they were all bathed in bright red blood. The ragged clothes that had been stabbed by the thorns seemed to be more ruined, almost becoming cloth, and the clothes were not covered, revealing the strong chest of the tower, and even the pants of one thigh were completely torn, and there were a lot of wounds on the tower. Jinshen did not hesitate, and rushed toward the blue wolves that besieged the tower with the iron rod. The hand quickly pierced the throat of the 8 blue wolves. Because all these blue wolves have been seriously injured by the iron tower, and they have been fighting the tower for so long, they are exhausted, so the sword dust is very easy to kill, almost no effort. Only 8 times of the shot will be completed. The life of each hit is very accurate in the throat of the green wolf. When all the incoming green wolves have been killed, Jinshen not only feels a little bit of asthma. After all, his current strength is too weak, one often so many strengths stronger than his own Warcraft killing, the consumption of him not too small. The tower had a long sigh of relief and looked at the body of the land. There was a happy smile on his face. Although he had just experienced an arduous battle, he could not see the slightest look on his face, but he was shaking. Changyang Shangtian, we killed all the First Order World of Warcraft. The tone of the tower is full of excitement. From small to large, he has killed so many First Order Warcraft for the first time, and it is inevitable in his heart. A little excited. Jinshen smiled slightly and looked at the wounds on the tower. He said, "You are injured, not serious." The tower looked down at the wound on his body, and did not care. "Nothing is okay, although I bite it is very painful, but it is all skin trauma. Oh, I have been thick and thick, ordinary beast since childhood. I can't bite me at all." When Jin Chen deeply nodded with the same feeling, suddenly put down his heart, the physical strength of the tower, but he has a deep understanding. It is no exaggeration to describe it with reinforced iron bones. Those green wolves can bite the skin of the tower. It is also a good one.
Right, Changyang Shangtian, you are not hurt. The tower of the tower is full of concern and scans on Jin Chen.
Jin Chen shook his head and smiled.
Reassure, those blue wolves can't hurt me.
Speaking, Jin Chen's eyes were nudged, looking at the weed jungle in front, screaming, I haven't seen it for so long.
See if you have enough, don't know when you are going to hide.
Hearing the inexplicable sound of Jin Chen, the tower was slightly stunned, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes, but even after reflecting it, suddenly, a pair of tiger eyes were stunned, and the eyes looked sharply along the eyes of Jin Chen's eyes.
Hold the giant axe tightly.
Who is hiding there? Give me out, or I will smash you directly.
The tower shouted loudly.
As soon as the voice fell, I saw the weeds in front fluttering slightly.
With a sand sound, I saw 4 figures gradually appearing in the sight of Jin Chen.
When I saw these 4 black figures, the tower immediately became alert. However, Jin Chen was unmoved, but there was a faint smile on his face. Although they could not see the appearance of the 4 because of the night, Jin Chen's heart had already guessed the identity of the person. The 4 black figures came to the distance from Jin Chen.
They only stopped 2 meters away.
At this time, Jin Chen and the 2 talents saw the appearance of the coming person. It was clearly 2 middle-aged men, 1 old man and 1 a middle-aged woman who was about 30 years old. At this moment, all 4 people are shocked and full of looks, as if they have seen something incredible.
4 teachers, actually you. The tower clearly recognized the 4 people, and he cried in amazement.
The 4 quickly recovered, but there was still a deep shock in the eyes.
Changyang Shangtian, no wonder there are rumors in the college that you can beat a saint in the air.
At first I didn't believe it, but now it seems that the rumors are really good. Your strength is not only superficially simple, but only used alone. A broken iron stick can kill more than a dozen first-order warcraft. This strength, even those who have already condensed the sacred soldiers, is far from good. The old man looked at the sword dust with a smile, tone it is full of praise. Jin Chen smiled slightly and said, the teacher has a reputation.
The strength of the next one is as strong as you said. Although these warcraft are first-order warcraft, they are all low attack types.
If you really encounter a strong first-order warcraft,
I am afraid it will not be so easy.
Hearing this, the old man saw a hint of appreciation in the eyes of Jin Chen, and then turned to look at the tower, with a smile. Iron, your strength is also very strong, no wonder can be valued by the dean, and received you are a disciple. The tower touched his head and smiled, and suddenly did not know how to speak. Cloud old, it seems that this time we 4 people are running away. They are 2 metamorphoses together, in this second area. What other world of Warcraft can hurt them? At that time, that age a middle-aged woman in her 30s is smiling lightly. When I heard this, the other 3 were all smiles. When I heard the sound of wolves and screams at first, they knew that some students were in danger, so they came here at the fastest speed. Rescue, on the way, several of them were constantly praying that the students who met the wolves could last longer, but they did not expect that when they arrived at the place, they saw a scene that made them feel incredible. Scenes, 2 trainees who are not even able to reach the holy people, actually fight with more than 20 green wolves and never fall to the wind. In the end, they killed all the more than 20 blue wolves. They have witnessed all of this and they feel unacceptable in a short time.
Chapter 38 Liang Xiaola's participation.
Right, Changyang Shangtian, I don't know how you found us. One of the middle-aged men asked, his tone full of doubts. After listening to this, the other 3 immediately came to the interest, and their eyes turned to Jin Chen. The 4 of them were also very curious about how Jin Chen found them hiding in the weeds, because they were hiding in the weeds. Without a little bit of sound, it is reasonable to say that it is impossible to be discovered by the sword dust whose strength is so different from them. Jin Chen smiled slightly and said, in fact, the 4 teachers will know when you come.
What? We found out when we came, how could this be?
The woman was full of disbelief and exclaimed. The other three also looked at Jianchen with an unbelief. Jianchen said, although I am fighting with the wolves, I always pay attention to the movements around me. Otherwise, I am facing attacks from all directions. How can I always avoid the past at the most critical moment? Listening to this, the four teachers nodded and agreed to the statement of Jianchen. Jianchen continued to explain, the four teachers, although you were hiding there, did not make a little sound, but when you came, the movement was too big, and there was no cover for the figure, so I was discovered the first time. It is. The words of the four people suddenly realized, and the old man was even more sighed. Great, powerful, Chengyang Shangtian, now I have to admire you, you are better than we think. Want to be the year I am at your age, but even half of your abilities are far worse. Here, the old man paused and continued, since you are no longer in danger, then we should leave, after all, we also want to protect other students. The four teachers did not care, and turned and left. Wait! Jianchen suddenly stopped calling four teachers, then pointed Liang Xiola, who was hiding in the tree, and said, "For teachers, can you help me to send her out? She is too cozy. It is really not suitable for survival here." Wen Yan, the old man frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "This is no problem, but now if she goes out, even if she pays 2 first-order magic cores, it is a failure. After all, she is not here. Stayed for 3 days. No, I don't go out, I have to stay for 3 days before I go out." Liang Xiola's voice was uploaded from the tree, and then she jumped directly from the branch that was 5 or 6 meters high from the ground. He crossed the body of a wolf and came to the front of Jianchen. "Hey, now there are 4 teachers who take you out. There is no World of Warcraft that can hurt you. Why don't you go out?" The tone of the tower is quite dissatisfied. Liang Xiaola's courage is too small. World of Warcraft yelled, and the tower was upset. Liang Xiola looked at the tower a little embarrassed and whispered, "I don't want to go out." "Don't you be afraid of Warcraft?" the tower asked strangely. "Afraid? Because you are afraid, why don't you go out? Isn't there still you?" After listening to this, the iron tree with a bad character and incomprehensible words could not be found. Jianchen looked at Liang Xiola a little helplessly. He said with a good word, "Liang Xiola, you still go out with the 4 teachers. There are too many World of Warcraft in the forest. It is not suitable for you." Liang Xiola suddenly became pitiful. She may also understand that Jianchen is the main heart of the two, so she looked at the sword dust and looked at it with enthusiasm. "Schoolmaster, let me follow you, because it was the first time I saw Warcraft, and it was the first time I came to this place, so I was a little scared in my heart, but I promised you that I will not be screaming when I see Warcraft in the future." After the strength of the dust and the iron tower, Liang Xiola does not have to worry about the dangers that he will encounter with them. Moreover, she listens very clearly. Even the 4 teachers in front of me say that in the second area. World of Warcraft has not threatened the 2 of them. With such a good umbrella, Liang Xiola will certainly not give up easily. Jianchen suddenly got a headache. Liang Xiola, a spoiled aristocratic lady, was with him. It was definitely a huge burden. When fighting Warcraft, he had to take care of her. Chengyang Shangtian, with the strength of both of you, there is no Warcraft in the second area that can pose a threat to you. It is better to take her on the road together, but the students need to help each other, and this is for you. For the sake of it, it's not a test." The middle-aged woman said with a smile. Jianchen secretly sighed. Since the teachers of the family suggested that they bring Liang Xiola to their side, he could not find any reason to refuse. Since Jianchen has agreed, even if the tower is dissatisfied, it will not say anything. In fact, after getting along with this day, the heart of the tower has faintly regarded the sword dust as the backbone. Anything that is decided by Jianchen, the tower will not refuse. After all, Jianchen is not only more flexible than the iron tower in terms of the mind, but even the strength and experience in the forest are much stronger than the iron tower. It can be said that the sword dust makes the tower feel in all aspects. Confidence orally. When the four teachers left, Jian Chen and the Iron Tower did not pay attention to Liang Xiaola, and they went to clean up the body of the Green Wolf. After all, this is more than 20 first-order magic cores, they will not be wasted. Because the magic wolf of the Green Wolf is in the brain, so the Sword Dust and the Iron Tower want to remove the magic core. It must break the head of the Green Wolf. This is a cruel and seen of the side of Liang Xiaola. It's pale, but when I've just experienced something, maybe Liang Xiaola's psychology has undergone subtle changes. She didn't go too far, she endured the timid emotions in her heart, her eyes staring straight at Jian Chen, and the movements of the two towers look like they are learning. The night passed by. Since the Blue Wolf struck, there was no World of Warcraft in the middle of the night to harass the Sword Dust. When the dot of dawn rises slowly from the end of the sky, the Sword Dust that sits on the knees under the tree slowly opens his eyes, then stands up from the ground, and freely moves a little stiff body. Just as Jian Chen just stood up, the Iron Tower that heard the movement opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. Although the two were practicing, in this environment, they kept a vigilant warning to the outside world. As long as there is any wind and grass, they can't escape the control of the two. Iron, you go to find some dry branches to make fire. I am going to clean up Warcraft meat, and I should get some breakfast. Jian Chen said in a faint tone. Oh. The tower didn't have a bit of dissent, and turned and walked into the woods to find dry branches. Soon, the tower came back with a bunch of dry trees. At this time, Jian Chen also prepared a large piece of World of Warcraft meat, which was taken from the Green Wolf killed last night. Since there is no water source here, the World of Warcraft meat is not made clear. It is put on a fire and grilled directly with a wooden stick. Not long after, the Warcraft meat grilled on the fire gave a fragrant smell. Although it didn't use any ingredients, the meat quality of these Warcraft meats was very high. Even without any ingredients, the taste was very good. Well, and the more advanced Warcraft, the better the meat, and the body is still very good. It is said that eating the 5th order Warcraft meat, but also limited to enhance their own strength. Perhaps it smelled the smell of Warcraft meat, staying in the tree. I don't know. When I went to sleep, Liang Xiaola also woke up in a faint way, then jumped down from the tree, and the height of 5 or 6 meters was at least 8% strength. Liang Xiaola is not a big deal. Wow, it's so sweet. Liang Xiaola jumped to the fire and watched the Warcraft meat, which was smeared with gold, and couldn't help but swallow. Although she has eaten a lot of wild seafood, but this game has never been eaten. After all, eating meat every day is more than 10 years, but when you suddenly change a taste, even if it is Chinese cabbage, you will feel a lot more fragrant than those of the mountains and seas. The tower was a little dissatisfied and stared at Liang Xiaola. He whispered and underestimated, I just cried and screamed when I came here last night. I forgot it so soon. I hope you will not cry when you meet Warcraft. The sound of the tower is very small, and it is very vague. It is estimated that except for himself, even Jian Chen can't understand what he is underestimating. Liang Xiaola stared at the tower curiously. Iron, what are you talking about? From the 4 teachers who called Jian Chen last night, Liang Xiaola already knew their names. Ah, nothing. The tower waved his hand and looked at it like it was like a thief. Liang Xiaola did not care. His eyes looked at Jian Chen and smiled. No wonder your strength is so strong. 2 people can kill more than 20 First Order Warcraft. You are the tower in Changyangxiang. God, I am lucky to meet you. Liang Xiaola now looks like 2 people last night, but only one night. She seems to have left yesterday's things behind her. At this moment her face could not see the fear brought by Warcraft. Jian Chen picked up the already burned Warcraft meat and threw it off and threw it to Liang Xiaola. He said, there are so many Warcraft in this forest, and we will never go out after 3 days. You can't not afraid? Liang Xiaola took the World of Warcraft meat and put it on his mouth. He said, I am afraid that although I am a little scared, I believe that I will not be afraid when I am used to it, and the age of both of you is not much older than me. Yesterday, facing the more than 20 fierce green wolves, not only did not have the slightest fear, but also killed all the green wolves, which is much stronger than those boys. Hey, those useless boys, 5 people still can't beat a World of Warcraft. and the result is that my better sisters are scattered. Liang Xiaola suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Now I have decided, I must take the 2 days to study with the 2 seniors." After listening to this, Jian Chen secretly nodded. Liang Xiaola's words have already been initially recognized by Jian Chen. Although she is timid and very afraid of Warcraft, these are not important. What is important is that you can change and learn. After all, no one knows everything from birth, and everything can be done by himself. Of course, Jian Chen is an exception. Liang Xiaola, a young lady who lived in a noble family from an early age, was spoiled from childhood and grew up in the greenhouse. It was said that she had not experienced any storms. It was only natural to see such a ferocious Warcraft for the first time. After all, this is the same as the first time an ordinary person sees a ghost. No one will not feel fear. Chapter 39 and 10. After eating breakfast, Jian Chen and the Iron Tower took their own weapons and continued on the journey, but behind the two, they followed a petite figure closely. It was Liang Xiaola with his hands and a pair of beautiful. She was staring at her with vigilance. Her weapon had long since ran away yesterday and did not know where she was still. The tower was carrying a huge axe. Now he has changed his clothes. It is completely made of a blue wolf skin with a grass root. His original school uniform was ruined after the Battle of the Blue Wolf last night. Can't wear it. In a twinkling of an eye, the time of day passed again. During this day, the harvest of Jian Chen and the Iron Tower was not as good as the first day, but it was not bad. In total, more than 70 World of Warcraft were hunted. Liang Xiaola's eyes are red. During this day, Liang Xiaola's change was very big. After the scene of the Green Wolf attack last night, she became a lot stronger. At least, now when she sees Warcraft, she will not yell with fear. And with that only Warcraft died in the hands of Jian Chen and the Iron Tower, Liang Xiaola also had a certain immunity to the scene, and gradually adapted. Moreover, during the day, she actually learned a lot of experience in the forest and the dangers of predicting with Jian Chen. The high talent and the strong learning ability made Jian Chen feel amazed. Jian Chen's heart has already guessed that if Liang Xiaola has maintained this situation, her future achievements will not be too low. Of course, the most important thing is to see her talent in cultivation. After all, in the strong. On the Tianyuan continent, its own strength is the master of everything. Liang Xiaola is very clever. Although she didn't have any strength during the day, she didn't bring any trouble to Jian Chen. It didn't become their burden as Jian Chen and the Iron Tower imagined. The retreat, whenever the sword dust they both killed in Warcraft, she always stood watching. One day, whether it is Jian Chen or the Iron Tower, Liang Xiaola is eye-catching, and there is no previous small vision. In the evening, Jian Chen 3 people sat next to the fire and baked a large piece of Warcraft meat. The 2 seniors, have you really not condensed the sacred soldiers into a saint? Liang Xiaola's bright eyes stared at Jian Chen, curiously asked. After a day of rushing, Liang Xiaola's clothes have already had some more mouths. These are all scratched by the thorns and branches in the jungle, and her little face has completely turned into a little cat. There is no water here. They are all relying on the blood of Warcraft to quench their thirst. Liang Xiaola simply can't clean the dirt on his face. If we have a sacred soldier, why do you still use this broken axe? The tower looked at the blade, and there were still a lot of gaps in the axe, quite full of complaints. Continuously passing through the Iron Tower, the metamorphosis of strength and slashing, the winding axe cannot bear the continuous ultimate, the axe blade has not been sharp, and even the rusty iron rod used by Jian Chen, originally sharp, the tip of the tip has been smoothed out. Liang Xiaola looked at the tower and the sword dust with a sullen look. You are so powerful. You can kill the First Order Warcraft so easily without becoming a saint. I think, after you become a saint, I am afraid. Already able to single out the Second Order Warcraft. Jian Chen is not, said, which is so easy, these World of Warcraft are farmed, it is no attacking World of Warcraft, so we will be so easy to kill. Once we encounter those powerful Warcraft, we want it is very difficult to kill. Wen Yan, Liang Xiola nodded seriously, right color said, yes, I have heard from me before, some of the more powerful First-Order World of Warcraft can spit out low-level magic, the damage is very powerful, some ordinary saints they are not opponents yet. Jian Chen looked at the iron tower sitting next to the flames staring at the beating flame. He said, the tower, now the second area is no longer challenging for us. I want to go to the third area tomorrow. I don't know if you have what is the plan. Wen Yan, the Iron Tower thought about it. Yes, the second area of Warcraft I can easily solve it. It is really no challenge for us. Well, Qianyang Shangtian, I followed you into the third area, see how powerful the second order Warcraft in the third area is. Listening to the words of the two, Liang Xiola's face was slightly changed. No, you both have not even the strength of the Holy One. You want to go to the third area to hunt the second order Warcraft, although you two the strength of the person is very strong, but the second order Warcraft is much more powerful than the first order Warcraft. You don't have to deal with the sacred soldiers, and the second order Warcraft's fur is much thicker than the first order Warcraft. It's very strong. It's very difficult to damage them with your broken axe and a rusty iron rod that has already been wounded, let alone kill them, and I heard that the environment in the three areas is much worse than here. There are some poisonous snakes everywhere, and there are swamps. If you accidentally lose your life, it is very dangerous, so I don't recommend you to go to the third area. After listening to this, the tower looked at the weapons in the hands of himself and Jian Chen, and said with a bitter face, yeah, Qianyang Shangtian, after 2 days of killing, now my axe is not as sharp as before, and even your weapons are blunt, and it is hard to kill second-order Warcraft. Jian Chen smiled slightly and said, this is not anxious. I want to have a lot of students in this second area. We didn't meet because we have left them behind. We go back tomorrow, then use the magic core in our hands and change their weapons. I think they will be very happy. Well, this is a good note. The tower agreed and nodded. Jian Chen continued, Liang Xiaola, we will separate tomorrow. You and other students will be together, and you will be able to spend the last day safely. After all, you can stick to the 2 days and have some real skills in your hands. Liang Xiaola nodded and said nothing. At this time, her look looked a bit low. After all, she also knew the danger in the third area. It is still difficult to say that the Sword Dust and the Iron Tower can cope with those World of Warcraft. If she insists on keeping up, don't say that Jian Chen and the two will not agree. Even if they really follow the past, it will only become a burden for them to retreat. Nothing happened overnight, and the night soon passed. When the day was just grayed out, Jian Chen and the Iron Tower ended the cultivation of one night and began to prepare breakfast. When the three had eaten breakfast, the sun rose slowly from the front of the world. Then, the three people of Jianchen continued on the road, but this time the three of them went back. After 2 days of fighting, the two have become more and more strong against the danger, so the speed of going back is very fast. Under a big tree, 9 ranks of students were sitting under a big tree and gasping. They were combined by civilians and some nobles, but at the moment all 9 of them were ragged. There are still a lot of dried blood on the top, and all of them are wounded, and not far from them, there is a body of Warcraft lying on the ground. Everyone insisted, this is the last day. After this day, we can go out. A civilian student said a little asthmatic. Unfortunately, the magic core is not enough. It is still 5. It seems that we have to hunt 5 World of Warcraft. The young man who was born in a noble family. Originally, these aristocratic children did not bother to stay with these civilian students, but when they saw the fierce Warcraft, they suddenly became frightened, and at this juncture, who would care for the individual identity issues, keeping your own life is the top priority, so those aristocratic children are gradually walking with the civilian students. After all, many people have the power to understand this, and these civilians may be because of the growing environment. Relatively mean, in the face of those fierce World of Warcraft, there is no slight retreat. This point is that the nobles who have never looked down on them have looked at them for the first time.
Gradually, everyone has gradually become friends. Moreover, with the constant killing of Warcraft, the cooperation between the 9 people is becoming more and more skilled. In the end, it is very rare to form a contract, so that the relationship between the 9 people is more and more integrated. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the distant weeds. Everyone is careful, there is a Warcraft attack. A quick reflecting person immediately spoke loudly. Suddenly, the 9 people immediately stood up from the ground, staring at the direction of the change. As the weeds swayed more and more, finally, I saw a big man wearing an animal skin waving a heavy axe and cutting off the weeds that blocked the road. It appeared in the eyes of the people, just appeared in the animal skin. In the eyes of everyone, then, 2 figures were taken from behind him. Although the clothes were broken, they were still worn by the school uniform of the University of Carcass. Perhaps it was because of the long-term shuttle in the weedy jungle. The 3 were all black, and there were still some broken grass on the head. They could only see their facial features, and the appearance was hard to see. Seeing the people in the eyes, not the Warcraft, the 9 students suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and then a smile on his face. A few people can join this time, it can directly enhance the overall strength. Hunting World of Warcraft is also a lot easier, and they are not stupid. They understand that since they can survive here to the 3rd day, the strength is certainly not weak. These 3 people are Jian Chen, Iron Tower, and Liang Xiola. After they have gone back for a long time, they finally found a team. Since the distance of 3 days is already the last day, there are not many people who continue to stay in this forest. Most people have just given up and left, so the students who are still in the forest have become very few. At this time, when Liang Xiola's eyes fell on a beautiful girl among the 9 people opposite, the face suddenly showed a pleasant look. Ah, Lisa! Liang Xiola's excited face, after making a call with the surprise of this surprise, suddenly ran to the glamorous girl. Listening to this familiar voice, the girl licked her bright, big eyes and stared at Liang Xiola, who was flying toward her, with a little doubt. But at this moment, Liang Xiola's face was not slippery, it looked like a little cat. Even if the girl named Lisa is very familiar with her, it is difficult to recognize Liang Xiola from the appearance. Liang Xiola rushed to the girl, and hugged her with her arms wide open, her voice filled with joy. Lisa, I didn't expect I could see you here, I thought you were out. Hearing this incomparably familiar voice, Lisa's girl finally recognized Liang Xiola's identity. Surprisingly said, You are Xiola. Chapter 40 Exchange Weapon. Yes, Lisa, I am a little music. Liang Xiola's tone is full of excitement and excitement. Xiola, it's really you, great. I thought you were out. I didn't expect that I could see you here. After confirming Liang Xiola's identity, the girl named Lisa it's also a happy face, and Liang Xiola's excited embrace. At this time, a seemingly incomprehensible young man walked up to Liang Xiola, 2 women in front of each other, and smiled and said, Liang Xiola, I did not expect that we will meet again in the forest after we lost, really make me feel very happy. Hello, I am very happy to meet you here. I don't know if you are willing to join our team. I believe that with your participation, the strength of our team will be even stronger. It will be easier to hunt Warcraft. And in this crisis-ridden forest, there is also a good care for each other. At this time, a young man with the same ragged clothes came to the front of Jianchen, and said in a tone of voice. However, when he saw the school uniform of Jianchen who had been completely stained with blood, he could not help but reveal a look of surprise. He did not believe that the blood was left from Jianchen himself. Otherwise, if a person dies with so much blood, I am afraid that it has become so weak that it is impossible to stand still there with a steady look, and the eyes are still so sharp. Jianchen shook his head slightly, and he refused to say, Sorry, we are planning to leave here, so we can't be with everyone. The words of the young people showed a regrettable look, but they still persuaded the 2 alumni, although the world of Warcraft here is too powerful, but we have a lot of people, as long as we all unite together, even at the same time to 2 World of Warcraft, it will not pose a threat to us, and the 2 first-order magic cores that each person handed in will be able to be assembled soon. The young people still asked unwillingly. His eyes are good,
and it has been seen that the strength of Jianshan and the Iron Tower is good.
This is really no way.
We have decided to leave here, so we can't be with you. Please forgive me. The spirit of the sword is also very pleasant. When I heard that Jianshan had to leave here, the young man could not help but reveal a trace of regret.
He really couldn't understand it.
Now, only 3 days have passed since the last day, as long as you pay 2 first-order magic cores. Successfully passed, and at this time, Jianshan and the Iron Tower actually have to choose to leave here.
Do they both have to give up this opportunity?
The young people thought that Jianshan and the two of them gave up leaving the forest. He would never have thought that the departure of Jianshan and the two actually meant leaving the second area to go to the third area instead of leaving the forest. At this time, the tower looked at the huge axe that was being held in the hands of a stature student, and immediately showed a happy look in the eyes, and immediately went directly to the student who was in the shape of a squat, and said with a sigh of relief, "Hello, I will give you 2 first-order magic cores.
You can change this axe in your hand and mine."
Then the tower removed the axe on his back, and the other hand take out the first-order magic core that still has blood on it from the space belt. At this time, the people were surprised to find that the giant axe in the hands of the tower was covered with blood. The whole axe surface was completely stained with blood, which seemed to be shocking. It seemed to be a drink of countless blood. The big murderer, and even more unbelievable to everyone, this axe made entirely of hard iron, the hardness is not weaker than the steel axe blade, has become riddled and the axe blade in some places has already rolled up. When I saw this scene, most people felt unbelievable. I almost thought that when the tower was choosing weapons, this weapon was already in this form. They could not believe that the axe was completely cut by the tower.
Into this.
The student with a sturdy body looked at the riddled hole in front of him, as if it was a blood-red axe made of blood, and suddenly he was a little overwhelmed. After hearing the requirements of the tower, other colleges suddenly turned their eyes and looked at the envious student who was full of envy. It looked like they couldn't wait to exchange the weapons in their hands with the Iron Tower. "This classmate, I used the sword in my hand to exchange with you." A student with a giant sword came to the tower and said with a smile.
Wen Yan, the tower looked at the giant sword in the hands of the man, and even shook his head, said, "No, I still like to use an axe."
After listening to this, the man suddenly looked disappointed.
At this time, 2 first-order magic cores are more important than anything else, let alone him.
Even if other people can, they are willing to use their weapons to exchange the 2 first-order magic cores with the Iron Tower, even if they are in their hands. The weapons are worth more than the 2 first-order magic cores, and they are not hesitating.
The burly big man is not stupid.
After he squatted, he immediately exchanged the axe and the Iron Tower in his happy face. There is such a stable and profitable business, who is not willing to do it? After the Iron Tower exchanged 2 first-order magic cores for an axe, the eyes of the people looked at the tower suddenly changed. Some smart people even thought that the axe might have been cut into such a tower. From this point, it can also directly prove the strength of the tower, otherwise, how can he come up with 2 first-order magic cores? After all, here is not outside. Before coming to the forest, the college it has already taken away all the storage devices of the students, and even the body has been carefully searched for changes. It is impossible to bring the magic core from the outside. And to get the magic core here, the only way is to kill Warcraft. However, there is always something that people can't figure out. That is, since the 2 towers and the sword dust have the strength to hunt Warcraft, why should they leave here after not staying for 3 days? After all, the rules of the college must be it takes 3 days to survive in the forest, and it is a pass to turn over 2 first-order magic nucleus.
The 2 are indispensable.
Don't he just dismiss the reward, or the departure he said is actually deceiving himself. The real purpose is not to hunt Warcraft with a few of his own people.
Everyone could not help but give birth to such an idea.
Just when this kind of idea was born to you, some people immediately looked at the eyes of Jianshan with a little dissatisfaction.
Jianshan didn't care about the expression of everyone.
Looking at Liang Xiela, who was hugging another girl, said, Liang Xiela, now that you have found your own friends, then you should be with them.
There are many people. Take care of it. Liang Xiela slowly separated from the girl. He looked back at Jianchen and the Iron Tower and gently nodded. You should be careful.
Subsequently, Jianchen and the Iron Tower did not stop here and left directly. When the two of them left, the girl named Lisa was a little dissatisfied and asked, Xiela, who are they? Actually such a big shelf, disdain to be with us.
Lisa, you misunderstood them. They didn't want to be with us, but they really wanted to leave. Liang Xiela explained. No.
Lisa suddenly refused to believe. Lisa, seeing that they can take out the First Order magic core, which shows that they both have the power to kill the First Order Warcraft, and just now using two First Order magic nucleus in us to exchange weapons, this behavior clearly shows that they want to continue fighting. How could they leave here?
Yes, Xiela, you are mostly cheated by them. A young man added next to him.
Liang Xiela smiled and said, they really want to leave here, but they didn't make it clear to you because they are going to leave the second area and go to the third area to hunt Second Order Warcraft.
What?
Liang Xiela, what are you kidding? They are going to the third area to kill the Second Order Warcraft. How is this possible?
Does their strength reach the Saints? But this is not true. If they have the strength of the Saints, then why are we looking for us to change weapons? The two of them really don't know how to live and die, but they want to go to the third area. This is purely looking for death. When Liang Xiela's voice just fell, it attracted everyone's talkative voices.
Without exception, no one thought that Jianchen and the Iron Tower could survive in the third area.
Lisa took Liang Xiela's little hand and asked in a clearly unbelievable tone, Xiela, the two of them will not really go crazy and go to the third zone.
Liang Xiela nodded and said, yes, they really want to go to the third area.
Lisa, you must not look down on them too, they are actually very powerful.
Liang Xiela looked serious.
Don't they have the strength to reach the Saints? Lisa said with amazement.
This time, the college has clear regulations. Those who have the strength to reach the Saints must have a third area.
May appear in the second area.
Liang Xiela shook his head. No, their strength has not reached the Holy One, because they have not condensed the Holy Soldier. After listening to this, Lisa's surprised look is getting more and more popular. It's very difficult to survive in the second area without the strength of the Holy One, let alone the third area. After all, the third area. World of Warcraft can be Second Order World of Warcraft, more than a star and a half point than the First Order Warcraft in the second region, the two cannot be compared. Even if the Sacred Battalion has been condensed, it is very difficult for those who reach the strength of the Sage to kill the Second Order Warcraft.
It is necessary to have several people to join hands to deal with one. Lisa is a very good friend of Liang Xiela. Liang Xiela has nothing to hide from him.
He presses down the voice, Lisa, I tell you, I saw them yesterday and they killed 7 in just one day.
More than a dozen Warcraft. After listening to this, Lisa was shocked and exclaimed, What?
Xiela, you are not kidding, the two men killed more than 70 Warcraft in one day.
Lisa was shocked and the voice was fundamental. There is no such thing as suppression.
When the latter sentence is said, it is getting higher and higher. As a result, the other 8 people are clearly clear. Suddenly, everyone changed his face, and soon the brain was accompanied by Liang Xiela, who came together with Liang Xiela, and then they all showed an unbelievable look.
Lisa, what are you talking about? Which two people killed more than 70 First Order Warcraft in one day?
A young man asked. He did not believe the two people in this sentence. It refers to the Sword Dust who just had a relationship with them. Lisa took a few breaths and patted the heart in a fierce beating. She pointed her finger at Liang Xiela and said in a trembling tone, Xiela said that she saw the two people just killed in one day. More than 70 Warcraft have died.
Lisa's tone is incredible. Chapter 41 Fire Cloud Beast.
No, Liang Xiela, what you said is too exaggerated.
Two people who are less powerful than the Saints have the ability to kill more than 70 World of Warcraft in a day. How is this possible? The young man with a long gun said with a look of disbelief. Yeah, this is too exaggerated, let alone the Holy One. I think it is impossible for the Great Saint to kill more than 70 First Order Warcraft in one day. It is estimated that half of the killing will be exhausted. I don't believe that their holy power is unlimited. The girl who is talking with a longbow is very pleasant. At this time, the young man who had previously invited Jian Chen to join their team suddenly asked, Liang Xiaola, then do you know who they are? When did we have such a powerful person in Kagurth College? If you don't become a saint, you can easily kill the First Order Warcraft. After the words were finished, the youth seemed to think of something, and his face changed slightly. Liang Xiola's face is full of pride, as if he had done a very glorious thing, and said leisurely, tell you guys too. In fact, the big man who just exchanged an axe with you, he is the rumored in the college. The Iron Tower, the pro-disciple of the dean, and the other person, relieved is the newcomer Wang who won the first place at the freshman contest this year, Changyang Shangtian. All the people uttered a scream, and immediately began to talk about it. It's actually their two metamorphoses, no wonder the strength is so strong. No, it is said that the tower is tied in the library with the young master. That Changyang Shangtian defeated the Cuddy Cloud of the Holy One. The battle was very fierce. I watched it below. The strength of Changyang Shangtian is indeed very powerful. I heard that outside the library, Luo Jian, who has reached the middle-level saints, did not use the sacred soldiers, but he couldn't help Changyang Shangtian. In the end, he forced him to show the sacred soldiers. Because there was no Liang Xiola as a drag, the speed of Jian Chen and the tower climbed a lot, and soon entered the third area. When I first entered the third area, it seemed to be no different from the second area at first glance, but as the two continued to advance, the third area was gradually discovered. Compared with this, the second area is enough. Heaven is over. There are many kinds of poisonous insects in the jungle in the third area, and there are many swamps on the ground. If you don't pay attention, you will fall into it deeply, but it is fortunate that these swamps seem to have been artificially excavated. Come out, not deep, otherwise, if you accidentally fall into it, if no one helps, it is definitely a life of 9 deaths. Perhaps because of the ground environment, the weeds in the third area are not as much as in the second area, and the line of sight is very wide. The sword dust and the iron tower carefully shuttle through the jungle, and now they have a layer of powder on them. This powder is mixed with several kinds of plants, which can effectively prevent mosquito bites here. Changyang Shangtian, you seem to be very familiar with the forest. Have you ever stayed in these places? How is it better than me? The tower looked at a layer of faint green powder applied to himself, saying. Jian Chen chuckled and said, I have read many books in the library. There are many records in this area, so I know more about the experience of survival in the forest. Oh, no wonder. The tower suddenly realized. At this moment, Jian Chen's eyes were slightly condensed, and the look suddenly became serious. At the same time, the ground began to vibrate slightly, as if an earthquake occurred. However, Jian Chen opened the iron tower and was alarmed. The axe that was seen on his shoulder had been taken by him. Jian Chen's eyes stared a little at the left side, saying, Iron, be careful, this time we saw a large warcraft. Yeah. The tower nodded, and his face suddenly became dignified. After all, the warcraft they met in this third area was not the First Order warcraft, but the strength was stronger than the First Order warcraft. The Order of Warcraft, the strength is no more than the Great Saint. Although the warcraft here is not very powerful, but with their current strength, still cannot ignore. Under the intense gaze of the two men, finally, a huge body of warcraft appeared in the eyes of two people. The body of this warcraft body is red, and the body is very large, 3 meters high, 5 meters long, and the position in the mouth. 2 snow-white fangs stretch out, and the fangs in the border of warcraft have a fist thickness, 1 meter long, and at the tip of the fangs are very small, and they have a strong penetration at first glance.
Force. If the nose of this warcraft is very short, Jin Chen really thought that he met an animal that was only in the past world elephant, but in terms of size, this warcraft is bigger than an elephant. On the first. The Iron Tower is careful. This is the second order warcraft strong defensive fire cloud beast, can vomit the flame, it is very difficult to deal with. Jin Chen instantly revealed the name of this warcraft, read a lot of books in the library. He already knows a lot of warcraft, and also knows about the expertise of those warcraft. The tower nodded slightly, did not answer, a pair of tiger eyes full of vigilance staring at the fire cloud beast, ready to attack at any time. Hey! The huge cloud of fire beasts screamed in the sky, and the thick four-legged stalk slowly approached toward the Jin Chen. As the Huayan beast stepped out every step, the ground would vibrate violently. In the eyes of Jin Chen, the man's flashed, and then he whispered, "I attacked from it, the tower, and you went around and attacked it." After the words were finished, Jin Chen's feet slammed on the ground and his body leaped high. Jumped to the head of the fire cloud beast. Just as Jin Chen just moved, the tower also left the place, turned around the Huayan beast for half a turn, and came behind its ass. Standing on the head of the fire cloud beast, the sword dust side low, and the power of the body quickly gathered on the iron rod in the hand, and then suddenly inserted into the head of the fire cloud beast. Hey! With a crisp sound like a steel cross, the iron rod in the hands of Jin Chen only left a shallow mark on the head of the Huayan beast, and it was impossible to break through its defense. The face of Jin Chen has changed slightly. Although he has long known that the defensive power of Huayan beast is very strong, he did not expect such a strong metamorphosis. His own struggling blow, even its defense cannot break through. Oh! At the same time, the tower also jumped high, waving the axe and struggling to look at the Huayan beast, but the situation is not much better than the sword dust, the tower's axe is just scratched. The skin on the fire cloud beast did not cause any damage to it. The attack of the two of them obviously angered the fire cloud beast, and the fire cloud beast screamed in the sky, then his head fluttered quickly, and the sword dust standing on his head flew away. The sword dust flew in the hollow, and quickly adjusted the condition of the body. The feet were continuously tapped on the big trees on both sides, one time to slow down the strength of the backlash, and finally settled on a tree shack. After the flying sword dust, the fire cloud beast turned suddenly, and opened the blood basin to bite the iron tower. The tower jumped and escaped the giant mouth of the fire cloud beast, while the axe looked at the long teeth of the fire cloud beast. Hey! With a sound of steel screaming, the teeth of the fire cloud beast were actually seen by the axe of the iron tower without roots, but after cutting the teeth of the fire cloud beast, the axe of the iron tower also appeared. 5 gaps. Hey! The fire cloud beast was furious and took 4 hooves and slammed toward the tower. In the eyes of the tower, the fierce light flashed, watching the rushing fire cloud beast, not flashing away, then throwing away the axe in his hand, using both hands to directly grasp the 2 white fangs of the fire cloud beast that was exposed outside. Suddenly, 1 person and 1 beast stagnated. At this moment, the tower seemed to have become a beast, and a low-pitched voice was heard in the mouth. The fangs of the Huayan beast were killed by both hands, and they were more powerful than it. Although the tower is a natural power, but the body in the Huayan beast's huge body shape is too petite, so even though his strength is not small, but still pushed by the Huayan beast, the feet are already 2 deep traces were drawn on the ground. Ah! There was a madness in the eyes of the tower, and a roar of anger in the sky. The arms and legs of the 2 hands violently jumped, and the entire arm quickly expanded a circle, and then the arm suddenly slammed. Hey! With a crisp sound, the pair of 2-foot-long snow-white fangs of Huayan beast was directly broken by the tower. The severe pain caused the fire cloud beast to make a scream. The iron tower seems to have also played a real fire. It is unreasonable. The hand holds the fangs that have been broken from the fire cloud beast, and the thorns at the tip of the fangs are on the head of the fire cloud beast. The other side of the fire cloud beast is very sharp, not weaker than a sharp weapon. However, the tooth decay has just pierced the skin of the fire cloud beast, splashing blood. Seeing that the tower actually hurts himself with his own fangs, the eyes of the Huayan beast suddenly became red, and the iron tower opened its mouth wide, and with a loud scream, knowing a huge fire snake from the fire cloud beast in the air and burned toward the tower. Suddenly, the temperature around it rose rapidly at an incredible speed. Feeling the amazing heat wave in the fire snake, the tower face changed greatly, hurriedly fled the past, so much, but did not completely escape the attack of this fire snake. The whole body burned a blazing flame. Looking at the iron tower that had been completely submerged by the flames, Urchin was shocked and stunned, and immediately broke a leafy branch from the side, and his feet were the trunk. The whole body was like a cannonball at a very fast speed. Shot towards the tower. "Hey!" The fire cloud beast screamed and walked toward the tower buried by the flames with heavy steps. Then he opened the mouth again and bit it toward the tower. He was not afraid of the flames on the tower. Just as the Huayan beast had just approached the body of the tower, Urchin also came to the front of the tower. With a wave of his hands, he directly wrapped the tower with the branches with lush foliage, and the giant of the Huayan beast. Before the arrival of the mouth, the iron tower was pulled hard, but it quickly retreated more than 10 meters away, and opened the distance with the fire cloud beast. The sword dust moves agilely to remove the branches wrapped around the tower, and then regardless of the hot flame on the tower, the hands directly reach into the flame, and the wolfskin that will be worn on the tower is shredded. The flames on the tower were almost all caused by the wolf hairs on the wolfskin, so after removing the wolfskin that was worn outside, the tower suddenly got out of the flame, revealing the worn school uniform inside. The iron tower stood up from the ground and kept moving on the ground. The mouth shouted, "It's hot, it's hot, it's hot, I'm dead, look at him," and there was no harm in the raging fire, but the hair that was not too long on the head of the tower was burnt, and there was no trace left. Not only that, but the eyebrows and eyelashes were already there. The fire was burned down. Chapter 42 Road Robbery. "Iron, you are fine?" Urchin asked with a look of concern. The tower shook his head, and he made a long sigh of relief. He said, "I am fine, but I am very hot, but I am very hot." "Nothing is fine." Urchin suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Before he saw the tower being surrounded by raging fire, he was really worried about what would happen to the tower. At this moment, Urchin's eyes suddenly condensed, slightly looking back at the corner of the dense leaf behind the eyes of the eyes flashed away, the corners of the mouth slightly solitary, revealing a smile that is not easy to detect. Boom! 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 The ground trembled slightly, and the fire cloud beast stepped closer to the sword dust step by step. Every step forward, it would make the ground sway slightly, and in the mouth of the fire cloud, the red flame continued. Swallowing, as if rushing at any time. The tower stared solemnly at the slowly approaching fire cloud beast. Shin Shang said, "Changyang Shangtian, this big guy's skin is very hard, how can we kill?" Urchin is also a serious stare at the slowly approaching fire cloud beast, saying, "The fire cloud beast is wrapped in a very hard skin, unless our strength reaches the saint, otherwise with these weapons in our hands, we can only break his fur at most." Now it seems that we can only break into the brain from the eyes of the fire cloud beast as a breakthrough. The sound of the sword dust just fell, the fire cloud beast screamed, opened the blood basin, and spewed a hot fire snake again. Urchin and the iron tower quickly evaded and drove away. Urchin's right hand gripped the iron rod in his hand and shouted at the tower, "You are going to attract its attention. Do not worry, let me give it to me." The tower picked up a fast stone from the ground and threw it at the fire cloud beast and ran to the other side. The stone flies in midair, accurately hitting the fire cloud beast, and hitting it on the fangs that have been broken by the tower. The broken fangs seemed to be the pain of the fire cloud beast. The fire cloud beast immediately became red with eyes, full of bloodshot eyes, and the mouth continued to spur the flame toward the tower. Urchin stared sharply at the fire cloud beast that had been attracted to the attention of the tower. He held the iron rod that had been bent a little tightly in his hand, and then he took the footsteps at a very fast frequency, from the body of the fire cloud beast. The side ran towards the head of its head. The speed of the sword dust is very fast.
During the running, his feet are not touched, and he flies on the short grass and it seems to be flying in the air. In a short moment, Jian Chen came to the head of the Huayan beast. He did not care about the intense heat wave from the fire snake ejected from the mouth of the fire cloud. The sword dust leaped and the body leaped high. When the head of the Huayan beast was flat, the right arm suddenly shook, and the iron rod in his hand quickly spurred the fist-sized eye of the Huayan beast. Although the speed of the sword dust is very fast, the reflection of the fire cloud beast is not slow. When the iron rod is about to reach the eyes of the fire cloud beast, it suddenly closes its eyes. In the eyes of Jian Chen, there is a flash of brilliance, and success or failure is one step at a time. At this moment, his is highly concentrated. Under his powerful feeling of God, the direction of the piercing of the iron rod is slightly mobilized, causing the original to stab the eyes of the fire cloud beast. The tip of the iron rod became a gap into the eyelids of the fire cloud beast. The iron rod easily penetrated from the gap of the eyelids of the fire cloud beast, and did not encounter the slightest resistance. Suddenly, the bright red blood flowed out from the eyes of the fire cloud beast. Hey! The pain of the heart made the fire cloud beast screaming, and the sound was loud, and spread far and wide in all directions. The right arm of Jian Chen again exerted force, so that the iron rod piercing the eyes of the fire cloud be deepened again, trying to penetrate the brain directly from the eye. The screams of the fire cloud beast became more and more bleak, and then the head quickly swayed, trying to get rid of the iron rod that was inserted into its eyes, but the iron rod had already reached. It was not so easy to smash, and there is still a person on the iron bar. The more fierce the head is, the more intense the pain. After 2 squats, the more and more severe pain makes the fire cloud beast not dare to move. The screams in the mouth of the fire cloud continued, and finally its huge body crashed directly to the ground, struggling on the ground, although the wound is not fatal to it, but the pain of the heart is the brain nerves can't stand it. Looking at the fire cloud beast that fell to the ground, Jianqi's eyes were happy, and immediately shouted, "The tower, I will force the iron rod to be deeper." This matter is given to the tower with natural power to do it again. It is a good fit. Well, I am coming. The tower ran over with a look of excitement, and now he also sees the dawn of victory. The tower quickly approached the Huayan beast, then reached out and grabbed the iron rod inserted in its eyes, then the right hand forced it in, and suddenly, the 1-meter-long iron rod completely entered the eyes of the Huayan beast. Only a small section of the fist squatted outside. Hey! A high scream came out from the mouth of the fire cloud. The sound made the eardrums of Jian Chen both feel faint, and after the screams, the Huayan beast seemed to have lost all his strength. The huge body sobbed a little on the ground, then did not move, and the other eye slowly closed. Seeing the fire cloud beast is finally dead, the sword dust and the iron tower are both helpless. This fire cloud beast is not very powerful in the Second Order Warcraft, but its defense is very good. To think it is not easy to kill it. It's finally dead. This Warcraft is really difficult. It will still spit fire and burn my hair. The tower touched his big bald head and looked depressed. Jian Chen smiled and looked at the broken school uniform of the Iron Tower, and said, "You still put this on?" Speaking, Jian Chen took out a wolf skin again from the space belt. These wolf skins are prepared by a lot of people, and there are still a lot of space belts. They are all intended to be used for clothes. After all, they don't know how many battles to go through in the forest. A suit is far away. Not damaged enough. The Iron Tower was also welcome. After taking the wolf skin, it made a simple dress. Subsequently, Jian Chen and the two took the magic core in the brain of the fire cloud beast, and then embarked on the journey again. Just as Jian Chen and the two of them just disappeared into the woods, a red figure fell from a leafy tree. It was a tall woman dressed in a red dress. Around the age, although the appearance is not very beautiful, but the long text is quiet. The woman looked at the body of the Huayan beast, and there was still a trace of shock in her eyes. After taking a deep breath, the woman whispered, "Iron Tower, Changyang Shangtian, you two really deserved reputation. The strength is so powerful,
It's really amazing to me to kill the second-order Warcraft's defensive feats with only 2 ordinary iron weapons without the strength of the saints. It seems that I have to go to the vice president. I'll tell you about it. As soon as the words were finished, the woman quickly left the place. Shortly after the woman left, 5 young men with weapons were here. The 5 young men's faces were black in autumn, but they could not see the appearance, but they were wearing worn-out uniforms and in their hands. Among them, there are 3-handed giant swords, one is a machete, and the last soldier in a relatively burly young man's hand is a sledgehammer. Listen to the sound, the screams should have come from here. One of the 5 men said, holding a giant sword. The young man with the machete nodded and said, yes, if the Warcraft didn't go far, it should be near here. When it comes to this, the youth tone is slightly, and the eyes are staring straight. Looking ahead, exclaimed, look, what is that? Said the young man pointing his finger to the front. Hearing the words, everyone looked up and saw that a red-hot object like a hill was lying on the ground, looking very much like a Warcraft. Go, let's see it in the past. Soon, the 5 people came to the front of the Warcraft, but when they recognized this Warcraft, their face suddenly became serious. An experienced young man kneels in front of the body of the Huoyan beast, and his hand is stained with the blood of the Huoyan beast. He said, this is a fire cloud beast. The defense is very strong. The attack is not very powerful, but this blood. Still not dry, there is some waste heat, apparently just after the death, it seems that the screaming sound should be it. A young man with a giant sword looked at the surrounding environment, and finally his eyes fell in the direction where the 2 swordsmen left. He said, go, let's catch up immediately and see who killed the fire cloud. Beast, if the other party is strong enough, you can pull them into the army, everyone will kill World of Warcraft, if the strength is too weak. Here, the young man's face showed a hint of feminine smile. It was said that the other 4 youths seemed to think of something, and there was a hint of smirk on their faces. Then, the 5 people quickly chased the past where the sword dust and the tower left. Jianchen and the Iron Tower are carefully walking in the forest. Because of the need to guard against Warcraft and some unpredictable swamps on the ground, the 2 are not moving fast. At this time, Jianchen's ears trembled slightly, and then stopped the tower with one hand. Be careful, someone caught up from behind. When Yin, the Iron Tower suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked curiously behind him. Soon, the figure behind appeared in the eyes of Jianchen. There were 5 people. Because they were black, so Jianchen could not see their looks, but the weapons they had in their hands distributed this stock. The weak force of the Holy Spirit fluctuates. The 5 young people found that only 2 people in Jianchen had a look of joy in their eyes, and they looked at each other. They seemed to have agreed as early as possible. At the same time, they accelerated their speed and came to the front of Jianchen and put them both. People are surrounded. Seeing this situation, both Jianchen and the Iron Tower gave birth to a bad feeling. Several people, I don't know what you mean. Jianchen asked quietly. A young man shook his huge sword in his hand and smirked. Why, you said what we mean. Hey, give up your space belt, we will never be embarrassed to you, otherwise, hey. Said the man with the hammer and a sneer. After listening to this, the face of the tower suddenly changed, and angered, let us hand over the space belt, hey, don't even think about it. Now the tower has understood what the young people are doing, and they are actually robbing the road. Jianchen gently patted the space belt around the waist, sneer, the space belt is here, the magic core we are hunting is inside, there is the ability to come. Although I know that the strength of the 5 people on the opposite side has reached the Holy One, the sword dust and the Iron Tower are not at all fearful. Oh, if that's the case, then don't blame us, everyone will go together. With a scream, 5 young men who have the strength of the saints attacked both Jianchen. However, the direction of the weapon attack is some non-fatal place. The 5 young people know that everyone is a college student. In this place, they can rob, and they can fight, but they can't hurt each other's lives. Chapter 43 Anti-Grab. Jianchen and the Iron Tower quickly evaded.
These 2 days have experienced too many times in the killing of Warcraft, so that the tower has gradually mastered some fighting experience. While dodging, the tower has been missing a few strokes. The giant axe in the mouth was cut towards one of the thighs. However, the group of people on the opposite side was obviously not so good to deal with. Just when the giant axe of the tower was about to value the thigh of the man, a giant sword flew in, and the axe of the tower collided with it. With the sound of steel and iron, the tower's axe was suddenly blocked. However, the horrible power of the axe was unreserved and passed to the giant sword. Suddenly, the young man holding the giant sword only felt the whole the arm was violently shocked, and the powerful anti-shock force stunned his tiger's mouth. The young people looked stunned and quickly exclaimed, "Everyone is careful, his strength is very strong, it is best not to touch him." After listening to the warnings of the young people, the other 2 people who were dealing with the tower suddenly became cautious and tried to avoid the giant axe in the hands of the tower. On the other hand, Jian Shan and 2 young men with giant swords are also fighting fiercely. Although the weapons in Jian Shan's hands are only a rusty iron rod, the sword dust can't be compared with the iron tower except for strength. The overall strength is stronger than the iron tower. After using his flexible body to circumvent the other side, Jian Shan seized the other side and revealed a flaw. The iron bar in his hand spurred one of them with lightning speed. Thighs. Because they are all students of the same college, Jian Shan simply does not dare to kill them. As long as they are injured, they can. The iron bar of Jian Shan spurted very fast. When the college was too late to react, the iron rod was already deeply penetrated into his thigh. Ah! The youth made a scream, and the painful face became pale in an instant, and the forehead was covered with fine sweat. Hearing the screams of his companions, another young man who besieged Jian Shan's face changed slightly. He refused to attack Jian Shan and quickly supported his companion's body. "Harry, you are fine." Although the young man did not continue to attack the sword dust, but Jian Shan did not let go of his intentions. The body swayed slightly, has come to the young man, the body of the holy power gathered on the palm of his hand, and then directly to that name the young man's chest was taken. The attack of Jian Shan is very fast, and the thunder is too late. When the youth reflects it, the palm of Jian Shan has approached his body like a viper silently, and finally ruthlessly hits his chest. Touch. The young man was directly attacked by the dust of the sword and almost all the strength. The body was still in the air, and a blood could not help but spurt out from the mouth. After solving the 2 youths, Jian Shan immediately went to support the tower. Now the tower has been in a difficult battle. He has already suffered many attacks from 3 people. The wolfskin worn on him has been cut a lot. The mouth is flowing, and the blood is flowing from the inside. If it weren't for the tower's physical strength, and it was a natural power, the 3 people on the opposite side would not dare to touch his axe. I am afraid that he had been hit by 3 people on the ground. With the addition of Jian Shan, the pressure on the tower suddenly eased a lot. The fighting power of Jian Shan is so powerful that it is not comparable to ordinary saints. After several short-lived fights, the 3 young men who besieged the tower, all of them were defeated in the hands of Jian Shan. Both of them suffered some minor injuries. They were lying on the ground and groaning, and they had lost the ability to escape. Sword dust fell on the wounds on the tower, and asked with a little concern, "Iron, you are fine?" The tower shook his head indifferently. He said, "Nothing, I am strong." The tower said, reaching out to the 5 people who were lying on the ground, and said, "What should they do?" Hearing the words, Jian Shan thought about it for a moment, and then his face showed a strange smile. He said, "The towers, take down their space belts, and take them out of the magic core and return them to them." After listening to the words of Jian Shan, the faces of the 5 people lying on the ground were all changed. Then they were a little pale, and some people even showed an angry look. The magic core in their space belt was obtained after 2 days of life and death. It is only half a day away from the 3 days. If they lose these magic cores, they will certainly not be able to complete the mission of the college. The Iron Tower smiled and did not hesitate.
He immediately did it according to the words of Jianchen, and solved all the space belts of the 5 people. The Jianchen, holding the iron bars, stared at the 5 people in a hurry.
Prevent them from suddenly acting.
The 5 young people were going to resist, but when they saw the iron stick that had been stained with blood in the hands of Jianchen, they suddenly gave up the rebellious mind, and let the tower untie the belt on their waist. After untiring the belt, the tower took out all the magic cores inside, and then casually took the space belt to them.
Then they began to count. After some counting, the 5 of them had a total of 10. 2, all of which are second-order magic cores.
Jianchen laughed and took out 6 of them into the belt of their own space, and said happily, "The tower, these magic cores are half of us, and the remaining 6 are for you."
Well, the tower was also welcome, and excitedly took the remaining 6 magic cores into their pockets.
However, when the 5 young people heard the name of the tower, their faces changed, and then they became very ugly. For the name of the tower, it is estimated that no one in Kargas College is known. The apprentice of the grown-up, although he has not yet become a saint, but looking at the entire Kargas College, no one is willing to offend the tower. At the moment, the 5 young people have regretted their intestines. If they knew that one of them was a tower, they said that they would not come to rob the dean of the dean. Now, the 5 of them are not only the other party has robbed, and the identity of the other party has made it difficult for several people to retaliate.
This dumb loss is fixed.
After putting a few second-order warcraft in the space belt, the smile on the face of the tower is even more splendid. Excited, Qianyang Shangtian, you are still very powerful, so they defeated 5 of them so quickly, I am following you.
Mixing is true to the right person.
Jianchen smiled slightly and said, well, let's go on the road, I hope to smash some warcraft for our daily cultivation. Later, Jianchen and the Iron Tower did not look at the 5 ugly youths who were lying on the ground and continued to move toward the forest. When the 2 swords disappeared into the line of sight, a young man finally couldn't help but cursed, Mom, this time it's unlucky.
I actually met the apprentice of the dean. Now it's good, and the action is not only unsuccessful.
Instead, they were robbed by others, and they were afraid to go to someone to settle their accounts.
It was really embarrassing.
The young man's voice just fell, and the man with the sledgehammer said, this is not necessarily the case.
Don't forget that we can have more than one person and another person. It's said that everyone's eyes are bright. You mean Qianyang Shangtian?
The man with a sledgehammer and a burly young man nodded and said, yes, there is a dean in the back of the tower.
We dare not move him, but Qianyang Shangtian can be different. But the strength of Qianyang Shangtian is very powerful. Almost all of us 5 people have lost in the hands of one person. How have we beat him? One person said.
Yes, and the most important thing is that the speed of Qianyang Shangtian attack is too fast, so I can't dodge. The young man who was holding a giant sword and stabbed his thigh by Jianchen. At this time, the man with the machete suddenly said, don't forget that in the college, Qianyang Shangtian has offended a lot of people, whether it is a young master or a Luo family, the strength is much stronger than ours. Just look for an opportunity to unite with them, and sooner or later you can report this hatred. In a twinkling of an eye, the sky has slowly dimmed. The warcraft in the 3rd area is obviously less in quantity than the 2nd area. In the middle of the day, Jianchen and the Iron Tower actually only found a few. Only warcraft, every time you kill a warcraft, Jianchen both have to go through some hard battles. In one afternoon, the 2 have only harvested a total of 7 second-order magic cores. Compared with the 2nd area, this number it seems trivial. However, when they thought that the 5 strengths of the students who had reached the Holy One would only get 12 magic cores in 2 days, the heart would be relieved. In the 3rd area, it is not calm to the 2nd area. Here, perhaps because the 2nd-order warcraft is hard to kill, and the number is very small, so many people have started the action of robbery, and the sword after they met the 5 robbed youths, they met 3 groups of robbed people. The least number of them were 4, and the most people even had 7. After a hard fight, both Jianchen won the final victory, and the other party's magic core was also collected by Jianchen. However, what makes Jianchen feel depressed is that there is a magical core among the 4 teams. No, it was only robbed. This is the case, but it also searched 33 second-order magic nucleus from the other 2 groups. At night, Jianchen and the Iron Tower were sitting in front of the fire and roasting the Warcraft meat. On both faces, they all showed a tired look. This half-day time was more than a day in the second area and Warcraft. Still tired. But at the moment the school uniform on the tower has disappeared. He is wearing his upper body and bare legs, but he is covered with a piece of animal skin in an important part, and looks like a wild man. However, on the body of the tower, it has been covered with more than 10 scars of big and small. Although it looks unusually flawed, it is actually some skin trauma, and it does not move to the bones of the tower. This strong body looks the sword dust is all red. The sword dust is not much better than the Iron Tower. Although the school uniform on his body is barely wearable, there are still many wounds on it, but the whole school uniform has been completely stained with blood and the red is black. At this moment, there was a faint voice coming from a distance. The sound of Jianchen's hearing was very sharp, and the very small sound was captured in the first time. Jianchen stood up from the ground and looked into the distance. He said, "The tower is a battle in the distance." Chapter 44 Coincidence with Big Brother. Wen Yan, the tower did not care. It is estimated that someone is killing with Warcraft. After listening to this, Jianchen thought about it too, but the things he experienced in previous life memories are far from being comparable to those in the Iron Tower. In this environment, even if there is a little bit of movement, the sword dust will be vigilant, especially after meeting the robbery of the students in the same day. The swordsman's vigilance against the surrounding environment is getting older and higher. For some people who have turned over the ship in the gutter, Jianchen has seen it too much. He does not want to become himself one of them. With the subtle sounds captured by the ears, Jianchen tried hard to listen to the distant movements, but the brows gradually wrinkled. He had already heard it. No one was killing with Warcraft, but the 2 groups are fighting each other, and the voice of the fight is still approaching them quickly. Jianchen looked at the Iron Tower and said, "The tower, that is not someone in World of Warcraft is killing, but there are 2 groups of people fighting, and listening to the sound is coming to our position quickly. You are ready, maybe you will, there is a battle." Jianchen did not choose to change position. According to their strength, it is enough to protect themselves here, and he is not a person who is afraid of things. The Iron Tower suddenly came to the interest, holding an axe in his hand and said, "It is estimated that someone has been robbed. Changyang Shangtian, you said we should go over and see." Jianchen held the iron bar and sat down in front of the fire. He said, No accident, they will soon come to us." "Oh." The tower sat down and his face was very calm. Soon, the fighting sounds from far away grew louder and louder. Even the tower could hear it clearly. After a few moments, several figures fled from a distance and ran towards the fire that the Jianchen and others lit. Behind them, the black figures flashed under the night, apparently to chase them. "2 friends, the group behind us is robbing our magic core. Not only is it very powerful, but there are more people than we are. I hope we can unite and fight against them. Otherwise, we will work hard to collect these 2 days." The magic cores all flowed into their pockets. In the distance, one person shouted loudly. Although they only had 2 people in Jianchen, if they joined, at least the 2 sides would be equal in strength. Hearing this voice, Jianchen's brow furrowed slightly. This voice actually brought him a familiar feeling, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. Obviously, the impression was not profound. Seeing that the 4 people fleeing in the distance are getting closer and closer to the sword dust, a figure suddenly bursts from the rear at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they come to the 4 people to block their way forward, and then go high. Raise the sword in his hand and head to the person closest to him. The man who fled in front of him also lifted the sacred soldier in his hand and slashed it to the giant sword that had come. When
The strength of the two men was obviously too big. With a low roar, the man who fled the front was directly flung out by a sword. For such a fallacy, the chasing troops in the back have already rushed up and re-engaged several people who fled together and violently attacked. The people who chased after him had 8 people, and the strengths were not weak. The huge difference makes it impossible for a few people who escaped to be beaten by the other side, supported by hardships, and it will take a long time to defeat. Luo Jian, you are waiting for me, I will not let you go. An angry roar came out from the one who fled, and the voice was slightly thick. Hearing this voice, the face of the sword dust standing in the distance suddenly changed. Unlike the previous one, this slightly thick voice is familiar to him, and it is the voice of his older brother Chen Jianghu. Big brother! Jian Chen made a deep scream, full of surprise, and then his eyes suddenly became fierce. At this moment, he did not hesitate. He took his iron rod and rushed toward the people. Seeing the action of Jian Chen, the tower also carried the giant axe and rushed behind the sword dust. After 3 days of getting along, the iron tower seemed to have become obedient to the sword dust. It is estimated that the company itself did not realize it. In fact, in the past 3 days, Jian Chen has shown that the super combat power that is completely inconsistent with his own strength, as well as the rich experience in thinking problems in the forest, has completely convinced the tower. The sword dust is not on the ground, running fast on the weeds, the speed is very fast, and the eyes are close to the two sides of the battle. The iron bars in the hands are turned into a black busy in the night sky, and one of them is stabbed. Go, from the figure and the direction of the voice, he has already identified the person attacked by this person as his own big brother Chen Jianghu. Although everyone has already noticed the sword dust in the iron tower, and always be on the guard, but the speed of the sword dust is too fast, there is no sign, and the eyes of everyone at night are greatly affected by the sound. No one at all. I noticed that the iron dust in my hand was only the thickness of the finger. The tip of the iron rod penetrated deeply into the shoulder of the man who besieged the Changyang tiger, and directly penetrated it. Immediately, a scream screamed far away in the dark night sky, and then waited for the injury. The man reflected that Jian Chen kicked directly on his chest and flew him away. Ah! At this time, the tower also came in. With a loud voice, his hands raised his axe and slashed toward one person. The man attacked by the iron tower did not reflect slowly. Looking at the axe that was ushered in, the man did not have the slightest fear, and directly raised his hands and the giant sword greeted him. When? With a loud noise, the tower's axe collided with the giant sword in the man's hand, the two weapons were touched, the tower stood still, and the young man who was hard to touch him was hard. The life was shaken out by the powerful force on the axe. And the tower with the natural power is hard, unless the strength difference is too great, otherwise, no one will be the opponent of the tower, this time only confrontation. The young man who touched the tower has ate a big loss. However, after this hard touch, there was another gap in the tower's axe. It is simply that the strength of the other party is not strong, and the energy contained in the sacred soldiers is still within the tolerance of the axe. Otherwise, the tower's axe may have been destroyed. Ah! The roar of the tower screamed, waving the axe and rushing toward the others. Seeing this, the two robbed people immediately split 2 people to deal with the tower. Hey! With a loud steel chorus, a person who didn't know the details of the iron tower once again had a hard bump with the iron tower's weapon. Suddenly, without exception, the powerful force on the tower axe was once again flying. Going out, there was another gap in the axe blade of the tower. Although the tower's axe is very hard, it is far from being comparable to the sacred soldiers, because each person's sacred soldiers contain powerful energy, and with the sacred soldiers, they can exert their attacks far beyond their own strength. However, the strength of these people is obviously too weak, almost at the primary level of the saints. Even if the sacred soldiers have increased their attacks, they are very limited. This difference in strength, the tower can be balanced with the advantage of his natural power. This is the case, but the axe in the hands of the tower cannot withstand many collisions. Be careful, his power is very strong, don't touch his axe.
The man who was smashed out quickly reminded him. After listening to the companion's reminder, the remaining youth who fought with the tower suddenly became cautious, no longer hit the iron tower's axe, but grabbed the gap attack of the tower attack. After the sword dust stabbed the person at a lightning speed, he did not stop. The iron rod in his hand turned slightly, and the body was like a ghost again, killing another person who was fighting with the Changyang tiger. It has been stained with blood, and the red-black iron bar is like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark under the cover of the night. It wanders in the dark night sky at a very fast speed, making it difficult to detect. The sword dust bar pierced very fast. In the case that the man fighting with the Changyang tiger did not reflect it, the tip of the iron bar directly pierced his thigh. The man's face suddenly changed, giving a painful snoring sound. His face was a painful look, and the offensive in his hand could not help but slow down. At this time, the Changyang tiger opposite him did not have the slightest politeness. The giant sword was directly waved down and smashed on the left arm of the young man. Suddenly, a scream came out of the population. The bones of his right arm had been cut by a sword from the Changyang tiger. He was unable to hang down. Only a little bit of skin under the bones was connected, and the blood was like a fountain, exposed in the arm. At this time, a blue ray flashed in the night. Only a giant sword was wrapped in a layer of blue light, and it was cut at a very fast speed toward the sword dust. The wind attribute is the power of the Holy Spirit. Seeing the giant sword wrapped in the blue light, the face of the sword dust became slightly dignified, and then the footsteps stepped on the mysterious pace, and the body suddenly disappeared in the same place as the ghost. At the same time, the giant sword wrapped in cyan light was cut at a very fast speed from the position where Jianchen had just stood. Jianchen stopped at 3 meters away, and not far from where he was standing, a man holding a giant sword stood there proudly. The man was wearing a ragged school uniform and was covered in blood. His face was all ready. When you become black and fall, you can't recognize your appearance. Jianchen stared sharply at the opposite person, snorting, "Xinshang, Luo Jian, I did not expect to meet you here." After listening to this, the young man's face was slightly stunned, and the sound actually brought him a familiar feeling. Then he looked at the sword dust carefully, although it was dark night, but through the bright moonlight in the sky. At such a close distance, he still clearly sees the appearance of Jianchen. However, after 3 days of fighting in the forest, and there is no clear source of water, in this case, everyone is full of black face, and they cannot recognize the appearance of the other party. However, when the Changyang tiger, not far from Jianchen, heard the sound of Jianchen, the look on his face was first, then he looked at Jianchen with unbelievable eyes and exclaimed, You are the fourth brother." The tone of Changyang tiger is full of surprise and incredible. He is familiar with the tone of Jianchen. Hearing, Luo Jian's face showed a faint look, sneer. "No wonder I feel that your voice is familiar. You turned out to be Changyang Shangtian. I didn't expect you to be promoted to be a saint. It's really amazing." Later, Luo Jian's eyes flashed a stern color. Jianchen's eyes turned slightly and looked at the Changyang tiger. He said, "Big brother, let's talk later. Now let's relieve the crisis before you. Let's help other people. Luo Jian will hand it over to me." Chapter 45 Luo Jian defeated North. Well, the fourth brother, you are careful. Luo Jian's strength has reached the intermediate saint. After leaving this sentence, Changyang tiger immediately went to support other people, although the sword dust appeared in the third area. Changyang tiger was very surprised, but he also understood that this time is not the time to get to the bottom. Thanks to the addition of Jianchen and the Iron Tower, the strength of the Changyang tiger, who was originally in a disadvantage, and the other party's strength have been completely equal, and it is because of the existence of the Iron Tower that they have slightly gained a certain upper hand. This has been deadlocked, and no one can help anyone in a short time. Looking at Luo Jian, who is full of black face and autumn, Jianchen smiles lightly. "Luo Jian, it seems that your robbery action today is not only unsuccessful, but the magic core in your shackles will probably change hands." When Luo Jian looked angry, his eyes flashed a fierce light, and shouted, "Changyang Shangtian, just because you are not qualified to take our magic core, Jian Chen looked at Luo Jian's gaze with a hint of disdain, a faint saying, "Try it, see if I have the ability to take away the magic core in your hands." After the words are finished, Jian Chen is no longer nonsense. The body swayed slightly and rushed toward Luo Jian at a very fast speed. The iron rod in his hand was covered by the night, like a straight snake that stretched out to the chest of Luo Jian. In the eyes of Luo Jian, there was a hint of murderous murder. Then the giant's sword in his hand flashed the blue light, waving the giant's sword and slashing toward the sword dust with an imposing manner. Because Luo Jian is the holy force of the wind attribute, and the strength is also it has reached the point of the intermediate saints, so it is faster than other people in speed. The speed of this sword is very fast, and it leads to the residual image along the way. Looking at the giant sword that he cut down to himself, the sword dust looks as usual, then the body is slightly offset, and the giant sword is avoided by a millimeter. The trajectory of the iron bar in the hand is unchanged, directly stabbing toward Luo Jian's chest.